Pain. It hurt so much. Outside Jinling City in a small grove, the moonlight was dim. Qin Li sat on the ground with his back against a tree trunk, staring blankly for a moment. His mind was a fog as if someone had clubbed him hard on the head. Chaotic memories slowly grew clearer. Jinling City, a lowly city guard. Height 180 centimeters, length 180 millimeters. His former self had been a good-for-nothing hooligan drifting through the Jianghu from an early age, always trimming his sails to the wind. He would speak one way to men and another to ghosts, his glib tongue slick and ever-ready. In Jinling City, he had come to know quite a few people. Later, with the help of a benefactor, he was fortunate enough to enter a martial hall to study the arts. After years of hard knocks, he finally secured the post of a city guard in Jinling, a job that could be considered a life of easy comfort. A city guard's livelihood offered no small amount of grease and graft. But why had his former self gone down a path seeking death? He lowered his head and looked. His body was covered in wounds, miserably battered. A sharp pain shot through his skull. He reached back to touch his head, and his palm came away smeared with bright red blood. A stabbing pain welled up from his lower abdomen. Cough, cough. Qin Li hacked a few dry coughs, his throat burning as if it were on fire. Suddenly, an overwhelming flood of memories surged through his mind like a spinning lantern. Qin Li's eyes bulged as his head felt like it would split. He panted heavily, drool spilling onto the ground. Supporting himself with great effort, he finally understood. His former self had once been on friendly terms with Zhao Hao. The two had arranged to dine and drink together at Wangxian Tower in Jinling City. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, his former self invited Zhao Hao to the Red Pavilion for some amusement. Unexpectedly, on the way, Zhao Hao encountered a farmer's daughter by the roadside. Coveting her beauty, his beastly nature erupted, and he insisted on assaulting her then and there in the street. For reasons unknown, some cord in him snapped. His former self, who had been a lackey and spineless dog his whole life, actually acted on impulse for once and played the hero. He blocked Zhao Hao. The girl was saved. But Zhao Hao's face was utterly lost. Only then did Zhao Hao hire men to teach his former self a brutal lesson. Though his former self had trained in martial arts in recent years as a city guard, he had grown fat off easy gains, frequenting the Red Pavilion every few days. His legs trembled even when he walked. His body was no longer what it once had been. And so, one kick was enough to send him to his death. Having sorted through all of this, Qin Li finally understood his present predicament. He had transmigrated, and it was a catastrophic opening. However, as a traveler from Blue Star, he ought to come with a golden finger. The Great Lord of Blue Star would not shortchange any of its transmigrators. Qin Li quickly calmed his turbulent emotions and silently chanted in his heart. Deep Blue add points. Big Muscle Tyrant. System ding. Damn it. Name Qin Li. Realm 3rd Grade Copper Skin, Realm Perfection. Martial Arts Xingyi Fist Initiate 1300, Duanshui Blade Technique Initiate 1300. Current remaining cultivation 0 years. Father, it's fine now. Qin Li jolted. Suddenly another line of tiny characters drifted before his eyes. Guard Jinling City for 1 day to obtain 1 year of martial cultivation. Guard Jinling City for 1 day to obtain 300 martial points. Accept. So this was his golden finger. Guard Jinling City for a day and receive 2 rewards. 1 year of cultivation and 300 martial points. He understood what it meant to gain a year of cultivation. But what exactly were 300 martial points? No matter, better to accept first and think later. Accept. Reward settlement in progress. Suddenly, Qin Li felt a vast surge of energy erupt in his dantian, sweeping through his limbs and bones. His skeleton crackled audibly. His frail body, under the wash of this immense energy, grew robust and powerful. If before he could only urinate 3 meters, now he felt 10 meters would be the bare minimum. When that sensation gradually faded, Qin Li suddenly felt a strange emptiness. He instinctively wanted to light a cigarette. He looked back at the panel before him once more, and the small characters abruptly shifted. Name Qin Li. Realm 4th Grade Copper Skin, Realm Perfection. Martial Arts Xingyi Fist Initiate 1300, Duanshui Blade Technique Initiate 1300. Current remaining cultivation 0 years. Current remaining martial points 300. Commence martial cultivation. From 3rd grade, he had leaped to 4th grade in the span of a heartbeat. His strength had risen by an entire rank. 300 martial points. Martial cultivation. Could it be just like a game where you choose a martial art and directly allocate points to upgrade it? Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Cultivate. Xingyi Fist. On the panel, the number 300 abruptly dropped to 0. A moment later, Xingyi Fist minor attainment 1500. Who? Qin Li let out a long breath. In the span of a single inhale and exhale, he lowered his head to look, seeing the veins on his forearms writhing and bulging. His clenched fists crackled as though a force of 1,000 jin was gathered within them. As Qin Li immersed himself in the changes in his body, night deepened. A dark figure flashed into view, bare-chested with solid muscles. A centipede-like scar ran across his chest, and in his hand, he held a golden-ringed steel saber. The brute's cold pupils held a trace of contempt. Kid, you actually survived a kick carrying 10 years of my cultivated strength. Seems you're not quite as worthless as I imagined. Even while wallowing among the women of the Red Pavilion, you haven't entirely neglected your training. Take a man's money to spell his misfortune. Kid, even if the Heavenly King himself descended tonight, your life would still have to be accounted for here. In your next life, choose a good family to be born into. The brute raised his saber and brought it down. Clang. The golden-ringed steel saber slashed viciously, silver light flashing. The hazy moonlight reflected his ferocious grin. The silver arc fell, but his vicious smile froze. The brute's heart jolted. He saw that the golden-ringed saber was no more than 3 inches from Qin Li's neck, yet no matter how desperately he poured in strength, the blade would not sink a hair's breadth further. You want to kill me? Qin Li's brow lifted slightly. One hand clamped around the saber hilt. Staring at the brute, his expression slowly twisted into madness. You're not worthy. Crack. The brute's eyes widened in disbelief, his ferocious face contorting as a searing pain shot through his wrist. Bone pale as ivory pierced through his skin and jutted grotesquely outward. The brute let out a wailing scream of agony. Qin Li had snapped his wrist outright. With a clang, the brute could no longer grip the golden-ringed saber. Qin Li seized the golden-ringed saber in one swift motion, and with a sudden ripping sweep, slashed it toward the brute's neck. Die for me. Silver light flashed, a line of blood traced the saber's edge, dripping to the ground. Scalding blood sprayed forth, splattering all over Qin Li. With a heavy thud, the brute toppled to the ground. His eyes bulged round in shock. Even in death, he could not close them, falling silent with no breath left in his chest. Even in death, he had not understood how he had been killed. Huff, huff. Qin Li gulped down great breaths of air, his chi and blood surging chaotically within. Waves of murderous intent echoed in his heart. He glanced sidelong at the brute on the ground. 10 years of cultivated strength. This punch of mine is a Kirin fist forged by 30 years of singlehood. Could you possibly withstand it? Under the moonlight, the stained blood glowed dark, and he seemed like a fierce ghost from the depths of hell, a god of slaughter. Yet, coolness never lasts more than 3 seconds. His heart thudded wildly, chi and blood churning, a rank, sickening taste suddenly surged up his throat. Ugh! Like mercury pouring from a basin, Qin Li vomited all over the ground. Though his movements were practiced like those of a seasoned martial expert. In his past life, he had not been some demon steeped in slaughter. Naturally, such a reaction was inevitable. This was his first kill, but he knew it would not be his last. If he wanted to survive in this chaotic age, there would surely be many more such moments to come. Qin Li forced himself to steady his emotions as quickly as possible. At the same time, reward notifications floated clearly before his eyes. Evil offender, unknown henchman. Realm 4th grade, bronze skin, realm early stage. Danger level, ring grade white. Assessment, suppress the unknown henchman, ensure the safety of Jinling City, obtain reward. Reward settlement in progress. Reward obtained 3 years of martial cultivation. Reward obtained 900 martial points. Reward obtained 3 years of martial cultivation. Absorb. Absorb. Boom. A surge of scorching heat suddenly poured into his body. The inner force within his dantian grew markedly more robust in an instant. 3 full years of martial cultivation flooded into him in a single moment, making Qin Li feel as though he had trained for 3 years in an instant. His chi and blood roiled. All the meridians and joints of his body crackled like strings of firecrackers, every joint popping like exploding kernels of corn as bone and sinew resonated in unison. The dense energy scoured Qin Li's body. With each inhalation and exhalation, his chest rose and fell like a great bellows. With every breath, his chi and blood grew several degrees stronger, muscles surging and rippling across his frame. Steam billowed from every inch of his body. His face flushed scarlet, ears burning, until after several breaths the redness gradually faded and his skin returned to its original hue. Qin Li felt that within just a few fleeting breaths he had experienced a fierce cathartic battle. The 3 years of martial cultivation had been completely absorbed. 3 years of martial cultivation. His realm had undoubtedly risen by a great margin. Qin Li hurriedly summoned his panel interface. Name Qin Li. Realm 6th grade, bronze skin, realm perfected. Martial arts, Xingyi fist, minor attainment, 1500, breaking water blade, art beginner, 1300. Current remaining martial points, 900. Proceed with martial arts cultivation. 6th grade, bronze skin, realm perfected. He had advanced 2 realms in succession. Father, how formidable. In this era of chaos, only by continually strengthening his own power could he hope to survive. Qin Li quickly calmed his emotions, not losing himself to arrogance or complacency. As for the remaining 900 martial points, cultivate. All in. Qin Fist. Qin Fist, great attainment, 400-1000. Qin Fist leaped from minor attainment to great attainment. 400. Still short 600 points. After great attainment should come perfection. With merely 600 more points, my Qin Fist will reach complete perfection. The movements and forms of Qin Fist were instantly branded into Qin Li's mind, as though he had thrown those punches countless times, condensing them through relentless practice and bitter cultivation. A seamless aura emanated from his two fists. Kill, then search the corpse. On the brutish thug's body, all the loot added together was nothing more than a few pieces of broken silver. As for that golden ring broadsword, Qin Li did not take it. After all, such personal belongings could be troublesome to sell. Someone might trace it back to him along the line. To be on the safe side, Qin Li only tucked the broken silver into his robes. He lifted his head and looked toward Jinling City. Outside the city, darkness was like pooled ink. Within the walls, lights blazed brilliantly. Yet for some reason, Qin Li felt a sense of brewing storm. The great Qin kingdom was anything but peaceful. According to his predecessor's memories, the old Emperor Li Hongyi had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The second prince died young, passing away in the 17th year of Jinghe at the age of only 10. The eldest prince was the crown prince of the realm. In the 27th year of Jinghe, the old Emperor Li Hongyi died of illness, leaving the throne. The crown prince smoothly ascended as the new emperor of Great Qian. He changed the reign title to Zhao Yuan. In the 2nd year of Zhao Yuan, the northern Shuobei forces invaded. The current emperor possessed a brutal temperament. Having practiced martial arts from childhood, his strength was astonishing, and at only 20 years of age, he was already a King Kong realm expert, a single step away from the finger-profound realm. Arrogant and ambitious, he personally led the army to war. In the 3rd year of Zhao Yuan, grim tidings arrived from the northern frontier. The present emperor was ambushed on the battlefield. He perished. That news had reached Jinling City only yesterday. Within and without the imperial court, chaos reigned. Undercurrents surged throughout Great Qian. To remain uninvolved was nearly impossible. With one thread tugged, the whole body moved. Even the high ministers of court could not guarantee they would emerge unscathed from this tremor, let alone someone as lowly as a minor sentry guarding the city walls. Abandon his post as a city guard and flee far away. Yet in these troubled times, where could he possibly escape to? Besides, he possessed a golden finger. Guard Jinling City for 1 day, and he would gain 1 year of cultivation. This was the main reason he had chosen to risk staying. If he wished to survive in chaotic times, he could rely only on himself. Moreover, the one who had sought to murder his former self, now that he had taken the place of that predecessor, certain debts would have to be repaid. Outside Jinling City, on a government road, Qin Li found a small stream and washed the bloodstains from his body. Borrowing the moonlight, he hurried toward Jinling City. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. From behind came the sound of hooves. Tack, tack, tack. Who goes there ahead? Clear the way at once. Hiya. The fine horses galloped, hooves clattering upon the road, kicking up clouds of dust along the official path. Several dozen armored cavalry in dark, mysterious armor led the way, their killing intent chilling and severe. Behind them, 8 spirited horses drew a speeding carriage, its roof gilded, phoenix bells hanging from the 4 corners, and ivory inlaid along the ears of the coach. The phoenix bells clanged and chimed. The entourage had come too swiftly. Qin Li had no time to dodge. The dozens of mysterious armored cavalry tugged on their reins and halted. The fine horses reared, hooves pawing the air as they whinnied. Low, drawn-out whinnies echoed. Hooves continued to clatter. On the official road, the rushing entourage was forced to halt, and the mysterious armored cavalry on horseback closed in around Qin Li. Where did this fellow come from? The several dozen cavalry slowly parted to open a path. Atop a fine horse, a man with an imposing bearing rode forward. Beneath his cold, austere visage, a pair of chilling eyes stared, making one's heart grow cold. The horse advanced at a measured pace. His heavy armor clanged and rattled as he moved. One hand rested on the saber at his waist, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. A sharp metallic ring sounded. The saber was drawn. Those who block the road die. Yuan Kuei, you must not. The carriage curtain stirred. A slender jade-like hand gently lifted the fabric, and from within, upon red velvet cushions, an exquisitely beautiful woman leaned out. Silken black hair cascaded down, peach blossom eyes, willow brows, crimson lips, and pearly teeth, a high delicate nose, and fair luminous features were all tinged with a hint of exhaustion. Your Highness, this man dares to block the road and delay our time. Such a crime deserves death. He must be beheaded. Yuan Kuei gripped his saber, his voice cold and merciless. The woman's willow brows arched upward, anger glinting in her eyes. Yuan Kuei, my elder brother's bones are not yet cold. My command no longer counts as a command, is that it? Your Highness, enough. The people of Great Qian are the very foundation of our kingdom. For merely blocking the road, his crime does not warrant death. Go on, I am tired. The curtain fell closed. Yuan Kuei sat astride his fine horse high above, glaring fiercely at Qin Li. With a cold snort, he said, "Boy, consider yourself fortunate. Move." Hiya. Qin Li watched the convoy recede along the official road. As the carriage passed, the evening wind brushed by. Through a tiny gap, Qin Li caught a glimpse inside. He saw that the beauty within the carriage looked wan and haggard, a touch of loneliness on her features. "Your Highness." The princess. Relying on his familiar relationship with the city's garrison officer, Qin Li returned to Jinling City with ease. Jinling was divided into inner and outer districts. The inner city housed high officials and nobles, while Qin Li lived in a corner of the outer city. His house was not large. Feeling his way through the darkness, he returned home and slept straight through until the next day. At dawn, the morning light was thin, carrying a faint chill. Exhausted from the previous night, he had enjoyed a deep, unbroken sleep. Donning a black yamen uniform and fastening the sword at his waist, Qin Li was just about to head out. Creak. As he pushed the door open, two figures stood outside. One was an elderly man with graying hair and a sallow face. The moment Qin Li stepped out, the man beamed at him, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as the wrinkles on his face bunched together. In his rough, calloused hands, he held up a bag of rice, bran the month's ration for the two of them. Beside him stood a young maiden. Her thin figure was wrapped in a clean dress of unknown origin that was obviously ill-fitting her frail body, like a hanger propping up a set of loose garments. She had risen early to carefully comb her hair. When she saw Qin Li step out, her delicate features flushed faintly red. She lowered her head and hid behind the old man. From time to time, she stole a glance at him. As Qin Li stepped out, the old man greeted him, "Master Qin." Hearing this, Qin Li frowned slightly. The Su family, father and daughter. The woman his former self had saved was precisely the girl before him. The old Su man grinned foolishly. "Master Qin, a few days ago, it was all thanks to you. You are truly the great benefactor of us, father and daughter." He tugged at Qin Li's sleeve and pushed the bag of rice bran into his hands. "We father and daughter have nothing of real value to offer. This small token of gratitude, please, Master Qin, accept it." Years of war had left the common folk impoverished. This single bag of rice bran was enough to feed them for a month. Qin Li looked at the bag held out to him. He did not accept it, merely thanked him softly. "There's no need." He declined old Su's kindness. In truth, it had not been he who saved them, so he could not in good conscience accept the gift. "Master Qin." Qin Li inclined his body in apology and nodded, counting it as thanks, then did not linger. Under the morning radiance, the young man's long shadow stretched out before him. Old Su remained rooted and placed the bag of rice bran still in his hands. A tear of gratitude slid from the corner of his eye as he murmured, a good man indeed." Rumors in the alleys claimed that Lord Qin ate people without spitting out the bones. Pure slander. Standing behind him, the Su girl's clear eyes fluttered as she gazed at Qin Li's departing back, ripples of unfamiliar emotion spreading in her heart. If that night it had truly been Lord Qin, perhaps. Jinling City East Gate. Qin Li served as a lowly gate guard at the eastern gate. There were 3 shifts of guards rotating duty at the east gate. His immediate superior was the squad leader, Wang Qing. Each squad consisted of 5 men, and Zhang Hu, who was privately on good terms with Qin Li, served in the same squad as he did. Qin Li. Seeing him appear, Zhang Hu was somewhat surprised, as though he did not expect to see Qin Li here at all. Yet that flash of astonishment vanished in an instant, replaced by an easy smile. "Old Qin, where did you go last night? The girl Qian at the Red Pavilion was asking after you, said you stood her up." He chuckled. "Well then tell me, where did you go to enjoy a good time last night?" Zhang Hu draped an arm over Qin Li's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Qin Li brushed it off with a vague answer. "Brother Zhang, I went nowhere last night, just slept at home." "Slept all night?" Zhang Hu clearly did not believe him. "Old Qin, if you don't want to talk, then don't. Afraid I'll steal her from you or something." "Relax, I won't steal her from you. You're being so mysterious." Qin Li only smiled without replying. Inwardly, though, he mused, this former self truly had no good people around him. That brief flicker of shock in Zhang Hu's eyes had not escaped Qin Li's notice. Clearly Zhang Hu knew very well what had transpired the previous night. Qin Li was in no rush. This was not yet the time to tear off all pretenses. Zhang Hu, for his part, was thinking, this guy actually didn't die? Seems I'll have to find a chance to report this to Lord Zhao. Could it be that the one from last night had failed? Guarding the gate turned out to be easier than Qin Li had imagined, mainly stopping people and inspecting them. During his shift, Qin Li noticed something strange. Above every person's head, he could see a glowing green. At first he thought it was a hallucination. But when every single person entering the city had one, it clearly was not. What was peculiar was that those whose heads shone with green light invariably proved upon inspection to be honest commoners. Then in the sea of green, Qin Li caught sight of a streak of white. Wait. A carter was leading a horse, a cart dragging behind it piled high with heavy goods. Qin Li stepped in front of the carter. At his side stood a middle-aged man in luxurious robes, sporting a large belly. He hurried forward with a fawning smile. "Officer, we're just small traders. Please be accommodating." The wealthy middle-aged man shot Qin Li a meaningful look as he slipped some broken silver into his hand. Qin Li frowned and let out a cold laugh, stepping past the man to the side of the cart. Open the crates. Inspection. This. The middle-aged man's face turned awkward as he hurried after Qin Li, lowering his voice at his ear. Officer, we are under Lord Zhaohao. Perhaps you could be lenient. Dropping Zhaohao's name, he had thought it would cow Qin Li into letting them pass for Zhaohao's sake. But he had chosen the wrong person to intimidate. Setting aside Qin Li's existing grudge with Zhaohao, that white glow above his head alone was enough to mark him as suspicious. It was very likely connected to his golden finger. Open it. Qin Li's tone brooked no refusal. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly strained as he still delayed opening the crates. Qin Li frowned, about to force them open himself. Sensing trouble, Zhang Hu hurried over and stepped in front of him to block his path. Old Qin, what's going on? This is Old Su, a merchant from neighboring Jinling City. We know him well. How could his goods have any problem? Come on. Let him through. Zhang Hu began to shoo them along. Old Su seized on this lifeline, his eyes full of gratitude toward Zhang Hu as he turned to signal the carter to hurry into the city. Humph. Did I say you could go? Qin Li once more cut off the middle-aged man's path. Seeing this, Zhang Hu frowned, a flicker of hostility flashing through his gaze toward Qin Li. He could not fathom what had gotten into Qin Li today. Was this fellow truly courting death? To dare stop people under Zhaohao's protection? Was he not afraid that Lord Zhaohao would send someone after him? Thinking it through, Qin Li had already offended Zhaohao long ago. Trouble then, serious trouble. Old Qin, what trouble could Old Su be in? I'll vouch for him. Just let him into the city. At this, Qin Li arched a brow and let out a cold laugh. Want to enter the city? Very well. Just make sure there's some green above your head. Seeing that Qin Li was determined to carry out the inspection, Zhang Hu immediately lost his temper and stepped forward to block him with an outstretched hand. He was at the peak of the 4th-grade copper-skin realm, and Qin Li's cultivation was supposedly beneath his. If words would not work, then he would resort to force. Did this fellow really think that Zhang Hu's usual politeness meant he owed him face? If not for the generous gifts he had received from the man over the years, why would he ever have treated him so courteously? Zhang Hu thrust out his right arm, his palm sweeping forward in a fierce grab. He had thought he was about to teach Qin Li a lesson and show him a bit of color. Yet Qin Li merely reversed his grip, seizing Zhang Hu's wrist. With that single grab, Zhang Hu's arm could not advance an inch. Zhang Hu was aghast, his pupils contracting in shock. All he could feel was power within Qin Li, as deep as the sea, utterly immovable before his efforts. Qin Li, let go. Qin Li did not release his grip. Zhang Hu grew anxious. Qin Li, you won't even give me this bit of face. How could there possibly be a problem with Old Su's goods? Let me pass. Zhang Hu barked. Qin Li gave a cold, mocking laugh. You, he said. At the feet of the Son of Heaven, we guard the gates of the realm. As long as there is any chance of a problem, we must not let it slip by. That is your duty and mine. You say let it through, and it goes through. Can you shoulder that responsibility? Qin Li's voice was not loud, yet it rang with steel, each word falling clearly upon the ears of Wang Qing, who was resting in the shade nearby. Wang Qing lifted his drooping eyelids and looked into the distance. He frowned, inwardly unsure what on earth had gotten into Qin Li today. He knew Qin Li's character all too well. The brat was always mixed up with Zhang Hu, the two of them constantly involved in shady dealings. He naturally found it distasteful. If it were not a time of manpower shortage, he would long ago have uprooted these two parasites. So long as it did not touch on matters of principle, he had more often than not turned a blind eye. Who would have thought that today the two of them would be at each other's throats? Had they taken the wrong medicine? Wang Qing's gaze flicked toward the middle-aged man standing by the cart. Old Su, one of Zhaohao's men. There was no need to guess, those crates were surely hiding contraband. As for the underhanded business Zhaohao carried out in secret, how could Wang Qing not be aware? Zhaohao himself did not frighten him. It was the people standing behind Zhaohao. This matter could not be allowed to blow up. Wang Qing still wished to live a few more years. Broad-shouldered and imposing, Wang Qing rose from his chair, and at once an oppressive aura washed outward. He wore the uniform of a government officer, a saber at his waist, his deep-set eyes radiating authority, even without anger. He strode forward and said in a deep voice, all of you stop this at once. What sort of spectacle are you making of yourselves, fighting your own brothers? If you keep this up, you'll have the other squads laughing at you. Zhang Hu strained with all his might to pull free from Qin Li's grip, but he still could not move. Anxiety flashed through his eyes. Never had he imagined that Qin Li possessed such strength. Let go. Wang Qing snapped. What is my word no longer of any use to you? Even he was growing impatient. Qin Li curled his lip in disdain, and his fingers loosened slightly. Zhang Hu, having exerted too much force, suddenly lost his balance when freed. He staggered back 2 steps before finally steadying himself. Boss Wang Qing, leave this fellow. Enough. Wang Qing cut him off. With a single glance, Zhang Hu dared not utter another word, and fell instantly silent. Yet that brief clash with Qin Li had sparked Wang Qing's curiosity. He could not help giving the young man another more careful look. What exactly is in these crates? He asked. Old Su had roamed the Jianghu for many years and naturally recognized Wang Qing, a true executioner in name and fact, ruthless and vicious. In his youth, his fearsome reputation had spread far and wide. Now, though age had dulled the sharpness in his eyes, it had only added a deeper, more inscrutable air. He knew this was not someone to provoke. Old Su hastened to plaster on a smile. Master Wang, there's no contraband in these crates, all legitimate goods, just some rice and flour. Lao Lugo opened one up for the officers to see. The carter, who knew the score, hurried to the rear of the wagon, ran to one of the crates, and pried it open with a single wrench. Inside were several burlap sacks stuffed to the brim. The carter drew a dagger and stabbed hard into one. The sack split open, and a trickle of rice grains spilled out. Master Wang, look. There really is nothing, Old Su said with a smile. Wang Qing frowned. Of course he knew all too well the tricks of these people. 3 crates on the wagon and only one opened. This one clearly prepared for inspection. As for the other two, Qin Li, what do you think? Wang Qing asked. What did he think? Naturally, inspect. Open the other 2 crates as well, Qin Li said coolly. At his words, Wang Qing's brow rose and his eyes narrowed. Never in his dreams had he expected the man to be so stubborn today. Could it be that the fool had no idea what it meant to offend Zhao Hao? At the sight, Old Su's face instantly collapsed, while Zhang Hu's expression remained dark and sullen. Good lad. For a moment, Qin Li reminded Wang Qing of his own younger self. Yet if he were still a few years younger, he might indeed have accompanied the boy in raising havoc today. Old Su, Qin Li is right. Open the other 2 crates as well. If there truly is nothing amiss, we will let you enter. This. Old Su's face filled with embarrassment. The words had been spoken. He knew that today's affair would not be resolved so easily. What is it? Are the other 2 crates not to be inspected? They can be. I will open them for you at once, Master Wang. The carter looked toward Old Su, deeply hesitant, his hands trembling slightly. He knew perfectly well what lay inside those crates. Under the laws of Great Qin, such goods were enough to cost a man his head. His heart had already leapt to his throat. How could he dare to open them? Seeing this, Old Su had no choice but to steel himself stride to the carter's side and give him a vicious kick. Useless wretch, he cursed. Yet Old Su's own hands seemed beyond his control, trembling ever so slightly. At some point, beads of sweat had gathered densely upon his brow. As his hands finally came to rest upon the crate. Old Su. Yes, Master Wang, what is it? Old Su answered at once. Wang Qing gave a cold smile. At this moment, I will give you 2 choices. First, open the other 2 crates and submit to inspection. It is our duty as guardians of the realm's gates to open and examine any goods that arouse suspicion. Second, take your goods and your men and get out of my sight. Wang Qing's meaning could not have been clearer. In this, he left Old Su a way out and avoided utterly offending Zhao Hao. The intent was plain. If they wished to bring this shipment into the city, they could, but not under his nose. Hearing this, Old Su let out a long breath of relief. If those crates were opened, the head upon his shoulders would surely not remain. After a hurried word of thanks, Old Su dragged the carter up, whipped the reins, and drove the wagon swiftly away from the city. Qin Li moved to intercept, but just then a new line of tiny text floated before his eyes. Swindling merchant Old Su, danger level ring grade white evaluation. You prevented an accident from entering the city and safeguarded Jinling security. Reward granted. Reward settled. You have received 3 years of martial cultivation. You have received 900 martial reward. Qin Li paused in slight astonishment. So not every reward required taking a life after all. As Qin Li stood there dazed. You have obtained a reward, 3 years of martial cultivation. Absorb. Absorb. In an instant, 3 years of cultivation power surged through Qin Li's 4 limbs and 100 bones, and his internal organs suddenly burned with intense heat. Within his dantian, a formidable surge of energy suddenly appeared, transforming into a stream of scorching warmth that shot along his meridians. In just a brief moment, Qin Li's aura became noticeably more cohesive and profound. Seeing Qin Li standing there in a daze, a faint yet rugged aura stirred, and Wang Qing frowned, his face filled with doubt. Signs of a breakthrough. This brat broke through. The thought flashed through Wang Qing's mind, startling him and making his heart jolt. He did not know why such an idea would even appear. Breaking through in the blink of an eye. Was he even human? Did this look like any normal breakthrough scene? That fleeting sensation had come abruptly and vanished just as quickly. Wang Qing merely assumed he had sensed wrong. He shook his head and gave a wry smile. Most likely I just drank too much last night. He did not take it to heart and paid it no further mind. All right, all of you, keep your eyes open for me. Not a single criminal is to be allowed into the city. Otherwise I'll make you answer for it. Yes. Wang Qing then closed his eyes to rest again, while Zhang Hu's gaze turned razor-sharp as he looked at Qin Li as though he wanted to slice him apart piece by piece. Qin Li paid them no heed, immersed instead in the panel before his eyes. Name Qin Li. Realm 7th grade bronze skin stage perfection. Martial arts, Xingyi fist major attainment, 400-1000 breaking water blade technique entry, 1300. Current remaining martial points 900. Commence martial cultivation. 7th grade bronze skin stage already. And I still have 900 martial points left. Of course, he would cultivate. He intended to push Xingyi fist to perfection. Cultivate Xingyi fist. In an instant. Xingyi fist perfection. Perfection. Qin Li glanced again at his panel. Name Qin Li. Realm 7th grade bronze skin stage perfection. Martial arts, Xingyi fist perfection breaking water blade technique entry, 1300. Current remaining martial points, 300. Commence martial cultivation. 300 points left. Qin Li glanced at the blade technique. It was just enough to raise breaking water blade technique to minor attainment. However, for the moment, he did not intend to spend the rest of his martial points. In the distance, Wang Qing was stunned. Qin Li's aura had shifted yet again. Twice in a single day. Was he still human? Wang Qing's eyes snapped open. This time he was certain he had not misjudged, and he looked at Qin Li with deep suspicion. What on earth had happened to this fellow? For some reason, the Qin Li of today had become somewhat unreadable to him. After spending a vast number of martial points, Xingyi fist had been honed to perfection. Every move and posture seemed indelibly branded into each inch of his muscles. Everything felt utterly natural and seamless. The rest of the day passed without further incident. By dusk, the next shift arrived to relieve Qin Li and the others. Just as Qin Li was about to leave, Wang Qing called out to him from behind. In a hurry to spend the night at the Red Pavilion. Qin Li halted, a hint of confusion on his face. From his predecessor's memories, this squad leader had always looked down on him. After all, for a 6th grade Ironbone stage expert to serve merely as a city guard squad leader was somewhat beneath his abilities. A touch of arrogance was only natural, and he had never thought much of Qin Li's former self. Qin Li replied, "No, Lord Wang. Ha, since you're not, come have a couple of drinks with me." Laughing, Wang Qing strode up, grabbed Qin Li, and not allowing refusal, directly led him into a small tavern. This little place may not be as famous as Drunken Immortal House, but the dishes are in no way inferior. More importantly, the portions are generous. Normally, I don't bring others here. From the way he spoke, it sounded as if he and Qin Li were old acquaintances, two close friends meeting up at a familiar haunt. Yet in Qin Li's eyes, it all felt somewhat strange. Noticing Qin Li's vigilance, Wang Qing tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor, the wine spilling from the gaps of the bowl and running down both sides of his mouth. Half of what he drank he spilled. Now that hits the spot. Wang Qing burst into hearty laughter. What, you're not drinking? Qin Li glanced at the wine bowl. For those who trained their bodies as they did, this amount of liquor could hardly intoxicate them. Drink. Qin Li lifted the bowl and downed it in great gulps. Seeing this, Wang Qing alternated mouthfuls of food and wine until both their faces were faintly flushed. After they had drunk their fill and eaten more than a little meat, Wang Qing let out a satisfied belch. Well, what do you think of this place? Qin Li felt mildly tipsy as well. He nodded in approval. Not bad. Ha, good. 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 Wang Qing repeated the word 3 times. He straightened up, braced his hands on the table, and leaned closer to Qin Li. Kid interested in becoming one of my men? At these words, Qin Li looked over at Wang Qing, remaining silent. Wang Qing continued, You've already offended Zhao Hao's side. Without someone to shield you, you're bound to suffer for it. Wang Qing was well informed. Having seen Qin Li and Zhang Hu fall out earlier that day, he had quietly sent someone to inquire. Only then did he learn that a few days ago Qin Li had offended Zhao Hao over a woman. When he heard this, Wang Qing had found it hard to believe. Had this fellow suddenly mended his ways? Yet seeing him now, it did seem somewhat so. In a moment of appreciation for talent, he developed the intention to recruit him. I naturally wouldn't dare provoke the people behind Zhao Hao. But Zhao Hao himself, I do not fear. To protect you alone, that much I can do. At this, Qin Li's brows lifted ever so slightly. Was Wang Qing a good man? In such chaotic times, who could truly be called a good man? Qin Li paid little heed to Wang Qing's attempt at recruitment. Perhaps he merely saw in him a source of future benefit. My thanks, Lord Wang. With that, Qin Li had essentially declined Wang Qing's goodwill. Wang Qing frowned slightly. Though some idea had crossed his mind, his brows soon relaxed, and he laughed loudly. Good lad. I underestimated you before. But don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If you change your mind in the future, you can always come find me. In this world, a single person cannot stand against everyone. Kid, I'll give you one last reminder. Be careful tonight. Zhao Hao will not let this matter go so easily. We've eaten our fill, and the wine has worn off. That's enough talk. Enough. Wang Qing rose to his feet and already took his leave. Qin Li remained seated, gazing out the window, turning Wang Qing's words over in his mind. Should I seek you, or the people behind you? In this turbulent age, for ordinary folk to live in peace, they often had to choose a side. But Qin Li was no ordinary man. He was a wall-hacking cheat, honored guest, The waiter approached beside him. Master Wang said you would be paying for the dishes. The total comes to 1 tael of silver. Could you take a look? Pack it up. At night, Jinling City was far from as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. The new emperor of Great Qin had fallen on the battlefield, plunging the nation into grief and fury as the people swore to avenge their country. The war god of Beishuo weighed upon Great Qin like a mountain on its back, leaving the nation gasping for breath. The front lines suffered defeat after defeat. The northern territories of Shuo were largely lost, and the army had already retreated to the strategic pass of Jinbei Pass. Now Great Qin was like a dragon without a head, who would take charge of the court and resist the powerful enemy. These questions had nothing to do with Qin Li. He cared only that this corner of Jinling City remained safe and unharmed. As he walked back home, Qin Li pondered silently. It seems I do not need to kill in order to obtain rewards, he mused. As long as I can protect Jinling City, I can earn them. White. Last time it was also white, and I received a reward of 3 years. This time it is white again, and the reward is likewise 3 years. It seems that as long as it is green, it signifies safety. White represents low risk. Once low-risk events are resolved, a 3-year reward follows. Then what of the other colors besides white? So far, Qin Li had only ever received white rewards. As for the others, he knew nothing at all. Just as Qin Li was lost in thought, a sudden chill rose behind him. He instinctively spun around. A sharp dagger lunged straight toward his chest. With his current cultivation at the 7th grade copper skin realm, Qin Li's reactions were exceedingly swift. His palm shot out and clamped down on the incoming dagger. The blade could not advance even half an inch further. Qin Li frowned as he looked at the man before him. From this man, Qin Li sensed no fluctuation of martial cultivation whatsoever. Even the force behind the stab was no more than that of an ordinary person, perhaps even weaker. Why would such an ordinary man scheme to ambush him at his own doorstep? Borrowing the light of the moon, Qin Li finally saw the assailant's face clearly. Dark skin, disheveled hair, a body little more than skin and bone, sunken cheeks, and hollow eye sockets. He clearly looked like someone who rarely had enough to eat. Yet his pitch-black eyes glared at Qin Li with vicious hatred. Both hands clenched the dagger as tightly as he could, as if wishing the blade could pierce just another half-inch deeper. The man glared at Qin Li, his features twisted into something feral as he roared hoarsely, "You dog thief, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll avenge my sister," he howled. Qin Li frowned, and a fragment of memory not originally his suddenly surfaced in his mind. So this man's name was Fang Qing, the younger brother of Fang Yuan, a woman who had been bullied and humiliated to death by Zhao Hao. Later, Fang Qing had gone to Zhao Hao's residence and caused a great ruckus. Qin Li's former self happened to be there that day, and in order to demonstrate loyalty, he had savagely beaten Fang Qing. He had assumed that after being dumped in the wilderness, Fang Qing would have long since been torn apart by beasts. Yet a month later, not only was Fang Qing alive, he had come here, seeking Qin Li's life. With just a little extra force, Qin Li twisted, and the dagger was wrenched out of Fang Qing's grasp in an instant. Fang Qing's eyes flickered with brief surprise, yet he did not panic. As though everything were still within his plan, Fang Qing suddenly lunged forward, throwing himself onto Qin Li, and clinging to him tightly, believing he had successfully restrained his target. Then he bellowed, "Ergo, do it." At his shout, a cold gleam of steel flashed from behind. A man burst forth from the corner, long blade in hand. The blade arced down viciously toward Qin Li's neck, aiming for a killing blow. Fang Qing, thinking his great vengeance finally within reach, could not help but let a hint of joy surface on his face. But he had gravely underestimated Qin Li's strength. With a slight tremor of his body, Qin Li sent a massive force surging out. Fang Qing felt it crash into him, and found himself utterly unable to resist. In an instant, Fang Qing was shaken off, and Qin Li slipped free of his restraint. With a dull thud, Qin Li lashed out with a backward kick, his heel driving hard into the attacker behind. The man who had launched the sneak attack was sent flying through the air by that single kick. Fang Qing stared in shock. In his eyes, Qin Li was supposed to be nothing more than a frail man whose vital essence had been overdrawn. After all, Ergo was also a martial practitioner. They had been close playmates since childhood, and later, with the chance to learn martial arts, Ergo had honed himself into someone quite capable. According to Ergo, he had reached the peak of the 3rd grade copper skin realm, able to take on several ordinary people at once without issue. And yet, he had been utterly ruined by a single kick. A short distance away, Ergo lay on the ground, writhing in pain, unable to get up for a long while. Fang Qing simply stood there, stunned and dazed. Gazing at Fang Qing before him, Qin Li was about to speak, when Fang Qing suddenly roared again, "You dog thief, I'll kill you." He charged at Qin Li like a madman. Qin Li sighed softly, helpless. His hand chopped down like a blade onto Fang Qing's neck. Fang Qing, eyes wide with fury, rolled them back as his body went limp and collapsed unconscious to the ground. Off to the side, Ergo saw Qin Li slowly walking toward him. Summoning the last of his strength, he tried to grip the knife in his hand. Yet in the next moment he too slipped into unconsciousness. Looking at the two men lying unconscious on the ground, Qin Li felt a pounding headache. These were the sins his former self had sown. Simply throwing them out into the wilds and leaving them to fend for themselves would not sit right with him. Qin Li instead bound the two of them and tossed them into the nearby woodshed. Just as he finished dealing with the matter, a line of tiny text suddenly flashed before his eyes. Daily settlement, you have guarded Jinling City and kept it safe for 1 day. Protecting Jinling, preserving its peace. Evaluation, grade ding, level 7. Calculating rewards. You have obtained 5 years of martial cultivation. You have obtained 500 martial arts merit points. Would you like to absorb the 5 years of cultivation? Absorb. Once again, Qin Li instantly felt the inner force within his dantian surge upward. He blinked in slight astonishment as a torrent of heat coursed unceasingly through his meridians. The heat hammered against every joint in his body, producing a chorus of cracking sounds. Suddenly Qin Li's aura changed dramatically. This was the 3rd time today. 3 times in 1 day. Qin Li was already somewhat used to it. He knew this was a sign of a breakthrough in realm, and he hurriedly summoned his panel. Name Qin Li, realm 9th grade, copper skin, realm early stage martial arts, Xingyi fist. Perfected, broken water saber technique. Entry 1300, current remaining martial arts merit points 1800. Would you like to cultivate martial arts? 9th grade, copper skin, realm. Already in the span of a single day. As for the remaining 1800 martial arts merit points. Night deepened outside. A night breeze stirred outside the house, the rustling wind whispering in his ears. Qin Li's eyes suddenly narrowed, the panel before him vanishing as his right hand slowly closed around the saber at his waist. His gaze sharpened as he fixed his attention on the door. A figure clad in night clothes slipped stealthily into the courtyard, moving like a shadow. Qin Li's brows knit together. It's him. Zhang Hu. After being severely humiliated by Qin Li during the day, he felt an unbearable anger and sought an opportunity late at night. Oomph. Qin Li, don't blame me for being ruthless. The glint of a silver blade shone under the moonlight as Zhang Hu quietly stepped through the courtyard, his gaze coldly fixed on the situation inside the house. In his eyes, Qin Li was already a corpse. Arriving at the window, Zhang Hu held the long knife, tiptoeing as he intended to sneak into the house. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Are you looking for me? Hey. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's hair stood on end. Without thinking, he swung the long knife, not even glancing back, and struck fiercely behind him. The knife swung down. It struck nothing. Not far behind, Qin Li wore a mocking expression as he looked at him. Zhang Hu. The man in black holding the long knife was slightly taken aback and hurriedly croaked, Zhang Hu. Who is Zhang Hu? I am not Zhang Hu. Qin Li shook his head slightly. Who you are is unimportant. What matters is the reward to be settled. Qin Li no longer wasted words and took action immediately. With a powerful stomp, his whole body flashed forward like a wisp of smoke, instantly appearing in front of Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. In his mind, Qin Li's strength should be beneath his own. He had suffered earlier because he was unprepared. This had allowed Qin Li to gain the upper hand that morning. But now the strength Qin Li displayed seemed to far exceed his expectations. Xingyi fist. A punch was thrown with such speed and force that the wind from the punch howled, bringing with it a fierce gale. In panic, Zhang Hu raised his knife to block. Clang. The knife clashed with the fist, producing a sharp, violent sound. Zhang Hu's long knife instantly snapped in half. The long knife was actually shattered by a single punch. A surge of overwhelming force struck him, causing Zhang Hu to stagger back several steps. He was filled with astonishment, unable to believe it. How is this possible? The strength Qin Li displayed far exceeded his predictions. Breaking a knife with a fist. This punch was indeed so powerful. If he wasn't mistaken, this punch was merely the most common move in the martial arts school. Xingyi fist. Yet this simplest of moves had instantly broken his finely forged long knife. One can only imagine how terrifying Qin Li's strength truly was. Is this still the Qin Li I know? This doubt flashed through Zhang Hu's mind. But the next moment, Qin Li was unwilling to give him any chance to breathe and struck again. Seeing this, Zhang Hu no longer cared about anything else. He pulled off his black mask. Qin Li, it's me. Don't kill me, I was wrong, Lord Qin. Zhang Hu's legs went weak as he suddenly knelt down. Lord Qin, I won't dare again. You have a big heart, spare me. I was blind and did not recognize the great mountain. From now on I will follow your lead, Lord Qin. Zhang Hu's heart was filled with lament. He thought, with such prowess, why must he pretend with them all the time? Alas, how he had suffered. If he had known Qin Li was this formidable, he wouldn't have dared to come here, even with 1,000 times more courage. Lord Qin, it wasn't me, it was Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao sent me to kill you. In despair, Zhang Hu shouted as the fist in front of him grew larger. The enormous fist stopped just before his forehead. 1 more inch, and his head would likely explode. Zhang Hu felt a wave of fear wash over him. Completely unaware that his pants were already soaked, he hurriedly blurted out, worrying that if he spoke too slowly his head would be gone. It's all Zhao Hao's doing. I told Zhao Hao about what happened today, and he said to come kill you. As long as I kill you, he will handle anything that happens. Before he finished speaking, a silver needle suddenly pierced Zhang He's forehead. Zhang He's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape as he wanted to say something. With a thud, Zhang He's body collapsed, falling into a pool of blood filled with disbelief. Seeing Zhang Hu suddenly meet a tragic end, Qin Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't this a clear interception? Qin Li felt a surge of anger and raised his gaze to the northeast corner of the courtyard, where a line of small characters appeared as expected. Evil criminal Zhang Hu, cultivation level 4th grade, copper skin realm, early stage, danger level, human class, white evaluation, suppress the evil criminal Zhang Hu to ensure the safety of Jinling City and receive a reward. Rewards being calculated. Reward: 3 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward: 300 martial arts points. Qin Li did not immediately absorb the martial arts, nor use the martial arts points. His gaze remained fixed on the direction outside the courtyard. Although it was a sneak attack, that last move was enough to showcase this person's strength. Indeed, Zhang Hu was merely a pawn used by Zhao Hao to test Qin Li. The true threat sent by Zhao Hao to take his life was not Zhang Hu, but the one who suddenly struck from the shadows. Don't want to come out, huh? Qin Li chuckled coldly. Since that's the case, I will force you out. Qin Li leaped and flew out of the courtyard. The hidden man in black clearly did not expect that Qin Li would take the initiative to attack. Just now he had seen Qin Li strike from the shadows. The attack was ruthless and swift. Qin Li's strength was far from what Zhao Hao had informed him. This guy's strength is definitely not just at the 3rd grade copper skin realm. Zhao Hao has deceived him. He knew very well that with his strength he might not even be a match for Qin Li. Earlier he had taken the risk to strike because he was worried that Zhang Hu would reveal more information and betray him. Secondly, he had confidence that he wouldn't be caught by Qin Li while acting from the shadows. After all, his greatest skill was concealment. Only in this way could he kill silently. Thus he was confident in his actions and in escaping. However, Qin Li was heading straight for his hiding spot. Could it be that this guy knows his position? This is impossible. Unbeknownst to the man, after Qin Li broke through to the 9th grade copper skin realm, his sensory perception had greatly surpassed before. He could instantly capture even the minutest of movements. In the next moment, Qin Li's action confirmed his suspicion. A punch. Just a simple punch. Yet it stirred up a violent gale in the air, crackling like a string of firecrackers. The hidden man in black was alarmed. Qin Li was indeed coming for him. Bang! The concealed tree trunk shattered, and the figure of the man in black was instantly revealed. Qin Li threw one punch, then followed it up with another. Each punch broke through the air. After perfecting his Xingyi fist, each of his punches became exceedingly simple, yet immensely destructive. The man in black did not dare to take it heed. He utilized his agility to dodge, evading Qin Li's strike. The man in black excels in assassination. Although he only possesses the peak strength of the 8th rank copper skin realm, his speed and stealth techniques are top-notch. The flying swallow step is his most proficient technique, allowing him to move as lightly as a swallow, evading Qin Li's strikes with remarkable speed. As he fled, cold sweat streamed down his face. Damn it, this guy's strength is definitely above the 8th rank copper skin realm. Could it be that he has reached the 9th rank? A 9th rank copper skin guard at the city gates. Could Zhao Hao have deceived him? But why would Zhao Hao deceive him? If he wasn't lying, then the strength Qin Li displayed was undeniably above the 8th rank. Seeing that his attack had missed, Qin Li narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. However, he had no intention of letting the person before him escape easily. Yet the man in black's movements were truly bizarre, always dodging his attacks at critical moments. Qin Li felt quite displeased. The man in black grew increasingly anxious, initially believing he could easily shake off Qin Li with the flying swallow step. Yet this guy clung to him like a stubborn piece of gum, refusing to let go. Had he known this guy would be so difficult, he would never have agreed to Zhao Hao's request to wade through this murky water. At this thought, the man in black felt increasingly frustrated. Oh, everyone has their limits when pushed too far. Resolute, he scanned the depths of a nearby dense forest. With his agility, he had a good chance of ambushing Qin Li there. He made up his mind. The man in black led Qin Li towards the forest, with Qin Li closely following behind, throwing punch after punch. The man in black struggled to evade, and each punch struck against stones, causing them to shatter. Whoosh! Avoiding Qin Li's punch, the man in black swiftly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Qin Li stood still, momentarily stunned, frowning. Are you trying to lure me into the forest, taking advantage of the terrain to strike with your skills? Qin Li saw through the man in black's intentions. He coldly smiled. From their brief exchange, it was apparent that the man's realm was below his own. It was merely the man's peculiar movements that had prevented him from landing a killing blow. If he entered the forest, the enemy would thrive in the environment, and the strange movements would be fully unleashed. It would be extremely dangerous for him. Nevertheless, Qin Li did not care, silently muttering, "Father." Name Qin Li. Realm 9th rank, copper skin, early stage. Martial arts, form intention fist, perfected water cutting blade method, beginner, 1300. Current remaining 1800 martial arts points. Would you like to practice martial arts? Playing with me? Sorry, I'm overpowered. With 1800 martial arts points, Qin Li decided to invest them all into the water cutting blade method. The form intention fist is difficult to maximize in such a scenario. Since fists won't do, then he'll use a practice. Water cutting blade method. Qin Li invested all 1800 remaining martial arts points into the water cutting blade method. Water cutting blade method, minor success of 1500. Water cutting blade method, major success 11,000. Water cutting blade method perfected. The man in black hiding in the forest observed Qin Li with a puzzled expression. Does this guy suspect my plan and dare not pursue me any further, giving up? Fifth, so you're not, otherwise I swear you won't return. The man in black sneered, preparing to leave. Clang. His blade was drawn by Qin Li, the chilling silver blade gripped in his hand as he stepped into the forest. At this moment, gripping the blade, Qin Li felt as if he had merged with it. The blade was him, and he was the blade. You little brat, dare to seek death. The man in black narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. Outside, he naturally wouldn't dare to fight Qin Li. But in this forest, with the flying swallow step and his mastery of various assassination techniques, the advantage was his. Swish, swish, swish. Silver needles shot out from the shadows, striking at vital points. Qin Li swung his cold blade. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds rang as he blocked every incoming silver needle. The man in black hiding in the shadows was slightly surprised, not expecting Qin Li to be so formidable, not only in fist techniques, but also in blade techniques. He couldn't help but curse Zhao Hao 1,000 times in his heart. The man in black dared not recklessly advance, instead hiding in the shadows, occasionally launching a few sneak attacks at Qin Li. But each of his ambushes was skillfully dodged by Qin Li. Seeing that his tactics were failing to produce results, the man in black began to feel a bit anxious. Staying in the shadows and ambushing couldn't truly harm Qin Li. Close combat. Fighting this guy? This thought flashed in the man in black's mind. Just as he hesitated, Qin Li instantly locked onto his position, his gaze fixed on him. He noticed me. The man in black's heart raced. You hiding rat. Water cutting blade method. After several sneak attacks, Qin Li pinpointed the exact location of the man in black. Like a fierce tiger, Qin Li pounced out, swinging his long blade down towards the man in black. The man in black reacted quickly. Using the flying swallow step, he leveraged the terrain to engage with Qin Li once more. One defending and one attacking, the two moved rapidly within the forest, the surrounding trees being struck by the blade splinters flying everywhere. With both hands gripping the blade, Qin Li's swinging speed increased, the long blade in his hands becoming a whirlwind, cutting towards the man in black like a storm. Faced with Qin Li's onslaught, the man in black felt overwhelmed, unable to hold back as he shouted, "Kid, spare me this one time. I won't trouble you again after I leave." The man in black's words fell on deaf ears to Qin Li, who seemed to enter a state of oblivion. Only by continuously swinging the long blade could he find peace within. A surge of resentment echoed. It seemed like the resentment from his past life, a grudge against Zhao Hao. This pent-up rage needed to be released. The blade in his hand swung faster, his gaze becoming increasingly red and terrifying. Bang! With a sudden downward strike, the man in black, who had been evading, finally showed signs of fatigue. Seeing he had no time to dodge, he could only cross his blade to block, bracing for Qin Li's ferocious strike. Clang! A powerful force struck, and with a bang, the man in black's body slammed hard against the tree behind him. The trunk instantly shattered, and he was thrown back against a massive stone. The stone cracked open, creating a large gash. With a cough, the man in black spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing Qin Li's strength far exceeded his expectations. Filled with fear, the man in black cried out in anguish, "Hero, spare my life. Spare my life." Clang. With a clean and decisive cut, Qin Li severed the neck of the man in black, who was already powerless to resist on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. His veiled head slowly rolled away, the black veil slipping off to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with terror. Reward settlement. Criminal masked black-clad assassin. Realm 8th grade, copper skin, realm perfection. Danger level human, level blue. Evaluation suppressed. The masked black-clad assassin safeguarded the peace of Jinling City and received rewards. Reward is being settled. Received rewards 5 years of martial arts cultivation. Received rewards 1,500 martial arts points. Lines of small text flashed before Qin Li's eyes, the crimson hue in his gaze gradually dissipating, allowing the previously fierce Qin Li to calm down. Who? Qin Li exhaled a breath of scorching turbid air, steadying his emotions. Now accounting for the 3 years of martial arts cultivation settled by Zhang, who before Qin Li had a total of 8 years of martial arts cultivation unabsorbed. In addition, he also had 5 years of martial arts deduction. 8 years of martial arts cultivation, He was now already a beginner master at the 9th grade Copperskin realm. If he absorbed the 8 years of martial arts cultivation, he should be able to break through the shackles of the Copperskin realm and become a practitioner of the Ironbone realm. Only by stepping into the Ironbone realm could one be considered to have truly entered the path of martial arts. Absorb, Qin Li silently thought. A vast energy instantly enveloped Qin Li as 8 years of cultivation surged in like a tide, continuously washing over his bones and meridians. The pure energy roamed within his body like a swimming dragon. Qin Li's complexion flushed, resembling boiling water, emitting steam. The energy contained within the 8 years of martial arts cultivation was overwhelmingly vast, flooding in all at once. Given Qin Li's current capacity, it was somewhat burdensome. Qin Li's skin cracked open with fissures, scalding steam billowing out, accompanied by streaks of crimson blood. Qin Li gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing it, enduring the immense energy continuously washing within him. Sweat beads densely covered his forehead without him noticing. Each subsequent wash was even more intense than the last. It seemed he had encountered a bottleneck, unable to break through. Qin Li stared, wide-eyed, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. Break for me. Puff. That layer of shackles was pierced as if it were paper. I did it. Qin Li was overjoyed. As time gradually passed, the continuously washing tide also gradually receded. Qin Li's complexion gradually returned to normal. His skin felt as if it had been coated with a thick layer of grease. Gently brushing it revealed that the previously cracked and dry skin had become much more delicate. Who? Qin Li slightly parted his lips, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He summoned the panel. Name Qin Li. Realm 3rd grade, Ironbone realm perfection. Martial arts, Xingyi fist perfection, Duanshui blade technique perfection. Current remaining 1,500 martial arts points. According to the memories of my previous life, martial arts cultivation can be divided into Copperskin, Ironbone, and E-muscle and above that are true essence, Diamond, and Finger mystic realms. As for the subsequent realms, there seem to be more, but for the previous life, knowing this much is because he had long been immersed in the martial world, hence he was aware. Now that I have entered the Ironbone realm, I can be considered to have just begun my path in martial arts. In the courtyard, Zhang He's corpse lay in a pool of blood. In the woodshed, after hearing a commotion outside, Fang Qing and Ergo had already awakened. The two held their breath, listening intently to the sounds outside. Fang Qing and Ergo clearly heard Zhang He's assassination and his later pleas for mercy from within the room. Finally, they only heard a heavy thud, and then the courtyard fell silent. Fang Qing and Ergo, tightly bound by ropes, exchanged glances. Fang Qing said, "That damn guy was..." Ergo frowned and shook his head, saying, "It doesn't sound like it. It seems more like that assassin was killed instead." Fang Qing spat on the ground. "Damn it, that bastard must have many enemies. I didn't expect that besides us someone else wanted his life. He deserves it. Too bad that guy isn't dead yet." Fang Qing frowned and said, "Ergo, do you think that guy really deserves to die? He doesn't seem to plan on killing us." Fang Qing recalled the previous battle. That person's strength was clearly far above theirs, yet each attack seemed intentionally controlled. Moreover, why didn't he kill them directly? Instead, he bound them up. This behavior was completely inconsistent with what Fang Qing had told him about Qin Li's various misdeeds, which was that he was a thoroughly despicable guy. Could it be that they were mistaken? This doubt lingered in Ergo's mind. Fang Qing snorted coldly. How could he forget the despicable expression on Qin Li's face when he had beaten him half to death and thrown him into the mountains? That damn guy, how could he be so kind? He must have ulterior motives. That's why he didn't kill us directly. You and I are bound now. Sooner or later we will become that bastard's souls under the blade. He was unwilling. He still had the grudge of his sister's murder to avenge. He shouldn't die here, but now with his hands and feet bound plus the earlier blow from Qin Li, he was heavily injured. He was completely powerless to escape. He had originally thought that killing this Zhao Hao's lackey first would be easier, and then look for an opportunity to kill Zhao Hao. Who would have thought that Qin Li's strength far exceeded his understanding? The moment they arrived, they had fallen into a predicament. Seeing Fang Qing so persistent, Ergo also sighed softly. Inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder. Could Qin Li really be as Fang Qing said? A guy who had long been immersed in pleasures, whose vitality should have long been depleted. Oh, why was he still so powerful? What if everything previously was just a facade? A terrifying thought began to grow in Ergo's mind. If that were the case, what was this person truly plotting? Suddenly, he remembered what the Su family father and daughter had said a few days ago. He was familiar with the Su family father and daughter, and also grew up with Fang Qing. When Fang Qing found him to ask for help, he secretly investigated the matter concerning Qin Li. From the investigation, he learned that Qin Li truly deserved to die. However, based on the information he had received from the Su family father and daughter a few days ago, it seemed somewhat different. Fangqing, do you think what the Su family father and daughter said is true? Humph, what if it is true? Fangqing's, ergo if a person kills others and later saves someone, does that mean all the evil deeds committed by that person can be erased with a single stroke? Ergo fell silent upon hearing this. Suddenly, at that moment a rustling sound came from outside. Footsteps lightly touched the ground. Fangqing and Ergo exchanged glances holding their breath. Someone is coming. A few sounds came from outside the door, and soon after it fell silent again. The two felt their previously tense hearts relax a little. Suddenly, the quiet courtyard was once again filled with sound. This sound was the sound of footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps was not loud, but in the stillness of the deep night, it was incredible. From the sound of footsteps, it could be inferred that the person outside was walking towards the woodshed. The heart that had relaxed now hung in tension again. With a creak, the door of the woodshed suddenly opened. Qin Li stood at the doorway. Standing at the doorway, Qin Li frowned as he looked at the two individuals bound in the woodshed, a hint of confusion crossing his face. You are awake. How long have you been awake? Did you hear any strange sounds just now? Fangqing and the other person looked. Of course there was a sound just now, wasn't that your voice? Fangqing replied, coldly staring at Qin Li as if he were a fool. Qin Li frowned even deeper upon hearing this. This was because he had just returned. From Fangqing's response, it was clear that someone had indeed come here before him. Thus Fangqing mistakenly thought that the person who had been here previously was him. However, that person was not him. Someone had come here and taken Zhang He's corpse away. Why? When Qin Li returned to the courtyard, Zhang He's body, which should have been there, had vanished into thin air. So someone had taken Zhang He's body, but why would that person do so? Who was it? Just how much trouble had his previous self caused? Ignoring the two, Qin Li turned and left, leaving Fangqing and the other person bewildered. Qin Li stood in the courtyard squinting as he scanned the corners of the yard. With his heightened senses, he could detect sufficiently subtle clues. However, within the courtyard, he saw no clues. He walked to the spot where Zhang He's corpse had been crouched down and gently brushed his fingers over the residual traces on the ground, bringing them to his nose to sniff. The bloodstains are gone, and there isn't even a trace of the smell of blood. Have they vanished into thin air? How could the presence disappear so completely? Taking the body away is one thing. Why was it cleaned up so thoroughly? No, this doesn't feel right. Qin Li headed towards the woodshed. What sounds did you hear just now, eh? Given Qin Li's demeanor, it was clear that Fangqing and the other person sensed something was off. Fangqing stubbornly replied, why should we tell you what we heard? It seems you've done enough evil that your enemies have come knocking at your door. Are you afraid, you dog thief? Fangqing chuckled coldly. Qin Li frowned. Clang. His knife was drawn from his waist. Seeing Qin Li approach with the knife, a flash of indignation crossed Fangqing's eyes, but his words were merciless. Dog thief. You want die a good death. If you kill me, you will soon follow me down. Evil deeds bring retribution. You have offended so many people, and it's only a matter of time before your enemies come for you. Aye. Clang. A knife sliced through the air, and Fangqing gritted his teeth, closing his eyes. The blade grazed by. For a long time, Fangqing was slightly stunned, thinking that being cut by the knife would hurt, but it seemed not to. Fangqing suddenly opened his eyes to find that Qin Li's knife had not struck them, but had instead cut the ropes binding them. Qin Li shot a fierce glare. You're noisy. Get lost. Clearly, Fangqing was completely caught off guard, unable to comprehend why Qin Li had suddenly shown them kindness. Dog thief, you. Ergo reacted quickly, covering Fangqing's mouth with one hand and pulling him urgently out of the house. Worried that Qin Li would suddenly change his mind. Though he didn't understand why Qin Li had unexpectedly shown kindness, being able to save their lives was certainly a good thing. They fled swiftly, occasionally looking back. Only after they could no longer see anything behind them and confirmed no one was pursuing did Ergo finally relax. The feeling of having survived a disaster. Qin Li's actions made Ergo increasingly unable to see through him. Fangqing, why do you think this person let us go? Is he really as bad as you say? Ergo once again expressed his doubts. Fangqing sneered. Of course that guy has done enough evil to deserve 100 deaths. But the one who truly harmed your sister was not him, but Zhao Hao. He is an accomplice. That day I heard with my own ears that my sister was captured and handed over to Zhao Hao by him. That day he had gone to Zhao Hao's residence to cause trouble and inadvertently overheard a conversation among the servants in the manor. In a fit of rage, he rushed in intending to kill Zhao Hao, but was driven out by Qin Li, who beat him severely and tossed him into the deep mountains. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would have probably been dead by now. Therefore, the first thing he wanted to do upon returning was to take revenge. The first target was Qin Li. Fangqing, what should we do now? Fangqing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. From the confrontation tonight, it was evident that Qin Li's strength far surpassed theirs, and with their current abilities they could not seek revenge at all. Let's go back first, gather more people, and summon everyone who has been wronged. The next day, Qin Li had not slept the entire night. He examined the courtyard again, still finding nothing, as if everything had truly vanished. In the morning, Qin Li as usual changed into his official attire and left. No unexpected events seemed to have occurred last night. Qin Li continued his watch at the city gate, as usual, until noon, when Zhang Hu had still not appeared. It raised Wang Qing's suspicions, and he ordered someone to search for Zhang Hu's whereabouts. During this time, Wang Qing also came to inquire about Qin Li. Lord Wang, I don't know Zhang Hu's whereabouts. I went home to rest after drinking with you last night. Wang Qing did not doubt Qin Li's words too much, as he had indeed been eating and drinking with him last night. Afterward, Wang Qing didn't pursue the matter further with Qin Li and simply asked him, did Zhao Hao's men come looking for you last night? No. Wang Qing frowned, lost in thought. This doesn't align with that guy's style, but you should be more careful lately. With his temperament, he won't let you off easily. Wang Qing's dispatched men soon returned, still having found no trace of Zhang Hu. Wang Qing could only report the matter of Zhang Hu's disappearance truthfully. No one knew where Zhang Hu had gone. Soon no one cared where Zhang Hu had gone. In this chaotic era, the disappearance of some insignificant individuals rarely attracted the attention of those above, especially since a shocking event occurred today. The Daqian kingdom decided to hold a grand funeral for the late emperor in 3 days and established a new emperor. With the support of Prime Minister Zhao Huaiyan and a group of court officials, they proclaimed the eldest princess Li Xuanran as the new emperor of the Daqian kingdom. She became the first female emperor in history. As soon as this news broke, it caused a stir across the nation. There were those who supported it and those who opposed it, particularly the Duke of Jing Li Zhuan, who was far to the west. The uncle of the new emperor Li Xuanran, the Duke of Jing Li Zhuan. Did he agree? The factions supporting Li Zhuan in the court expressed their dissenting opinions. They believed that the new emperor of the Daqian kingdom should be Duke Li Zhuan. However, under the support of Zhao Huaiyan and the other high officials, Li Xianran became the new emperor of the Daqian kingdom. The princess became the emperor. Princess, the one we saw that night. Qin Li also learned of this news. Now that external enemies are approaching, it is only natural for the Daqian kingdom to establish a new ruler. However, with the new emperor ascending the throne, it is difficult to win the support of the people. Within and outside the court, undercurrents are surging, a situation of internal strife and external threats. Nevertheless, these matters have nothing to do with Qin Li. He only needs to guard Jinling City and ensure the safety of this place. One day, peaceful and uneventful. Today, Qin Li's watch over the city did not yield any other events, resulting in little gain. A day without gains feels like a wasted effort. For some unknown reason, Qin Li actually hoped that Jinling City would be a bit unsettled. During the day, there were no gains from guarding the city, and he could only wait until after the midnight hour for the reward settlement. With nothing to do, Qin Li found a restaurant, ordered a table of small dishes, and requested a pot of yellow wine. He took a bite of the dish and drank alone. If it were peaceful and uneventful, Qin Li would also be willing to live a stable life in this world. Finding a beautiful wife and living a good life, wouldn't that be comfortable? If possible, he would like to find a few more. However, these thoughts were just that, not to mention Zhao Hao's lingering grudge against him, wanting to bring him to his demise. Last night, the sudden disappearance of Zhang Hu's body kept Qin Li awake all night. Everything felt too strange. This world might not be exactly as he perceived it. While Qin Li was pondering, 3 middle-aged men sat at the next table drinking and chatting. Hey, one of the middle-aged men sporting a tuft of beard sighed deeply. I heard that old Mo's daughter went out the day before yesterday and hasn't returned since. Is that true? Could it be that some guy has abducted her? The other middle-aged man quipped. The bearded man shook his head. Given how anxious old Mo looks, it shouldn't be the case. Yesterday during the day, old Mo even went to the government to report it, but the officials are currently too busy to care about his daughter's matter. Old Mo said that if someone can find his daughter, there will be a generous reward. Is there such a good thing? He'll take this job. Free silver is not to be missed. One of the men patted his chest and said. The bearded man shook his head. Don't be so hasty. If this matter were truly that simple, someone would have already taken it, and it wouldn't come to you or me. The man thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. The bearded man lowered his voice and continued. This matter is a bit strange. Yesterday, someone accepted old Mo's request and went to search for his daughter. Guess what happened? The other two shook their heads. The bearded man raised his voice intentionally. This morning, that person's body was discovered dead outside the city. Dead? Of course. The other two exclaimed in unison. So what's more important, money or life? The matter of old Mo's daughter being missing is indeed too strange, but we should avoid getting involved to safeguard our lives. Qin Li had excellent hearing and clearly heard what they said without any attempt to hide it. Gentlemen, may I ask who old Mo is and where his residence is? Suddenly a polite voice came from. Qin Li smiled humbly at the 3 men. Are you interested in taking on old Mo's task? The bearded man looked surprised. To be honest, this matter is very strange. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you lack skills, don't take on this delicate task. Be careful, a moment of recklessness could cost you your life. A living is more important than anything else. It's fine, Bim, just gathering information, and I have my own sense of things. Qin Li certainly would not be foolish enough to risk his life. Before he becomes truly strong, reckless behavior is merely courting death. He simply wanted to verify one thing: does guarding Jinling City also involve resolving the crises of its citizens? For instance, capturing thieves, punishing evildoers. Can such actions yield rewards? Hearing the conversation of the three men next to him, Qin Li became interested and planned to find out the ins and outs of this matter. If there were any dangers, he could simply withdraw and escape unharmed. The bearded man studied Qin Li seriously. Qin Li had taken off his official uniform, revealing a lean physique with a sense of strength, making it evident that he was a martial artist. No wonder he is so confident. However, he has seen many like him, and few have good endings. In this world, living long is the way to survive. Watching this man before him eager to court death, the bearded man did not intend to stop him. At the end of East City Street, the second house to the right is the place. On East City Huaran Street, the residents, if not rich, are certainly well off. Each household's courtyard is spacious. Old Mo is one of these households. Two Qilin statues stand at the entrance, exuding a solemn and imposing presence. There are also two large lanterns hanging at the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Li gently tapped the brass ring. Soon the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a frail old man's face filled with suspicion. What brings you here? Qin Li clasped his hands and said, May I ask if this is Mo's residence? I have come to speak with old Mo regarding his daughter. Upon hearing this, the old man's droopy eyelids suddenly brightened. He quickly bowed and opened the door wide. Esteemed sir, please come in. The master has been worried these days. The hunched old man walked ahead, leading Qin Li into the residence. They passed through the front hall and walked through a long arched corridor, arriving at a courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a pond with a small hill built of stones in the middle, covered in green vines. As the two walked by, a frog jumped into the pond with a splash. There was a stone path over the pond with an octagonal pavilion in the middle. A plump, middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing was pacing back and forth, showing signs of anxiety, with a few strands of white hair at his temples. He hadn't slept well in days. Master, this young man is here to take on the task. I brought him to you. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man looked up at Qin Li and scrutinized him. His aura was restrained and steady, imbued with a shrewdness beyond his years. However, in recent days, he had seen many pretentious people. In his eyes, Qin Li before him seemed to only come here to ask for some silver, planning to fool him. He impatiently said, Can you find my daughter? I can give it a try. Qin Li respectfully replied. It tries. Old Mo snorted coldly. How many people have said they want to try these days? In the end, they only wish to come here to swindle some money from me. Kid, if you don't have real skills, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Master Lu from Xianyang Martial Arts School couldn't do it. Oh, why do you think you can? Old Mo was also a martial artist and could naturally see Qin Li's restrained aura. He assumed that Qin Li was just like him, both being martial artists. But at such a young age, even if he had some skills, how formidable could he truly be? It is known that Master Lu is a master of the Iron Bone realm, yet he still met a tragic end. What could this young man possibly achieve? Not for money. Not for money. Master Mo paused slightly, his chin brushing against his snowy goatee, which trembled faintly as he stroked it thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing with quiet scrutiny. No one had ever come to him seeking anything other than gold. He studied the young man before him once more, carefully, deliberately. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Follow me. To Master Mo, he held no real expectation that Qin Li would actually recover his daughter. He merely hoped an extra pair of hands might bring an extra chance. That was all. Qin Li sought no reward. Not because he scorned wealth, but because the moment he accepted Master Mo's commission, a line of luminous characters shimmered into view before his eyes. Guard Jinling City, ensure its peace and safety. Objective: recover the daughter of the Mo family. Threat level: human ear, orange. Orange. This was the second hue Qin Li had seen since first encountering white. White granted 3 years, green 5. So how many years would orange bestow? Judging from what he knew, white likely represented the lowest tier of danger. Orange then must signify a greater peril. This mission, it seemed, carried genuine risk. Master Mo led Qin Li down from the octagonal pavilion at the center of the lotus pond, through a covered corridor, and finally to the second chamber in the courtyard. This room belonged to my daughter, Mo Weiwei. A flash of sorrow flickered across Master Mo's eyes. Creak. Gently he pushed open the door. Enter. Qin Li followed him inside, where chaos reigned: furniture, overturned scrolls, scattered signs of violent struggle everywhere. Weiwei possessed a fierce spirit and trained rigorously in martial arts, reaching the pinnacle of 5th rank bronze skin realm. Publicly, it is said she simply went missing. In truth, she was seized by force in the dead of night. As Master Mo spoke, his entire body trembled, uncontrollably. Reluctant to revisit that night, his voice quavered. That evening I heard sounds from Wei Wei's chamber, and rushed there without delay. But when I arrived, she was already gone. What I saw then was precisely what you see now. Having finished speaking, Master Mo slumped as if drained of all vitality. His gaze lowered, his posture suddenly aged beyond measure. After all, he himself stood at 8th rank bronze skin realm, and his estate housed several 9th rank bronze skin masters as guardians. Yet even so, his daughter had been taken with shocking ease. Even Master Lu had failed to stop them. Master Lu was among the most esteemed instructors at the local martial academy, renowned, formidable, and ranked 1st rank Ironbone realm. He was the strongest ally Master Mo could possibly secure. And this young man before him, what chance could he possibly have? All Master Mo could do was treat a hopeless case as if it still held hope. I won't conceal the truth from you, brother. This matter may well be beyond your reach. If you choose to withdraw now, I shall hold no ill will. Master Mo, please speak plainly. Master Mo sighed deeply. This affair may not be the work of mortal hands. Not indeed. Master Lu personally examined this very chamber and uncovered a trace clue. The one who abducted my daughter may not be human at all, but a demon or Yao beast. Demon. Qin Li's expression hardened instantly. From his predecessor's memories, he recalled fragmented accounts of such beings. In this world alongside humankind lurked eerie malevolent entities, Yao and demons alike. Until now he'd assumed those tales were mere rumors, superstition passed between idle tongues. Yet here reality confirmed their existence. And suddenly Zhang, whose corpse vanishing mysteriously the previous night, made chilling sense, perhaps tied to the same darkness. Master Lu traced the clue eastward deep into the suburban outskirts of Jinling City. I had believed, with his guidance, my daughter would soon be found. But Master Lu departed and never returned. Worried, I sent men to search the eastern suburbs the next day, only to discover remnants of fierce combat and torn fragments of his clothing. Upon inspection, those tattered garments bore marks unmistakably wrought by savage fangs, gnawed, shredded, devoured. Surely, the demon consumed Master Lu whole. At this, Master Mo's voice broke, defeated, hollow. He'd pulled every string he could, petitioning officials at the yamen, but after a brief perfunctory investigation, they fled in haste. Clearly they too had sensed something deeply unnatural, and after feigning concern, urged Master Mo to abandon his pursuit. If even the yamen dared not intervene, what recourse remained for him? Master Lu, a 1st rank Ironbone master, fell without resistance. Silence swallowed the chamber. Despair settled over Master Mo's face like ash. Though he refused to admit it outright, his daughter was likely long since devoured, reduced to bone and memory. Perhaps we should let this rest. Master Mo exhaled heavily. Qin Li frowned faintly, then replied calmly, I'll try. Master Mo blinked, surprised. His gaze lingering on Qin Li, layered with doubt, gratitude, and quiet disbelief. He had expected Qin Li to recoil upon hearing the truth, to retreat with dignity. Instead, warmth stirred faintly within him. Young hero, he murmured, then tread with utmost caution. Whether my daughter lives or has fallen, I ask only this: should she be lost, bring back her remains, and I shall reward you beyond measure in full gratitude. Qin Li bowed respectfully, then his gaze swept the room, settling upon a book resting atop the desk. Its cover bore bold, elegant characters. Light breeze step of shifting awareness. A footwork technique. Qin Li recalled the black-robed assailant's uncanny mobility, the very reason he'd been outmaneuvered despite superior cultivation. Master Mo, may I examine this text? He gestured toward the light breeze step of shifting awareness lying on the desk. Master Mo glanced at it. Of course, young hero. This light breeze step of shifting awareness was purchased at great expense for my daughter's cultivation. His eyes dimmed, clouded with sorrow at the mention of his daughter. If you wish it, consider it yours, my advanced token of trust. To him, without his daughter, such things were dust. Taking the manual, Qin Li offered sincere thanks, then departed from the Mo residence. Leaving the Missouri estate, he hurried straight back to his lodgings, slipped inside, and withdrew the light breeze step of shifting awareness from his robe, beginning to study it intently. The manual detailed the technique with meticulous precision, and soon Qin Li had memorized its core sequences and stances. Meanwhile, daily settlement. Guarding Jinling City, ensuring one day's peace and safety. Protect Jinling, preserve tranquility. Evaluation class Ding, rank 9. Calculating reward. Granted 1 year of martial cultivation progress. Granted 300 martial arts merit points. Class Ding, rank 9. 1 year of cultivation and merit points. Qin Li gazed at the luminous script hovering before him. Today had passed without incident, hence the modest evaluation and modest reward. It appears daily settlements are dynamically graded based on actual events, determining both classification and reward. Qin Li summoned his personal cultivation interface. Name Qin Li. Realm 3rd rank Ironbone Realm initial stage. Martial arts Xingyi Fist. Perfected Uduan Shui Saber Art. Perfected Light Breeze Step of Shifting Awareness. Beginner 1300. Available cultivation progress 1 year. Assimilate now. Available merit points 1800. Initiate martial training. Qin Li scrutinized the entry for Light Breeze Step of Shifting Awareness. His heart leapt with astonishment and elation. Just as he'd suspected, he could directly allocate cultivation points to any mastered technique. This, truly, was divine providence. With such a powerful patron, what worries can there be in martial arts? Without hesitation, Qin Li wagered all 1800 points of his contribution on the Light Wind Shifting Step. The last time he encountered treachery, he witnessed the prowess of those skilled in body techniques. If it weren't for his superior strength, he would have surely suffered from their agility. With 1800 contribution points, he could fully cultivate the Light Wind Shifting Step. In an instant, Qin Li felt as if he were as light as a feather sitting cross-legged on the bed, yet he soared into the air. This feeling was truly marvelous. Qin Li felt as if he were a leaf soaring with the wind, and he could clearly capture the fluctuations of the air currents around him. This sensation felt as if he could move with the wind. Is this the feeling of fully cultivating the Light Wind Shifting Step? Qin Li felt confident that after mastering the Light Wind Shifting Step, if he were to encounter the assassin again, he would be able to defeat them in an instant with just one move. Qin Li slowly rose slightly, lifting his foot, and in the blink of an eye he appeared directly at the door. He was very satisfied with the prowess displayed by the Light Wind Shifting Step. Now the Xingyi Fist, the water-cutting blade technique, and the Light Wind Shifting Step that Qin Li practiced were all perfected. Although Qin Li was only at the 3rd rank of the Ironbone realm, with these 3 perfected techniques, even a 6th rank master would find it hard to gain any advantage over him. They might not die, but they would certainly suffer. As for the miss of the Mo family, Qin Li furrowed his brow. With the Light Wind Shifting Step perfected, he now had the means to protect himself in case of danger. However, Qin Li felt that the disappearance of the miss of the Mo family was too strange. According to the old master of the Mo family, she was kidnapped by a demon. Demons? Why would they only kidnap the miss of the Mo family? It is known that demons are not like humans. They are mostly bloodthirsty monsters that wreak havoc without consideration for the consequences. But why would they only take the miss of the Mo family? Why did the others from the Mo family manage to escape? Qin Li put himself in the demon's shoes. If he were a bloodthirsty demon entering the city, he would likely wipe out the entire Mo family. Instead of just abducting the miss of the Mo family, such behavior does not seem typical of demons. If it were not the work of demons, then it could only be man-made. But if it were truly man-made, why would the old master of the Mo family call it the work of demons? It's so strange that everything just doesn't add up. If it must be explained, there is only one possibility that makes sense. The old master of the Mo family. Something is wrong. Very wrong. After thinking this through, Qin Li did not act immediately. If this is the case, the old master's claims about the outskirts of the city may be deceptive. Rushing in now would not be a wise choice. That night, Qin Li took no action. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the side room, closed his eyes to cultivate, and focused entirely on the main house. Last night, Zhang He's corpse suddenly vanished. Qin Li kept watch all night, but could find no clues regarding Zhang He's whereabouts. Thus tonight he planned to quietly observe the movements of the main house from the side room. If the enemies of his previous self came seeking revenge, he could also catch them off guard from the side room. But after waiting all night, it was peaceful, nothing happened. Today Qin Li performed his duty guarding the city gates. He thought it would be another uneventful day when a group of weary travelers suddenly caught his attention. Hundreds of armored cavalry were leading the way, followed by an extravagantly luxurious carriage, which had a small flag with a single character engraved in gold thread. Jing. This was the personal guard of the Prince Jing. And the identity of the person in the carriage soon became clear. Without much thought, it was the son of Prince Jing, the current little prince of the Deqian kingdom, Li Xian. In a couple of days, it would be the day of mourning for the late emperor. According to Prince Jing, due to the tense situation at the front lines, he could not move from the western region, so his son Li Xian would attend as his representative. As Li Xian's personal guard entered, Qin Li and the others knelt and peered through the gaps. Inside the carriage sat a handsome young man flanked by 2 voluptuous twin beauties. He was enjoying the green grapes being fed to him, truly living the good life. Some speculated that Prince Jing sending his son into Jinling City was a sign of weakness, acknowledging the current emperor's authority. After all, with Li Xian entering Jinling City, it was equivalent to Prince Jing placing his son in the lion's den, becoming a hostage. With Li Xian as a hostage, Prince Jing would not dare to instigate a coup easily. Of course, there were other theories. Some believed that Prince Jing's actions were merely to dispel the current emperor's suspicions, creating a smokescreen. While ostensibly repairing the road, he was secretly gathering troops within his territory ready to surround Jinling City the moment it let its guard down, forcing the current emperor to abdicate. But all of this was mere speculation. No one could truly guess the Prince Jing's real intentions. Naturally, these matters had little to do with Qin Li. Watching Li Xian's entourage enter the city, Wang Qing scoffed to himself, the son of Prince Jing, with such a noble status, we may never be able to match him in our lifetime. Wang Qing sighed. He had experienced life and death multiple times in his life, just to carve out a path for himself. With a 6th rank ironbone cultivation, he only managed to attain the position of a city guard. The identity of the little prince, the son of Prince Jing, was incredibly noble. Some are born with a silver spoon. As a man who doesn't have the ambition to shine in front of others, Wang Qing felt a wave of emotion. However, Qin Li did not care about such things. They were just empty names. What truly mattered to Qin Li was the path of martial arts. Only by continuously growing stronger could he find his true pursuit. That night the moon was bright, and the stars were few. Outside the Mo family residence, 2 stone lions stood guard, exuding a formidable presence, warding off all demons and monsters. Not far from the Mo residence in the darkness, Qin Li was hiding and observing every movement of the Mo family. He chose not to search for clues in the eastern outskirts of the city, but focused his attention on the old master of the Mo family. He planned to investigate the old master of the Mo family to find out why he deceived him. After guarding until midnight, there were no unusual occurrences at the Mo family residence. Except for earlier when the butler of the Mo family left and returned, there had been no one else coming or going from the Mo residence. Could it be that my worries are unnecessary? Qin Li thought to himself while hiding in the shadows. Just then the main door of the Mo residence suddenly creaked. A round head poked out from the crack of the door, its eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. Confirming that no one was around, a figure stealthily slipped out. Closing the door behind him, he quickly walked towards the other end of the street. Watching the departing figure, Qin Li squinted, lost in thought. The butler of the Mo family, where does he intend to go at this hour? It was already past midnight, and the butler of the Mo family was out so late. Where could he be going? Qin Li frowned, watching the retreating figure of the Mo family butler, and with a flash of movement, he disappeared into the darkness. The Mo family residence was located on the outskirts of the inner city, considered a wealthy household, but it was far from being a major family compared to the real affluent families of Jinling City. It was just a short walk from the inner city to the outer city, crossing a street block, and after walking along the official road for a while in the night, the Mo family butler came to a halt. Turning his head to look around cautiously, confirming that no one was present, he turned into a secluded alley. Just as the Mo family butler entered the alley, Qin Li's figure emerged from the darkness. Mo family butler being so sneaky, there must be something amiss. The Mo family butler hurriedly walked along the alley. The mottled earthen walls and mixed alleys seemed familiar to him, as if he had walked this way many times before. Soon he arrived at a secluded area in the outer city. Through this alley, the surroundings were deserted, overgrown with weeds. Only a dilapidated wooden house stood before him. The decaying wood gave off a musty smell. The Mo family butler approached the door of the wooden house, vigilantly looking around. He gently knocked 3 times on the wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. A hoarse voice echoed from within the house. The hoarse voice seemed to carry a hint of resentment, causing the Mo family butler's body to tremble slightly, revealing a trace of fear. After hesitating at the door for a moment, he tightly clenched the corner of his clothing and gritted his teeth. With a creak, he pushed the door open and entered the wooden house. The dim oil lamp flickered, and the corners of the walls were covered in cobwebs. The butler looked up and saw a rotten table in front of him, with an offering platform piled high with fruits, wine, and meat. Beside the table sat a bald man with a full beard, his round face wide-eyed, and beneath his thick brows were fierce, menacing eyes. He was dressed in a pale yellow robe with a necklace made of grim white bones, and held a handy shovel in his hand. He grabbed a chicken leg with one hand, his face smeared with grease, took a hearty bite, and looked up. His ferocious gaze seemed like that of a beast ready to devour. This sent chills down the butler's spine. Thud! His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, his clothes already soaked. Why have you come so late? Bang, bang, bang. The old butler knocked his head 3 times, causing blood to ooze from his forehead. This monk, known as the Breaking Precepts monk, was a notorious thug whom the butler recognized from a chance encounter. The Breaking Precepts monk sought wealth, and the butler had once paid a hefty sum to have him assist in a murder. He thought he would never seek out this villain again in his lifetime. Yet unexpectedly today, he found himself visiting this villain again. However, he truly had no one else to turn to but this wicked man. Great monk, you possess extraordinary abilities. I come to you today, please help me kill someone. The butler's lips trembled, his teeth chattering, and his voice quivered. Oh, The breaking precepts monk paused in his gnawing of the chicken leg, his thick brows raised slightly, looking at the kneeling butler with interest. Last time I helped you kill someone, you gave me 1,000 taels. Who do you want me to kill this time? Hearing this, the butler promptly took out a pouch of silver coins he had prepared in advance. A heavy cloth bag opened, revealing piles of shiny silver coins and notes. Great monk, this is all my savings totaling 2,000 taels. Please help me kill someone. The butler trembled again and knocked his head hard. The breaking precepts monk glanced at him, his expression unreadable, merely uttering a faint remark. Speak, who do you want me to kill? Gulp. The butler swallowed hard, his expression terrified, and after a moment, he slowly said, Please, great monk. Help me kill my master. Kill your master. If I remember correctly, last time you asked me to kill someone, it was someone trying to harm your elder. What? This time you want me to kill your master? You dog servant, have you turned against him? How could that be? I entered the Mo family at the age of 3, and my master treated me like a brother. We grew up together. Although we are master and servant, my master has never wronged me. To me, my master is closer than family. How could I harm him? However, that person is no longer my master. The butler said indignantly. Not my true master. My master has probably been poisoned and passed away. After saying this, the butler was overwhelmed with sadness, tears streaming down his face, his teeth quivering. Oh, how do you know your master is not your master? The butler suppressed his sorrow and continued, In recent days strange things have happened at home. The young lady was attacked at night and has gone missing with her life unknown. I grew up alongside my master. I know his demeanor and every subtle action very well. But in these recent days my master's behavior has been too strange. Although the young lady is missing, my master does appear anxious and worried, but to me his expression seems too false. My master's anxiety and concern do not seem genuine, or it feels more like an act. Having spent decades with his master, he knew his likes and habits well. However, after observing in recent days, the master at home was like a different person from the one he once knew. Filled with doubts, he dared not tell anyone, merely hiding this uncertainty in his heart, quietly observing his master. It was not until tonight that he witnessed a scene that confirmed his suspicions. The master at home was an impostor. Although he did not know how that person was impersonating, he was certain that the person at home was not the real master. The butler spoke in one breath, his expression furious and breathing heavily. If his master had truly been harmed by a villain, he would spare no expense to avenge him. Thus he found his way here late at night to meet the breaking precepts monk. The breaking precepts monk, sitting on the stool after hearing the butler's words, had a strange expression, revealing a mocking look. Luo Yu, I didn't expect you would be recognized by such an old man. It seems your ever-changing disguise isn't all that impressive. Old man, the person you want me to kill, is it this? As the words fell, a figure suddenly stepped out from the shadowy corner of the wooden house. Dressed in luxurious clothing with a slightly plump build, he exuded wealth. If Qin Li were here, he would certainly recognize the person before him. It was none other than the Mo family lord he had seen before. Looking at the person before him with a pair of indifferent eyes, the butler's pupils constricted in fear, pointing shakily at the suddenly emerging figure. Master. Clang. The emerging figure waved his sleeve casually, and a line of blood sliced through the air, leaving a thin cut in the butler's neck. With terrified eyes wide open, he gasped, and instantly lost his breath, falling silent. You truly are seeking death. Huh. Looking at the old man before him who had lost all strength, the monk, who broke the precepts, burst into laughter. The resentment that had built up from being disturbed by the old man now completely dissipated. Humph. The master of the Mo family let out a cold grunt, but this sound was less like that of a declining elder and more like a seductive whisper. As he spoke, the skin of the once broad and ample face of the master of the Mo family began to peel away like dirt. Beneath the aged facade, a charming countenance was revealed. The luxurious garments on his body seemed to shed like skin, unveiling an alluring figure that was alluring enough to draw anyone's gaze. Gazing at the stunning beauty with a hint of seduction in her brows, the monk, who broke the precepts, couldn't help but steal a few more glances, his hands pressed together. Umatba. The shape-shifting succubus shot a fierce glare at the monk beside her. This monk was no good, merciless in his killings, and had a peculiar hobby of collecting the heads of the deceased. The circle of stark white bones around his neck were all trophies of his conquests. If he took a liking to someone, it wouldn't be long before they were turned into an exquisite art piece. This matter concerns the grand offering. If you are discovered impersonating the master of the Mo family, it may attract the attention of the Martial Academy of the Qin Nation. Be cautious and do not jeopardize the grand offering's affairs. What about the father and daughter of the Mo family? Of course I killed them. Luo Yu smiled coldly. Don't worry, it's just a game. I won't mess up the grand offering's affairs. That beautiful skin is indeed a treasure. As Luo Yu chatted, a beautiful human face mask suddenly appeared in her palm. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this face mask bore a striking resemblance to the face of the young lady from the Mo family depicted in the painting. Luo Yu gently caressed the face mask, her red lips slightly parted, revealing a strange smile at the corners. The monk who broke the precepts nodded. That's good. News has come from that side that the northern Shuo army is approaching, and now the Daiqian nation is eager to respond, having no time to spare for us. In that case, this is our best opportunity. Luo Yu frowned slightly. When do we act? Soon, just let us wait in silence. Keep pretending to be from the Mo family, and do not stir up trouble again. Last time you deliberately set a trap to kill that martial arts guy? If it weren't for me, it would have almost raised the martial academy's suspicions. That guy's eyes weren't clean, so he deserved to die. Outside the door, Qin Li listened to the conversation inside. Now that his light wind stealth steps were perfected, he could eavesdrop up close without making a sound. From what Qin Li heard, it seemed that these two came from some special organization and were plotting some major scheme. These are two big fish. It would be unwise to act rashly. With his strength, while he could easily handle a 6th-grade iron bone expert, he wasn't fully aware of the two's backgrounds. He lacked absolute confidence in confronting both of them alone. He naturally feared no battles against higher realms. However, it would be better if he could face them down a level. After careful consideration, Qin Li decided to retreat, temporarily increase his own cultivation, and then find the opportunity to deal with them one by one. Not for any other reason, but for the rewards given by the system. Those who disturb Jinling City must be punished. Using his light wind stealth steps, Qin Li departed. Just hold on a little longer. Returning home. Today's settlement, guarding Jinling City, protecting a day of peace in Jinling City, protecting Jinling, ensuring peace, evaluation level D, rank 9, rewards being settled. Gained 1 year of martial arts cultivation, gained 300 martial arts points. Now Qin Li had 2 years of martial arts cultivation remaining and 1,900 martial arts points. He wasn't in a hurry to use them. The martial arts he had learned were already perfected. As for the 2 years of martial arts cultivation, absorb. Qin Li decided to absorb all 2 years of martial arts cultivation to quickly enhance his martial path cultivation. With 2 big fish appearing, he naturally had to seize the time to improve his own strength. As the 2 years of martial arts cultivation flowed in, Qin Li felt as if he had received a divine enlightenment, and with a crack it seemed he had broken through once again. Qin Li called forth his status panel. Name: Qin Li, Realm 4th grade, Iron Bone Realm, Initial Stage Martial Arts Form, an Intent Fist, perfected Water Cutter Blade Technique, perfected Light Wind Stealth Steps, perfected Current, remaining 0 years of martial arts cultivation, current remaining 2,100 martial arts points, 4th grade, Iron Bone Realm. What others took decades of hard work to achieve, Qin Li accomplished in just a few days. Of course, this was intricately related to Qin Li's diligence and effort. The next morning the sun shone brightly. At the Mo family mansion in the hall, the master of the Mo family sat at the top, a dragon and phoenix teacup on the sandalwood table, steam rising gently from the cup as the master of the Mo family gently caressed the teacup. He looked at the visitor. It was none other than Qin Li. Qin Li had arrived at the Mo mansion early in the morning. Mo Lao, I went to investigate the eastern outskirts of the city last night and found no clues nor any traces of demons. Qin Li cupped his hands and said. The master of the Mo family raised an eyebrow at his words, secretly cursing in his heart. Last night, I went to find that stinky monk. If you encountered anything, it would truly be a ghost. The previous night, she had stayed vigil at the eastern outskirts of the city for the entire night and had yet to see Qin Li come to investigate. She had thought this guy was too cowardly to go, even though he had superficially agreed. Unexpectedly, she had missed him. Looking at the handsome young man before her, she felt a stir in her heart. Such a fine figure, I shall take it. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. Just having a little fun first. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The master of the Mo family coughed a few times. Thank you very much, young hero. However, as far as I know, demons have no set patterns. They might have appeared yesterday and not today. Why not go take a look tonight? Perhaps you might encounter them. Qin Li pretended to ponder, hesitating for a moment before nodding. That makes some sense. In that case, I will check again tonight. Upon hearing this, the master of the Mo family's eyes gleamed, his hands supporting his beard as he nodded repeatedly. Young hero, please be extra careful tonight. Rest assured, Mo Lao, I am well aware. Qin Li cupped his hands and then turned to leave. As he watched Qin Li depart, the master of the Mo family squinted his eyes, slightly muttering to himself, truly a naive young man. What a waste of such good looks. Luo Yu regarded Qin Li as a hot-blooded young hero, thinking of acting heroically and completely unaware of the treacherous nature of the world. At that time, she would quietly guard the eastern outskirts of the city, waiting to catch this fine figure. Little did she know, as soon as Qin Li stepped out of the Mo mansion, that hot-blooded youth's reckless demeanor completely changed. Resolute and handsome, a hint of depth hidden in his gaze. The eastern outskirts of the city. He certainly would, waiting by the tree stump for a hare. Then he'll use a diversionary tactic. Instead of going to the eastern outskirts of the city tonight, he'll head to the small wooden house. Qin Li intentionally led Luo Yu away, striking one by one. From their conversation, it can be inferred that Luo Yu's strength, status, and position are above that of the Breaking Precepts monk. Starting with the Breaking Precepts monk is perfect for testing his current strength. Although he is at the 4th level of the Ironbone realm, all his skills have reached perfection, allowing him to contend even against an 8th level Ironbone realm opponent. As the saying goes, when it comes to persimmons, one should naturally squeeze the soft ones. In Jinling City on the eastern outskirts, a dense fog envelopes the area with a bright crescent moon half dipped in the sea of clouds. In the dense forest, mist swirls around, dark as ink, occasionally pierced by the low growls of wild beasts, chilling and eerie. Luo Yu hid in the shadows, waiting quietly for Qin Li to arrive. If she could obtain that handsome human figure, her collection would increase by 1. However, after waiting for a long time, the forest remained silent, and she did not see Qin Li's figure. Luo Yu furrowed her brows, her pretty face showing a hint of impatience. Why is this guy taking so long to arrive? Has he not shown up yet after all this time? At this moment in Jinling City, in a corner of the outer city, in a small wooden house, the Breaking Precepts monk sat cross-legged, his broad hands playing with a bracelet made of ominous white bones, chanting scriptures. At this moment, crack, the rotating bracelet suddenly stopped. The Breaking Precepts monk's eyes widened as he suddenly opened them, his broad hand grabbing the convenient spade standing beside him, glaring at the door. Who is it? After a long pause, a cold snort escaped. The one who will take your life. Bang! The decaying wooden door burst open in an instant, shattered by a single blow, splinters flying. A shadow flashed in an instant. The Breaking Precepts monk's pupils constricted, his heart startled by the speed and agility of the shadow. In the blink of an eye, the figure was already in front of him. The Breaking Precepts monk swung the convenient spade, blocking it in front of himself. The newcomer was none other than Qin Li, who had come after leading Luo Yu away. He used the light wind shifting steps to instantly close the distance between them, the steel knife already firmly in his grasp. Water cutting blade technique. The steel knife flowed like water, striking down in relentless waves like a torrential flood. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the dimly lit wooden house at night. Sparks flew with each strike. Qin Li's knife technique was heavy, and the Breaking Precepts monk felt as if each block was like a 1,000-pound weight hitting the ground, his tiger's mouth aching with pain. He recognized this knife technique. It was merely a third-rate knife technique from a low-tier martial arts school, nothing impressive. But why was this person's knife technique so terrifying? Each strike carried an innate force, as if he had practiced this technique for decades. Yet through the veil, it was clear that this person's age was barely 30, and his knife skills were already so extraordinary. It forced him to defend himself, showing clear signs of fatigue. Moreover, he was already at the 7th level of the Ironbone realm, but was being pushed back repeatedly. Such youth combined with this level of strength. Could he possibly be from the martial academy? It must be so. It must be that Luo Yu's wife had revealed her whereabouts in Jinling City, and the people from the martial academy had discovered the clues leading them to come seeking her. That's why she didn't come looking for him tonight. Perhaps she was already in a perilous situation. The Breaking Precepts monk felt increasingly alarmed. He hurriedly shouted, "Are you from the martial academy?" Martial academy? Qin Li frowned. He certainly was not from the martial academy, but if he could allow them to misinterpret it like this, drawing the blame away from himself, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Qin Li remained silent, merely continuing to swing his knife. The Breaking Precepts monk naturally took it as Qin Li's tacit agreement, struggling to defend, while saying, "I have no enmity with you. Why do you insist on putting me to death?" No enmity. There may be no personal grudge, but there is a public grudge. In Jinling City, all chaos makers are my enemies. There's no way around it. The light above your head is blinding. His words seemed to be ignored by Qin Li, who only swung his knife with increasing intensity. This guy, being continuously struck like this, would agitate anyone. The Breaking Precepts monk's anger also surged. But what use was that? Just hold it in. Qin Li's steel knife became faster as he continued to wield it. After perfecting the water-cutting blade technique, this was his first real combat. At first, the knife felt somewhat unfamiliar in his hands. But as he swung it more, the water-cutting blade technique grew increasingly familiar, blending perfectly with the light wind shifting steps. Qin Li entered a state of forgetfulness. His eyes turned blood-red and gusts of wind swept around him, his body hair standing on end. Die for me. With a bang, a knife struck down fiercely. The Breaking Precepts monk angrily blocked it, but was violently knocked down by this blow, the ground beneath him cracking with a loud sound. With a gasp, the Breaking Precepts monk spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands trembled uncontrollably, the deep gash in his palm making it hard to keep a grip on the convenient spade. With a steel knife pressed against his shoulder, the Breaking Precepts monk knelt on one knee. The sound of his bones cracking echoed as his muscles tensed, unable to move even an inch. He could only kneel. It was utterly humiliating. Kid you. A line of blood flowed past as Qin Li's knife sharply grazed the breaking precept's monk's neck. Completely silenced. Thud. He fell down with a crash. A pool of hot blood flowed out. Huff huff. Qin Li gasped heavily as his bloodthirsty state gradually calmed down. Criminal breaking precepts monk realm 7th level of Ironbone realm early stage danger level human level yellow evaluation suppress the breaking precepts monk to ensure the safety of Jinling City. Rewards will be granted. Rewards being calculated. Rewards obtained 7 years of martial arts cultivation. Rewards obtained 2,100 martial arts points 7 years. Yellow means 7 years. This is the most rewards Qin Li has ever obtained. It seems the breaking precepts monk posed a significant threat to Jinling City, hence the rewards greatly exceed those received before. Qin Li did not absorb them on the spot. Calculating the time, he had spent quite a while battling the breaking precepts monk. The monk's accomplices might already be on their way back. His current state was not at its peak. Continuous fighting was too disadvantageous for him. Naturally, it was wise to retreat first. As for the heads of the breaking precepts monk's accomplices, he would wait a few days before taking them. He would come to collect them. 7 years he couldn't help but wonder how much the heads of his accomplices would be worth. Rest assured none would escape. Not long after Qin Li left Luo Yu, who had kept watch all night on the eastern outskirts of Jinling City, without success returned to the small wooden house. The sight before her instantly ignited a fit of rage. Monk. Luo Yu rushed to the side of the breaking precepts monk who lay in a pool of blood, her eyes wide with fury, full of unwillingness. His body was already stiffening, dead beyond recovery. Who on earth did this? The settlement for today is complete. Acquired 7 years of martial arts cultivation. Looking at the prompt on the panel, Qin Li felt a surge of excitement. It seems that killing the villains grants rewards, and at the end of the day another settlement will occur based on today's performance. That means I've received rewards twice today. These villains truly are his lucky stars. Now he had a total of 14 years of martial arts cultivation yet to absorb. If he were to absorb the accumulated 14 years of cultivation, he wondered how the shape-shifting enchantress would fare against it. The thought brought a sly smile to Qin Li's face. Suddenly, immersed in excitement, Qin Li felt a tightness in his heart and a chill at his neck. A sharp short sword pierced through the paper window, aimed directly at his throat. Having stepped into the 4th grade Ironbone realm, Qin Li's senses were already heightened beyond those of ordinary people. Even so, he had not noticed that his enemy was already nearby. Fortunately, Qin Li reacted swiftly and did not let his guard down. He twisted his body just in time to evade the incoming short sword which grazed his neck by mere inches. Swish! A waft of fragrant wind assailed his senses as a graceful shadow swept past Qin Li. With delicate hands, she caught the flying short sword and turned it against Qin Li with a thrust. Qin Li's pupils constricted. He quickly performed the light wind shifting step, instantly creating distance between them. The short sword struck nothing but an illusion. Oh! The graceful figure let out a light exclamation but did not pursue. Instead, she stood still, curiously sizing up Qin Li before her. Seeing the person before him, Qin Li furrowed his brow. She wore a striking red dress, her face adorned with heavy makeup, and she possessed a pair of enchanting eyes. The night wind blew, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Deep ravines revealed large swathes of pure white. Without a doubt, this person was a companion of the boundless monk, the shape-shifting enchantress. However, Qin Li was puzzled as to how she had found him so quickly. After dispatching the boundless monk, he had tidied up and left the battlefield at the fastest speed possible. Could it be that this person possessed some extraordinary tracking ability? It's you who killed the monk. Luo Yu recognized Qin Li, the passionate youth who had come to the Mo family mansion searching for her in the morning. But now looking at him, he was nowhere near the same as this morning. His gaze was deep, revealing composure and maturity. In this light, she realized she had been deceived. In her life, she despised men who deceived women's feelings. These rotten men were all the same. In her early years wandering the Jianghu, she had once fallen in love with a man, but he rejected her for her looks, and in a fit of rage she killed him. Afterward, she became obsessed with collecting beautiful human faces, earning her the notorious name of the shape-shifting enchantress. Rotten men deserve to die. With delicate hands, she held the short sword named Yuchong. It was lightweight and sharp, forged from the mysterious iron of Tianshan, capable of slicing through iron like mud, tailor-made for her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Light lotus step, flying sword. This sword technique was not one of the mediocre skills from the third-rate martial arts school that Qin Li had learned, far superior to the water-cutting blade. Martial arts are divided into human rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. The water-cutting blade is the most basic technique from a third-rate martial arts school, classified as low-level human rank. In contrast, the light lotus step flying sword that Luo Yu performed is an upper-tier earth rank technique, considered advanced among earth rank techniques. She stepped forward lightly, as if treading on lotus flowers, each step blossoming with lotus petals. The Yuchang sword in her hand exuded a murderous intent. Qin Li hurriedly employed the water-cutting blade in conjunction with the light wind shifting step to counter her. Luo Yu was at the peak of the 9th grade Iron Bone realm, merely a step away from the muscle transformation realm, ready to break through at any moment. With her light lotus step flying sword, Qin Li was entirely outmatched, retreating steadily. Were it not for his perfected light wind shifting step, he might have been defeated in just a few exchanges. Luo Yu was quite surprised that Qin Li could last this long. Why was this person holding out so well? She knew that the light wind shifting step was a technique she had bestowed upon him just days ago in the MO residence. At that time, Qin Li did not seem like someone capable of executing such a technique. Yet in just a few days he managed to master it so proficiently. In this Dacian nation, could there really be someone with even more terrifying talent than those prodigies from the Martial Institute? If that were the case, that boy must die. Indeed, fighting across realms was still too strenuous for him. Since that was the case, 14 years of martial arts cultivation. Absorb it all. Instantly, the 14 years of martial arts cultivation surged into Qin Li's dantian, a massive energy, wildly washing through his meridians. As Qin Li dodged, he absorbed the martial arts cultivation. His face flushed, and breathing heavy. Luo Yu seemed to notice Qin Li's sudden change, feeling quite puzzled. This guy's aura is unstable, very much like signs of a breakthrough. Could it be is he planning to break through during the battle? This was simply not treating her as a person. Luo Yu was furious. The energy rampaging within him far exceeded Qin Li's expectations. The 14 years of martial arts cultivation surged through his body, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. His skin began to show faint cracks under the assault of 14 years of martial arts cultivation, seeping out traces of blood energy. The rolling qi and blood surged up to his crown, making Qin Li feel as if he was about to explode from the heat. Each breath was exceptionally heavy. His eyes widened, turning red. All the bones and muscles in his body crackled, tearing apart, and then reassembling. Boom! A powerful stream of air shot up into the sky, sending Luo Yu, who had been flying towards him, crashing backward from the force of the blast. The terrifying shockwave swept through, instantly tearing away large portions of Luo Yu's clothing, revealing her skin that was scorched red, exposing a vast expanse of white. Gazing at the bloodthirsty Qin Li amidst the boiling wave of air, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes displayed intense fear. This is a direct breakthrough to the muscle transformation realm. If the aura Qin Li released was correct, he had actually broken through to the muscle transformation realm during the battle. With the searing wave of air swirling around, it ultimately surged into Qin Li's body. Everything around gradually calmed down, the swirling dust softly settling. At the center of the air wave, Qin Li's figure suddenly became clear. His bloodthirsty eyes gradually faded, replaced by calmness and indifference. With just a glance, Luo Yu felt an overwhelming chill. Such a young muscle transformation realm. In terms of talent, he likely rivaled the prodigies of the Martial Institute. Qin Li tightly gripped the handle of his sword. 14 years of martial arts cultivation. With this blow, he wondered would she withstand it. Name: Qin Li. Realm: 1st grade, easy muscle realm, early stage. Martial arts form: intent fist, perfected water cutting blade technique, perfected light wind transference step, perfected. Current remaining martial arts cultivation 0 years. Current remaining martial arts points 6,300. After 14 years of martial arts cultivation, Qin Li directly broke through from the 4th grade Ironbone realm to the easy muscle realm. Such speed cannot be considered fast. After all, 14 years of hard training is rather ordinary compared to the geniuses of the Martial Academy. But fortunately, his 14 years were merely a fleeting moment. Compared to battling at higher tiers, he preferred to challenge those at lower levels. 1st grade easy muscle realm against 9th grade Ironbone realm. Bring it on. He would show no mercy. Stepping into the easy muscle realm, his aura was profound, far beyond what the Ironbone realm could compare to. If the Ironbone realm is considered the official beginning of the martial path, then the easy muscle realm can be regarded as a martial artist with some notoriety in the world. The 9th grade Ironbone realm and the 1st grade easy muscle realm may seem to differ by only one realm, but in reality the gap is as vast as a chasm. Upon sensing Qin Li's aura, Luo Yu's pupils shrank suddenly. He actually broke through right in front of her. Easy muscle realm. How is that possible? What kind of monster is capable of forcibly breaking through a major realm in the midst of battle? This completely exceeded Luo Yu's expectations. Regaining her senses, Luo Yu thought, do not get entangled in battle. Without a second word, her eyes flashed with determination as she turned to flee, thinking of escaping. Qin Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He certainly would not let a duck that was ready to be cooked fly away. This was a walking treasure. Now that he had entered the easy muscle realm, using the light wind transference step felt effortless and his speed increased significantly. In just an instant, Qin Li had already caught up to the fleeing Luo Yu. Upon entering the easy muscle realm, Qin Li felt that his internal energy was much thicker than before, and the water-cutting blade technique was even more powerful. Water-cutting blade technique. The steel knife in his hand fell fiercely towards the fleeing Luo Yu. Luo Yu was greatly alarmed. Her beautiful eyes widened as she executed her sword technique, attempting to block Qin Li for a moment. However, the 9th grade Iron Bone realm was merely Iron Bone realm, and there was an insurmountable gap between it and the easy muscle realm. The difference in strength between the two was too great. In just a few moves, Luo Yu was defeated. Her clothes were torn by the powerful aura, revealing her snow-white skin like mutton fat covered in wounds. Sweat soaked her body. Her clothes clung tightly, outlining her alluring curves. Her disheveled hair fell messily, and her beautiful eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Qin Li slowly approaching with his knife. Clop, clop, clop. Like a grim reaper, the overwhelming desire to survive instantly pulled Luo Yu back from her days of terror. Young hero, spare my life, spare my life. Please don't kill me. They'll do whatever you want, just don't kill me. Anything. Qin Li stood before Luo Yu with the steel knife in hand. Upon hearing this, Qin Li raised an eyebrow. Anything. Of course. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy. Indeed, all men were the same. This was her chance for survival. The young and handsome man before her was not a loss. Just as she was about to loosen her clothes and reveal her voluptuous figure, a chill suddenly surged from her chest, and blood erupted uncontrollably. Luo Yu looked down at the cold blade in her chest, her beautiful eyes showing confusion as she slowly looked up at Qin Li, her lips parted. WWHY. Thud. The blade was drawn out, stained with a splash of crimson. Old thing still thinking about eating tender grass. As the words fell into her ears, Luo Yu's fierce expression wished to rage, but she had already lost all strength. With a tilt of her neck, she died. That delicate human face slowly peeled away. Beneath it was a grotesque face covered in pus-filled sores, an ugly visage riddled with pockmarks. As expected, I was almost fooled. The blade was wiped a few times on the grass, then sheathed. Lines of small characters suddenly emerged. Criminal, shape-shifting demon. Realm 9th grade, Iron Bone realm perfected. Danger level human, level yellow. Evaluation suppressed. The shape-shifting demon. Ensure the safety of Jinling City and receive rewards. Reward settlement in progress. Reward received 7 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward received 2,100 martial arts points. Another yellow. Another 7 years of martial arts cultivation. As for the martial arts points, they have no place to be used, and he has already accumulated over 8,000 points. It seems I need to find a way to learn more martial arts techniques to arm myself. Having more skills doesn't hurt. This battle with Luo Yu made Qin Li realize his significant shortcomings. Simply comparing techniques, even though he had reached perfection, he still could not make up for the gap in the quality of techniques. If it weren't for his forced absorption of martial arts cultivation to step into the easy muscle realm, he would have only narrowly won by using the slight edge of the easy muscle realm to challenge those at lower levels. Otherwise, in this battle, the one lying in a pool of blood would not have been Luo Yu but him. Qin Li's gaze swept over Luo Yu's corpse, particularly the fish intestine sword, which was extremely sharp, causing the steel knife in his hand to already show signs of wear. It seems that besides martial arts techniques, I also need to find a suitable weapon. Qin Li looked at the steel knife in his hand, which had countless nicks. It was time to change knives. He stored the fish intestine sword in his bosom and collected the silver from Luo Yu's body. As for the corpse, it was a bit troublesome to handle. Qin Li spent some time dealing with it before returning home. After a night of turmoil, the night had deepened. Today's settlement seemed to be due to Qin Li not bringing back the young lady of the Mo family, but only finding a piece of human skin in the hands of the shape-shifting demon. In the end, the system did not settle the rewards, but fortunately Qin Li unexpectedly obtained rewards from both the breaking the precepts monk and the shape-shifting demon. This trip was not in vain. After a night of deep sleep, he woke up to find it was already morning. Today, while guarding the city gate, Wang Qing saw Qin Li again and suddenly felt as if despite only a night apart, he could no longer see through Qin Li's depth. Wang Qing felt a bit puzzled in his heart. However, it was merely a suspicion, and he did not think too much about it, considering that he had likely overindulged the night before and was somewhat fatigued. While on duty today, not much happened except for encountering a person without a green headband who was swiftly apprehended by Qin Li. Later, it was discovered that this person was actually a flower thief who had harmed innocent women in Jinling City not long ago. Yan Feixia. What was even more astonishing was that Yan Feixia was a flower thief, and her movement skills were exceptional. After her identity was exposed, she couldn't last 3 moves against Qin Li. After Wang Qing learned of this, he was also shocked and sober from his drunkenness. How had this guy become so formidable? Yan Feixia is a 9th grade Copperskin realm with outstanding movement skills. If I had encountered her, I would not have been able to capture her so cleanly and neatly. Wang Qing pondered to himself. With such restraint, what was his purpose this time? Now looking at Qin Li, Wang Qing no longer looked down upon him. Could it be that he is a young master from some noble family here to train? However, as this thought just emerged, Wang Qing dismissed it. After all, Wang Qing knew Qin Li's background when he joined. He was merely a commoner unrelated to nobility. Qin Li, of course, was unaware of Wang Qing's inner thoughts. Capturing one flower thief brought him a year of martial arts cultivation and 200 martial arts points. At this moment, he still had 8 years of martial arts cultivation and 8,600 martial arts points. With over 8,000 martial arts points, it seems I need to think of a way to use them. To practice martial arts, there are 3 methods. The first is to join the army, charge into battle, earn military merits, and exchange those merits for martial arts manuals. Clearly, this method is not feasible for Qin Li, not because he does not wish to charge into battle, but because he must remain in Jinling City to maximize the use of his golden finger. The second method is to join a martial academy which boasts a plethora of martial arts manuals and can provide abundant resources for martial training. This would be the best choice. However, this path is extremely difficult to traverse. To enter a martial academy, one needs a recommendation, and those who have recommendation slots are mostly nobles and high-ranking officials, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people like him. Of course, aside from recommendations, there is another way: participating in martial examinations to earn a spot in the academy. However, this path has already been completely blocked, as the age limit is 15. Now Qin Li is already 21, considered a late-blooming bachelor. He simply cannot participate in the martial academy. The 2 methods above are thus out of reach for him. But besides these 2 methods, there is one last method, which is also the best one: joining a martial hall. Naturally, joining some gang organizations can also lead to acquiring martial arts manuals. However, that differs from Qin Li's original intention. Joining a gang is akin to selling oneself. Joining a martial hall is much simpler. Just pay the fee. Qin Li loves this. If he can solve problems just by spending money, that is the best kind of situation. It won't take long. After some inquiries, Qin Li focused his attention on the 2 largest martial halls in Jinling City, Baiyun Martial Hall and Hongxing Martial Hall. These 2 halls are the most powerful in Jinling City, constantly vying for dominance. Since he wants to learn, he naturally wants to learn from the best. From what Qin Li understood, the reason these 2 halls could establish themselves as top-tier establishments in Jinling City is that they each possess a high-grade, earth-level martial art. The headmaster of Baiyun Martial Hall, Yun Li, built the hall on the foundation of his earth-level martial art iron arts, coupled with his formidable training skills, creating a strong legacy in Jinling City. His iron clothing technique, it is said, when cultivated to perfection, could rival the indestructible body found in the nearby Camel Temple at Luochuishan. It is equally impervious to blades and spears. Of course, all of this is mere rumor, but even so, how bad could a high-grade, earth-level martial art be? Naturally, he intends to go to Baiyun Martial Hall. As for the headmaster of Hongxing Martial Hall, Zhang, who he wields the Zhenyang Fantian sword technique, which is also a high-grade, earth-level martial art. After much contemplation, Qin Li decided to first seek apprenticeship at Baiyun Martial Hall. Compared to sword techniques, cultivating a hard Qigong is Qin Li's immediate priority. Mastering hard Qigong may save his life in critical moments. Baiyun Martial Hall. Ha! Hua! He! Shouts echoed in the courtyard, where dozens of muscular men stood bare-chested. Thud! 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 Each punch landed on the wooden posts with a dull thud. Large beads of sweat streamed down their faces, their bronze skin gleaming under the piercing sunlight, radiating vitality. Who are you? A man wearing a tank top with Baiyun Martial Hall printed on it, showcasing his solid muscles, asked. I have come to seek apprenticeship to learn. The man looked Qin Li up and down. He appeared to be over 20, seemingly older than him. Typically, those who come to a martial hall for apprenticeship start from a young age to build a solid foundation so they can go far in their martial journey. But the person before him is already in his 20s. His bones have long since fused. How could he have any martial talent? Learning martial arts at this age, is he playing around? The man's brow furrowed as he was about to close the door, uninterested. Qin Li stepped forward and blocked the door with his hand. The man felt as if the door was being blocked by a 1,000-pound weight. No matter how hard he pushed, it simply could not close. Are you here to cause trouble? Infuriated, the man heard Qin Li chuckle and quickly said, Sir, I sincerely come to seek an apprenticeship. Why do you refuse to let me in? To seek an apprenticeship? Ha! The man spat angrily. At your age, seeking apprenticeship. The earlier you start learning martial arts, the better. At your age, no matter how high your talent or understanding is, you cannot achieve anything in martial arts. You say you come to learn martial arts seeking an apprenticeship. I think you are here to stir trouble. Kid, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Qin Li finally understood why the man looked down on him. Upon hearing he came to seek apprenticeship, it turns out he had been seen as a hopeless case who could not practice martial arts. Qin Li chuckled. Brother, I truly come to seek apprenticeship. please help me convey my message to your master. I will reward you handsomely. Qin Li took out some silver coins from his pocket, and upon seeing this the man's expression brightened a bit. Looking at the silver in Qin Li's palm, the man thought to himself, if you had done this earlier, why waste so many words, eh? Taking the silver from Qin Li's hand, the man coughed a few times. The sudden change in his attitude made Qin Li inwardly marvel. Indeed, no matter which world one is in, human greed is highly unified. However, this also made things convenient for Qin Li. Paying for services makes things much smoother. Soon the man went in to report, and then led Qin Li through the court. Upon entering the disciples' training in the courtyard, noticed Qin Li's arrival and scrutinized him from head to toe. After crossing the courtyard, Qin Li was taken to the main hall. A middle-aged man wearing loose gray and white martial attire revealing bulging muscles sat on a stool. His thick brows and large eyes gleamed menacingly, and merely sitting there exuded an aura of dominance that instilled a strong sense of pressure. However, that was only the case for others. Now that Qin Li has entered the easy muscle realm and greatly enhanced his strength, he did not feel much pressure from the headmaster of Baiyun Martial Hall. The headmaster of Baiyun Martial Hall, Qin Li, was surprised to see Qin Li remain calm. Who are you, and what brings you to Baiyun Martial Hall? As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Over the years under his leadership, Baiyun Martial Hall's reputation has grown immensely. Encountering competitors deliberately causing trouble is not uncommon. However, he did not pay much attention. It is known that Baiyun Martial Hall is one of the top martial halls in Jinling City, filled with experts including dozens of Iron Bone Realm masters. Moreover, there are 3 pillars of the martial hall, including himself, all of whom are above the easy muscle realm, with him being a 5th grade easy muscle realm expert. Anyone daring to seek trouble would essentially be courting death. This is precisely why Qin Li did not take Qin Li seriously. Qin Li cupped his hands and said, "Hello, headmaster He. I have come this time with only one purpose, to seek apprenticeship and learn martial arts." "Oh, seeking a master to learn the art." Qin Li raised an eyebrow, and suddenly with his arms crossed, one hand shot out from his long sleeves. His 5 fingers came together like an eagle's claw, directly reaching for Qin Li. Seeing this, Qin Li merely frowned slightly and did not evade. A claw gripped Qin Li's shoulder, and he released an inner force. Qin Li could sense the pure aura within Qin Li, revealing an expression of astonishment. Copper Skin Realm. 6th rank. This was Qin Li's test. Qin Li had long been prepared, controlling his inner strength at the Copper Skin Realm. With his current strength, it was not difficult to suppress his inner energy. However, when Qin Li's inner force attempted to penetrate further, Qin Li snorted coldly, causing that inner force to dissipate. "Master He, that should be enough, right?" Qin Li retreated, narrowing his eyes slightly, then his gloomy expression faded as he laughed heartily. "Ha, I was merely testing a bit earlier, please do not take offense. May I ask your name, and where you are from, as well as what you do?" In a martial arts school, while having money is important, it does not mean anyone can just pay and be accepted. If they accepted a traitor or an enemy, it would be like lifting a stone to smash one's own foot, ruining their reputation. "I am Qin Li, residing in Jinling, serving as a city guard for a living." "Oh, so you are an official. But do you know Wang Qing, Lord Wang?" Qin Li nodded. "He is indeed my superior." Upon hearing this, Qin Li's expression changed, as if encountering an acquaintance, and he greeted Qin Li with a smile. "So you are a man of Brother Wang. I was reckless just now, please do not hold it against me, Brother Qin." Qin Li cupped his hands in return. Recognizing him as an official, Qin Li naturally believed him, as it was easy to verify someone who reported their background. If he were lying, it would be easy to find out. At this moment, Qin Li had lost most of his doubts about Qin Li, genuinely believing him to be here to learn the martial arts. His tone had evidently softened considerably. "May I ask, Brother Qin, why do you wish to learn martial arts at my Baiyun Martial Arts School? Looking at your stance, it seems you have had a teacher before and are already at the 6th rank Copper Skin Realm. Having more skills is never a bad thing. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground, while water flows to lower places. Baiyun Martial Arts School is one of the top martial arts schools in Jinling City. I came here to learn the Iron Shirt technique from the schoolmaster." "You wish to learn the Iron Shirt technique from me?" Qin Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you not know the rules of my Baiyun Martial Arts School? The Iron Shirt technique is our school's treasured martial art, and one cannot simply learn it without qualification. Only the true disciples of Baiyun Martial Arts School may inherit my teachings and practice the Iron Shirt technique. These martial arts secrets are their prized possessions, and they would not easily impart them." Qin Li naturally understood this principle before coming. However, the head of a martial arts school is ultimately a businessman, and as a businessman, everything is negotiable. Qin Li took out a small pouch from his robe and handed it to Qin Li. Qin Li raised his eyebrow, slightly revealing a hint of strange expression. "Brother Qin, what is this?" Qin Li opened it, revealing a dazzling golden shine within. Qin Li's eyes immediately lit up. "A piece of gold leaf and some silver. What is this?" He Yuanli's breath quickened. Consider it a gift for our first meeting, Qin Li said. Upon hearing this, He Yuanli realized he had lost his composure, quickly becoming serious. Brother Qin, do you think that by spending some silver you can learn my ultimate technique? Qin Li shook his head. Master, this silver is not for becoming a disciple. I merely hope you could demonstrate how to practice the iron shirt technique before me. Not to become a disciple, just a demonstration. He Yuanli was slightly taken aback. Of course, one must understand that practicing a martial art requires a significant amount of time, and during practice one will encounter numerous issues. Without someone to clarify them, one might fall into the path of demonic cultivation, leading astray. In He Yuanli's view, even if he meticulously demonstrated and explained every detail of practicing the iron shirt technique, he did not believe Qin Li could fully grasp it in such a short time. With this business arrangement, he felt assured that he would profit without loss. This guy is quite generous. Suddenly a certain idea struck him, and a flash of greed passed through his eyes. Ha, Brother Qin, you are indeed extravagant. If I were to hold back, I would fear being laughed at by you. It is not difficult to demonstrate once, but whether you can learn it depends on your ability, Brother Qin. Certainly. In that case, please follow me to the courtyard. I will be there shortly. Seeing He Yuanli agree, Qin Li also politely cupped his hands. These gold leaves were obtained from the shape-shifting demon, as it had accumulated quite a bit of silver over the years, all of which were essentially gifts to Qin Li. The wealth here was but a drop in the bucket, inconsequential. As for merely demonstrating once, for an ordinary person, even with high comprehension, it might not necessarily be grasped. But who is Qin Li? He is someone with a powerful backing. Baiyun Martial Arts School, inside the courtyard. Dozens of disciples with bare upper bodies and sturdy muscles stopped their training. The headmaster of Baiyun Martial Arts School, personally teaching, was a rare opportunity, and many gathered around. He Yuanli, bare-chested, had marks of past struggles on his body, evidently having endured much in his youth while training the iron shirt technique. Brother Qin watched closely. The iron shirt technique is the ultimate martial art of my school, and to master it one must go through 3 stages. The first stage is the skin and flesh stage, also known as kneading method, aimed at hardening the skin to withstand heavy blows without injury. Before training each day, one must boil special herbs to create a soup, soaking the entire body to allow the medicinal properties to penetrate the skin, open the pores, invigorate the blood, and strike the skin until the skin and flesh stage is achieved. As for the second stage, it is the muscle and bone stage. Once the skin is hardened, one must temper the internal muscles and bones to achieve hard outside, flexible inside. As He Yuanli explained, he demonstrated, as well, pausing to elaborate on the details. His strong and powerful voice echoed in the courtyard, accompanied by the crisp sounds of bones cracking. As for the last stage, it is the qi and blood stage. The external practice, ultimately, leads to internal harmony of qi and blood. Otherwise, while the muscles and bones may be strong, if the internal organs are weak, it would be futile. Once these 3 stages are mastered, my iron shirt technique can be perfected. After demonstrating the final move, He Yuanli sighed lightly. It is a pity that I have practiced martial arts for 40 years, and still have not fully mastered the 3 stages of the iron shirt technique. However, I can already ensure my safety in the martial world. Qin Li listened attentively, paying close attention. He Yuanli did not hold back. Brother Qin, the rest depends on whether you can comprehend it. Qin Li cupped his hands. Then quietly he opened the panel. Comprehension? What a joke. If you have an advantage and don't use it, you're a fool. Name: Qin Li. Realm: first grade muscle transformation. Realm: early stage. Martial arts completed: Xingyi fist, completed water cutting blade technique, completed light wind movement, introductory iron body art, 11,000. Current remaining 8 years of martial arts cultivation. Current remaining 8,600 martial arts points. Seeing the information on the panel, Qin Li felt a surge of joy. As expected, it's probably very difficult to learn just from a single demonstration, no matter how high one's comprehension is. Qin Li knew he wasn't a gifted person. However, he didn't need to be gifted. Qin Li exchanged a few pleasantries with He Yuanli, and then left. Watching Qin Li depart, He Yuanli's eyes narrowed, greed materializing within. 6th grade copper skin realm. Gold leaves. It's hard not to have ill intentions about it. Brother Qin, don't take offense, so everyone is just trying to make a living. Qin Li didn't rush to spend his martial arts points at the Baiyun Martial Arts Hall, but rather returned home first. After all, the advantage he held was his greatest trump card in this chaotic world. He couldn't guarantee that breaking through on the spot wouldn't draw attention from others. It was better to be as low-key as possible. Now I have 8 years of unused martial arts cultivation and over 8,000 martial arts points. From the panel, the iron body art, being a high-tier earth-grade martial art, requires 1,000 martial arts points to progress from beginner to minor success. Compared to the martial arts techniques he learned before, the points consumed are indeed more. I wonder how many points are needed to progress from minor success to major success. However, Qin Li wasn't worried. After all, he had more than 8,000 points. Going all in to achieve perfection was easily within reach, wasn't it? Let me try spending 1,000 points first. Qin Li consumed 1,000 martial arts points and saw a slight change in the small text on the panel. Iron Body Art Minor Success, 13,000, hiss. It requires 1,000 points to progress from beginner to minor success, and then 3,000 points to go from minor success to major success. This is simply robbery. It's so hard-earned. With a firm resolve, Qin Li gritted his teeth and consumed another 3,000 martial arts points. The panel changed again. Iron Body Art Major Success, 15,000. This time, to cultivate the Iron Body Art to perfection, it actually requires 5,000 martial arts points. After consuming 4,000 points, he now only had a little over 4,000 points left, which was completely insufficient to reach perfection. He miscalculated. Just when Qin Li was regretting and waiting, a line of text suddenly flashed in his mind. Today's settlement. Guarding Jinling City, ensuring its safety for one day. Defending Jinling, ensuring peace. Evaluation, Grade D Tier 3. Reward being settled. Obtained 10 years of martial arts cultivation. Obtained 3,000 martial arts points. Oh! Qin Li exclaimed in surprise. This reward settlement came at just the right time. By defeating the shape-shifting demon and capturing the flower thief, the system assessed it as Grade D Tier 3, awarding him a full 10 years of martial arts cultivation and 3,000 martial arts points. Qin Li felt a renewed sense of confidence. Iron Body Art, 5,000 points. Upon seeing the Iron Body Art finally displayed as perfected on the panel, Qin Li revealed a smile. Now, after deducting the points used for the Iron Body Art, he still had 1,700 points left. In a flash, I'm broke again. Qin Li sighed deeply, but he was still very happy about perfecting the Iron Body Art. After all, this counts as an additional skill for self-preservation, increasing his chances of surviving in this chaotic world. 15 years of martial arts cultivation remaining. With my current first-grade muscle transformation realm cultivation, I still need to become stronger. Absorb all 15 years of martial arts cultivation. In the room, Qin Li absorbed all 15 years of cultivation. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside his door. The visitor was none other than Qin Li, the greedy head of Baiyun Martial Arts Hall. This morning, Qin Li had revealed his wealth. How could Qin Li not be tempted? A mere 6th-grade copper skin realm individual, how could he possibly possess so much wealth? This money surely has an unknown origin. Since it is of unknown origin, he would naturally take it by force. As the saying goes, those who are capable deserve to possess it. He was certain that Qin Li must have more, which is why he disguised himself and came stealthily. After waiting for a long time, the room gradually quieted down, and Qin Li chose to make his move. Even if discovered, he was not afraid. Just a copper skin realm individual, could he really turn the tide? Yet before Qin Li could act, he suddenly felt a chill down his back as a cold voice came from behind him. What's wrong, Director He? Are you looking for me? Qin Li was instantly shocked, quickly retreating while glancing back, only to find Qin Li had silently appeared behind him. You knew I would come. You were waiting for me. Upon seeing Qin Li, Qin Li suddenly thought of a terrifying. This guy seems to have known he would come all along. Could it be that all of this was his plan? Qin Li thought to. Qin Li suspected that Qin Li had been flaunting his wealth this morning, fully aware of Qin Li's greed, anticipating that he would come here tonight. Thinking of this, Qin Li immediately became tense, scanning the surroundings, wary of a trap. However, in the dead of night, everything seemed quiet as usual. It didn't seem like there was an ambush. Director He, you don't need to look around. There's no ambush, it's just the two of us here. Hearing this, Qin Li frowned, his tension instantly turning into disdain as he looked at Qin Li. Kid, since you deliberately lured me here, but didn't set a trap in advance, are you seeking death? In Qin Li's view, Qin Li's cultivation was merely at the 6th-grade copper skin realm, which posed no threat to him. After confirming there were no ambushes around, his worried heart finally settled. Qin Li naturally believed Qin Li had lured him here intentionally. Qin Li had calculated that Qin Li would surely want to plot against him after seeing his wealth. It was just right for him to test his current strength. Qin Li wasn't boasting. After absorbing 15 years of martial arts cultivation, the internal energy in his body had become vast, immense beyond measure. He broke through several realms in succession, going directly from the 1st-grade muscle transformation realm to the 6th-grade muscle transformation realm, achieving minor success. To be honest, it was quite slow to only break through from 1st grade to 6th grade after 15 years of hard cultivation. It seemed that the system's enhancement was also related to the host's innate talent. If a gifted genius were to receive it, the 15 years of martial arts cultivation would likely yield much more. However, this was sufficient. Qin Li would never engage in an unprepared battle. He wasn't skilled in cross-dire combat, but when fighting below his level, he grew more courageous with each battle. Come on. Perfect. Let's use this guy for some practice. Let's see how much power he possesses after fully cultivating the iron garment technique. Qin Li struck first. Qin Li was unfazed by this. A mere copper skin realm trying to break a rock with an egg. Seeing Qin Li take the initiative, Yuan Li looked down upon him. He felt that Qin Li was merely seeking death. Without a second thought, he charged forward, determined to show Qin Li what it meant to overestimate oneself, and that there are always greater heights. Kid seeking death. With his knife at his waist, Qin Li did not draw it, but employed the light wind shifting step to engage Yuan Li in a physical confrontation. With the enhancement of the iron garment technique, he executed the Xingyi fist, his fists like blades stirring up waves of fierce wind. Seeing Qin Li foolishly attempting to grapple with him and compete in martial arts, Yuan Li's face was full of disdain. He had practiced his martial arts for decades, and with the support of the iron garment technique, he naturally felt superior to others in the same realm. Not to mention Qin Li was merely a lowly copper skin realm practitioner. Amidst the contempt, their fists suddenly collided. A tremendous force erupted, sending shockwaves through the air and producing a dull thud. In that instant of contact, Yuan Li suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why is this guy so hard? In the same realm, few could match his hardness. He even felt a slight pain in his fist. Was Qin Li even harder than him? With a single punch, Qin Li was filled with delight. Though the iron garment technique was not an offensive technique, it could be combined with other techniques to elevate the Xingyi fist to new heights. This was simply an unexpected joy. After several exchanges, Yuan Li not only found himself at a disadvantage, but was completely led by Qin Li. What shocked him the most was that the martial arts he prided himself on were being overpowered by Qin Li. He even discovered that every move Qin Li made contained traces of the iron garment technique. This method of seamlessly integrating the iron garment technique into every move could only be achieved by someone who had truly perfected it after decades of hard training. Yet he saw it in Qin Li's fist techniques. Yuan Li suddenly realized he had been deceived. The Qin Li before him was no novice of the copper skin realm, but a master of the iron garment technique. This guy was purely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In Yuan Li's eyes, Qin Li had likely already mastered the iron garment technique. His visit today was not to seek guidance, but to witness his own humiliation. Clearly having mastered the iron garment technique, yet still pretending so. Damn it. This was a blatant provocation. It made him look foolish for earnestly explaining things, didn't it? The more Yuan Li thought about it, the angrier he became, the murderous intent growing heavier. How could he endure such humiliation from Qin Li? From their brief exchange, while Qin Li seemed to have mastered the iron garment technique, the inner strength he displayed indicated that he was merely a novice just stepping into the muscle transformation realm. Since his technique was not a match, he would use his realm to suppress him. Just a first-grade muscle transformation realm. Kid, die for me. Yuan Li mobilized his inner strength, and a powerful aura instantly surged, his blood-boiling veins popping. Coupled with decades of martial arts training, each punch became increasingly heavy. With the full mastery of the iron garment technique, facing Yuan Li's all-out attack, Qin Li found it somewhat strenuous. Bang! Yuan Li unleashed a punch that seemed to carry the force of the wind infused with his decades of power. Qin Li was struck by the punch, instantly flying backward, staggering several steps, leaving 3 deep imprints on the ground. He finally steadied himself after retreating 3 zhang. Yuan Li sneered coldly, triumphantly saying, "So what if you've mastered the iron garment technique? My realm is higher than yours, you are still no match for me." Qin Li raised his gaze, revealing a look of skepticism. "What grade are you?" Yuan Li, not understanding Qin Li's intent, mocked. "After fighting for so long, you can't even figure out my grade. A person like you can master the iron garment technique. I really don't know if you're talented or just lucky." Qin Li smiled and remained silent. At first, he suppressed his cultivation to the first-grade realm, intending to see if he could battle across realms against Yuan Li, who was at the 5th-grade realm. It seems that this is still somewhat difficult. Qin Li couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, I am more suited to fighting downwards. Qin Li no longer suppressed his cultivation, and his inner strength surged forth in an instant, rolling in waves. He radiated an aura of ferocity entirely different from the Qin Li of moments ago. Like a ferocious beast, Qin Li's momentum suddenly changed, and Yuan Li was also taken aback. Before he could react, Qin Li's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of him. That massive fist instantly magnified in Yuan Li's pupils. If Qin Li's previous attack resembled a clawless tiger, now his fist was like a ferocious tiger, descending the mountain, roaring as it came. The fist wind approached, accompanied by a tiger's roar. Yuan Li was startled, mobilizing his inner strength to execute his fist technique, only able to receive it heated. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed. Yuan Li screamed in agony. The moment his fist collided with Qin Li's, it twisted and deformed, the bone shattered by the force of the punch. His entire arm was directly broken, taking on a severely twisted shape. The intense pain contorted Yuan Li's facial expression. Before he could even shout in pain, Qin Li delivered a knee strike straight into Qin Li's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. His legs buckled powerless, and he knelt down. In his current pitiful state, where was the imposing demeanor of the master of the Baiyun martial arts hall? Kneeling on the ground, Qin Li slowly raised his head only to see Qin Li's cold, indifferent gaze, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This time he was truly afraid. He shouldn't have had greedy thoughts, nor should he have provoked this killing god. He was afraid, he was truly afraid. Brother Qin. And no, Master Qin. Can you spare me? I was blind and didn't recognize the mountain. Please show me. I don't want the gold leaves. Oh, I can teach you the iron garment technique. Oh no, I can teach you other techniques. Whatever you want to learn, I can teach you. Master Qin. Before Qin Li could continue to plead, Qin Li interrupted him. Honestly, I feel that one thing you said earlier was very correct. What I said was right. Yes, Master Qin, everything you say is right. Before Qin Li could finish, a knife slashed down fiercely, and hot blood instantly splattered. Qin Li still wore the expression of yes, unaware that his head had already fallen. The offender, Qin Li, the master of the Baiyun martial arts school. Realm 5th rank of the Jin realm, early stage. Danger level, human character, level green. Evaluation suppress, Qin Li, to ensure the safety of Jinling City and receive rewards. Reward obtained 5 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward obtained 1,500 martial arts points. Qin Li was slightly taken aback as he looked at the pop-up text. The danger evaluation level for the 5th rank of the Jin realm is actually just human character level green. Isn't the danger evaluation supposed to be higher with a higher cultivation rank? Qin Li fell into thought. Qin Li was greedy, wanting to kill and seize valuables, but I turned the tables on him. Qin Li was lured into greed by my deliberate design. The system determines that Qin Li only harbored greed towards me and did not pose a significant threat to Jinling City, so the threat level was only rated as human character level green, resulting in such an evaluation. Qin Li's face darkened. Why was his life not valued? However, this also made Qin Li understand the system's evaluation mechanism. It is not that higher cultivation leads to better rewards, but rather the evaluation is based on the threat posed to Jinling City, which then determines the rewards. Regarding this, Qin Li did not dwell too much. Although the reward was only 5 years, even the smallest piece of meat counts. 5 years is still 5 years. Now Qin Li was already at the 6th rank of the Jin realm, and the investment required to continue improving his cultivation was increasing, causing the rate of improvement to slow down significantly. It seems I need more, Qin Li sighed. As for the 5 years of martial arts cultivation, he did not absorb it immediately, but conducted a review of the battle from that night. With my current strength, having perfected all my techniques, I can only engage in a cross-rank battle with an 8th rank Jin realm practitioner at best. Facing a 9th rank Jin realm warrior, I would find it somewhat strenuous. It seems that merely having the Iron Shirt technique and upper-tier earth-level skill is far from enough. The Iron Shirt technique focuses on defense, but not on offense. During the battle with Qin Li, Qin Li distinctly felt his lack of strength during combat. At most, he could only serve as a durable punching bag. In this case, Qin Li squinted slightly. The most suitable for him now was none other than. Thinking of it, he acted on it. Qin Li was someone full of initiative. When he decided to do something, he did it. Qin Li, the master of the Baiyun martial arts school, mysteriously disappeared, and the school sealed the news to prevent it from getting out, fearing that the Hongxing martial arts school, which had a grudge against Baiyun, would take advantage of the situation. However, a paper cannot contain a fire. Zhang Wan, the master of the Hongxing martial arts school, learned of this matter and was overjoyed, deciding to send people in a few days to completely incorporate the Baiyun martial arts school. Now that Qin Li had fallen, the Hongxing martial arts school alone stood dominant among the martial arts schools in Jinling City. Just as Zhang Wan was preparing to showcase his skills and expand, a young man of remarkable appearance suddenly came to visit. At the Hongxing martial arts school, Qin Li was employing the same old tricks. Qin Li was once again seriously pursuing his studies. However, human hearts are unpredictable. After diligently studying at the Hongxing martial arts school, he also aroused Zhang Wan's greed. That night, Zhang Wan quietly came to visit and ended up meeting the same fate as Qin Li. Compared to Qin Li, Zhang Wan was even more underestimating. Without the protection of a technique like the Iron Shirt, Zhang Wan, after just a few moves, was directly decapitated by Qin Li using the Zhenyang Fantian blade technique. Until his death, Zhang Wan could not believe that he would be killed by his most proud technique. It was simply too. In his final moments, Zhang Wan could not believe that Qin Li had actually perfected the Zhenyang Fantian blade technique. Perhaps he would never understand until his last breath. He had merely looked at it once and had already mastered it. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this. He accepted the reward of 5 years of martial arts cultivation and 1,500 martial arts points. Now Qin Li already possessed 10 years of martial arts cultivation as a reward. That night, Qin Li decided to absorb all 10 years of martial arts cultivation to quickly enhance his own cultivation. As 10 years of martial arts flowed into him, with Qin Li's cultivation gradually increasing, the absorption of this 10 years of martial arts was no longer as painful as before. In fact, this short 10 years of martial arts infusion did not create much ripple in the vast martial world. He entered the 9th rank of the Jin realm early stage after absorbing 10 years of martial arts cultivation. The next step would be the true Yuan realm. From what he understood, to enter the true Yuan realm, one must convert the internal energy into threads and then into Yuan. When the true Yuan fills the 108 acupoints in the body, one would enter the true Yuan realm. It requires a gradual conversion to form true Yuan, and once one steps into the true Yuan realm, it is a qualitative change. However, this was irrelevant to Qin Li. He did not need to wait slowly. Indeed, a life of extraordinary fortune is what one calls life. In the early morning light, rain fell gently. This morning was particularly quiet. There was no one on the street, only the wind and rain. Qin Li, dressed in the uniform of a city guard with a sword at his waist, was about to start his shift. Suddenly, a figure stumbled a few steps and fell right in front of Qin Li. Qin Li frowned, his brows furrowed as he looked at the person on the ground. The person was ragged, covered in injuries, with an arm severely cut, exposing the white bones beneath. It was none other than Fang Qing, who had come seeking revenge days ago. Seeing Fang Qing in such a heavy state, Qin Li wondered what had happened. More importantly, how had he dragged such a body to find him? Fang Qing's eyes were filled with malice, tinged with a hint of crimson, as he staggered to his feet. His lips moved slightly, filled with anger, as he gritted his teeth. Zhao Hao went to the western city's Luoji Street. Upon hearing this, Qin Li's body stiffened slightly. Luoji Street in the western city was where Fang Qing and his companions had stayed, a place known for its dismal reputation outside of Jinling City. Most of the residents there were refugees who had come to escape lacking status in Jinling City and only finding a foothold on Luoji Street. Thus, Luoji Street in the western city could also be referred to as a refugee camp. Qin Li furrowed his brow and speculated, "Did Zhao Hao inflict your injuries?" Upon hearing Zhao Hao's name, Fang Qing's face twisted with rage, trembling all over, his hands clenching tightly as his nails dug into his palms. He looked up at Qin Li. His black eyes contained anger mixed with sorrow, and suddenly a tear rolled down his cheek, hanging on his face. His nose felt slightly sour and red. Bang! This usually stubborn man unexpectedly knelt before his enemy. Fang Qing's head was buried in the ground as the rain fell incessantly on his drenched rags. Speaking with a trembling voice, "Please, please. I can't find anyone. Ergo sent me to find you, and Sumei also asked me to find you." Qin Li narrowed his eyes. What happened? Fang Qing, kneeling on the ground, slowly raised his head, his eyes red, his face twisted, showing signs of struggle. "Ergo is dead. Last night, that scoundrel Zhao Hao sent people to capture Sumei. Su Lao tried to stop them, but was beaten to death by Zhao Hao's lackeys. I went with Ergo to intervene, and he took a stab for me, allowing me to escape alive. Before he died, Ergo asked me to find you, saying you are a good person. Su Lao also asked me to find you, saying you are a good person and will save us. Sumei has been captured by that scoundrel Zhao Hao. I couldn't find anyone else to help, so I had to come to you." This heart-wrenching cry conveyed Fang Qing's despair and his last shred of dignity. In the face of saving lives, he finally set aside his pride and chose to act. He chose to compromise with his enemy kneeling before his foe. Fang Qing's face twisted in a grimace of tears, his eyes bloodshot. Qin Li looked up at the distant street as the light rain pattered down on the blue brick path. Today's Jinling City was destined for unrest. "Can you still walk?" Qin Li asked softly. "I can." Fang Qing gritted his teeth and struggled to get up, stumbling several times, but stubbornly managed to stand again. Qin Li's hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he turned to leave. Fang Qing stared at Qin Li's indifferent back, slightly dazed, and a bitter smile squeezed out from his twisted face. "That damn scoundrel really won't lend a hand to save me." Well, if that scoundrel had truly intervened, Fang Qing's mind flashed with these thoughts. To him, Qin Li's indifference and choice to leave was perfectly normal. He was well aware of Qin Li's character. He shouldn't have trusted Ergo. This guy was in cahoots with Zhao Hao and was inherently a coward. How could he possibly offend Zhao Hao for people like them? It seems that asking others is not as good as relying on oneself. "Oh, I can only go myself." Fang Qing clenched his fists and was about to leave. Just a few steps away, Qin Li turned back looking puzzled and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Fang Qing was momentarily stunned. What does that mean? Leave? Where to? Qin Li frowned. "Lead the way." Fang Qing hesitated, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. Why can't this guy just finish his sentence in one breath? Under Qin Li's urging, Fang Qing had no choice but to walk ahead in silence. He moved laboriously with Qin Li in his official attire and sword behind him. Those who did not understand the situation would think Fang Qing was a thief caught by the officials. Fang Qing walked ahead, feeling gloomy. It should have been a good thing for Qin Li to agree to help, but Fang Qing felt a hint of frustration in his heart. Along the way, Qin Li remained silent, and naturally, so did Fang Qing. After walking for a while, the two passed through an alley and arrived at the entrance of a mansion. There was no plaque hanging at the door, making it unclear whose mansion it was. But Qin Li recognized this place at a glance. According to the memories of his previous life, this mansion was a secret club established by Zhao Hao solely for his own leisure. When I was escaping, I overheard them saying they were going to bring Su Mei here. Fang Qing pointed to the mansion. This place was a remote area outside Jinling City. The large mansion and grand entrance seemed somewhat out of place in this desolate area. Right here, the entrance to the mansion was unguarded and exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of rain. For some reason, a faint sense of unease arose in Qin Li's heart. The mansion's front door was unlocked, revealing a crack. Qin Li slowly drew his sword and stepped inside. The mansion was large, passing through a long corridor adorned with silk, which resembled women's undergarments. Qin Li's brows furrowed tightly. He saw a cloth shoe lying on the stone floor. He recognized it as the shoe worn by Su Mei. Following the direction of the shoe, it led towards the backyard. Qin Li hurried towards the backyard. The backyard was a circular courtyard with houses tightly closed on both sides, except for the wooden door of the house directly in front, which was slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Through the light, he could see what seemed to be a figure inside. Qin Li lifted his foot, just about to step down. Suddenly, he abruptly retreated. Bang! A long spear suddenly thrust forward forcefully, embedding itself in the floor where Qin Li was about to step. The spear pierced down, causing the stone slabs to splinter. Looking up, he saw a cold-faced man sitting on the eaves of the house, propping up his chin, watching Qin Li with great interest. I didn't expect someone really would come. The cold-faced man glanced at Fang Qing, who was not far behind Qin Li. He truly is a loyal and righteous guy, who I intentionally let this waste escape, telling him that he would be captured here. I never thought he would actually come here. However, the cold-faced man narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Just you alone. I thought more would come, or it would be more fun to kill. After a moment of silence, the cold-faced man chuckled. Well, one person is enough. What kind of help can such a lowly commoner summon? I hope you can entertain me. Oh, don't die too soon. Oh, Qin Li raised an eyebrow, twisting his neck and stretching his muscles. Is that so? You better let me enjoy myself. Otherwise, I might be very disappointed. Haha, kid, quite arrogant. The cold-faced man laughed heartily, then jumped down from the house, swiftly pulling out the long spear embedded in the ground. The cold-faced man stood at 8 feet tall, wielding a long spear, exuding a fierce aura. He felt far stronger than anyone Qin Li had encountered before. This man was Zhao Hao's strongest trump card, a guest he had paid heavily to invite. Yihan Tian was once a bandit who had a good hand with a spear, taking control of a hill, committing robbery and murder without restraint, causing the people to resent him. Once, when an inspector from the court came to investigate, Yihan Tian along with his gang attempted to intercept them, but unfortunately ran into a steel plate. One of the inspector's entourage slaughtered all his men, leaving only him severely injured and fleeing. Later, he was recruited by Zhao Hao and became his lackey. Though he was a lackey, now his spear skills remained sharp. Yihan Tian coldly smiled, about to unleash some harsh words, but saw that Qin Li was not afraid at all, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Before Yihan Tian could make a move, Qin Li took the initiative. He wanted to test him. Water-cutting blade technique. Qin Li wielded the steel blade and struck fiercely while Yihan Tian met it with his spear. The steel blade fell like flowing water. The water-cutting blade technique was already perfected, swift and without trace. Yihan Tian coldly smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Clang. This strike was easily blocked by Yihan Tian. He raised an eyebrow, slightly showing contempt. Water-cutting blade technique. Such a low-level technique, yet you dare to bring it out to embarrass yourself. Kid, let me show you the real gap in strength between us. The long spear suddenly thrust forward, pushing Qin Li's steel blade aside. With a sudden twist of his wrist, the spear shot forward. The spear strikes like a dragon. Boom. The gun shot forth like a dragon, emerging from its lair accompanied by a dragon's roar. Its speed was astonishing, its power overwhelming. Yet Qin Li remained unflinching, the water-severing blade technique, swiftly shifting in his hands his steel blade, creating a scorching wind, as if it had been ignited red-hot, stirring waves of heat. The Jinling Phantom Blade Technique. This technique surpassed the water-severing blade technique in might. Upon witnessing it, Yihan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, instantly recognizing the move. Is this an advanced Earth-class blade technique? The prized skill of Zhang Hu, the head of the Hongxing martial arts school. Zhang Hu was somewhat renowned. Few in the Jianghu were unfamiliar with him, especially Zhang Hu's Jinling Phantom Blade Technique. When Qin Li suddenly unleashed this move, Yihan Tian was taken aback. This was Zhang Hu's signature skill, not something to be easily taught. Could it be that this person is related to Zhang Hu? However, that was of little consequence. After all, the gun's momentum had been established, and there was no way to retract it. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, 3 slashes were unleashed, colliding with the spear that came thrusting in. The spear was powerful, yet it was astonishingly halted beneath the Jinling Phantom Blade technique. Tian was stunned. Qin Li was actually able to wield the Jinling Phantom Blade technique with such finesse. He knew somewhat well about Zhang Hu from the Hongxing martial arts school. Zhang Hu had trained for decades to reach this level with the Jinling Phantom Blade technique. Yet the young man before him wielded it without losing to Zhang Hu. Before Tian could process the shock, Qin Li's assault came once more. "You little brat, blocking my move makes you think you're my equal." In the face of Qin Li's initiative, Tian was rather disdainful. He swung his spear and instantly engaged in fierce combat with Qin Li. Clash, clash, clash. In the courtyard, the sounds of weapons clashing and metal colliding echoed. Nearby, Fang Qing was also wide-eyed, utterly astonished. It was the first time he witnessed Qin Li display his true strength. Though not a martial artist himself, he could clearly see the power of the individual before him. After all, ergo fell to this person in a single strike. Yet Qin Li was able to contend with this person and even seemed to hold the advantage. Fang Qing suddenly recalled that not long ago he and ergo had ambushed Qin Li. In retrospect, it seemed so laughable. If Qin Li had truly intended to kill them, they would have perished beneath his blade that day. The more they fought, the more alarmed Tian became. He had expected to dominate the situation, yet found himself sinking deeper into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Qin Li's strikes grew increasingly swift, while Tian found it more difficult to defend. Clearly, Qin Li's strength far surpassed Tian's expectations. This guy not only exhibited exceptional blade techniques, but also possessed martial arts cultivation that was on par with his own. Both were at the 9th grade of the easy muscle realm. Importantly, Tian discovered that this guy not only mastered Zhang Hu's Jinling Phantom Blade technique, but also simultaneously cultivated the Iron Garment technique from the Baiyun martial arts school. His spear could not inflict any substantial harm on Qin Li. Tian realized he could not engage in a protracted battle with Qin Li. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Once he was exhausted, he would merely become a victim beneath Qin Li's blade. Damn it! Tian cursed inwardly. He decided to make a desperate effort, channeling all his inner strength into the spear for one final strike. To fight him to the death. Perfect. With the Iron Garment technique to bolster him, Qin Li had no fear of Tian's desperate attack. He charged forward. Clang. The steel blade clashed with the spear, producing a thunderous sound. Tian felt a jolt of pain surge from his palm and mouth. He struggled to regain his grip on the spear, but it slipped from his grasp. In the brief moment of vulnerability, Qin Li, wielding the steel blade, closed in on Tian without hesitation. Tian's eyes widened as he saw Qin Li approach in an instant. With a slight twist of his wrist, he offered Tian no chance to catch his breath. Swish! The long blade glimmered ominously, and as Tian attempted to evade, it was already too late. With one fierce slash, Tian's head was severed, a torrent of scalding blood erupting forth, his head rolling away with wide-open eyes. Qin Li's blood surged, his eyes turning crimson, exuding an aura as fierce as a beast freshly returned from the hunt. Fang Qing beside him stared wide-eyed, covering his mouth to suppress a gasp. Looking at Qin Li now, Fang Qing felt a chill in his heart. Is this a god of death? The surge of blood and energy gradually eased for Qin Li, allowing him to calm down. This was his first time engaging in combat with a master at the 9th grade of the easy muscle realm. The perfected Iron Garment technique, combined with the mastery of the Jinling Phantom Blade technique, gave Qin Li a significant advantage in battle. Qin Li sheathed his blade, and a small line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Evildoer Zhao Hao's Lackey Realm, 9th grade of easy muscle realm, perfection, danger level, human grade, black evaluation, suppress the wicked, ensure peace in Jinling City, gain rewards being calculated. Reward 15 years of martial arts cultivation, reward 4,500 martial arts points, 15 years of martial arts cultivation. I am at the initial stage of the 9th grade of the easy muscle realm, while this person has reached perfection. It seems I am still too weak. If it weren't for the support of the Iron Garment technique, he would have likely been the one defeated in the previous battle with Tian. Qin Li glanced at his somewhat tattered clothes, and the visible scars beneath them, feeling waves of pain coursing through his body. I've heard of a technique that can continuously nurture the body by absorbing internal energy. It's almost regenerative. Minor injuries heal, while serious ones recover more rapidly. It seems that merely relying on the Iron Garment technique is far from sufficient. Minor injuries, if left untreated, accumulate into hidden wounds which can develop into chronic ailments. However, from what Qin Li understood, such techniques far exceeded Earth class, and were mostly held by noble families or martial schools with little circulation among the common folk. The martial school, It appears he would have to find a way to visit one soon. Brother Qin, should we go in and take a look? Fang Qing remarked, his previous disdain for Qin Li now replaced with awe after witnessing Qin Li's true strength. He finally realized how laughable their ambush on Qin Li had been. It turned out Ergo was right. They had never truly threatened Qin Li's life. Qin Li came back to his senses. The matter of the martial school could wait for later. Qin Li nodded. The door before them had a narrow crack, and with a creak, both he and Fang Qing pushed the door open. Upon entering, they were momentarily stunned by the scene inside. Especially Fang Qing, who covered his mouth in disbelief. Before them stood Su Mei, clad only in a pink undergarment revealing much of her pale skin marred by numerous bruises. A rope hung from the beam, coiled and drooping down, with Su Mei's feet vertical and her neck ensnared by the rope. She had taken her own life. In the scene before him, Qin Li couldn't help but gasp in shock. He took a step forward, the steel knife in his hand lightly sweeping past, severing the rope hanging from the beam with a snap. Xiao Mei from the Su family fell from the sky, and Qin Li hurriedly caught her, draping his outer coat over her. Looking down at Xiao Mei in his arms, he saw multiple bruises covering her body. The inner sides of her legs were stained crimson, remnants of blood still visible, her eyes wide open and glazed over. They refused to close, carrying with them a lingering hatred. Beside them, Fang Qing's fingers were pinched until they turned purple, his lips trembling. That Zhao Hao fellow, he's nothing but a beast. Xiao Mei, she's still so young, yet Zhao Hao. Those two words hung on Fang Qing's lips, yet he couldn't bring himself to utter them. Looking at Xiao Mei in his arms, Qin Li felt a surge of rage pounding at his heart. The scene of Xiao Mei and old Su waiting at the door to express their gratitude and present gifts flashed before Qin Li like a projector. He had no deep connections with the Su family, so it was natural that their relationship was not profound. However, such a brutally inhumane act filled him with fury. He had come to this world simply wanting to survive and develop, not to proactively provoke trouble. But Xiao Mei has died like this, what can we do? Fang Qing's face was filled with despair. Even though hatred burned in his heart, he understood the gap between them and Zhao Hao. Report to the authorities. They would probably be ambushed and killed by Zhao Hao's men on the way there. Even if they weren't, he didn't believe that those officials would truly seek justice for them, capture Zhao Hao and punish him. After all, those guys were all in cahoots on the same boat. Damn, are we, these poor people, really not worthy of living with dignity? Fang Qing whispered desperately. Qin Li felt a chill in his heart. In chaotic times, surviving was already difficult. He wanted to survive in this world, relying on the system to bide his time and wait until he was strong enough to confront everything before revealing himself. He aimed to achieve remarkable feats to establish his foothold in this chaotic world. However, he had no connection with the Su family. Their deaths were not his concern, and he could easily remain a bystander in this chaos. As long as the system was there, slow development was the way to go. But the death of the Su family was related to him. It was clear that they had fallen victim to Zhao Hao's wrath and met a tragic end. One was to vent his anger, the other was to draw him out, and along the way let Yihantian kill him. But Zhao Hao never expected that Yihantian, who was lying in ambush, would be counterattacked by Qin Li. Since it was related to him, he naturally could not ignore it. Otherwise, if the heart is not at peace, the Tao will not be just. Boom. Thunder rumbled, and in the heavy dark clouds lightning danced, illuminating the night sky as if it had turned. Tonight the rain was heavy. In the forest on the dirt slope, the pouring rain struck Qin Li and Fang Qing, their bodies covered in wet mud. In front of them, two small mounds were erected, marked by two wooden signs. Fang Qing struggled to suppress his grief, his body trembling, the marks on his face unclear whether they were tears or rain. Are you afraid of death? Qin Li's calm words fell on Fang Qing's ears. Fang Qing's body stiffened, slightly unsure of Qin Li's intent. Afraid of death. His closest relatives had died, and his best friend was gone. In this world, he had no ties left. What was there to be afraid of? He did not understand why Qin Li asked him this. Not afraid, Fang Qing gritted his teeth. Qin Li glanced at Fang Qing beside him. Since that's the case, come with me to a place. Where are we going? Fang Qing asked in confusion. Qin Li lowered his gaze, slightly looking at the two wooden signs before them. With thunder rumbling, Qin Li seemed to have made a decision, slowly closing his eyes. After killing Yihantian, Qin Li gained 15 years of martial arts cultivation and martial arts points. He spent the martial arts points to perfect the Jinling Fantian sword technique. Based on today's calculations, Qin Li gained another 10 years of martial arts cultivation, totaling 25 years so far. This time, he was seeking justice for the Su family, and with dangers lurking everywhere, he needed to seize every moment and method to enhance his strength. 25 years of martial arts cultivation. Of course. Let's go all in. Qin Li hesitated not at all. He needed to become stronger. Beside him, Fang Qing stood next to Qin Li, suddenly feeling a tremendous change in the atmosphere around Qin Li. The falling raindrops seemed to be isolated by the air, unable to touch him, and were instantly evaporated, producing billowing white steam. Qin Gu. Fang Qing did not understand what kind of transformation Qin Li's body had undergone. He felt the surrounding environment heat up instantly, even the rainwater on his body and his soaked clothes were dried in an instant. It was very hot. Then in the next moment, just when Fang Qing thought he could not withstand the high temperature, swish, the steam suddenly disappeared, and the scorching sensation seemed to have never existed. The rainwater within a yard surrounding him instantly disintegrated like flour, as if entering a state of ethereality. Looking at the scene before him, Qin Gu, are you alright? Fang Qing felt somewhat uneasy. Qin Li with his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened them, and his dark pupils erupted with a glimmer of brilliance. Stern. In that moment Fang Qing felt that Qin Li before him seemed to have changed, becoming somewhat different from the Qin Li he had known before. But he couldn't quite put his finger on that difference. Qin Gu, I'm fine. Upon hearing Qin Li's response, Fang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, his anxious heart slightly relaxing. With the infusion of 25 years of martial arts cultivation, Qin Li's strength had risen to a new level. 9th rank True Origin Realm, is it complete? Qin Li did not expect that after receiving 25 years of martial arts cultivation, he had only broken through from the Yijin realm to the True Origin Realm's completion. The enhancement of martial arts cultivation is based on one's innate talent and comprehension. Now that 25 years of martial arts cultivation had been infused, he had only just reached the completion of the True Origin Realm. Even though the difficulty of breakthroughs increases in later stages, but that was 25 years. To invest 25 years and only break through to the True Origin Realm. Sigh. Qin Li let out a light sigh. Oh, with his talent, if it weren't for his uncle, he might have had no hope in martial arts in this life. Fortunately, he had his father. That aside, entering the True Origin Realm meant he could basically project his true chi outward, causing harm from a distance, killing invisibly. However, with his current martial arts techniques, he was already somewhat constrained. He could not fully unleash his entire strength. But for now this will have to do. Qin Li quickly adjusted his. Qin Li raised his head and the thick clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. A ray of morning light broke through the mountains and shone down, looking towards the direction of Jinling City. Let's go. Qin Gu, where to? To Jinling City to seek. Jinling City. As dawn broke, the once desolate streets gradually filled with the sounds of people. On the cobbled road a figure stumbled forward, covered in dirt, dressed in tattered clothes, and with a head full of grime. Beside him was another person, tall and handsome, with a hint of heroism in his brows, dressed in official attire, a sword at his waist, and his bright eyes sparkling with spirit. One in front, one behind, a one to the left, one to the right. As the two walked by, the gazes of passers-by inevitably lingered on them. That person looked so disheveled. Could he be a thief caught by the officials? It must be him. He looks like a rascal, definitely not a good person. Yes, he resembles that wanted criminal, the notorious flower thief. No way is this guy really the flower thief. But lately no girl has complained about being harmed. Walking down the road, Fang Qing heard the idle chatter of those passing by, his face turning ashen. Bad person. Flower thief. Does he really look like a bad person? Yes, he is dressed a bit slovenly, but that shouldn't be the basis for judgment, right? Why is he labeled as a bad person and not Qin Li? With a hint of resentment, Fang Qing looked up, seeing the tall figure with an extraordinary demeanor and an exquisitely handsome face. For a moment Fang Qing felt deflated. Goodness, from this perspective he did indeed look more like a bad person. He considered himself somewhat handsome, but compared to the person before him, he felt utterly overshadowed. As Fang Qing felt dejected, the two arrived at the entrance of the inner city. Jinling City was divided into inner and outer cities, with walls protecting the people of the outer city, and similarly walls safeguarding the citizens of the inner city. Within the inner city resided the high-ranking nobles, all either rich or powerful. The imperial palace, situated at the very center of the inner city, loomed majestically when one looked up. The guards at the inner city recognized Qin Li, as they were also city guards, and had some familiarity with each other. It wasn't the first or second time that Qin Li had entered the inner city. The soldiers guarding the city were quite familiar with Qin Li and did not ask too many questions about his reasons for entering the inner city, merely inquiring briefly before allowing him to pass. The Zhao residence, located on the edge of the inner city, belonged to Zhao Hao, a mere merchant who was but a dog beneath the powerful. Being able to reside in the inner city was already a tremendous reward for him. Climbing the social ladder step by step, he had arrived at this point, relying on sheer determination. In the courtyard of the Zhao residence, Zhao Hao lounged in a recliner with his left arm around a delicate beauty clad in revealing attire. His hand roamed freely over her body, occasionally squeezing tightly, eliciting a charming protest from the beauty that made one want to cherish and protect her. On his right was another beauty snuggling against him, peeling green grapes and feeding him occasionally, teasing her, which drew a feigned angry response from her. Surrounding them stood armored guards, their indifferent gazes revealing no sign of emotion. They seemed quite accustomed to the scene before them. Suddenly a servant burst in, breathless and anxious, saying urgently, "Master, master, something terrible has happened." Zhao Hao's leisurely mood was abruptly disrupted, the smile on his face freezing instantly. The old servant, seeing Zhao Hao's icy glare, felt his heart sink, realizing he had disturbed his master's leisure. However, given the urgency of the situation, he couldn't afford to care about that anymore. Seeing the old servant fall silent, Zhao Hao understood that his longtime servant truly had important news. Despite his dissatisfaction, Zhao Hao could only suppress his anger and waved his hand at the two beauties, indicating for them to leave. The two beauties, reluctant to part, wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Zhao Hao's cold gaze, they dared not speak further and quickly retreated. Zhao Hao, still lounging in the recliner, sat up, grabbing a bunch of green grapes, swallowing them whole, seeds and all. After smacking his lips a few times, he said coldly, "Speak, what is it?" The old servant quickly replied, "Master, at the Western Street that lowly commoner is still alive and is outside the residence." Hearing this, Zhao Hao's brows furrowed slightly. "That lowly commoner is still alive?" "Yes indeed, master." It should be noted that it wasn't that he couldn't kill Feng Qing at that moment, but rather that he learned Feng Qing planned to find Qin Li. Thus he devised a plan to let Feng Qing go back, bring Qin Li to him, and force Qin Li to come personally. He intended to eliminate this person who dared to defy him. The assassins he dispatched last time mysteriously vanished, and he suspected it might be related to Qin Li. But how could he be unaware of Qin Li's capabilities? Such a waste, how could he possibly be a match for the assassins he sent out? However, the fact that the assassins went missing was undeniable, leading to only one possibility. Someone must be protecting Qin Li. This realization made him refrain from sending more assassins to eliminate Qin Li during this period. He planned to ascertain who was behind Qin Li before proceeding. This was also the strategy that allowed Zhao Hao to maintain his position in Jinling City. Caution. If there was someone behind Qin Li whom he could not afford to offend, he would not hesitate to let go of even the greatest of grudges. Moreover, it was just a woman. If Qin Li wanted her, he could freely give her away. However, during this period of secret investigation, it appeared that there was no powerful figure backing Qin Li. Given that the disappearance of the dispatched assassins seemed somewhat strange. Thus he devised a scheme. He would go to the Western Street to the Zhao and Su families. Kill the Su family, let Feng Qing go, and draw Qin Li to his door. Yihan Tian, a master at the 9th rank of the muscle transformation realm. This time, as long as Qin Li came, there would be no chance of survival. This time he dispatched his strongest forces, aiming to eliminate the threat that Qin Li posed once and for all. Recently, the matters concerning Qin Li had somewhat affected his mood. However, Feng Qing is not dead. He is alive, but what about Qin Li? Is it just Feng Qing? Zhao Hao asked. Gulp. The old servant swallowed nervously, his voice trembling as he replied, "No, master, there is another person." Another person? Zhao Hao's pupils constricted suddenly, and he was taken aback. Not only was Feng Qing alive, but he was accompanied by another person. Without a doubt, the other person's identity was evident. But how could this be possible? That person is at the 9th rank of the muscle transformation realm. Just relying on Qin Li. Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. However, as expected of someone who had weathered many storms, he quickly calmed down. Yihan Tian is dead. Not necessarily. At that time, he had only vaguely mentioned matters regarding his outer city estate, and Feng Qing might not have understood the implication of his words. He didn't know where he had taken the Su family woman, thinking she was brought to Zhao's residence. Thus he came knocking. It must be so. It definitely is. Zhao Hao thought to himself, instantly calming down, as this was the only possibility he could conceive. And it must be so. He was so certain of it. Send word to the outer city estate, and summon Yihan Tian. The rest of you follow me outside to see what's happened. Zhao Hao's face darkened as the old servant acknowledged the order and swiftly departed. The remaining guards, clad in armor and bearing arms, followed Zhao Hao through the corridor toward the mansion's entrance. Wait. Zhao Hao halted, furrowing his brow. Know that commoner Feng Qing must have brought Qin Li with him. Qin Li is not a rash man. If he dares to come knocking, there might be. Zhao Hao lowered his eyes, pondering carefully. From his understanding of Qin Li, there was likely someone behind him. In his view, how could Qin Li, with his meager standing, dare to challenge him? Qin Li was probably nothing more than a blade wielded by some enemy seeking to eliminate him. Who could it be? In his 17 years in Jinling City, he had offended many, but only a few truly posed a threat. Could it be? The more Zhao Hao thought, the more plausible it seemed. Narrowing his eyes, he reached into a hidden pocket inside his luxurious robe and pulled out a piece of emerald jade. The jade was verdant, warm, lustrous, and translucent, clearly of great value. You come here. Take this jade too. After giving his orders, Zhao Hao felt reassured. Having conducted shady dealings in Jinling City for over a decade, without falling, how could he lack backing? They'll see who dares to oppose me. At the entrance of the Zhao residence, 5 burly men in black tight suits stood with hostile expressions blocking the gate. Surrounded by the 5 men were 2 individuals, Qin Li and Feng Qing. Fang Qing, unaccustomed to such a scene, trembled uncontrollably. Had Qin Li not been by his side, he would have collapsed long ago. But recalling the tragic fate of Ergo and the Su family, fear was swiftly overtaken by rage. Emboldened by Qin Li's presence, he roared out boldly, "Tell Zhao how to get out here." Qin Li frowned. They had been causing a commotion for some time, drawing a crowd, yet Zhao Hao himself had yet to appear. Why was that? Qin Li was puzzled. As for why he had come so ostentatiously, it was intentional. His goal was simple: to make this affair as public as possible. Just then, humph! What rabble dares to cause trouble here? The gates of the Zhao residence slowly opened, and a man in fine robes stepped across the threshold. The man of short stature sported a pair of thin mustaches and a goatee. His face was dark with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Zhao Hao. Seeing Zhao Hao appear, Fang Qing could no longer contain his fury. The anger within him erupted. "Zhao Hao, you murderous wretch! You ruined my sister, killed Ergo, and even violated little Su Mei." Zhao Hao smirked contemptuously upon hearing this. "You commoner, what has this to do with me? How dare you spout nonsense here? Guards, drive them out." With so many onlookers present, Zhao Hao could not have them killed outright, so he ordered them expelled. In the shadows, he would find another opportunity. At Zhao Hao's command, the surrounding guards encircled the two men. Zhao Hao, however, paid little heed to Qin Li and Fang Qing. In fact, from the moment he appeared, his gaze had only briefly fallen on Qin Li. After confirming that Qin Li was indeed alive and had come here, he was momentarily startled, then kept scanning the crowd, searching. He wanted to see whose dog Qin Li was, who was his master. But to his utter surprise, just as several men moved to seize them, Qin Li acted first. These guards were merely at the bronze skin stage, with only one at the 5th rank iron bone stage. Before him, they were like children. The gap in cultivation could not be bridged by numbers, especially since Qin Li had reached the true Yuan stage, bringing a qualitative leap in his strength. In just a few breaths, Qin Li effortlessly dispatched Zhao Hao's thugs. They lay scattered on the ground, groaning and moaning in agony. Before Zhao Hao could react, all his guards had been taken down. His pupils contracted sharply in shock. Those were several peak bronze skin stage fighters and a 5th rank iron bone. Maintaining this crew cost him a fortune each year. These men had helped him deal with many insolent fools and were far from harmless. Yet today, these lackeys who usually bullied others alongside him were all knocked out in a single encounter. How could Zhao Hao not be shocked? Gone was his earlier arrogance and disdain. When he looked at Qin Li again, his eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Because upon reflection, the bronze skin stage strength Qin Li had previously displayed was clearly a ruse. How could a bronze skin stage fighter defeat his men? To easily overcome his subordinates, was this man a tendon transformation expert? Could he be at the true Yuan stage? Zhao Hao quickly dismissed that thought. A true Yuan stage cultivator, so young. Wouldn't that mean he's from the Martial Academy? A member of the Martial Academy? Zhao Hao dared not think further. Everyone knew that although the Martial Academy did not meddle in worldly affairs, the Dacian kingdom had stood for centuries because it relied on the Martial Academy. The Academy was the kingdom's foundation, its authority even surpassing the imperial throne. Despite repeated defeats in the Northern War and the death of the previous emperor on the battlefield, Beishua had not seized the opportunity to storm Jinling City and annihilate Dacian. The reason was simple. The emperor of Dacian could change time and again, but as long as the Martial Academy, specifically its leader, stood firm, the kingdom would not fall. The Li family would always rule. If Qin Li truly belonged to the Martial Academy, then even the person backing Zhao Hao might not be able to. However, he refused to believe Qin Li was from the Martial Academy. If he were, why had he previously groveled to him? Members of the Martial Academy were too proud. They would consider it an honor to seek him out, and he would be desperate for their patronage. Having weathered many storms to reach his position, Zhao Hao quickly concluded that Qin Li was not from the Martial. The brief panic in his eyes vanished, and he soon calmed down. Frowning, he silently counted the time. By now, Yihantian should have received the message and be on his way. He should be here soon. As long as Yihantian arrives, even the mightiest waves will be quelled. Zhao Hao took a step back and gestured to the surrounding guards. He hid behind. As long as he could hold them off for a while, Yihantian would arrive. But the guards before him were no match for Qin Li. Within just a few exchanges, they were all knocked down by him. With the last guard falling, Zhao Hao rarely revealed an anxious and panicked expression. Yihantian, why hasn't that guy arrived yet? Zhao Hao cursed inwardly. At that moment, a figure on a galloping steed appeared in the distance. Zhao Hao's eyes narrowed, and upon seeing the newcomer, he felt a surge of joy. The person was indeed one of his subordinates sent to locate Yihantian. But why was it only his subordinate that had arrived? Where was Yihantian? Why had he not seen Yihantian's figure? The subordinate dismounted quickly and hurried to Zhao Hao's ear, whispering anxiously. Zhao Hao, who had shown a hint of hope, suddenly turned pale. In disbelief, he asked, "Are you sure Yihantian is dead?" After repeatedly questioning and receiving confirmation from his subordinate, Zhao Hao felt as if struck by lightning. The news was too shocking. Ihan Tian was a master at the peak of the 9th grade E-muscle realm. How could such a master be killed? Who, apart from a true essence realm expert, could possibly take him down? At this moment, when Zhao Hao looked at Qin Li, all he felt was fear. Dead. Truly dead. Who killed him? Qin Li and his companion appeared here, yet Ihan Tian is dead. Need I even think about it? Is it really a true essence realm expert? If at the beginning Zhao Hao could maintain his composure, he was now truly in a panic. Looking at Qin Li, whose eyes were calm and unperturbed, Zhao Hao felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Qin Li, under the vast heavens, you dare to commit murder in the streets. Are you plotting a rebellion? Rebellion. On the side, Fang Qin clenched his jaw, trembling with rage. Zhao Hao, you scoundrel, even if you die 100 times it won't quell the public's anger. You forcibly took the daughters of the people and killed my brothers, committing every atrocity. Even if you died 100 times it would be well-deserved. Fang Qin, you're talking nonsense, slandering me. Do not spread rumors here. Rumors? Ha ha ha, I slander you. All right. Since that's the case, return my sister's life to me, as well as the lives of the Su family father and daughter, and Ergo's life. Oh, return them all to me. Fang Qin became increasingly agitated. Seeing this, Zhao Hao's eyes shifted. No, I must run. These two commoners seem unwilling to let me go easily. Without a word, Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he kicked his subordinate hard and lunged at Qin Li, trying to create a brief distraction. Then he turned and attempted to escape, using his movement technique. Upon seeing this, Qin Li narrowed his eyes. He could not allow Zhao Hao to escape. Utilizing the swift wind movement technique, he quickly caught up to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was alarmed. Seeing Qin Li pursuing him, a shadow of despair crossed his eyes. Damn it, Dot. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several hidden arrows flew through the air, each coated in poison. Even a touch would instantly kill any warrior below the true essence realm. As for those in the true essence realm, they would be severely injured. This was a secret weapon that Zhao Hao had spent a fortune to create. He had never used it before. Today was the first time. The hidden arrows whistled through the air, but Qin Li did not dodge. He simply swung his steel blade. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Hao's sneak attack was effortlessly countered by Qin Li. Before Zhao Hao could react and unleash more hidden weapons, Qin Li had already closed in. Die for me. Qin Li grabbed Zhao Hao by the neck and slammed him down hard onto the ground. Bang. Zhao Hao's face slammed into the ground, instantly contorting and turning red. Several of his front teeth were shattered, and the floor cracked with a loud snap. The violent shock nearly caused Zhao Hao to lose consciousness. Lying on the ground, Zhao Hao was gasping for breath, blood filling his mouth as he stammered, Qin Li, you cannot kill me. I am the son of Lord Song Yuanyan. If you kill me, you will. This was Zhao Hao's last bargaining chip. He pleaded, hoping to intimidate Qin Li with it. But upon seeing the indifferent look in Qin Li's eyes, he understood at that moment. The madman before him would not care for the people behind him. This is Jinling City. He dares to kill me in the streets. You cannot kill me. This is Jinling City. You will be punished for killing in the streets. You will die. Zhao Hao was firmly pressed beneath Qin Li's foot, the steel blade in Qin Li's hand, gazing down at Zhao Hao with cold eyes. Killing to repay a life is the law of heaven and earth. Zhao Hao stared at the intimidating steel blade, his face showing despair as he frantically shouted, No. No, you cannot kill me. At this moment, Qin Li's blade was about to descend. Suddenly a voice shouted from afar, Stop. Faced with the unexpected command, Qin Li ignored it. Stop your nonsense. Qin Li's steel blade did not slow down, but rather sped up. Whoosh! Zhao Hao's eyes widened in a grimace of disbelief as his head was severed by Qin Li, rolling aside. The newcomer, witnessing Qin Li disregard his command and execute Zhao Hao before his eyes, was taken aback. His expression darkened and he snorted coldly. Who is this villain? Killing in the streets, utterly despicable, deserves to die. Deserves to die. Qin Li turned to look at the newcomer with a cold smile. The newcomer was a young man in his 20s, dressed in luxurious attire, wearing a crown of jade and exuding an extraordinary presence. He had taken action intending to capture Qin Li. The young man's name was Shui Ran, a friend of Song Yuanyan and a fellow disciple at the martial academy. Today he had come to visit Song Yuanyan and coincidentally encountered Zhao Hao sending someone to the Song residence to deliver a message. Since Song Yuanyan was not home, he took it upon himself to run the errand for his friend. Shui Ran, a disciple of the martial academy, possessed the cultivation of the 3rd grade diamond realm. He aimed to subdue Qin Li with a capturing technique, believing that a mere mountain village peasant could not be that powerful. Full of disdain, Shui Ran approached Qin Li, as Qin Li did not retreat, but advanced instead. Seeing this, Shui Ran chuckled coldly. You overestimate yourself. Let me show you the prowess of a martial academy disciple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shui Ran transformed his fist into claws resembling the sharp claws of a wolf made of adamantine and suddenly lunged toward Qin Li's shoulder blade. This claw, if it landed, would utterly shatter the shoulder blade. This move was called the Thousand Bones Capturing Hand, a martial art of the true essence realm level, truly formidable. Shui Ran had already mastered this technique. Just when he believed his victory to be assured, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Qin Li's movement technique was like a phantom. Just as Shui Ran's claws were about to grasp Qin Li's shoulder blade, he suddenly missed and grabbed only a shadow. So fast. Shui Ran was shocked and immediately became alert. Looking around, he found no one. At that moment, a voice questioned from behind, "Is this the level of the Martial Academy disciples? Is this the disciple of the Martial Academy?" The blatant mockery caused Shui Ran's expression to darken. "You seek death." With a sudden punch, Shui Ran struck behind him, the sound of cracking bones echoing as waves of fist wind surged. Bang! A punch was thrown like thunder, striking the ground, producing a deafening explosion. Not far away, Qin Li appeared, frowning as he glanced at his torn sleeve and the faint bruising on his exposed arm. "Didn't I dodge that? Is that true chi being released?" Qin Li looked up and saw a faintly visible flow of energy surrounding Shui Ran. In the true origin realm, one can manifest inner strength into true chi, unleashing it to combat enemies. This is the fundamental difference between the true origin realm and the muscle transformation realm. Stepping into the true origin realm means completely transcending the realm of ordinary martial artists. The gap between the two is like a chasm. Their strengths are not on the same level. Although Qin Li had entered the true origin realm, his rapid advancement meant he had never practiced techniques at this level and was utterly ignorant of how to release true chi or combat using chi. In the mortal world, there are virtually no techniques at the true origin realm level. Only the Martial Academy offers the opportunity to study them. "Looks like I have to make a trip to the Martial Academy." Qin Li clenched his fist, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Even though he had not practiced techniques of the true origin realm, he wanted to see how his current strength matched up against a master of the diamond realm. Without the enhancement of true origin realm techniques, where exactly lies his limit? Perfect. Qin Li's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. With a fierce stomp, the floor cracked underfoot. His body bent like a bow, the muscles in his thighs tensed to the point of almost bursting through his pants. He slowly raised his head, staring intently at Shui Ran in the distance like a leopard. Bang! In an instant, Qin Li shot forward like a leopard. His speed was so fast it stirred up a gale, booming like thunder rolling through the sky. Shui Ran, seeing that Qin Li dared to take the initiative, wore a look of disdain. From their brief exchange, Shui Ran was astonished to find that this person actually possessed the strength of the true origin realm. This was something he never expected. Although he didn't understand how a lowly commoner like Qin Li had broken into the true origin realm, he realized one thing: Qin Li had merely entered the realm, but had no knowledge of true origin realm techniques. As expected of a commoner, without the support of true origin realm techniques, you are ultimately just a lowly creature. Let me show you the gap between us. Flying Crane Martial Intent Fist. This is a human-grade technique at the true origin realm level. Though it is merely a human-grade technique, it is indeed a true technique of the true origin realm, incomparable to ordinary techniques. Shui Ran assumed a stance, his left hand clenched into a fist while his right hand transformed into a palm resembling a white crane. A faint energy began to swirl around him, akin to a crane spreading its wings. Ji. With a cry of the white crane, Shui Ran dove forward like a crane. Qin Li gripped his steel knife, employing the light wind movement technique to swiftly close and swinging the knife like a blazing tempest, radiant as the rising sun. Zhengyang Fantion Blade Technique. Bang bang bang. Explosions erupted as they exchanged dazzling moves, their forms moving so quickly that bystanders could hardly see. Bang. Qin Li swung down with his blade, but Shui Ran, agile as a crane, dodged and struck out a palm toward Qin Li's chest. Opportunity. Die. Not missing this opening, Shui Ran's palm slammed into Qin Li's chest with great force. This powerful strike landed solidly, and a gleam of pride flashed in Shui Ran's eyes, knowing that with this blow the fellow before him would be severely injured if not killed. The immense force sent Qin Li flying, instantly crashing heavily onto a stone slab nearby. The slab shattered, sending fragments flying and kicking up a cloud of dust. Shui Ran let out a cold laugh. You overestimate yourself. You took my powerful strike, heeding you won't die, but you'll be incapacitated. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from it. To Shui Ran's shock, Qin Li, who should have been gravely injured, walked out as if nothing had happened, with only slightly soiled clothing. How is this possible? Shui Ran's pupils constricted, astonished and in disbelief. That was a technique of the true origin realm, a solid palm strike, and he looked as if he was unscathed. How could this be? Qin Li brushed off the dust on his clothes. Shui Ran was indeed strong, with a cultivation level above his own. In the earlier melee, he had been at a disadvantage several times. Thanks to his iron body technique being cultivated to perfection, he had avoided severe injury from that last. The iron body technique is indeed an upper-tier Earth-grade technique. Although it cannot compare to techniques of the true origin realm, it is undeniably a top-tier technique below that level. The iron body technique still held some efficacy against techniques of the true origin realm. By reinforcing my body with internal strength and using the iron body technique, I can withstand a strike from a true origin realm technique. While not without strain, it's manageable. On the surface, Qin Li seemed fine, but beneath his clothing a faint blood-red palm print was visible. The true power of the true origin realm seems capable of penetrating the surface and inflicting internal damage. This is why stepping into the true origin realm brings about a qualitative leap. With his current strength, defeating Shui Ran effortlessly may be somewhat challenging. However, it is also not so simple for Shui Ran to defeat him easily. After all, he suffered from the lack of true origin realm techniques. If he wants to defeat Shui Ran, perhaps there is another way. Qin Li reviewed the rewards he had just calculated. 15 years of cultivation. Forcefully injecting 15 years of cultivation to break through to the true origin realm. This might be a solution, but is it too risky? Forcing a breakthrough in front of so many people could attract unwanted attention, especially since Qin Li was unsure if there were people secretly observing him. If he exposed his final trump card, that would be most fatal. Sigh. Qin Li sighed softly, knowing that he still needed to become stronger. And to become stronger, a plain-looking token suddenly appeared in Qin Li's hand with characters etched on it resembling tadpoles. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize the character Marshal. What is that? Shui Ran stared at Qin Li, who emerged from the dust, shocked to see a token in his hand. As a student of the Martial Academy, he certainly knew the purpose of this token. That is the Martial Academy's path to heaven token. What does he intend to do? There are two conventional ways to enter the Martial Academy. One is through the Academy's regular admissions assessment, which generally has an age limit. The other way is through recommendations from powerful families. Each powerful family has a set quota, such as Shui Ran, who entered the Academy in this manner. Aside from the above two methods, there is a final and the most difficult way to traverse the Martial Academy's path to heaven. Does he want to challenge the Sky Road? No, he must not go. I must stop him. Shui Ran's eyes flashed with a cold light as he swiftly rushed towards Qin Li. Looking up, he saw a slight smirk on Qin Li's lips, revealing a hint of mockery as he spoke. I, Qin Li, shall challenge the Sky Road today. Please, envoy of the Martial Academy, guide me. Qin Li bit his finger, causing a blood drop to flow from the wound and land on the token in his hand. The black and cold token, upon contact with the blood, instantly consumed it, as if devoured by an abyss. Suddenly, the token emitted a faint golden light, initially like a small stream, gradually growing stronger until it resembled a vast river bursting forth with dazzling golden brilliance. The golden light enveloped Qin Li, creating a faint ripple of light in the air akin to a protective shield safeguarding him within. Damn it! Seeing this, Shui Ran cursed angrily. Qin Li was protected by the golden light, leaving him with no choice but to relent. This was the golden shield, a protective barrier that appeared after activating the token for the Sky Road, intended to protect those who dared to challenge it. As for whether this golden shield could be broken, no one had ever attempted. The golden shield represented the Martial Academy's stance regarding the person it protected. If one were to forcefully break the shield and kill the challenger to the Sky Road, they would be deemed an enemy of the Martial Academy. The Martial Academy would certainly seek to punish such a person. To this day, no one dared to attempt crossing the threshold. The Sky Road does not discriminate between good and evil. Anyone capable of traversing it could directly enter the Martial Academy and become a disciple. This token was obtained by Qin Li after slaying Yihan. Qin Li had no knowledge as to why Yihan possessed this token. It was reported that the number of tokens from the Martial Academy left in the world did not exceed 100, yet Yihan had fortuitously acquired one of them. However, he had never activated it. Clearly, Yihan had never dared to challenge the Sky Road. To date, dozens had attempted to traverse it, yet none succeeded. The failure rate is 100%. This is why Yihan did not rush to challenge the Sky Road after obtaining the token. This allowed Qin Li to acquire the token. Today, publicly slaying Zhao Hao would certainly attract the attention of the Imperial Court, especially since killing Zhao Hao, this dog of someone else, would naturally offend its master. From his past knowledge of Zhao Hao, it was clear that behind him stood Song Yuanyin, the only son of Lord Song, a high-ranking official. Lord Song held a fifth-rank position. His son was not someone without connections like Qin Li could afford to offend. By killing one of Zhao Hao's subordinates today, Qin Li was indeed offending Song Yuanyin, who would surely not let this matter rest easily. Qin Li's grand display today was meant to attract the attention of the Imperial Court. He intended to publicly expose Zhao Hao's crimes and incite public resentment. One must understand Zhao Hao had committed numerous heinous acts, undoubtedly oppressing many commoners. He sought to press the common people to urge the court to investigate this matter thoroughly. Only in this way could he ensure Fang Qing's safety. If it were just Qin Li alone, he might have chosen to secretly assassinate Zhao Hao. However, this carried a risk as it might implicate Fang Qing. A matter must be brought to light for Fang Qing to be safe. If done in secrecy, even if unrelated to Fang Qing those behind, Zhao Hao would certainly not spare her. This is why Qin Li chose to escalate the matter. Of course, Qin Li did not place all his hopes on this corrupt and decaying dynasty. His second decision was to challenge the Sky Road. Joining the Martial Academy, becoming one of its members would provide him a solid backing. Only then could he maximize. Once he entered the Martial Academy and became a disciple with the status of a disciple, his actions would be much more. He would suppress all the evil bandits in Jinling City, garner more rewards, and rapidly enhance his cultivation. At that point, with his status, he could naturally ensure Fang Qing's safety. Under the golden light, no one dared to move, not even Shui Ran, who was also a disciple of the Martial Academy. Shui Ran's expression was cold as he glared at Qin Li, snorting, Challenging the Sky Road is no different from seeking death. I want to see how you will perish on the Sky Road. One must know, until now no one had successfully traversed the Sky Road. Naturally, Shui Ran did not believe that Qin Li could succeed. Suddenly a ray of dawn light appeared, and a flying sword came swiftly, bringing with it a refreshing fragrance that instantly enveloped the air, intoxicating all who inhaled. 3,000 strands of hair flowed like a waterfall, adorned in a flowing blue dress, her skin as white as snow with peach blossom eyes that were cold as ice. She resembled a fairy descending to the mortal realm, her demeanor akin to a pure lotus of Tianshan, exuding an unapproachable aura. Sister Yi Qinglian. Yi Qinglian was undeniably the most beautiful woman of the Martial Academy, not only powerful, but also stunningly beautiful. Such a stunning figure was undoubtedly the dream lover of many noble science. However, she was far too strong, having become a powerhouse at the Tianxiang realm at a young age, undoubtedly a prodigy among the new generation of the Martial Academy. Thus she was referred to as the Fairy of the Pure Lotus. Shui Ren never expected Yi Qinglian would come personally to guide him. She was truly the great beauty of the Martial Academy. Such a rare personage, he was astonished to see her here. Just a glance at her breathtaking beauty and admirable figure, combined with her cold demeanor, stirred an impulse to conquer within him. Shui Ren almost lost his composure in public, but fortunately, he quickly adjusted his demeanor. Spotting Yi Qinglian approaching, Qin Li furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes slightly. In the True Element realm, one can transform internal power into true energy. In the Diamond realm, one can command energy to combat foes. Upon reaching the Finger Mystic realm, true energy flows freely, manifesting the tangible into the intangible, and flying through the air becomes second nature, transcending the ordinary. One could be called a martial immortal. Comparatively, he felt like a mere child in her presence. Sister Qinglian. Shui Ran respectfully clasped his hands. Yi Qinglian descended from the flying sword and approached leisurely, her willow-like brows furrowing slightly as she glanced at Shui Ran. She did not recognize him, but he appeared to be a disciple of the Martial Academy. She merely nodded indifferently, then turned her gaze towards Qin Li within the golden shield. Her red lips parted slightly as she asked, "Are you the one who intends to challenge the Sky Road?" Qin Li respectfully replied, "Sister, it is I." Yi Qinglian nodded. "Coincidentally, I am nearby and received instructions from the Martial Academy to guide those challenging the Sky Road. In that case, follow me." Just as Yi Qinglian was about to leave with Qin Li, she heard him say, "Senior sister, before we depart, I have one request." Yi Qinglian frowned, clearly surprised that Qin Li would make a request. "What is it?" "I ask you, senior sister, to protect my friend during my journey through the Tongtian Road," Qin Li said, cupping his hand. Yi Qinglian's brows furrowed as she recalled the situation she had briefly assessed upon her arrival. However, her task was merely to guide him, and she had no intention of meddling in such trivial matters. Now with Qin Li bringing it up, it seemed he intended to leverage her influence to ensure his friend's safety. Bold indeed. Would her kindness come with strings attached? But, after a moment, Yi Qinglian's expression softened, and she smiled gently. "Rest assured, during your journey through the Tongtian Road, all will be well. You can proceed with confidence." Qin Li breathed a sigh of relief at her words, and replied, "Thank you, senior sister." He then added, "Senior sister, may I have a moment to say a few words?" Yi Qinglian nodded. Qin Li briefly explained to Fang Qing, assuring him that during his journey through the Tongtian Road, he need not worry about his own safety. "Qinggu, are you confident?" Fang Qing asked with concern, knowing well that the Tongtian Road was fraught with peril. Qin Li shook his head, uncertain himself. "Qinggu, it's all my fault. If only I—" "It's fine," Qin Li interrupted Fang Qing. For him, attending the Martial Academy was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Regardless, entering the academy was a choice he had to make. Fang Qing gritted his teeth, fully aware that Qin Li's current predicament stemmed from his actions. If it weren't for him, perhaps Qin Li wouldn't have to take this risk. Having avenged a great grievance, he felt his life was without regret. Yet he now saw Qin Li in peril and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Especially when he thought back to how he had once viewed Qin Gu as an enemy. Just thinking about it made him feel he truly deserved to die. Senior sister, let's go. Are we done? Yes. All right. Yi Qinglian waved her hand, and with a sharp sound the sword was drawn from its sheath. With a gentle pat of her delicate hand, Qin Li felt his entire being lighten as he floated upwards. Yi Qinglian took Qin Li on her flying sword, transforming into a beam of light that swiftly vanished from the location. Truly like an immortal. Is this what it means to be a disciple of the martial academy? Qin Li gently wrapped his arms around Yi Qinglian's slender waist, the fragrant breeze enveloping him. Feeling the delicate warmth in his hands, even a seasoned warrior like Qin Li found it hard to control himself. My. Yi Qinglian sensed something unusual and raised an eyebrow. Although she had no experience with romantic matters, she understood certain things. Yi Qinglian said coldly, "Mind yourself, otherwise I won't hesitate to deal with you before you embark on the Tongtian road." Qin Li's lips curled slightly. He didn't want this either, but some things were simply beyond his control. Mainly, he had already positioned himself in a compromising way, and he could only blame his taller brother for making it. Helpless, Qin Li shifted his body slightly aside. To ease the awkwardness, he changed the subject, asking, "Senior sister, is the Tongtian road really that difficult?" Before deciding to venture into the Tongtian road, Qin Li had gathered some information about it. As a former guard, he had occasionally heard tales about the Tongtian road, stories of those who overestimated themselves and failed among other gossip. He knew a little about it. The Tongtian road was established by the founding ancestors of the martial academy, and it was said to have 3 questions, the first of which was the question of the Tao. What is the question of the Tao? Over the years, many have failed to pass the first question, asking the Tao, because it is not merely a question, but a battle. As for how to battle, Qin Li was not quite sure. All he knew was that those who died while attempting the Tongtian road had perished at the first question. The Tongtian road, huh? Yi Qinglian's expression turned nostalgic. The Tongtian road was familiar to her since she had once. The first question is the question of the Tao. She recounted the scene vividly, not hiding her knowledge. The question of the Tao is about martial arts. On the path of martial arts, the greatest obstacle is oneself. Thus, for the first question, one must conquer myself. Yes, it is about conquering oneself. You will encounter an opponent whose strength and techniques mirror your own. Only by defeating yourself can you pass the first question of the Tao. Hearing this, Qin Li fell into contemplation. Before deciding to tackle the Tongtian road, he was somewhat aware of the first question. Now he received a concrete answer from Yi Qinglian. Defeating myself, huh? A glimmer of fighting spirit flashed in Qin Li's eyes. Sensing Qin Li's aura, Yi Qinglian was momentarily taken aback. Many would show concern upon learning they would face an opponent identical to themselves, but in Qin Li's eyes, she saw immense fighting spirit. In Jinling City, Song Yuanyan returned home, and upon receiving a letter left by Shui Ran, made his way to the Zhao residence. Brother Shui, are you saying that it was that person who activated the token to challenge the heavenly path, and that he has already been taken away by senior sister Yi Qinglian to participate in the trial? The speaker was Song Yuanyan, clad in luxurious robes and adorned with a multicolored sash woven from fine silk, which was of considerable value. Dangling from his sash was a piece of jade. Senior brother Song, indeed it is. Shui Ran recounted the events that had just transpired in full detail. Zhao Hao. Song Yuanyan furrowed his brow. Zhao Hao was one of his more capable underlings, always handling matters with precision. Although he cared little for Zhao Hao's life, the man was still under his banner. Having one of his own beaten to death in the street was a direct slap to his face. Seeing Song Yuanyan's grim expression, Shui Ran sighed softly. That person's strength is not to be underestimated. It is quite peculiar that a commoner could cultivate to the true Yuan realm. Even more strange is that he emerged unscathed from a direct strike from me. A true Yuan realm expert, and merely a city guard. Song Yuanyan immediately sent men to investigate Qin Li's background. It is indeed strange. His identity is confirmed. He is nothing but a commoner. At first I thought he might be a young master from some noble family in the capital here in Jinling to broaden his horizons, Shui Ran said, equally perplexed. However, although he possesses true Yuan realm cultivation, he does not know any techniques of that level. Song Yuanyan frowned upon hearing this. If that is the case, could it be that this man is entirely self-taught, reaching the true Yuan realm through sheer talent? If so, his talent would be astonishing. If only he were an ally, but instead he has made himself an enemy. At that thought, a flicker of ruthlessness passed through Song Yuanyan's eyes. If possible, such a variable should be eliminated as early as possible, nipped in the bud. Sensing Song Yuanyan's intent, Shui Ran interjected, "Brother Song, do not worry. This man is but an ignorant commoner daring to challenge the heavenly path. To this day, no one has ever succeeded. When the time comes that commoner will surely die on the heavenly path, never to enter the martial academy, as a Song Yuanyan nodded. In his view, Qin Li's challenge was a death sentence. But if by some chance he survives the trial, then I will. He thought, a shadow of malice darkening his eyes. Brother Song, as for that one. Shuiren gestured toward Fang Qing, who stood not far away. Just another commoner. Song Yuanyan sneered coldly. In his eyes, Fang Qing was already as good as dead. Feeling their gazes, Fang Qing glared back, fiercely cursing inwardly, a pack of bastards. The middle-aged man standing beside Fang Qing also took notice. The murder in broad daylight had naturally alarmed the capital's authorities, and officials from the government office soon arrived at the scene. The leader wore the uniform of a government constable with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a deep gaze, a high-nosed bridge, and a saber at his waist. He Xiao, the chief constable of Jinling City's government office, was a true Yuan realm expert of mediocre talent. After leaving the martial academy, he relied on his own strength to secure this position to support his family. As the chief constable of Jinling, he was all too familiar with the methods of these aristocratic heirs. In many cases, they could only go through the motions. Though he despised it, he was powerless. Many things were beyond his control. However, rest assured, since junior sister Yi Qinglian of the martial academy has spoken, no one will dare to touch you during this time. He Xiao was older than Yi Qinglian and had graduated from the martial academy earlier, so calling her junior sister was only natural. However, her talent far surpassed his. Otherwise, he would not have left the martial academy early to become a mere constable in Jinling. The passion of his youth had long since faded, leaving only a numb shell. Otherwise, given his background from the martial academy, how could he be just a minor constable? He Xiao patted Fang Qing on the shoulder and then ordered his men to handle the scene. The necessary formalities had to be carried out cleanly. Fang Qing gazed at the distant sky, his fists clenched tightly. Brother Qin, I believe in you. You can do it. In Jinling City, beneath the sea of clouds on Wanfeng Mountain, the martial academy stood. Amidst the boundless mist and swirling clouds, the vast square of the academy was already crowded with disciples. The reason was simple: the martial academy's heavenly path had been opened for the first time in 5 years. Someone was going to challenge it. Who wouldn't be curious enough to come and watch? However, most were not there to witness Qin Li's success, but to mock him. Ridiculous. Who could possibly conquer the heavenly path? Yi Qinglan flicked her sleeve, and she and Qin Li landed steadily. The onlookers naturally caught sight of Qin Li's appearance. Tisk, is this the fool who wants to challenge the heavenly path? Oh, look at this guy. He does have some skill, but to think he could conquer the heavenly path. He's just asking for death. Most regarded Qin Li's attempt as a joke, full of mockery. Only a few female disciples, upon seeing Qin Li's handsome face, had their eyes light up. This junior brother is truly handsome. I haven't seen anyone more attractive in the academy. Oh, what a pity that he's going to challenge the heavenly path. Yes, such a waste. If I had met him sooner, I would have tried. Junior sister, what kind of dissuasion do you mean? Persuasion in bed. No. Senior sister, you're terrible. Meanwhile, junior brother, lend me the token. Yi Qinglan took the token from Qin Li's hand and placed it into a stone groove. The token fit perfectly, clicking into place as it was fully embedded. As the token settled into the groove, the stone slab beneath began to slowly rotate. The entire mountain shook, the ground beneath their feet undulating, causing the crowd in the square to stagger. Qin Li grabbed hold of a nearby tree trunk to steady himself. Suddenly looking up, he saw the mist in the square slowly parting from the center to both sides. Step by step, stone-paved stairs gradually revealed themselves, forming a path that seemed to lead to the heavens, stretching up into the clouds. Beyond the clouds, the view was obscured, and one could only vaguely make out what appeared to be a gate leading to an unknown destination. This was the heavenly path. Junior brother, the path to heaven has opened, and my task of guiding you ends here. The remaining journey depends. Yi Qinglian gently smiled, her cold expression melting like an iceberg, her stunning beauty captivating the heart and mind. Qin Li nodded, looking up at the endless path to heaven, murmuring to himself. Has no one ever traversed the path to heaven? Since that's the case today, I shall make my attempt. Qin Li resolved himself. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and boldly walked towards the path to heaven. As Qin Li stepped onto the path, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Qinglian. With slender brows and starry eyes, her fair complexion revealed shallow dimples when she smiled. Another prodigy from the martial academy, renowned alongside Yi Qinglian, possessing both comparable strength and beauty. It was Yu Shiwan. Yu Shiwan softly asked, Sister Yi, why go to such lengths for a mere true essence realm individual? Why must you personally guide him? Yi Qinglian seemed to have known about the sudden appearance of this person, her previously smiling face turning once again into its cold demeanor. I just happened to be nearby. She and Yu Shiwan were not on good terms. In her view, Yu Shiwan was too pretentious, and her personality was not to Yi Qinglian's liking. Seeing that Yi Qinglian seemed unwilling to say more, Yu Shiwan pouted her red lips and said softly, "If you don't want to talk, that's fine." Upon hearing this, Qin Li slightly frowned her slender brows. This statement was not false, as she indeed was nearby, but it was also intentional. She had been secretly investigating the blood demon sect, and had recently acquired clues about it, finally uncovering some leads. However, when she followed the trail, she discovered that both the breaking the precepts monk and the shape-shifting demoness had unexpectedly met their demise. Her leads were once again cut off. Just when she was in the vicinity, she sensed someone activating a token to challenge the path to heaven. So her presence was indeed coincidental. Speaking of which, sister, what do you think of this person attempting the path to heaven? After all, even you were unable to pass it back, then let alone him. Yu Shiwan said with a smile. Qin Li pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing her brows, and shook her head. I do not know. One must know she herself nearly fell at the first trial back then. With her talent, she could have directly passed the Martial Academy's assessment to become a disciple. Yet at that time her pride led her to desire to be the first to conquer the path to heaven, thus kindling her ambition. After struggling through the first trial, she ultimately failed at the second trial. Sister, you don't know either. Yu Shiwan pouted her lips, looking with keen interest at Qin Li, who was walking further up the path to heaven. I actually think this person might be able to pass the path to heaven. Upon hearing this, Qin Li furrowed her brows and unusually said a few more words to Yu Shiwan, asking, "Why do you think so, junior sister?" Yu Shiwan covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes narrowing into slits, as she said, "Intuition. Or perhaps because he is handsome." Qin Li's expression darkened upon hearing this. Yu Shiwan was always like this, and it was one of the reasons she did not particularly like her. Let's just wait and see. The path to heaven is not long, but not short either. Qin Li continued to ascend. After walking for a while, he passed through the clouds. A majestic mountain gate suddenly appeared before him, the enormous gate seeming to rise directly above the clouds. It emanated a sense of overwhelming weight, and when Qin Li finally stepped onto the last step, he arrived before the gate. As Qin Li approached, the massive gate slowly opened with a rumbling sound, revealing a faint white light shining through the crack, obscuring what lay beyond the door. Is this inviting me to enter? Qin Li contemplated for a moment before lifting his foot and stepping inside. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. As Qin Li entered the enormous stone gate, he felt a flash of white light, so bright that he could not open his eyes, and the world spun around him. After a few breaths, the surrounding scenery began to change. The white light gradually faded, replaced by a desolate blackness that seemed endless, plunging him into infinite darkness. Qin Li looked down, seeing a pool of still black water below, reflecting his own image. As he stepped forward, ripples spread across the surface, creating faint waves. Surprisingly, Qin Li did not fall into the black lake, but was able to walk freely on its surface. Just as he was marveling at this, faint ripples suddenly appeared in the black water nearby. Splash! A black shadow slowly emerged from the black lake, with large amounts of black water rolling off, gradually revealing a figure. As the black water continued to recede, the figure became clearer, showing a nose, eyes, ears, and finally the face. When the figure was fully revealed, it was strikingly a shadow of Qin Li, entirely black. Is this the first trial, the trial of the way? According to Sister Yi, the first trial is to confront oneself. To pass the first trial, one must find a way to defeat oneself. Fighting against myself. How interesting. Qin Li cracked his knuckles, feeling a stirring within as he gradually became immersed in the exhilarating rush of blood and qi. The violent essence within his heart grew stronger. Perhaps this is the thrill of battle. Just as Qin Li was preparing to strike first. What is this? The black Qin Li had just emerged from the black lake, and faint ripples began to form in the black water on either side of it. Two more black Qin Li appeared. 3 Qin Lis. Looking at the sudden appearance of the 3 Qin Li suddenly understood why many failed to pass even the first question of the path to heaven. Damn it, fighting against the person who knows me best, and facing 3 at once. The odds of passing this must be a nightmare. Just as Qin Li was shocked, the leading Qin Li was the first to launch an attack. In an instant, a set of movements shot towards Qin Li, executing the light wind shifting steps that he had learned. Swish, swish, swish. As the shadow flickered, the black Qin Li appeared right before him. He somehow had a black long knife in his hand. Brandishing the long knife, he aimed a fierce slash at Qin Li's vital points. A wave of scorching wind like a tornado suddenly swept towards Qin Li. The Jinling City blade technique. All were Qin Li's moves. At the same time, the other 2 black Qin Li also used the light wind shifting steps to close in, one on the left and one on the right. Form intent fist. Water cutting blade technique. The 3 black Qin Li simultaneously charged towards Qin Li from 3 different directions. Qin Li gripped the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, he drew the long blade, employing his body technique to evade the attacks from the black Qin Li on either side, and collided head-on with the black Qin Li before him. Jinling City sword technique. The metallic clanging echoed, and the surrounding environment instantly became scorching hot, like a blazing fire erupting. Qin Li did not expect that the Zhengyang Fan Tian sword technique had been perfected, yet the black Qin Li before him seemed equally skilled mastering the technique with comparable finesse. Suddenly a black shadow flashed behind Qin Li, appearing instantaneously at his back, and with a fierce strike it slammed down towards him. Qin Li felt a chill at his back. In that moment, disregarding the battle in front, he quickly drew his sword only to be cut by the blade of the black Qin Li, leaving a wound on his arm. Without time to feel the pain, Qin Li swiftly cast a spell, twisting his body at a 180-degree angle in a peculiar posture, narrowly avoiding the attack from behind. Bang! His palm struck down violently into the black lake, instantly creating ripples. With the attack missing, Qin Li seized the opportunity, twisting his body and delivering a fierce knee strike to the chin of the black Qin Li, who had attempted to ambush him, sending it flying. Meanwhile, the third Qin Li did not cease his assault, swinging his long knife at Qin Li's side for a horizontal slash. Stopping his knee strike, Qin Li leaned back just in time to evade the blow. In just a few breaths, the onslaught was relentless, each strike deadly. If Qin Li had been any slower to react, he might have already lost his life. Clang! Just as he dodged a fatal attack, he grasped the hilt of his sword and swept it fiercely at the three figures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures instantly executed a light step technique, widening the distance to evade Qin Li's attack. Seeing his strike miss, Qin Li sighed softly. Facing three foes alone is quite troublesome. This was not his forte. Defeating multiple opponents was far less adept than overpowering a single foe. He was more suited to battling at higher realms against lower realms, especially when the opponents were just like himself with all techniques identical. One would have been manageable, but facing three at once was overwhelming. At first, Qin Li had approached it with a tentative mindset. Yet when truly confronted, he realized it was much more challenging than he had anticipated. Thinking back, how did Yi Qinglian manage to pass the first question? No wonder Yi Qinglian was able to achieve such accomplishments later on. Surely there must be something extraordinary about her. To take on three opponents was akin to seeking one's own demise. Is there a cheat? Then it's all right. This was all forced upon me by you. Fortunately, Qin Li had prepared for the first question, not using the 15 years of accumulated experience prior to the challenge. 5 years of martial arts cultivation. Absorb. As long as Qin Li could break through to the true essence realm, the infusion of 5 years of martial arts cultivation should suffice for the breakthrough. If it failed, he would continue to absorb more. The reason Qin Li did not intend to absorb everything was that he was unsure if anyone was watching him on this path to the heavens. Thus, he planned only to absorb enough to break through to the true essence realm. That way, if someone did spy on him, it wouldn't be too shocking. They would simply assume he had advanced during the battle. If he were to break through consecutively, it would certainly raise suspicions. For now, it was better to be cautious. Based on Qin Li's estimation, 5 years of martial arts cultivation should be just right. After all, the later he progressed, the slower his cultivation increased, requiring more martial arts cultivation. This was all related to his innate talent. To say the least, his martial arts talent was truly lacking. Fortunately, he had a cheat. As the martial arts cultivation poured in, Qin Li's aura surged dramatically. Mid-stage of the 9th grade true essence realm. Latest stage, perfected. Bang. Early stage of the 1st grade diamond realm. Just right. As Qin Li broke through to the diamond realm, his entire presence transformed, and the inner energy within him grew richer. Just as Qin Li's cultivation broke through to the diamond realm, the three black Qin Li preparing to attack suddenly halted. It seemed they were unprepared for Qin Li's sudden change. Their bodies twisted peculiarly, as if an old black and white television were stuck. Evidently, Qin Li's rise in cultivation had brought about a shift in the situation. Seizing this brief moment, Qin Li launched his attack. Whoosh! Qin Li moved like the wind, swiftly approaching the first black Qin Li, his sword descending fiercely during its moment of pause. Die! Bang! The blade struck down as if cleaving through a pool of black water. The black Qin Li instantly dissolved into a puddle of darkness, scattering and vanishing from this realm. With the first black Qin Li down, Qin Li did not pause in his actions. He swiftly executed his movement technique, arriving at the side of the second Qin Li. During this brief moment of loss of control, the second Qin Li had regained some clarity. Moreover, Qin Li could distinctly sense the aura of the black Qin Li undergoing a sudden change. From the early stage of the 9th grade true essence realm, it was rapidly ascending towards perfection. Qin Li felt a surge of alarm. He had originally planned to utilize the system to swiftly break through to the true essence realm, step into the diamond realm, and then annihilate these three black Qin Li with overwhelming force. Yet Qin Li never anticipated that the recovery speed of the black Qin Li would exceed his expectations. He struck down with another blade, landing a fierce blow to the head of the black Qin Li. With a splat, it again melted into a puddle of black water. Only one left. Qin Li's gaze fixed upon the remaining black Qin Li. He could keenly sense that the last black Qin Li had undergone a significant change in its aura within just a few. As Qin Li broke through to the true essence realm and entered the diamond realm, the three black Qin Li, after a brief pause, also instantaneously ascended in power. If allowed to rise to the diamond realm, all of Qin Li's previous efforts would render meaningless. At that point, a fierce battle awaited. Light wind shifting steps. Xingyang Fan Tian sword technique. Qin Li swung his sword at the last black Qin Li. Die for me. As the long sword fell, the halted black Qin Li suddenly opened its eyes, its aura surging to the early stage of the first grade diamond realm. But it was already too late. After entering the diamond realm, Qin Li's sword techniques gained even greater potency and speed. The blade was now at its brow, and despite the attributes of the black Qin Li, there was no escape. Bang! The long sword wielded by Qin Li struck true at the brow of the final black Qin Li. With a single stroke, it was cleaved in two, dissolving into another puddle of darkness. Drip drip. Qin Li held his sword with both hands, his eyes bloodshot, his entire being surging with energy, gasping heavily. Who? The first question asked the way. Did I pass? Qin Li pondered within his heart. As the words fell, the surroundings around Qin Li began to change. Drip drop. Beneath his feet, the black lake water rippled, revealing a massive abyss into which the dark water surged wildly. The tide receded, and the black water vanished completely. All that remained was silence, a deathly pitch-black stillness. Crack, crack. Suddenly the black sky peeled away like an eggshell, falling as black feathers that drifted down slowly, turning the sky into a vast expanse of white. A chill wind howled, and the scene before him had transformed entirely into a snowy expanse. Snow fell from a cold, bleak sky, dead trees, withered grass, and wilted flowers surrounded him. Even the heavens seemed to have turned gray. Desolation. That was Qin Li's first impression. Where is this? A piercing cry echoed from afar. A massive bird, several zhang in length with sharp fangs and a fierce beak, swooped down with a flurry of powerful wing beats. Qin Li instinctively tried to dodge, but found his body mired as if in quicksand, unable to move a step. Can't evade. The colossal bird lunged at him. Unable to flee, Qin Li raised his arm in defense. Yet the bird passed straight through him, as if he were invisible, and flew off into the distance. The terrifying sight left Qin Li shaken. He hadn't expected the massive bird to simply pass through his body. Could it be that this scene is an illusion? Such a gigantic bird. I've never seen anything like it. Qin Li let out a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. His palms were slick with sweat. The first question of the heavenly path was about the Tao. What is the second question? What did that giant bird represent? Qin Li was perplexed. Just then he looked up and saw a massive crimson eye in the sky. At the center of the crimson eye was a vortex radiating an eerie aura. Then, from the vortex of the crimson eye, a colossal foot emerged, stepping through the clouds and descending with a thunderous crash. The snowy ground trembled violently as if struck by a mighty earthquake. A massive crater appeared. Then came a second foot, followed by a hand, a mouth, an eye, and finally a gigantic face. A giant, hundreds of zhang tall with fists like mountains, emerged from the vortex of that crimson. Even Qin Li was awestruck by the terrifying sight. The giant, having just stepped onto the land, let out a roar, unleashing its inner fury. That single roar felt as though the heavens and earth were being torn apart, deafening him. But it didn't end there. From the crimson eye, more giants, fierce birds, and savage beasts poured forth. At that moment, trapped in this scene, Qin Li felt a profound sorrow, the sorrow of the world. He could imagine the devastation these monsters would bring. What a tragic sight it would be. He seemed to hear weeping, the sound of tears, as if the world itself were crying, or the deity guarding it. It was a sorrow, a grief, so deep it pierced. Then the sorrow ceased. The weeping stopped. The world fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had frozen. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat was clearly audible. In the sky, the crimson eye opened wide. It was agonized, its eyeball rolling frantically as black blood trickled from its corner. Suddenly, a blood-red hand pierced through the eyeball of the crimson eye. The rolling eyeball froze. With a crack, the crimson eye was torn apart by that hand, and blood rain fell from the sky, scattering across. The snow sizzled and smoked as it was corroded. Then a figure stepped out from the crimson eye. It was clad in a blood-red robe with horns on its head. Its face, vaguely human, showed neither joy nor anger. Its hollow gaze seemed to disregard all living things. That was the look of an absolute sovereign, a gaze of contempt that annihilated all. My. That cold gaze suddenly shifted, turning toward Qin Li. Oh, boom. The moment that gaze fell, the world collapsed. Everything, snow, giants, birds, crumbled and vanished as if it had never existed. Qin Li's pupils contracted. He gasped for air, his forehead beaded with sweat, his hands clammy with cold. Did that being see me, eh? No, it wasn't looking at me. It was looking at the one who created this illusion. I must have been inside the body of the illusion's creator, seeing this bizarre world through their eyes. Qin Li quickly composed himself, forcing calm. Otherwise, that single glance with its terrifying pressure could have left a permanent shadow on his mind if he could. His future path in martial arts might have been plagued by inner demons. If an inner demon took root, the great Tao would end. Fortunately, he was safe. Yes, everything he had witnessed was what the illusion's creator had seen. But where was that person to have witnessed such a bizarre world? Qin Li swallowed hard. Was that scene real? If so, a powerful sense of crisis arose within him. A crisis born from the pressure of that mysterious being. Just a single glance had shaken his spirit, nearly causing lasting damage. And this was merely from a third-person perspective. He couldn't imagine the despair that person must have felt facing that mysterious being directly. The sound of tea being poured snapped Qin Li out of his shock. The scene had changed entirely. Gone was the apocalyptic world. Instead, there were pavilions in the sky, jade towers, stone mountains, flowing streams, and birdsong amid fragrant flowers. It was a paradise utterly different from the apocalypse. The tranquility was so profound that Qin Li could. It's been a long time since anyone made it here. Young friend, come sit here. Hearing a sound from behind, Qin Li was slightly taken aback. But he quickly adjusted his mood. Perhaps the one who allowed him to see this scene was the person behind him. Qin Li respectfully turned around. Before him stood a woman in a white robe and crane cloak with a goose-like face and willow eyebrows, exuding an air of understated elegance that seemed simple, yet conveyed an extreme sense of nobility. Qin Li was momentarily startled, but soon regained his composure. He slightly bowed. "Senior, come here, sit down." Qin Li nodded slightly, and respectfully approached a stone table to take a seat. On the table lay freshly poured cups of hot tea, the faint aroma of tea wafting up, creating a sense of comfort. "You seem surprised to see me." The woman smiled gently, and Qin Li's subtle expression was clearly perceived. "Let me guess. You must be wondering why you were suddenly called here, and what the second question is, right?" Qin Li shook his head upon hearing this. "No, I'm just amazed that you are so young, senior." The woman was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. "You're quite the smooth talker." "It's just the truth," Qin Li said earnestly. "Well, since you have the ability to answer the first question, it shows you are outstanding among your peers. Being able to see me also counts as an achievement. I have 2 questions for you. If you answer them correctly, you will pass. If you answer incorrectly, I will send you away." The woman took a delicate sip of tea and asked, "First question, if everything you just saw were to happen in the future, what would you do? If it really happens?" Qin Li murmured, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, he felt a chill run down his spine. That vision could be described as a hell on earth. If it truly descends. Qin Li slowly closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before reopening them, clarity emerging in his gaze. "Fairy, if possible, may I ask a question?" "Oh." The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that Qin Li would take the initiative to ask a question. "Ha ha ha, interesting. You are the first to ask me a question after reaching this place," the woman said with a light smile. "Go ahead, what do you want to ask?" With the woman's consent, Qin Li felt a sense of relief. He then furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before asking, "Is the person in the vision the fairy?" Though Qin Li did not finish his sentence, the woman understood his meaning. He wanted to know if the person facing the monster in the illusion was her. Upon hearing this, the woman's smile faltered. A hint of sadness and loneliness suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she were reminiscing. She gently shook her head, and said with a bitter smile, "No." "Who?" Qin Li, having received the answer, inhaled sharply. The woman's gaze indicated everything. The earlier illusion may not have been fake, but truly existed. Moreover, from the woman's response, it seemed that the person in the illusion had indeed witnessed that hellish scene. Furthermore, he had a high probability of having already died. That was the last scene of his life. If that is the case. Qin Li's expression grew increasingly heavy. This world is likely far more than what he has seen, not just this continent, nor limited to the great Qian kingdom Beishua in the western regions. Other realms. Such news was shocking for Qin Li, but he could quickly accept it. Because in his view, the world he was currently in might not be limited to this continent, but countless other continents. The great Qian kingdom he belonged to was merely one leaf among countless others. If that is true, the scene in the illusion may have indeed occurred. The end of the world, eh? Qin Li murmured to himself. If that day truly comes, perhaps the only thing I can do is one thing. After pondering for a moment and organizing his current situation, Qin Li clenched his fists tightly and answered firmly, "Become stronger. I must become strong enough before that day arrives, strong enough to face it. This is my answer." Perhaps for others this may seem more complicated, but for Qin Li, he only needed to focus on one thing, continuously improving himself. After all, he had a cheat. This was the greatest confidence behind his answer. Become stronger. The woman's expression slightly tightened, her brows furrowing, clearly indicating that Qin Li's answer had exceeded her expectations. After a moment the woman seemed to think of something, her brows lifting as she laughed heartily. Ha, interesting, interesting. Why do you think so? Could it be that you believe your efforts will grant you the ability to fight back? You must know this world is full. For thousands of years I have seen too many prodigies. Yet these prodigies seem like dust before him, like mayflies before the vast heavens. Do you really think you can become strong enough to face him? This was the first time Qin Li heard the woman. It seems that many powerful human prodigies had challenged him in the past, but all ended in failure. This also explained why the woman before him displayed such a look of despair. For thousands of years prodigies have been unable to compare to him. This shows his terror. However, sorry, Qin Li is not a prodigy, but rather a cheat. Prodigies are insignificant before him, but what does that have to do with him a cheat? Just because prodigies fail doesn't mean he the cheat won't succeed. Of course. Qin Li's response once again exceeded the woman's expectations. She thought that after her discouragement Qin Li would begin to doubt himself. But unexpectedly Qin Li not only did not doubt himself, but responded with even more certainty. Moreover, this certainty did not seem like blind confidence. In those pitch-black eyes she saw calmness and absolute confidence. It was as if he truly believed he could become strong enough to stand against him. Where did his confidence come from? If Qin Li knew the woman's doubts, he would say, where did my confidence come from? Naturally it came from the cheat. The woman slightly calmed her emotions. She had momentarily lost her composure. She quietly gazed at Qin Li before her. She did not expect that Qin Li's seemingly ordinary answer would cause her to lose her composure for a moment. Fairy, if that day truly comes to me, anything I do would be futile. For me at that time the only thing I can rely on is myself. I believe that only by continuously becoming stronger can I face any potential dangers that may arise in the future world. Yes, this is Qin Li's most genuine thought. In his view, relying on others is never as good as relying on oneself. Qin Li's words lingered in the woman's ears, refusing to fade away. Indeed, if one becomes strong enough, there would be no fear of anything. Isn't this the best method, the optimal answer? This simplest answer has gone unanswered for so many years. Why? The reason is simple, no one dares to think about it. Yes, those who have seen him in his presence dare not think themselves stronger than him. Thus from the very beginning they chose to concede. Naturally they would not dare to think this way, or provide this. If one believes they will lose right from the start, then everything that follows will deviate from the original path. The Tao is exceedingly simple. Similarly, to defeat a formidable enemy, the only way is to become strong enough to crush them, instilling fear in them. Thus all problems will naturally resolve themselves. Indeed, you are right, the woman said with a bitter smile. She was well aware of this simplest answer. However, she never dared to think so. Perhaps she had thought of it, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Then may I ask, Fairy, is my answer correct? Qin Li tentatively asked. The woman's delicate face fell silent for a moment, then she gently nodded and smiled lightly. To me, your answer is indeed the best answer. I just don't know if it's truly his. The rest of her words were spoken softly, but it was unclear. Upon hearing this, Qin Li also sighed in relief, and then asked, then Fairy, what is the next question? The woman let out a bitter laugh. What next question could there be? If the first question had been resolved, then naturally there would be no second question. In the face of absolute strength, any problem becomes no problem at all. Come sit with me. Qin Li felt a flicker of doubt within himself. Could it really be this simple? The woman sipped her tea, entirely unconcerned with Qin Li's wandering thoughts, and continued to drink. It seemed she was truly enjoying this leisurely moment. It felt less like a test, and more like a peaceful gathering of two old friends. Everything was so serene. Had it not been for Qin Li's recent brush with death, he might have truly immersed himself in this moment of tranquility. However, this rare calm allowed Qin Li to observe his surroundings attentively. Green mountains and clear waters, a small bridge over flowing water, gentle streams, and the sun shining bright. A pavilion surrounded by a pond where lotus leaves and blooms flourished. If one were to describe the first impression this place gave Qin Li, it would be a paradise beyond the mundane, a place capable of calming a restless heart. The two of them simply sat quietly. They watched the flowing water and listened to the chirping birds. Time flowed by peaceful and serene. Qin Li found himself unwittingly immersed in the tranquility, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused, tranquil, as if he no longer cared for the world. Thus the two sat quietly together. Occasionally the woman poured tea for Qin Li, who sipped it. Qin Li poured tea and the woman drank. They spoke not a word, simply enjoying the tranquility before them. Meanwhile, in Jinling City at the Martial Academy, the celestial ladder leading to the road to heaven still stood tall above the academy. 3 days have passed, and the celestial ladder still exists. Could it be that this damned commoner has actually passed the first question of the road to heaven? Shui Ran said in disbelief. Beside him, Song Yuanyan wore a grim expression with a hint of gloom in his eyes. As a student of the Martial Academy, how could he not know the difficulty of the first question of the road to heaven? No matter how strong you are, you will encounter 3 shadows identical to yourself in the first question of the road to heaven. How could one defeat 3 equally powerful foes? This is simply a fantastical tale. But you tell me that this commoner actually achieved it. How could he possibly believe? He is merely a commoner. Song Yuanyan's eyes were filled with deep gloom. Suddenly, a dangerously ominous thought surfaced in his mind. What if this commoner truly passes the road to heaven in the end? No. Impossible. Song Yuanyan would never believe that this commoner could pass the road to heaven. Song Yuanyan clenched his fists, his fingers digging painfully into his palm. He spat out fiercely, "That guy? Song brother, passing only the first question, that guy cannot truly have traversed the road to heaven. The road to heaven has existed for so many years, and no one has ever passed it. This is merely the first question. The prodigies of the martial academy cannot do it, let alone that commoner." Shui Ran's words awakened Song Yuanyan. Indeed, if the prodigies of the martial academy cannot achieve it, how could he worry that this guy would succeed? Don't worry, Song brother, although few have passed the first question, records of the second and third questions are scarce. But if the first question is so difficult, the second and third will naturally be no easier. Perhaps we don't even need to intervene. That guy will die on this road to heaven, Shui Ran said with conviction. At the martial academy on the peak of Falling Sunset, one of the main peaks, is where the inner court resides. At the foot of the celestial ladder, Yi Qinglian stood guard, as she was the one who brought Qin Li to traverse the road to heaven, naturally waiting here quietly. 3 days have passed, senior sister Yi. I never expected that this person could actually pass the first question of the road to heaven. Does this mean he is extraordinary like senior sister? Beside her, Yu Shuang's beautiful eyes were slightly shocked. As her words fell, Yi Qinglian, who had her eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them, her beautiful eyes holding a trace of astonishment. Senior sister Yi, could it be that you already knew he was extraordinary? Is that why you specifically went to guide him? I knew it. How could senior sister go out of her way to guide him for no reason? Yu Shuang pouted jokingly. Hearing this, Yi Qinglian's brows furrowed deeper, not paying attention to Yu Shuang's words. I never expected you to pass the first question. I had underestimated you. Yi Qinglian never thought Qin Li could pass the first question of the road to heaven. If you passed the first question of the road to heaven, you must have seen the same scene as I did. How would you answer that question? Yi Qinglian pondered inwardly. Recalling the moment she faced the second question when traversing the road to heaven, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled slightly, a fear that stemmed from the depths of her heart. This fear felt like a great mountain pressing down, leaving her powerless in despair. Only those who have experienced it would understand the despair within at that moment. Since entering the martial academy, she had displayed extraordinary talent and quickly stood out, becoming a prodigy in the eyes of others. Yet the more she was called a prodigy, the more it grated on her ears. Prodigy. Did she truly deserve that title? Or rather, who within the martial academy truly deserved that title? The few who shared her fame in the inner court. Or perhaps the man renowned as the first in the martial academy, who ranked at the top among all prodigies? No, they do not deserve it. Though they are all strong, none instilled in her a sense of despair. She even believed that in due time the so-called prodigies of the martial academy would only be stepped upon by her. What kind of answer will you give? Time flowed by enveloped in tranquility. Qin Li seemed to have forgotten the passage of time in this realm, entering a state of desirelessness. Everything appeared to have come to a halt. He had forgotten the time, forgotten why he was here, and also forgotten his purpose. Suddenly questions began to surface in Qin Li's mind. It seems I have forgotten something important. What am I doing here? Why am I here? As these questions flashed through Qin Li's mind one by one, a spark of clarity suddenly flickered in Qin Li's clouded eyes. The woman before him seemed to sense his change, her body slightly startled, and a hint of surprise flashed in her gaze. This guy, influenced by my Tao, can actually awaken so quickly. Truly unbelievable. This person's Tao heart, I did not expect it to be so resolute. Does he truly believe he will grow stronger enough to defeat me? She never expected that Qin Li's previous response would be so filled with conviction. Just now, all tranquility was merely an illusion. It was an illusion deliberately created by the woman. This was not an issue of the road to the heavens, but rather an addition she made on her own. She wanted to know if the Qin Li before her truly had such determination. A comfortable environment could dull one's fighting spirit. She wanted to see if in such surroundings Qin Li would still have the courage to face the unknown fears. Would Qin Li choose to sink into comfort or resolutely uphold his Tao heart? This was a trial, a test of his Tao heart. Qin Li's reaction far exceeded her imagination. She thought that even if Qin Li's Tao heart were steadfast, he wouldn't awaken so quickly. It seems I've underestimated you. The woman frowned slightly. Qin Li's dazed eyes gradually regained clarity. No, I came here to challenge the road to the heavens. What happened to me? How could I be like this? As the awakened Qin Li felt a chill all over, he realized his back was soaked with sweat. That's right, it must be. Qin Li raised his gaze towards the voluptuous fairy before him, filled with fear. It must be this person secretly causing trouble. In that fleeting moment, Qin Li's heart had opened completely unguarded. Such a feeling was too terrifying. It felt as if he had completely entrusted his heart to a stranger, and that stranger could take everything from him. So close. Such complete relaxation was too terrifying. After all, he possessed a great treasure. If he carelessly spoke, it could bring about his own doom. At this moment, as Qin Li looked at the woman again, he felt a wave of fear. He saw the complex emotions flashing in her eyes as she noticed his awakening. After a moment's hesitation, the woman seemed to understand something, and then smiled gracefully. "You are quite impressive. I look forward to that day of yours." "Senior I?" Qin Li's words were unfinished. The woman gently waved her sleeve, and the surrounding scenery began to change. The pavilions vanished, the flora disintegrated, the green mountains collapsed, and the woman's figure gradually, until finally everything transformed into purple bauhinia flowers with a gentle sound of the Tao echoing across this realm. "Congratulations, you have passed. I hope you remember today's answer. Next time we meet, just call my name. I am called Zijing of the purple bauhinia flower." Ka ka ka. The surrounding scenery completely collapsed. Qin Li had disappeared, leaving only the fluttering of the woman's fairy dress in that void. With beautiful eyes gazing ahead, her red lips parted slightly as she murmured to herself, "If you truly are the prophesied one, the two of us shall meet again someday." A flash of white light surged, and when Qin Li opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a different scene. Where is this? Am I out? Qin Li scanned his surroundings. He stood atop a mountain peak. Before him was the Martial Academy's pavilion, towering above the sea of clouds. At a glance, the entire Martial Academy lay before him. Zijing. Qin Li looked up at the vast sky, murmuring as a purple bauhinia flower gracefully floated down. Qin Li reached out to catch the falling purple bauhinia flower. As it landed in his hand, it turned to powder, slowly disintegrating into the universe. Above the Martial Academy, the road to the heavens had clearly dissipated, and the dazzling light gradually faded. The onlookers awaiting results at the academy gazed at the vanishing road to the heavens, each with varied expressions. "Look, the road to the heavens has disappeared. It's over. Where is the person who challenged the road to the heavens? What was the result? He must have failed. No one has succeeded in all these years. I fear he has failed the challenge and is now dead." Among the discussions, almost no one believed Qin Li could pass the road to the heavens. Shui Ran snorted coldly. "Brother Song, this person is likely dead. How dare he challenge the road to the heavens? It's truly a path of self-destruction." Song Yuanyin also sneered, nodding in agreement. Song Yuanyin had no deep-seated grudge against Qin Li. It was merely because Qin Li had killed a dog of his subordinates. Naturally, the death of a dog was inconsequential. However, he had to consider who the owner of that dog was. If Song Yuanyin did not care, how would he face the circle of young masters in Jinling City in the future? He certainly had no need to kill Qin Li. However, he understood one principle. If one were to have enmity with an ant, it's best to crush it underfoot to prevent future troubles. If Qin Li truly passed the road to the heavens and became a person of the Martial Academy, wouldn't that be an ant turning over? He could not allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, this was all the ant's own seeking of death. As Song Yuanyin smugly laughed, suddenly the dense mist above the Martial Academy dispersed completely. A blinding golden light suddenly descended, landing on the golden cauldron of the Martial Academy's Qianquan Hall, radiating brilliantly, as if a deity had descended, dazzling and eye-catching. Dong! A loud bell echoed, resounding throughout the Martial Academy, spreading into the heart of Jinling City. The bell of the Martial Academy only rang in times of life and death. But today, why did it suddenly ring? All eyes were drawn to the direction of the Martial Academy within the mountain peaks. Dong! The second bell rang. If the first bell had caused everyone to feel puzzled when the second bell rang, the common folk walking the streets of Jinling City halted their steps, the vendors selling their wares ceased their calls, and the officials in charge of cases paused their actions. Everyone turned their gaze towards the Martial Academy. The disciples of the Martial Academy all wore expressions of shock, unsure of what to do. What happened? Why did the Martial Academy's bell ring? Could it be that the Northern Shu army has already arrived at the outskirts of Jinling City? The ringing of a single bell represented a significant event at the Martial Academy, an urgent notification. 2 bell rings indicated that the Martial Academy faced a severe crisis. As for 3 or 4 rings, the more rings there were, the more serious the matter. Dong! The third bell. With the third bell's ringing, everyone's hearts hung in suspense. This was a major event for the Martial Academy. And then came dong, 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 the 4th and 5th rings. At first, everyone was stunned, but as the bell rang again and again, surprise gradually turned into numbness, as if they had grown accustomed to the sound of the bell echoing through. And as the last bell rang out, a voice of the Tao spread beyond the city of Jinling, reaching beyond the land of Deqian, echoing throughout the entire continent. 9 times. The bell rang a total of 9 times. 9 resounding bells echoed through the air. One sound signifies a crisis, while 9 signifies supreme authority. Just as the number 9 represents the utmost respect, the 9 tolls of the bell herald the emergence of a hidden dragon, the birth of an unparalleled genius in millennia. At this moment, the 9 resonant bells of the martial academy rang out. There was only one possibility. Someone has passed through the heavenly path. Before this, within the imperial city of Jinling in the Grand Feng Tian Hall, a stunning beauty clad in a bright yellow dragon robe intricately woven with golden cloud patterns. The 5-clawed golden dragon coiled from her left shoulder down, its head raised proudly on her chest, eyes shimmering with a lifelike glow. The woman was none other than the current Empress Li Xianran. Observing the heated debate among the officials below, Li Xianran furrowed her delicate brows, her complexion slightly haggard. Currently, the Bei Shuo army was eyeing them covetously, constantly harassing the northern border, seemingly testing their defenses. Meanwhile, the son of the Prince Jing looked on coldly, exuding an aggressive aura. Since entering the capital, he appeared as a hostage, but in reality, he was a guest of honor. Now that she had just ascended the throne, her foundation was unstable, and many in the court were affiliated with the Prince Jing. It was uncertain who was supervising whom. Indeed, they faced both internal strife and external threats. Li Xianran smiled faintly and clasped her hands, asking, "May I inquire, Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? Now that the Bei Shuo army is at the gates sharpening their blades, how could our great Qin nation ever endure such humiliation? When have we ever suffered such indignities? Our great Qin nation is filled with talented individuals. Is it possible that we cannot select anyone to shoulder the burden? In my humble opinion, it is time to replace the generals and leaders of our great Qin nation." Li Xian coldly replied, her words sharp and unyielding, showing no regard for those present in the hall. In her view, when had the realm of the great Qin nation ever been entrusted to a sister still in her youth? If Li Xianran could sit upon the throne, then Li Xian could naturally do so as well. This was the true purpose of Li Xian's visit to the capital. To seize military power, place his own people in positions of influence, and render the current emperor a mere figurehead. As his words fell, a minister behind Li Xian also stepped forward, agreeing with him. "Your Majesty, the Bei Shuo brutes are exceedingly rampant. I have heard that they mock our great Qin nation for its dwindling talents, claiming that the martial academy's geniuses are burdened by the weight of their own inadequacies. After 10 years, there will be no one in our great Qin nation who can rival the Bei Shuo Saint's son. If this continues, the Bei Shuo might truly believe that there is no one in our great Qin nation capable." Hearing this, Li Xianran furrowed her brows tightly, looking at the aged minister below, Song Yuxing, who had assisted the former emperor. To her surprise, he too was aligned with the Prince Jing. How many wolves lurked among the officials in this court? She had never intended to claim the throne of the great Qin nation. Yet her unaccomplished brother had entrusted the realm to her on his deathbed. If she turned a blind eye, how could she ever face her late father? This bitter fruit she could only force down. Li Xianran slowly closed her eyes. The Bei Shuo Saint's son, the son of the Bei Shuo ruler, reputed to be the most terrifying genius in 1,000 years, undoubtedly the next ruler of Bei Shuo. At a young age of merely 30, he was already a formidable expert at the Dongshu realm, mere inches away from the highest peak. In the battle that day, her brother had been struck down by his single blow, leaving this world. If her brother could not withstand even a single blow, could anyone in the great Qin nation truly stand against him in the future? The nearby minister promptly added, "Your Majesty, what Prince Li Xian said is indeed correct. If our great Qin nation cannot remain stagnant, there will always be talented individuals. For it is said that a wolf cannot emerge from a flock of sheep. Only in a pack of wolves can a true wolf arise." Li Xianran rubbed her temples and asked, "What do you mean by this, my lords?" Song Yuxing and Li Xian exchanged glances and nodded. Stepping forward, he said, "Your Majesty, my intention is that the students of the Martial Academy are currently too complacent. They believe that simply becoming a student of the Martial Academy places them above others, which is truly a heavy burden to bear. If they were to go to war, it would be akin to sending them to their deaths. And what Prince Li Xian said is right. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, and the capable must fight. Currently, there are few capable individuals in the younger generation. I agree with Prince Li Xian's suggestion. We should hold a competition for the geniuses, selecting the strongest from the younger generation and sending them to the battlefield for training. Only in this way can we cultivate a true leader wolf." Li Xianran sighed lightly upon hearing this. How could she not understand Li Xian's thoughts? Yet she found it hard to refute what he had said. Every word struck at the heart of the matter. The geniuses of the Martial Academy were all offspring of nobility, and she had once interacted with them. How could she not know the level of these so-called geniuses? Compared to the Bei Shuo Saint's son, it truly was hard to express. Yes, Li Xian's intentions were overt, yet she could not afford to shy away from this overture. The current great Qin nation had reached a critical juncture. It was time for change. Beneath her charming face lay a pair of weary yet beautiful eyes. Li Xianran slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within. Her gaze swept across the officials, landing on the current Prime Minister, Zhao Huaiyan, who had been quietly listening nearby. Zhao Huaiyan was the only person she trusted, and she wanted to hear his opinion. Zhao Aiqing, what do you think about this matter? Zhao Huaiyan approached, respectfully bowed, and replied, Your Majesty, what Song Yuxing said is indeed correct. It is time for our great Qin nation to make changes. True talents are not raised in enclosures, they are tempered through life and death. However, I have a question. How does Prince Li Xian intend to conduct the competition, and who will be selected to participate? True talents are not raised in enclosures, they are tempered through life and death. However, I have a question. How does Prince Li Xian intend to conduct the competition, and who will be selected to participate? Li Xian sneered. Zhao Huaiyan remained silent for a moment before slowly stating why not. Zhao Huaiyan explained the competition format, transforming the group competition into a unknown arena match. However, it would not be a simple match. Any means could be employed until one side was defeated, but only to the point where lives were not lost. Excellent. Let us do it as the old Prime Minister suggests then. Clap, clap. Li Xian applauded. Li Long, come forth. As the words fell, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps was clear. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the hall. A figure stood there, towering at 8 feet tall, clad in black armor, with a face like a chiseled knife, thick brows and large eyes, and a pair of eagle-like eyes bursting with fierce aura. Simply standing there exuded an overwhelming presence, giving off an oppressive feeling. The suppressed aura exuded a heavy sense of pressure. With a calm expression, he stood in the imperial court, respectfully cupping his hands and greeting, neither servile nor arrogant. A faint aura of malice intentionally or unintentionally spread around him. Upon seeing this person, the ministers in the court all harbored a common thought. This individual was by no means a mere student of the martial academy. He was a true, ruthless character. He had truly emerged from the battlefield as a fierce warrior. Looking at the person summoned by Li Xian, Li Xuanran's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. This person's presence far surpassed all the prodigies of the martial academy. At this moment, Li Xian revealed him confident that no one from the great Qin Kingdom's martial academy could rival him. Having hidden for decades and nurtured with care, he truly had the ambition of a wolf. But what could she do against Li Xian now? The great Qin Kingdom was on the brink of collapse. This was precisely the time to utilize talents. Even if a pit of fire lay ahead, she could only jump forward. Ha ha ha, Li Long is indeed the one I have recommended. Li Xian wore a proud expression. Since the rules have been established, I hope the Emperor will issue orders to notify the disciples of the martial academy. In half a month, our great Qin Kingdom will hold a martial arts competition. The first victor will serve as the leading figure and become a candidate for the Grand General representing our great Qin Kingdom in battle. At that moment, before Li Xianran could speak, a loud bell suddenly resonated throughout the entire Jinling City. A bell sound. Where did that bell come from? The Martial Academy. It is the bell of the Martial Academy. For hundreds of years, the bell of the Martial Academy has never rung. Now that it has sounded, something significant must be happening. The ministers in the court instantly fell into chaos, chattering among themselves. Li Xian and his confidants were also momentarily stunned. What had caused the sudden bell sound? At this moment, the ringing of the bell did not cease. Dong. The second bell chimed. Dong. The third bell. Dong dong dong. One loud bell followed another until the final 9th bell rang. All the ministers in the court, after a brief moment of shock, suddenly erupted into an uproar. 9 sounds. Exactly 9 sounds. The great bell ringing 9 times, the hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. Our great Qin Kingdom has given rise to a star. The legend of a millennium states that anyone who has passed through the celestial path shall hear the bell ring 9 times. Only a chosen one can accomplish this. Could it be that heaven is blessing our great Qin Kingdom, allowing us to overcome this calamity, and that the hidden dragon has been born? Unbeknownst to the ministers, both Li Xianran and Prime Minister Zhao Huaiyan were also visibly shocked. However, after the brief shock, they could hardly contain their overwhelming joy. If this were true, the great Qin Kingdom would be saved. The hidden dragon has emerged. Li Xian furrowed his brows. The hidden dragon could have emerged at any time, yet it was now. But with the arrow on the bowstring, he had no choice but to launch it. Your Majesty, since the competition has been set, I have other important matters and must take my leave. After saying this, Li Xian paid no attention to Li Xuanran, gesturing to Li Long beside him and hurriedly leaving the court. Where was the distinction between ruler and subjects? As Li Xian left, the ministers hesitated for a moment before following suit and taking their leave in succession. The court, which had just been bustling with noise, was now left with only a handful of people, a stark contrast to before. Looking at the empty court, Li Xianran felt a chill in her heart, but this sentiment quickly passed. For her, there was no time to feel any sorrow. Uncle, what do you make of the martial academy's bell ringing 9 times? Zhao Huaiyan was the maternal uncle of the current emperor, naturally Li Zuanren's uncle. The remaining individuals were all confidants of Zhao Huaiyan. With no outsiders present, Li Xianran naturally lowered her stance and referred to herself as a junior. Zhao Huaiyan furrowed his brows, tightly pondering for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, now that the Martial Academy's bell has rung 9 times, if it is truly the hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, it is a tremendous boon for us. Currently, most of the court, both inside and out, are supporters of the Jing Prince." That brat Li Xian was clearly confident that we would not dare refuse his proposal. But who would have thought that this person suddenly appeared, disrupting Li Xian's plans? This person may be our opportunity for a turnaround. Defeating Li Xian's arrogance and resisting the Northern Shuo army, all the keys to solving our problems may lie with this person. Your Majesty, please allow me to swiftly take orders and head to the Martial Academy to find this person. Granted. At your command. Zhao Huaiyan replied, emphatically, bowed deeply, and quickly left the court with several ministers. Meanwhile, outside the court, Li Xian and his group had already departed. What hidden dragon emerges? I see this as a good show put on by the Martial Academy in collusion with my incompetent younger sister. Do they truly believe that just by ringing the bell 9 times they can undo my father's efforts over the years and back down? Song Yuxing, send someone to investigate who exactly rang the bell 9 times. Your Highness, I will obey, said Song Yuxing respectfully from the side. Li Xian frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. Also investigate all information about this person, including their ancestry, thoroughly. I want to see if they are truly a dragon or just a worm. As soon as possible. I will obey. Whether dragon or worm in front of me, they will bow like a dragon and kneel like a tiger. Li Long said disdainfully. Hearing this, Li Xian also felt a cold smile form in his heart. Indeed, he had Li Long, a true prodigy who had fought his way out of the borders. He was certainly not comparable to that bunch of rash students from the Martial Academy. Good Li Long, we need your kind of momentum. With you here, both my father and I can rest assured. This battle must not end in defeat. It must be a victory. In half a month, I look forward to you ascending to that highest throne. In Li Xian's view, any notion of a hidden dragon emerging was merely an illusion. The true dragon was Li Long, the one under his command. At this moment, the people of the Martial Academy were also engulfed in immense shock. 9 sounds. How is that possible? 9 sounds represent that the person just now has traversed the celestial path and gained recognition. No way, the great bell that has been sealed for hundreds of years actually rang, and it rang 9 times. I didn't expect someone to truly have crossed the celestial path. The crowd was astonished. Shui Ran and Song Yuanyan were also equally shocked and at a loss. Song Yuanyan suppressed his inner shock, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as he stammered, "No. Absolutely impossible. How could that guy really have traversed the celestial paths?" As for Shui Ran, he was completely thrown into disarray. The celestial path. Did he really cross it? It can't be. Something must be wrong with the celestial path. That guy couldn't possibly. Not far away, Fang Qin gazed at the distant sky, shocked and lost in thought, muttering to himself. "Qin, good, did he really cross it? Don't worry, not only did he cross it, but from now on no one will dare to harm you again." A thick, calloused hand came from behind and patted Fang Qin's shoulder. He Xiao approached Fang Qin, looking at the dazed Shui Ran and the others. "Really?" Fang Qin asked incredulously. Ever since he was young, he had lived in constant fear, never having experienced a single day of peace. He had never dared to hope for such a thing. Of course, that was someone who had crossed the celestial path. As the golden radiance of the sky faded, a streak of light suddenly appeared. Accompanying this was a fragrant breeze. Qin Li stood atop the mountain peak, gazing at the approaching figure. Having just traversed the Tongtian road, Yi Qinglian appeared before him. "Senior sister." Qin Li cupped his hands in salute. Now that Qin Li had passed the Tongtian road, it was only natural for him to address her as senior sister. Yi Qinglian walked over, her gaze complex as she regarded the respectful Qin Li. She had not expected him to truly pass the Tongtian road. She was curious whether Qin Li had seen that scene as well. How did he answer that question? But this curiosity was soon overshadowed by a light smile she brushed aside. "Congratulations, junior brother, for passing the Tongtian road. From now on, you are one of the Martial Academy's disciples." Qin Li respectfully cupped his hands. Entering the Martial Academy meant he would have the opportunity to learn more profound techniques. His initial goal was thus achieved. "Come, I will take you to Luoxial Peak, where the master has been waiting for quite some time." Luoxial Peak, the main peak of the Martial Academy, is the place where inner disciples cultivate. Surrounded by a number of elders, at the center of the hall sat an elder clad in a dark robe, his long white hair held up by a simple jade hairpin, with long lifelike eyebrows drooping and his eyes closed. As Qin Li and the others entered the hall, his eyes slightly opened, revealing a smile as warm as a gentle breeze, and he spoke. You're here. Master, this person has arrived. He is Qin Li, the one who passed the Tongtian road, Yi Qinglian respectfully stated. Huh. 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 The old man stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Good. Talented youth. Since the establishment of our martial academy, no one has ever passed the Tongtian road. Today, with the sound of the great bell echoing, fate has emerged. You have traversed the Tongtian road, and from this day forth you shall be a disciple of our martial academy. As he spoke, the elder's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, and his voice resonated like a great Tao. Qin Li, do you wish to join our martial academy and become one of our disciples? This voice seemed to resonate with the very soul, causing Qin Li to be slightly taken aback. He cupped his hands and said, I am willing. Upon hearing this, the elder's stern expression gradually turned joyful, revealing a warm smile. Another elder beside him spoke first. Good. I am the third elder of the martial academy, overseeing the admission process for disciples. As he spoke, a stack of bamboo tubes filled with documents suddenly appeared in his hand. The documents detailed all of Qin Li's information from his birth to the present. Qin Li, a native of Lin County in the Hudu prefecture of Lingnan, lost his parents at a young age and worked as a guard in a security agency. Later, his background was recounted. He learned martial arts and worked as a small guard in Jinling City. His background is clean, but at this point the third elder's demeanor suddenly became sharp. His eyes fixed on Qin Li, who felt as though he was being completely scrutinized. Why, just 3 years ago you were merely at the copper skin realm, yet now your strength has reached the first grade diamond realm. Throughout the history of our martial academy, very few have achieved this. As a piercing gaze fell upon him, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn, and all eyes were on Qin Li. Qin Li sighed lightly. He had anticipated such a question before coming to the martial academy, and had naturally thought of a response. In response to the third elder, over the past 3 years, Qin Li explained that the reason for his rapid advancement in strength was ultimately due to an encounter with an old man at the foot of a cliff from whom he received a legacy. An old man? Are you referring to the crane pigeon old demon? The third elder asked. Qin Li replied, it must be him. The crane pigeon old demon mastered a formidable technique called the star-absorbing great method, which allows him to absorb the cultivation of others. He made a sensational entrance back in the day, shocking everyone. Many experts fell at his hands, having decades of power absorbed, making him a figure of great notoriety. Later he was ambushed by several experts, severely injured, and has since gone into hiding. Who would have thought you would happen to encounter him? The crane pigeon old demon, knowing his time was short, and without a successor, bestowed all his cultivation upon you. The crane pigeon old demon committed numerous evils in his lifetime, and by passing his cultivation to you, it's as if he has done a good deed for this world. The elders in the hall couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he could pass the Tongtian road. Qin Li nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. He thought to himself, these old men have quite the imagination. He had merely vaguely described a few points, yet they managed to complete the entire story. This is good, preventing him from having to explain further. However, if Qin Li were to say that his breakthrough to the diamond realm did not take 3 years, but merely a few days, how would these old men react? What kind of story would they weave? Cough, cough, cough. The master cleared his throat, and the astonished discussions in the hall gradually quieted down. What a pity. The third elder sighed heavily. The crane pigeon old demon gifted you decades of power, yet you are only at the diamond realm. I observe your talent is mediocre. It will be difficult for you to achieve further in the martial path. With your qualifications, by our rules, you cannot become a disciple of our martial academy. However, since you have passed the Tongtian road, the academy will make an exception to accept you as a disciple. Our martial academy is divided into inner and outer courts. Outer court disciples must pass corresponding assessments to enter the inner court. But since you have passed the Tongtian road, you naturally meet the requirements and will become an inner court disciple. Qinglian, take Qin Li to complete the admission procedures. As you command, third elder. Yi Qinglian respectfully replied. After bidding farewell to the master and others, Qin Li followed Yi Qinglian out of the great hall. Just as Yi Qinglian and Qin Li left, the grand elder, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Old 3, what do you think of this person? The third elder sighed. This child has good fortune, but unfortunately his talent is lacking. Just now in the hall, I believe everyone saw it. Everyone nodded in agreement. In my opinion, although this child has good fortune, his talent is insufficient and his future in martial arts is limited. He is not the person we seek. The master shook his head upon hearing this, sighing softly with a hint of sadness in his gaze. Indeed, the time left for us is not much. The master's words stirred a tempest of emotions among everyone present. The grand elder asked uneasily, Master, are you suggesting that the ancestor is? The master slowly closed his eyes, offering no response, which was taken as acquiescence. Within the hall, a heavy silence settled, and everyone's expressions turned grave. Currently, Beishua has not launched a large-scale attack on Daqian primarily due to that presence in our martial academy. If he were to fall and the protection is lost, it could lead to devastation for Daqian. Having traversed the road to heaven, the so-called Child of Destiny was later deemed by the Third Elder to have no further achievements in the martial path. It was said that passing the road to heaven was merely good luck and immense fortune, initially causing a city-wide sensation. It gradually morphed into various mockeries. In the song Residence Humph, this guy is indeed lucky, stumbling upon success like a blind cat encountering a dead mouse by passing the road to heaven. Shui Ran coldly laughed. However, brother Song with the Third Elder judging this kid, so it's probably the will of the martial academy. They have given. Thinking about it, a guy who relies on sheer luck for his cultivation can hardly achieve anything further. Why would the martial academy waste efforts on nurturing him? Yet having passed the road to heaven according to regulations, he must be accepted into the martial academy. It's like being unappetizing yet too valuable to discard. Brother Song, since it's this way, do you think we should find an opportunity to deal with this person? Shui Ran's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness as he spoke. Hearing this, Song Yuanyin frowned, pondering for a moment. After all, this guy is a disciple of the martial academy. Oh, if we... Shui Ran also fell into deep thought. Now that Qin Li has just passed the road to heaven and become a disciple of the martial academy, he is indeed in the spotlight. If we act now, we may face punishment from the academy. After all, no matter how lacking in talent Qin Li is, he is still one of the academy's own. Yinner, rest assured to proceed with this matter, I will back you up. Father. Outside, Song Yuxing entered the room. Father. Uncle. Song Yuanyin and the others quickly stood up, paying their respects. Song Yuxing nodded, sitting on a chair and stroking his beard. I heard that the despicable Qin Li dared to provoke someone from our Song family. Father, this is how it is. Song Yuanyin recounted the matter to Song Yuxing in detail, embellishing certain parts while omitting Zhao Hao's more wicked deeds. However, Song Yuxing was well aware of these things. But that was fine. In his view, these were all perfectly normal. Instead, that despicable guy actually dared to provoke his Song family. Humph, just a discarded waste by the martial academy. Yinner, you can boldly proceed with this. Furthermore, we are not the only ones who want him dead. There are others. One must understand the court member has taken this discarded disciple of the martial academy who passed the road to heaven as a crucial lifeline. He is a thorn in the flesh for Princely Xian. If he can eliminate such a troublesome individual in advance, it would count as a great achievement in front of Princely Xian. If the martial academy truly were to blame us later, there would naturally be others to take the fall. Others? Father, are you saying? Inquire about what needs to be and don't listen to what shouldn't be. Some things are not for you to know, understand. Song Yuxing warned. Understood, Father. Song Yuanyin nodded respectfully. In any case, you can proceed with this. If the martial academy blames us, I will have my ways. This matter, plan it carefully. All right, Father. Watching Song Yuxing leave, Song Yuanyin and Shui Ran exchanged glances and then smiled at each other. Qin Li, the time of this guy's demise has come. In a certain opulent residence in Jinling City. A first-rate diamond realm. That little girl Li Xuanran, surely she doesn't think this guy will be her savior, right? After learning the news, Li, in half a month, no matter how much of a child of destiny you are, you cannot possibly compete with Li Long. Half a month to become a strong one in the celestial transformation realm, or even the void reality realm. Li Xian coldly laughed. In his view, the situation was already settled. At the martial academy, on Falling Sunset Peak, halfway up the mountain, the steep rock walls were jagged, and on this rock face, there was a winding path leading upwards. At the very top was a cave sky. Inside the cave sky stood a 7-story tower with a golden plaque at the top, inscribed with 3 large characters. Library Pavilion. After Yi Qinglian completed the entrance procedures for Qin Li into the martial academy, Qin Li inquired about the location of the library pavilion and took his leave. Qin Li proceeded directly to this place. The library pavilion contained countless martial arts scriptures accumulated through countless efforts over the generations. As a disciple of the martial academy, Qin Li naturally had the qualification to enter the library pavilion for study. However, not all martial arts scriptures were open for his perusal. The library pavilion had 7 levels, and the higher the level, the higher the rank of the martial arts. With Qin Li's current status, he could only browse the martial arts on the 3rd level and below. According to the rules of the martial academy, as a new disciple, Qin Li could select one martial art from the 3rd level or below for study within the library pavilion. As for selecting martial arts of a higher grade or accessing levels above the 3rd, certain contribution points were required. The so-called contribution points were assigned through various tasks issued by the Academy's task hall. Completing tasks from the task hall would yield contribution points, and after accumulating enough points, one could enter the higher levels to select martial arts for study. You are the renowned disciple who passed the road to heaven. A mocking voice resounded. A slightly older disciple at the library pavilion looked at Qin Li with a sneer. Mo Yun, a guarding disciple of the library pavilion. With limited talent himself, he found it difficult to make further advancements in the martial path. He had managed to secure a job guarding the library pavilion. His lifetime prospects were already bleak. Qin Li's emergence after passing the road to heaven astonished everyone. Yet with the third elder's judgment on Qin Li spreading, there were sighs and mockeries. Qin Li remained unfazed, or in fact this was better for him. Qin Li. Mo Yun raised an eyebrow at the token handed over by Qin Li and asked, "You came here intending to select a martial art?" Indeed, Qin Li nodded. Mo Yun sneered coldly. If Qin Li truly was a heavenly prodigy who passed the road to heaven, that would be one thing. However, it was clear he had merely gained entry to the academy through sheer luck. Such a person was beneath his notice. Want to enter? Aside from contribution points, you also need this. Mo Yun lightly rubbed his index finger and thumb together, signaling. Qin Li frowned, looking up at the man before him, who wore a disdainful expression, as if he had Qin Li figured out. Upon meeting Qin Li's gaze, Mo Yun wore an expression of contempt. In his mind, he thought, what could a new disciple of the martial academy possibly do? If this guy dares to resist, I'll give him a beating to teach him the academy's rules. However, Mo Yun expected Qin Li to be infuriated, but unexpectedly, in the next moment, Qin Li's attitude left him momentarily at a loss. Senior brother, I understand these rules. Don't worry, I prepared this in advance as a token of respect for Qin Li said with a smile. Hearing this, Mo Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly looking down at the piece of golden leaf Qin Li presented. What is this? Mo Yun's eyes widened in shock. The formerly lazy Mo Yun suddenly sat up. Quickly taking the golden leaf Qin Li handed over into his pocket, he cautiously scanned the surroundings, looking left and right. Ahem ahem. Mo Yun cleared his throat a few times and said in a deep voice, "You can go in. Feel free to browse the third level and below, but you cannot go above the third level. If you want to study, select one martial art and bring it to me. I will inscribe a copy for you." Thank you, senior brother. Qin Li cupped his hands in gratitude. Mo Yun waved his hand. Hurry up. You only have 3 hours. Once you've made your choice, come find me. Qin Li nodded and then entered the library pavilion. Watching Qin Li go, and a trace of disdain flashed in Mo Yun's eyes. Humph, this kid seems to know his place. However, he seems to have a decent background, which doesn't align with the information I received. Could it be that this guy is so lucky? Not only did he gain a legacy, but also has wealth. Just as Qin Li stepped into the library pavilion, his previously smiling face suddenly darkened, his gaze like ink exuding a formidable aura. You want to exploit me, Qin Li? If you have the ability to take it, we shall see if you have the life to spend it. Truly impressive is the martial academy, Qin Li exclaimed. The library's contents were incredibly rich, with various martial arts manuals available, and Qin Li felt as if he were a fish in the ocean. With the existence of a system, I don't need to learn these martial arts manuals on the spot. I just need to comprehend them. In fact, as long as Qin Li wished, he could learn all the manuals below the third floor of the library. However, this would take too much time. Naturally, Qin Li had no intention of doing something so foolish. After all, martial arts points were limited, and learning too much might not be a good thing. The martial arts I learned before were of too low a grade. In the same realm, the Iron Cloak technique could no longer meet my needs, nor could the Jinling Fantian sword technique. There is no helping it. These techniques are not low in grade for ordinary people, but Qin Li's martial arts cultivation has advanced too rapidly. The third floor of the library has a plethora of martial arts manuals on each level. Qin Li quickly flipped through each martial arts manual. What is this? He squinted at a manual made of ancient paper that had turned yellow with age. The withered tree reviving technique. This technique was entirely different from the Iron Cloak technique. If the Iron Cloak technique enhanced the exterior, the withered tree reviving technique strengthened the interior. According to the introduction of the withered tree reviving technique, if cultivated to perfection, it could restore oneself when injured. Such a life-saving technique was precisely what Qin Li needed at the moment. This is it. Qin Li began to carefully study the withered tree reviving technique, eager to comprehend it quickly. Merely copying a manual of the withered tree reviving technique would be far too unprofitable for Qin Li. An hour later, Qin Li slowly set down the book, reflecting on the specific content he had seen, striving to understand and digest it. System. Qin Li silently recited, opening the system panel. Name: Qin Li Realm, First Grade Diamond Realm, Early Stage Martial Arts, Xingyi Quan Perfected Duanshui, Sword Technique Perfected Light Wind, Shifting Step Perfected Iron Cloak Technique Perfected Jinling Fantian Sword Technique Perfected Withered Tree Reviving Technique Beginner, 15,000. Current remaining 10 years of martial arts cultivation. Would you like to absorb? Current remaining 11000 martial arts points. Would you like to practice martial arts? Has it worked? Qin Li felt a surge of joy upon seeing the withered tree reviving technique added to the martial arts section of the system panel. However, Qin Li soon found himself in a dilemma. This withered tree reviving technique requires 500 martial arts points just to cultivate at the beginner level A. Qin Li sighed softly. Techniques of the true essence realm level were even more powerful, and it was naturally harder for ordinary people to practice them, resulting in a greater consumption of martial arts points. Qin Li collected his thoughts, no longer dwelling on this, and continued to browse. Breath concealment technique. On a shelf on the right side of the first floor of the library, Qin Li found this technique and was slightly taken aback. The breath concealment technique, if cultivated to perfection, can conceal one's aura. According to the introduction of the technique, when the breath concealment technique is perfected, it can even mask one's cultivation level, making it impossible for enemies to discern one's true strength unless their martial arts level is far superior. This was simply the perfect technique for stealth. It suited Qin Li perfectly at this moment. After all, his cultivation speed was too rapid. If he was too open, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. After a moment, Qin Li slowly placed the breath concealment technique back, silently reciting in his heart as he summoned the panel. He noticed a new line of text on the panel. Breath concealment technique beginner, 13,000. Qin Li did not rush to invest martial arts points to practice these two techniques, but continued to browse. With two life-saving techniques in hand, he was currently still in need of a suitable sword technique. From the first to the third floor, Qin Li browsed, but still could not find the technique he required. Many of the techniques here were unsuitable for him. Until in a corner, Qin Li spotted a manual covered in dust, its paper old and yellowed. Gungjin Fan Hua Sword. Qin Li gazed at the contents of this technique, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The Gungjin Burning Fire Sword, is it actually an upgraded version of the Jinling Fantian sword technique? Seeing the introduction within the manual, this technique was divided into an upper and lower volume. The Jinling Fantian sword technique was the upper volume meant for martial artists below the true essence realm. As for the Gungjin Burning Fire Sword, it was the lower volume belonging to the true essence realm level and not low in grade among true essence realm techniques. Yet it lay here gathering dust. Initially, Qin Li did not understand why, but after reading the subsequent content, he suddenly realized. If cultivated to perfection, this technique could even rival heaven-grade techniques. However, there was a drawback, which was also the reason why no one was willing to practice it, leaving it idle here. To cultivate the Gungjin Burning Fire Sword, one must first cultivate the Jinling Fantian sword technique to perfection. Who would practice the Jinling Fantian sword technique to perfection before then practicing the Gungjin Burning Fire Sword? Coincidentally, there was indeed someone who had done so, and that was Qin Li. This technique was simply tailor-made for Qin Li. This is it. It's getting late. It should be about time for our appointment. Who would have thought that today the two of them would be at each other's throats? Had they taken the wrong medicine? Wang Qing's gaze flicked toward the middle-aged man standing by the Mo Yun looked at the Gungjin Burning Fire Sword that Qin Li handed over, raising an eyebrow slightly. Junior brother, the Gungjin Burning Fire Sword is naturally not bad, but do you know the pros and cons of this technique? Qin Li raised an eyebrow slightly and feigned an innocent expression as he asked, Senior brother, I truly do not know. I only know that I originally use a sword, and this technique is of a high grade, and the introduction states that it can rival heaven-grade techniques. Mo Yun smirked slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm, which was quickly overshadowed by concern. Junior brother, if the Gungjin Burning Fire Sword is cultivated to perfection, it can indeed rival heaven-grade techniques. But to cultivate it, you must first perfect the Jinling Fantian sword technique. Jinling Fantian sword technique. What should I do then? Senior brother, I do not know this technique. Qin Li feigned a look of shock as he spoke. Senior brother, what should I do? Can I go back in and change it? Seeing this, Mo Yun smiled coldly in his heart, but on the surface he feigned a concerned attitude. Junior brother, do you think this is a vegetable market? Once you've made your choice, you cannot choose again. Senior brother, please take a look. Could you let me change my selection? Mo Yun saw Qin Li hand over another piece of gold leaf, and his eyes lit up with surprise as he quickly accepted it. Senior brother, to be honest, I still have gold leaves at home. If you could let me change my selection, I will definitely go home to get them to honor you. Qin Li whispered close to Mo Yun's ear, his expression sincere. Hearing this, Mo Yun looked at Qin Li's innocent face, his eyes slightly turning as a hint of greed flashed through his heart. Junior brother, do not be anxious. New disciples can only enter the library once. This is the sect's rule. Even if I wanted to help you, I would have the heart, but no strength. Senior brother, really no other way? Qin Li asked, feigning urgency. Mo Yun chuckled lightly. However, seeing how devoted you are to martial arts, I do have a method to cultivate the Gungjin Burning Fire Sword, without practicing the Jinling Fantian sword technique. Senior brother, really? Junior brother, this matter is not suitable to discuss here. You should go back, and tonight, I will visit you to explain it to you in detail. Good, thank you, senior brother. Qin Li expressed his gratitude, and then left. Watching Qin Li leave, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Mo Yun's eyes. Where did this guy get all these gold leaves? Could it be that he also found them by luck? This guy really seems to be a person of good fortune. However, these gold leaves will no longer belong to you after tonight. Excuse me, are you young Master Qin Li? As Qin Li just stepped out of the library, he noticed an old man with a white beard nearby, his countenance gentle and kind, adorned in luxurious robes, his demeanor refined. You are? Qin Li asked with confusion. Ha, this old man is Zhao Huaiyan. I have been waiting here for you, young friend, for quite some time. I wonder if you would be willing to speak in private. The elder stroked his white beard as he spoke. Qin Li furrowed his brow. Zhao Huaiyan. The name stirred a faint memory in Qin Li's mind. After a moment of thought, a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes. Zhao Huaiyan was the current prime minister of the great Qin Empire and the emperor's own maternal uncle. Why would such a prominent figure seek him out specifically? Young friend, there is no need for tension. My purpose in coming to see you today is to discuss a matter of great importance. Zhao Huaiyan narrowed his eyes, revealing a benevolent smile. The prime minister of an entire empire coming specifically to see him. It was most likely not good news. Although Qin Li paid little heed to court affairs, he had heard enough to understand the current emperor's predicament. And Zhao Huaiyan, as the emperor's maternal uncle, appearing here today to find him was probably on his majesty's orders. Qin Li had no desire to become entangled in their conflicts and naturally wished to avoid any extended conversation. My apologies, but I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Qin Li pretended not to recognize the man before him, cupping his hands in a perfunctory salute before turning to depart. Seeing Qin Li's intention to leave, Zhao Huaiyan understood his thoughts well and let out a light sigh. A young friend, why must you be this way? The great Qin Empire is currently beset by internal strife and external threats. As citizens of this nation, it is our bounden duty to serve both country and people. My coming to find you today is by the emperor's decree summoning you to the palace for an audience. Zhao Huaiyan stated bluntly. Qin Li, who had only taken a few steps, halted, inwardly cursing the old fox. He had hoped to slip away by feigning ignorance, but the man had laid his cards on the table, invoking the emperor's edict. If he continued to pretend ignorance, the next step would likely be his arrest for defying the imperial decree. Left with no choice, Qin Li had to follow Zhao Huaiyan out of the martial academy and proceed to the Hall of Heavenly Worship. Jinling City Hall of Heavenly Worship. Qin Li looked up at the figure on the dragon throne. Her face of breathtaking beauty could truly be called the most exquisite in all the world. So it's her. Gazing at Li Xuanran, Qin Li felt a flicker of familiarity. After a moment's thought, he recognized her as the woman from the carriage that night. The princess of that time, now the emperor. Your Majesty, this is Qin Li, the one who conquered the martial academy's heavenly path. He is truly a prodigy. Zhao Huaiyan remarked from the side. Li Xianran nodded. Minister Zhao speaks truly. No one has traversed the heavenly path in a century, yet Minister Qin has broken through it. It is indeed astonishing. Zhao Huaiyan chimed in agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty. Qin Li is a rare talent our great Qian has encountered. To have Mr. Qin's counsel would be a great fortune for our nation. Zhao Huaiyan paused for a moment, and upon receiving a signal from Li Xianran on the dragon throne, his tone shifted abruptly. Mr. Qin, I shall speak plainly about why His Majesty has summoned you today. Your background is clean. From childhood. Zhao Huaiyan recounted Qin Li's life history in detail, even enumerating some of the unsavory deeds committed by his former self. At this point, Zhao Huaiyan paused briefly before continuing. His Majesty has summoned you with the sincere intent of winning your allegiance. The great Qin Empire is now beset by troubles both within and without. Externally, the northern Shuo army is eyeing us hungrily. Internally, Prince Jing and the feudal lords are restless. His Majesty's side is in dire need of capable warriors and generals like yourself. What are your thoughts, Mr. Qin? Zhao Huaiyan laid everything out, detailing the stakes involved. Qin Li listened, inwardly cursing the old fox's cunning. First, he listed all the misdeeds of his former self, then extended an olive branch. As if he had any choice in the matter. He had boarded a pirate ship and had no choice but to go along. Qin Li could only agree for the time being. Feigning reluctance, he said, Your servant is naturally willing to share Your Majesty's burdens, but my cultivation is meager. I fear I am unequal to the task. Li Xianran was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Qin Li's strength and fortune, yet she had still decided to summon him. Firstly, she had few people left to rely on. Secondly, anyone capable of traversing the heavenly path, even if it were purely by luck, was worth forging a positive connection with. One more person meant one more ally. Perhaps it might even tip the scales. Minister Qin, becoming a disciple of the Martial Academy already marks you as a prodigy. Why sell yourself short? To be honest, I summoned you today to ask if you would be willing to walk this path alongside me in the future. To walk alongside her, not to be used by her. This revealed Li Xuanran's sincerity. Qin Li looked at the weary Li Xianran on the dragon throne and felt a surge of emotion. Li Xianran was around his age, yet she had to worry day and night for the nation and its people. Qin Li knew he was already on the boat with no way back, so he had no choice but to accept. Your servant is willing. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flickered across Li Xuanren's delicate face, her happiness far more palpable than the sly old fox Zhao Huayan's. Li Xuanren's heart eased, and she said with a smile, "Excellent. In that case, I shall rely on your full support from now on, Minister Qin." Qin Li respectfully cupped his hands, then took his leave. However, before departing, Qin Li requested a title from Li Xianran, one that would grant him the authority to freely dispense justice and punish evil within Jinling City. After Qin Li left, Li Xianran asked, "Uncle, will this man be of any use in the martial tournament half a month from now?" Zhao Huayan shook his head. "Your Majesty, this man's cultivation is likely insufficient for such a task. This move was merely to secure his allegiance. Your Majesty is currently in need of allies. One more person means one more force against Prince Jing. The tournament in half a month will likely have to fall upon the shoulders of those from the Martial Academy." Li Xianran nodded in agreement. "Uncle, I wonder what his intention is in requesting the position of City Defense Captain of Jinling." Zhao Huayan stroked his goatee, pondering. "Your Majesty, regardless of his motives, if he truly intends to punish evil and uphold justice, we shall be his backing. If we can use him to eliminate some of Prince Jing's cronies, so much the better. This man can serve as our blade to cleanse the imperial court." After leaving the imperial city, Qin Li headed toward his residence. Now a disciple of the Martial Academy, he was entitled to lodging there, but he decided to return home first to pack a few things. Incidentally, he was also waiting for senior brother Mo Yun to pay him a visit. Senior brother Mo Yun had been weighing heavily on Qin Li's mind. As for agreeing to Li Xuanren's request, he had been left with no alternative. Still, he now had a powerful patron. In the future, meeting out justice in Jinling City would be far more convenient. For the peace of Jinling City, it was time to showcase his true skills. The capital's government office. Young Master Song, this man is still under investigation. To take him from my custody before the truth is uncovered. Do you have no regard for me, he shouted. Song Yuanyan and Shui Ran stood before him, leading a group of men who had barged into the government office's prison. Without a word, they had extracted Fong Qing, who was being held there, preparing to take him away. Showing him not a shred of respect, He Xiao's face darkened with fury. Song Yuanyan let out a cold laugh. He Xiao, if it weren't for the fact that you were once a disciple of the Martial Academy, and thus a senior brother to me, I might have shown you some courtesy. Otherwise, He Xiao's face was grim. Just yesterday, Song Yuanyan had been panicked and anxious upon learning that Qin Li had become a Martial Academy disciple after conquering the heavenly path. Yet today, why had he suddenly stormed the government office intent on forcibly taking Fong Qing away? Was he not afraid of thoroughly offending Qin Li, that newly risen prodigy who had conquered the heavenly path? Song Yuanyan, do you know who the person you're taking away is? He Xiao squinted his eyes slightly at Song Yuanyan and said coldly, you must know that he is someone who has traversed the heavenly path, a disciple of the Martial Academy, just like you. The person you've seized is connected to him. Moreover, this matter has yet to be fully investigated. Without an interrogation warrant, you dare to take a prisoner away on your own. Aren't you afraid? Before He Xiao could finish, a minor official hurried over and whispered a few words into his ear. He Xiao's brow gradually furrowed upon hearing this. He looked up at Song Yuanyan and the other remaining silent without a word. Seeing this, Song Yuanyan sneered coldly. So what if he traversed the heavenly path? That fellow is nothing but a lucky waste. Song Yuanyan cast a cold, venomous glance at Fong Qing, who was being restrained, and sneered. Even if he's a Martial Academy disciple, it doesn't matter. No one can stop me today. This damned lowlife. Bang! Song Yuanyan kicked Fong Qing viciously. Up! Fong Qing cried out in pain, staggering and collapsing to the ground. The hard stones cut his knees, drawing blood. His body was covered in bruises and wounds, and he lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath. He raised his head with difficulty, meeting He Xiao's gaze. Looking at He Xiao, Fong Qing's mouth was full of blood, and he forced a bitter smile. Master you said that from now on no one could hurt me. Fong Qing smiled bitterly. Indeed, someone as poor as him should never have harbored such hopes. He Xiao's face showed a struggle as he looked at Fong Qing before him. Fong Qing shook his head. He had long anticipated such a turn of events. Having endured much, he had never held any expectations. How could someone who has always lived in the mire dare to dream? Master, it's fine. I never thought I would live such a life. Looking at Fong Qing, He Xiao wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He Xiao clenched his fists tightly and slowly closed his eyes. He hadn't expected Song Yuanyan to actually procure an interrogation warrant. Why go to such lengths? He had already investigated Xiao Hao's matter. Xiao Hao's death was well deserved. But why would someone go so far as to offend the Martial Academy just to kill these two? Earlier he had claimed that no one could touch Fong Qing from now on. Yet in the blink of an eye, Song Yuanyan had come to take him away. A surge of indignation swelled in He Xiao's chest. He looked up only to see Song Yuanyan's mocking expression. Even the sharpest edges can be worn down over time. He Xiao was no longer the impulsive young man he once was. He suppressed the urge to act rashly bit by bit. Watching Song Yuanyan take Fang Qing away, He Xiao was silent for a long while. Finally, with a soft sigh, he summoned a trusted subordinate and instructed, "Go quickly and inform Qin Li of this matter. Tell him that his friend Fang Qing has been taken away by Song Yuanyan." This was the only thing he could still do for the two of them. After leaving the martial academy, Qin Li returned to his home in the outer city of Jinling. After tidying up briefly, Qin Li took out the copied manual of the Gungjin burning blade art. The setting sun cast long shadows as the sky darkened. With a flicker, Qin Li lit a kerosene lamp. By its glow, which illuminated the mottled earthen wall, he slowly began to read. The Gungjin burning blade art, a earth-tier technique, can only be cultivated upon mastering the Zhenyang Brahma blade art. Moreover, it states that only by using a blade forged from Gungjin can one truly unleash the full power of this technique. Gungjin. This posed a dilemma for Qin Li. Not only did he have no idea what Gungjin was, but even if such a rare material existed, it would surely be exorbitantly priced and beyond his means. Alas, what a pity. Qin Li sighed softly. According to the manual, if one could wield a blade forged from Gungjin to execute the Gungjin burning blade art, its maximum potential could rival even heaven-tier techniques. Heaven-tier techniques are a rare find. If I get the chance, I'll inquire about Gungjin and find a way to acquire. Qin Li set down the copied manual, its contents already fully integrated and etched into his mind. Name: Qin Li Realm, First Grade Vajra Realm, Early Stage Martial Arts, Xingyi Fist Mastery, Water Breaking Blade Art Mastery, Light Wind Evasion, Step Mastery, Iron Cloak Art Mastery, Zhenyang Brahma Blade Art Mastery, Withered Wood Revival Art, Beginner 15,000, Breath Concealment Art, Beginner 13,000, Gungjin Burning Blade Art, Beginner 15,000, Current remaining 10 years of Martial Arts Cultivation. Absorb current remaining 110 martial arts points. Engage in martial arts training. The Withered Wood Revival art requires 500 points. The Gungjin Burning Blade art also needs 500 points, and the Breath Concealment art only needs 300 points. Right now, I only have 110 martial arts points, which is enough to cultivate at most 2 techniques to the minor mastery level. The Iron Cloak art can still be somewhat useful against true Essence Realm experts. For now, my top priority is mastering the Gungjin Burning Blade art. In that case, Gungjin Burning Blade art, 500 points. Qin Li poured 500 martial arts points into it, and a line of text on the panel flickered slightly. Gungjin Burning Blade Art Minor Mastery 110000. Gungjin Burning Blade Art achieved minor mastery. Instantly, Qin Li felt a scorching wind sweep through his body, his blood and qi churning violently and steam rising around him. He felt his entire body burning red as if about to spew flames. His lips cracked, and as he parted them slightly, he exhaled a puff of hot air. Whoosh! This time Qin Li felt that it wasn't just a mere increase in his proficiency with the technique. He even had a sensation that he had gained a clearer understanding of his own true essence and could control it with much greater ease. Qin Li clenched his fist slightly. Qi! A faint white flowing light burst from his body, swirling around his fist. So this is my true essence. This was the first time Qin Li had externalized his true essence. Wrapping my fist in true essence makes a single punch several times more powerful than before. This was why after internal energy transformed into essence, and one stepped into the true essence realm, they transcended the mundane. Qin Li suppressed the urge to throw a punch into the air, slowly reining in the restless true essence within him. Improper control of true essence could risk a body explosion. Thus, many experts who entered the true essence realm first learned to control their true essence. This process could be swift for some, taking just a few months. For others, it was slow, requiring years to achieve even basic mastery. As for Qin Li, it didn't matter. He had a cheat. That settled it. Qin Li looked at the martial arts points on. After using 500 points, I have 600 martial arts points left. It's not enough to continue cultivating the Gungjin Burning Blade art. I'd need another 400 points to reach Grand Mastery. Qin Li frowned. Naturally, he couldn't pour any more martial arts points into the Gungjin Burning Blade art. So then, it's a choice between the Withered Wood Revival art and the Breath Concealment art, isn't it? Qin Li pondered for a moment. Finally, the Breath Concealment art. 300 points. As the martial arts points were infused, a sensation like a spring breeze rippled through Qin Li's dantian. The breath concealment technique, when cultivated to perfection, allows one to control their true essence, concealing their aura to the point of blending in with an ordinary person. Unless someone is vastly superior in cultivation, it is difficult for anyone to see through his true abilities. Currently, Qin Li naturally cannot cultivate the breath concealment technique to perfection. With 3,000 points of martial arts cultivation infused, he has only managed to elevate the breath concealment technique from beginner to minor success. Yet, even this minor success is sufficient for Qin Li at present. Minor success in the breath concealment technique. Qin Li looked at the numbers on the panel, raising an eyebrow slightly, and sighed, helplessly. Another 5,000 points. To cultivate the breath concealment technique to great success, he still needs another 5,000 points. After spending 3,000 points, he only has 3,000 points left. Qin Li lamented, realizing that he must strive harder to protect the safety of Jinling City and earn some point. The fate of a born worker. Now I have 3,000 martial arts points left, along with 10 years of martial arts cultivation. That senior brother Mo Yun should be around the 3rd grade diamond realm in strength. However, as a disciple of the martial academy, he must have some deadly moves, and it might be somewhat difficult for me to deal with him with my current strength. In that case, Qin Li's gaze fixated on the 10 years of martial arts cultivation remaining on the system panel. Last time during the first question of the Heavenly Road Challenge, he spent 5 years of martial arts cultivation, leaving him with 10 years. Since it would be difficult to fight him directly, he decided to enhance his own cultivation. If fighting at a higher level is not feasible, then he would adapt. 10 years of martial arts cultivation absorb. 10 years of martial arts cultivation was infused. Although it was not the first time, each infusion made Qin Li feel as if he were rapidly expanding, only to quickly deflate afterward. That feeling was hard to describe, even somewhat addictive. The true essence in his dantian was quickly accumulating, continuously washing through Qin Li's body. Suddenly, it broke. Qin Li felt a surge of chaotic energy roaming through his body, with true essence coiling within him layer upon layer, gradually forming a small stream. 3rd grade diamond realm perfected. Qin Li sensed the changes in his body. The speed of my cultivation improvement has evidently slowed. Absorbing 10 years of martial arts cultivation only elevated me by 2 small realms. Qin Li sighed. It seems that with the increase in his cultivation level, the infusion of martial arts cultivation no longer advanced as rapidly as before. It appears I will need more martial arts cultivation. Currently, even 10 years is not enough. The 3rd grade. If my senior brother saw me, he would probably be utterly astonished. To avoid shocking him, I better mask it a bit. After all, giving him a surprise is essential, isn't it? Qin Li slowly circulated the breath concealment technique within him, a net-like force gradually enveloping the true essence within his body. It was as if the volcano's mouth had been blocked, unable to erupt. At this moment, Qin Li's aura abruptly changed, reverting back to the appearance of a 1st grade diamond realm. This way, unless faced with a master far superior in strength, no one within the same realm could see through his. If the breath concealment technique were cultivated to perfection, Qin Li could even hide all of his aura, disguising himself as an ordinary person. This is precisely why Qin Li chose the breath concealment technique. After all, to be a person, one must be low-key, especially for a good person like him. All preparations are ready, just waiting for his senior brother to arrive. The night was deep. No moon tonight, pitch black as ink. Outside the city of Jinling, in front of a figure dressed in black night attire with a black scarf covering his head and a veil completely obscuring his face suddenly appeared. The visitor was none other than Mo Yun. Invited here, he stood outside the house, glancing around. It was eerily quiet. This place is exceedingly remote. This junior brother Qin has indeed found a good spot. Mo Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly laughed. Perfect. When leaving the martial academy, he took special care to ensure that no one knew of his whereabouts. As long as he kills Qin Li tonight, no one will know he was here. With Qin Li's death, it would be impossible to trace. Junior brother Qin, don't blame me. Blame your own foolishness. Mo Yun chuckled coldly to himself. He was well prepared for tonight, and besides, his 3rd grade diamond realm strength had an absolute advantage over a 1st grade. Tonight's event was nearly certain. The golden leaves would all be his. A glimmer of greed flashed in Mo Yun's eyes. Taking advantage of the night, Mo Yun used his lightness technique, moving like a swallow, flipping into the courtyard, softly landing inside. Before him stood a main room, a guest room, and a woodshed nearby. Mo Yun's gaze was fixed, examining the 3 rooms ahead. A trace of confusion flickered through Mo Yun's mind. He realized he could not sense Qin Li's exact location. What's going on? Is no one home? Mo Yun pondered when suddenly, Senior brother Mo, are you looking for me? A ghostly voice came from behind, causing Mo Yun's hair to stand on end as he instinctively leaped onto the roof. Turning around, he saw a figure standing in the courtyard. Qin Li looked up at him with a teasing smile on his face. When did this guy appear behind me? Mo Yun was utterly bewildered. However, seeing Qin Li's teasing expression ignited Mo Yun's anger. This damn guy, just a 1st grade diamond realm, dares to mock me. Mo Yun snorted coldly in his heart, without replying, instead performing a set of techniques. His hands became like eagle claws surrounded by a surge of true essence. Mo Yun lunged at Qin Li like a night hawk. Call. If this eagle claw caught him, Qin Li's neck would be snapped. Though Mo Yun looked down on Qin Li, he did not show the slightest sign of slackness. He immediately used his most adept technique, the primordial eagle claw technique. Just right. Qin Li drew out the knife at his waist and moved directly to meet the attack head-on. Bang! With a resounding crash, Qin Li felt his right palm tremble, and his tiger's mouth suddenly ached, clearly indicating the power of Mo Yun's move. As Mo Yun's claw-like fingers were about to crush the steel knife, Qin Li squinted his eyes, sharply flicking the tip of his knife towards Mo Yun's neck. Mo Yun had no time to perform his technique and quickly retreated. Qin Li, unwilling to relent, utilized the light wind shifting steps, sticking to Mo Yun like a leech. The two of them moved, one retreating and stepping on the roof tiles as they flew away with a patter, while the other pressed forward step by step. Seeing himself being pushed back by Qin Li, Mo Yun felt a surge of anger. Mo Yun chose to turn from fleeing to attacking. Mo Yun was furious, his entire body trembled, and a surge of immense true essence erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. A faint milky white membrane instantly enveloped him, showcasing another usage of true essence. The external release of true essence not only enhances lethality, but also serves as a protective shield. Although its effect is far inferior to that of martial artists practicing protective techniques, it can still provide a degree of defense during combat. Mo Yun drew upon a portion of his true essence to form a protective barrier, preparing for a direct confrontation with Qin Li. He hadn't anticipated that this guy's agility would be so troublesome. Moreover, he was a third-grade Diamond Realm expert being pursued and assaulted by a first-grade warrior. Where would he find his dignity? Kid seeking death. Mo Yun completely abandoned the idea of fleeing, consolidating part of his true essence to guard his vital points, and charged forward, unleashing a fierce claw strike at Qin Li. Qin Li's eyes narrowed sharply as he saw Mo Yun attacking. His blood surged with energy and the veins on his arms bulged as he gripped his long knife tightly and swung it fiercely at Mo Yun. Clang! The two clashed once more in an instant. Qin Li's long knife struck Mo Yun's shoulder blade with force, cutting half an inch deep into the skin, causing blood to flow, but it could not penetrate further. An invisible force obstructed the knife in Qin Li's hand. What is this? Qin Li frowned. Meanwhile, Mo Yun's claws had swiftly grasped Qin Li's shoulder. Bang! When Mo Yun's claw struck down, he felt as if he was grasping not flesh and blood, but rather refined steel. It was incredibly hard. This guy's body is so tough. Could he have cultivated some kind of protective technique? Mo Yun was also taken aback. However, a hint of gloom flickered in Mo Yun's eyes. The use of true essence is not just for protection, its strongest application is to inflict harm, striking without a trace. This kid cultivates hard qigong, strong on the outside, but brittle inside. True essence can penetrate to the core. Mo Yun instantly transformed his claw into a palm, striking hard against Qin Li's shoulder. Both were immediately knocked back, stumbling a dozen steps. Drip drip. Blood slowly flowed down from Mo Yun's shoulder, revealing a half-inch deep wound, and a shadow crossed his face. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Li touched his left shoulder, feeling a bruise spreading from the inside out, red within and purple without. Clearly neither of the two had gained the upper hand during their intense battle just moments ago. Mo Yun looked at Qin Li, a cold smile on his face, and said in a low voice, "Kid, I didn't expect you to actually cultivate hard qigong. However, once true essence enters your body, even if you practice hard qigong, you will still suffer. Techniques at the level of true essence are not comparable to ordinary techniques." Mo Yun mocked. He was certain that Qin Li had just enrolled in the martial academy and had only chosen his technique from the library. Qin Li definitely wouldn't have a technique at the true essence level. After all, how could one comprehend a true essence level technique in such a short time? In his own case, it had taken him several years to fully master that technique. A person who cannot even control true essence. What could he possibly lose to? But just as Mo Yun's mockery rang out, Qin Li's aura suddenly changed. His eyes were bloodthirsty, and a strange smile crept across his lips. "Oh, is that so? Kid, putting on a show without true essence techniques, everything is futile. The gap in strength between us is as vast as heaven and earth." Qin Li nodded in agreement. He realized that his previously proud iron garment technique had become useless. True essence could actually penetrate the skin and directly injure the internal organs. He had never considered fighting in such a way. Mo Yun's method had indeed given him some insights. No wonder this is the difference between those above the true essence realm and ordinary martial artists. Who? Qin Li exhaled a breath of turbid air. True essence within him surged continuously, and his blood boiled. He could no longer contain the restlessness of his body. The true essence within him was ready to burst forth. Whoosh! A wave of true essence suddenly surged from Qin Li's body, instantly enveloping his arm and the long knife in his hand. Swoosh swoosh! The temperature of the surrounding air began to rise, and the space around the long knife started to distort. Qin Li looked up at Mo Yun not far away, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty battle intent. Come on, unleash your full strength. He didn't wait for Mo Yun to begin mocking. Qin Li swung his long knife, executing the light wind-moving technique, and instantly charged towards Mo Yun. Metal fire burning blade. The knife in Qin Li's hand resembled a fire dragon, letting out a thunderous roar as if it wanted to completely engulf Mo Yun. Roar. Seeing this, Mo Yun's heart sank. This is the metal fire burning blade. How is that possible? This guy clearly just imprinted it today. How could he have learned it in just a few hours? One must know that this technique was precisely the one he had imprinted for Qin Li, so he was very clear that prior to this Qin Li definitely did not know this technique. Yet now it was being used in front of him. Up until now, even Yi Qinglian and those other geniuses in the martial academy had never been seen to master these techniques in just a few hours. This guy, could he be a genius even more terrifying than those few? Mo Yun's conjecture caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. But soon Mo Yun calmed down. Now in this life-and-death situation, he could not afford to be distracted. Regardless of whether he was a genius or not, his own strength surpassed Qin Li's. No matter how formidable a genius, they must survive to be considered one if they die. Moreover, he had already offended this person. Tonight, only one of them could live. And that person must be him. After all, no matter how talented one is, they cannot compensate for the disparity in realms. Hunyuan Eagle Claw Technique. Mo Yun also unleashed his technique, charging forward. No matter whether he was a genius or not, he would directly crush him with his cultivation. The advantage is mine. Bang bang bang. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, with Qin Li wielding his knife like a fire dragon roaring through the heavens, while Mo Yun was like a hunting falcon, sometimes diving down, sometimes soaring high. However, it wasn't long before Mo Yun realized something was wrong. What's going on? I had clearly gone all out, yet I'm still being pressed and beaten by this guy. Mo Yun couldn't figure it out. But in the next instant, he suddenly understood. This is it. Die for me. Qin Li suddenly erupted with an aura even more powerful than before, a presence of a full third-grade diamond realm. No, you're not a first-grade diamond realm. You're a full third-grade diamond realm. Mo Yun was immediately shocked, his composure completely lost. At first he had thought he had the victory secured, but suddenly after Qin Li unleashed his true cultivation, he was thrown into disarray. Mo Yun was at the initial stage of the third-grade diamond realm, while Qin Li was at the full stage. Qin Li's cultivation was higher than his. It turned out that from the beginning Qin Li had been acting. This guy was playing the fool to eat the tiger. How despicable. He was no match for him. He wanted to flee. Too late. Swish. Two dark figures flashed through the city of Jinling. Mo Yun still wanted to struggle, attempting to escape the outer city and flee into the forest outside. Little did he know Qin Li was waiting for this moment. With his mastery of the wind steps, the more complex the environment, the more adept Qin Li became. Mo Yun was retreating step by step, his face filled with despair. In terms of techniques, Qin Li's Gung Jin burning fireblade was stronger than his own. In terms of cultivation, Qin Li was above him. Escape. This guy's movement technique was incredibly strange. No matter what, he could not shake him off. This guy was clearly intent on killing him. However, want him dead. It wasn't that simple. In the midst of despair, he launched a desperate counterattack. Mo Yun transformed his claws into a palm, forcefully stepping on a nearby tree trunk, halting his movement, twisting his body, and unexpectedly launching a counterattack toward Qin Li. At the brink of life and death, I will fight with all I have. Mo Yun's palm was instantly enveloped by a thick layer of true essence, and with a sudden strike, he unleashed a powerful palm attack. Bang! This palm directly collided with the long blade that Qin Li had brought down. This was Mo Yun's strongest strike, gathering all his lifelong skills, and instantly pouring a massive amount of true essence into his palm, unleashing the most terrifying attack. Qin Li chased relentlessly, growing more furious with each step. At this moment, seeing Mo Yun not fleeing, but counterattacking, he felt a surge of joy. He was waiting for this moment. By constantly pressuring and pursuing, Mo Yun had finally lost his composure. If this guy had kept being a coward and fleeing, he probably would have been unable to do anything about him for a while. Perfect. With true essence surging throughout his body, the long blade in his hand emitted a sharp screech as he swung it down. Gung Jin burning fireblade. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded, and the fiery red light suddenly stained half the night sky. In the deep of night, illuminated by the red glow. That was a dragon. Bang! As the blade and palm collided, Qin Li instantly felt as if his strike had hit a city wall. A torrent of rampant true essence surged forth, continuously preventing the blade in Qin Li's hand from advancing. Mixed Yuan palm. Mo Yun's eyes widened, his whole body shook violently, and the true essence he had accumulated for decades erupted, concentrating all of it in his palm. At this moment Mo Yun was increasingly frantic. This palm was his strongest strike. Victory was the only option, a defeat was not acceptable. In the critical moment of contesting strength, what mattered was sheer ferocity. Mo Yun seemed to underestimate Qin Li's ferocity, which was not just directed at his enemies, but also at himself. Qin Li lightly turned his wrist, and the long blade in his hand suddenly shifted angles. Die for me. Hey, this guy, is he planning to exchange injuries for injuries? The long blade shifted, completely abandoning defense, intending to directly exchange injuries with Mo Yun. Madman. Mo Yun was alarmed. If this blade struck, he would surely be gravely injured, perhaps even face death. In an exchange of injuries, Qin Li had hard techniques to rely on, while he had all his true essence concentrated in his palm, leaving him no time to mobilize true essence for defense. In an exchange of injuries, he would be at a disadvantage. Mo Yun tried to stop Qin Li attempting to redirect the force of his palm attack. At that moment Qin Li's eyes narrowed sharply, and the shifted long blade suddenly slashed sideways. Targeting Mo Yun's weakest point, it struck fiercely. Mo Yun cried out in agony as the blade slashed down, leaving a trail of blood in the air, his right finger instantly severed by the long blade. Drip drip. Blood flowed continuously as Mo Yun trembled, raising his right hand unsteadily. Eagle claw. Where was it now? Mo Yun's face showed despair as he watched Qin Li approach slowly with the long blade dragging on the ground, his body instinctively trembling and retreating. No, you can't kill me. With a thud, Mo Yun stumbled over a twisted tree root, his face filled with despair, crying out incessantly, no longer the imposing figure he once was. Die! With a slash, Mo Yun's head was instantly severed, rolling on the ground with his terrified eyes wide open. In this world, if there were such a thing as a regret medicine, he would surely regret it. He should not have been greedy or sought trouble with this monster. But in this world, is there really such a thing as a regret medicine? A person who has long been accustomed to greed, how could he suppress his own avarice? If he had devoted himself to guarding the library and not entertained ulterior motives, or exploited new entrants to the Martial Institute, he would not have developed such a greedy nature. Greed is like a snowball, growing larger and larger until it becomes completely uncontrollable, losing all sense of reason. Clang. Sheathing his blade after dealing with Mo Yun, Qin Li supported himself against a nearby tree, his face suddenly paling. Overdrawing true essence, my vital blood severely depleted, and my body is experiencing backlash. This battle has been the hardest one I have faced so far. Qin Li glanced at his left shoulder, where the true essence was continuously tearing at his flesh. Had it not been for his control over the true essence, his shoulder would have been ruined by that palm strike. At the same time, a line of small text flashed before Qin Li's eyes. Criminal Mo Yun, Martial Institute disciple. Realm 3rd rank, Diamond Realm initial stage. Danger level, human level black. Evaluation: suppress Mo Yun to maintain the integrity of the Martial Institute and ensure the safety of Jinling City. Rewards granted. Reward calculation in progress. Reward earned 15 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward earned 4,500 points of martial arts credits. After Qin Li absorbed all the rewards. In this reward, I once again possess 15 years of martial arts cultivation. And also 4,500 points of martial arts credits. Adding to the 3,000 points I had left, I now have a total of 7,500 points of martial arts credits. 7,500 points of martial arts credits can only be used to study either the withered wood regeneration technique or the breathing technique. At this moment, I am severely injured with insufficient vital energy. Using these 7,500 points to study the withered wood regeneration technique is my best choice. After thinking for a moment, Qin Li decided to invest 5,000 points of martial arts credits into studying the withered wood regeneration technique. As 5,000 points were poured in, the small text for the withered wood regeneration technique on the panel changed dramatically. Withered wood regeneration technique, minor success, 110,000. Withered wood regeneration technique, minor success. Qin Li immediately began to circulate the withered wood regeneration technique, a warm current instantly flowing through the meridians of his body, nourishing every corner. This warm current formed from true essence flowed like a stream, revitalizing and restoring his body. The bruises within his shoulder gradually improved as Qin Li practiced the withered wood regeneration technique. Before long, even Qin Li's complexion had changed significantly, no longer pale, gradually returning to a normal rosy color. The injury on my shoulder has healed considerably. This withered wood regeneration technique truly has life-giving properties. If cultivated to completion, the effects would surely be even better. However, the true essence depletion from the previous battle and insufficient vital blood is not something that the withered wood regeneration technique alone can resolve. It seems I need to think of a way to replenish it. At the foot of the mountain within the martial academy of Jinling City, a stunning woman descended like an immortal clad in a flowing white gown. Her face was as delicate as a goose egg with almond-shaped eyes, willow-like brows, and cherry-red lips, her laughter tinkling sweetly. You say you've come to the martial academy to find junior brother Qin Li. A low-ranking constable in official uniform stood nervously, head bowed, not daring to look up. Too beautiful. Which celestial maiden of the martial academy is this? He feared that even a single glance would be a desecration. Yes, immortal, the constable stammered in reply. Junior brother Qin Li and I share a close bond as fellow disciples. He is not here at the moment, he has gone out on business. If you have something to convey to him, you may tell me, and I will pass it along. This? What, you don't trust me? It's not that, immortal, but this matter is urgent and must be relayed to Mr. Speak then. I will go and inform him at once. The constable hesitated for a moment. Immortal, please tell Mr. Qin that my master instructed me to inform him earlier today. Lord Song Yuanyin came to the yamen and took Fang Qing away. Yu Shawan's willow-like brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes flickering with confusion. She mused inwardly. Fang Qing. Is this person important to junior brother Qin Li? Song Yuanyin. Why does that name sound familiar? Alright, I understand. I will relay this to junior brother Qin Li. Thank you, immortal. I shall take my leave. The constable bowed respectfully, not daring to look back, and hurried away. Yu Shawan puffed out her cheeks, pursed her lips, and let out a playful snort. Should I tell him? I don't really feel like going. Maybe I should go after all. Go directly. No, that wouldn't be proper. Junior brother Qin Li might think I'm after his body. I'd better go. Junior brother Qin, here I come. Outside Jinling City, in a desolate, uninhabited mountain village, a weather-beaten plaque hung at the entrance. The vermilion characters upon it were blurred beyond recognition, leaving only a single character, Zhang. A crooked-neck tree stood at the end of the village entrance beside a dried-up well. A few yellowed leaves drifted down, carried away by the wind. Fang Qing's hands and feet were bound, his movements restricted. He was suspended from the crooked-neck tree by ropes that cut into his wrists, drawing blood and digging into his flesh. Every slight movement sent a jolt of pain through his torn flesh. Brother Song, do you think that damned bastard will find this place? Shui Ran, crouching in the corner, asked. Rest assured, I deliberately left clues when we left. When that waste he Shao delivers the message to that lowborn, he will follow the trail and surely find this spot. Song Yuanyin replied coldly. Brother Song, what if that fellow suspects it's a trap and doesn't come? Song Yuanyin frowned upon hearing. If he dares not come, I'll kill this man to vent my anger. Later, when the opportunity arises, we'll slaughter that cowardly turtle together. Just as the two were lying in ambush in the dilapidated village, a gust of wind blew sand along a nearby path, shrouding it in a haze. On that sandy path, a group of men in black robes appeared, each carrying strange ritual implements. At the center of this group was a carriage upon which sat a withered old man. His hair and beard were entirely white, his skin wrinkled, his eyelids drooping, and his eyes vacant. His whole being exuded a deathly stillness. Beside him sat a young acolyte in a Taoist robe with a broad forehead, clear eyes, and an intelligent expression. The acolyte knelt by the old man, holding an incense burner from which thin white smoke rose. Cough, cough, cough. The withered old man coughed dryly, his frail body trembling incessantly. After a moment, he dabbed his lips with a handkerchief, his eyelids drooping, and rasped in a hoarse voice. A person of extreme born on a year, month, and day has appeared. The two who broke the precepts have not returned for a long time. They are likely dead. Cough. Two useless wastes. However, judging by the Martial Academy's reaction, they probably haven't grasped our true intentions. That old man at the Martial Academy. He's too old, on the brink of death. Once he dies, this continent will descend into chaos. Only that great one is the true master of this world. The withered old man sat cross-legged on a cushion, his bony fingers constantly making calculations. Cough. Time is running out. We must hasten. Creak, creak. In his left hand he held a compass whose needle spun erratically. Suddenly, the needle stopped, pointing in a direction. Let's go. That person is not far away. At dawn in Jinling City, the tavern had not yet opened when the owner was roused by a loud banging on the door. Who is it? Creaking the door open, the owner saw a familiar face at the entrance, Qin Li. Qin Li was a regular customer of the tavern. At this moment, Qin Li's eyes were sunken, as if he had been starving for a long time. His body was listless, and his gaze was fixed intently on the owner, as though he wanted to devour him. The owner couldn't help but shudder. Oh, Master Qin, why are you so early today? My shop hasn't even opened yet. Are you open for customers? Oh dear, what are you saying? Which business would turn away a guest? Please come in. The owner ushered Qin Li into the tavern, wiped the table with a cloth, and quickly served a pot of tea. Master Qin, this is freshly brewed hot tea. Warm yourself up. The early autumn in Jinling City is bone-chilling. Gurgle gurgle. Master Qin, why are you free so early today? Don't you have to guard the city gate? The owner asked casually while pouring tea. Qin Li picked up the teacup, blew on the steam, and took a sip. The warmth soothed some of his fatigue. Qin Li shook his head. I'm not on duty today. News that he had traversed the heavenly path and become a disciple of the martial academy would soon reach Wangqing, and the transfer order he had requested from the emperor should be issued shortly. Then he would no longer need to guard the city daily, gaining more freedom and authority. This would make it much easier to apprehend criminals in Jinling City. Boss, bring me 10 caddies of beef, the best you have. 10. 10 caddies, Master Qin. Do you have guests? No, just me. Master Qin, it's not that I don't want to serve you, but 10 caddies might be too much. I'm afraid you won't finish it. Gurgle. Qin Li's stomach growled. He waved his hand and tossed the owner a silver ingot. Don't worry, just bring it. Whether I finish it is my concern. He'll pay every cent. The owner took the silver, rubbed it with his fingers, beamed with delight, and quickly replied, right away, master. After consuming 10 jin of beef, another 5 jin followed, and Qin Li was finally satisfied to leave, leaving behind a shocked expression on the boss' face and a few trembling silver ingots in his hands. He thought to himself that Lord Qin was truly extravagant. Perhaps he had been promoted and made a fortune. Qin Li stepped out of the tavern and patted his belly. This meal merely filled my stomach, but it does not sufficiently replenish my depleted qi and blood. To truly restore my qi and blood, I fear I will require some precious medicinal herbs to concoct a potent elixir. From Sister Yes' introduction, I learned that the Martial Academy possesses such pills, but they require contribution points to exchange for them. Currently, Qin Li's contribution points are simply insufficient to acquire such pills. All money is everything, without it one cannot move an inch. Qin Li sighed. Since I lack money, I do have the system. After killing Mo Yun last night, I received a reward, and after a day, I got the settlement reward from the system. With the settlement rewards added, I currently possess a total of 30 years of martial arts cultivation and 7,000 martial arts points. Next, I plan to invest the martial arts points in the Gung Jin Burning Fireblade first, and do not intend to consume them immediately. I will save them for now. Since that is the case, I will first infuse my martial arts cultivation. However, my true essence is currently excessively depleted, and my qi and blood are heavily diminished. My body is not at its peak. If I forcefully infuse my martial arts cultivation, my body may not withstand it. Last time when Qin Li was at a low level of cultivation, he forcefully infused himself beyond his limits and nearly exploded. The experience was still fresh in his memory. After much hesitation, Qin Li decided to take it slow. This matter is not urgent. Last night, I learned that Fang Qing was taken away by the head constable, He Xiao, after I breached the Tongtian Road. However, there should be no major issues. Now that I am a disciple of the Martial Academy, the deaths of the Su family father and daughter, and the Zhao Hao incident should have been clarified, while I believe He Xiao will not make things too difficult for Fang Qing. Qin Li planned to head to the government office to bring Fang Qing back. Just as he intended to go, he lifted his foot, but suddenly halted. Hua! Qin Li turned sharply, his keen senses alerting him that someone was following him. Ever since his cultivation had continuously improved, his perception had also sharpened, allowing him to catch even the faintest of breaths. Qin Li looked back at the empty street, surrounded by closed doors with no one in sight. He furrowed his brows and coldly said, I do not know who you are, come out and state your business. Qin Li's hand rested on the hilt of his waist knife, watching the front warily, remaining motionless. For a long time. Ah, this is boring you, I've been discovered so quickly. A soft sigh suddenly echoed from the end of the street, and a graceful figure slowly strolled out. With a fair and delicate face, she wore a hint of sorrow, pouting and murmuring, boring. Qin Li Jr., brother, are you a dog? Your nose is so sensitive. Looking at the newcomer, Qin Li frowned. He had never seen this girl before, so he did not recognize her. However, he noticed the token hanging from her waist. A member of the Martial Academy. Why are you looking at me like a criminal, Qin Li Jr., brother? I haven't done anything wrong. If you look at me like that, I might think you want to do something to me. The girl pouted playfully. Qin Li frowned and cupped his hands, asking, This sister, I am not familiar with you. May I ask your surname and what you seek me for? Seeing that Qin Li was unwilling to say much, the girl huffed. Qin Li Jr., brother, you don't recognize me. Qin Li shook his head. Yu Shuan, have you ever heard of me? Yu Shuan slightly raised her pointed chin, revealing a trace of pride. Her strength is among the top in the Martial Academy, and her reputation is naturally considerable. Most people know that the Martial Academy has a beauty who excels in both appearance and strength. Surely he should know. Qin Li thought for a moment, and then slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Yu Shuan's pretty face changed instantly, and she stubbornly asked, You really don't recognize me? I don't know. What about Yi Qinglian? Have you heard of her? Sister Yi. Yu Shuan's pretty face turned dark and she huffed heavily, saying angrily, Why is it that when I mention Yi Qingli and you immediately recognize her as Sister Yi? Are you showing him you never heard of me? That cold woman, what's so good about her? You blind fools, what makes her better? What is she better at than me? My cultivation is not inferior to hers, my looks are not worse than hers, my figure. Yu Shuan suddenly paused, looking at her slightly raised bosom, and then recalling Yi Qinglian's robust figure. Cough, cough, cough. In short, how am I inferior to that woman? Before that woman entered the martial academy, she had always been the most outstanding beauty and powerhouse in the academy. But after Yi Qinglian entered the martial academy, she was always a step ahead of her, which inevitably caused her to feel dissatisfied. Qin Li's unintentional remark had ignited a series of explosions. Qin Li stood there taken aback by the girl's exaggerated reaction. After a round of complaints, he finally enjoyed a moment of quiet. Seeing that Qin Li continued to ignore her, Yu Shuan lost interest in entangling with him. She only whispered a remark. Such a handsome face, yet you must not have met many women, you are such a cold. Although her voice was small as a powerhouse in the golden body realm, Qin Li could hear even the faintest sounds. Naturally, Yu Shuan's words reached his ears. Looking at Yu Shuan, Qin Li revealed a strange expression. What are you looking at? You and Yi Qinglian are the same, both cold and aloof, not of this world. Cough, cough. Qin Li cleared his throat a few times, feeling somewhat helpless about the sudden appearance of this peculiar sister. He asked, "May I ask, Sister Yu, what brings you to me?" Yu Shuan rolled her eyes at Qin Li, wanting to say something snarky. However, upon seeing Qin Li's handsome face, her anger dissipated considerably. With a mix of annoyance and indifference, Yu Shuan said, "Some time ago a person came looking for you, saying he had a message to convey to you. Seeing you were not in the martial academy, I agreed to relay the message. I searched all over for you, and couldn't find you. Just when I encountered you, you noticed me before I could even approach." Saying this, Yu Shuan couldn't help but wonder why Qin Li had detected her. After all, with her strength, Qin Li shouldn't have been able to sense her. Could it be that this guy really is like a dog? Let me think, what was it about? All right. The person said that he was from the government office, and that their constables asked him to inform you. Your friend Fang Qing has been taken away by someone. That person seems to be named Song. What was it? Oh right, Song Yuanyan. Fang Qing has been taken away. Qin Li was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. After becoming a disciple of the martial academy, Fang Qing was his friend. Who would dare to offend a disciple of the martial academy? With his status as a disciple of the martial academy, the government would certainly investigate the matter of Zhao Hao thoroughly, and would not make things difficult for Fang Qing. Yet now Fang Qing was still forcibly taken away within the government. The constable of the government, He Shao, only dared to send someone to secretly inform him. This indicated that the matter had nothing to do with the government, and He Shao was powerless. Then it must be Song Yuanyan, the person who blocked him that day. Surely they must be the one behind Zhao Hao, a disciple of the martial academy. Perhaps only with this identity could they take Fang Qing away from the government. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed through Qin Li's heart. Since that person dared to brazenly capture Fang Qing, it was clear they were coming for him. He did not actively provoke others, but he was not afraid of trouble either. In Qin Li's view, he only believed in one principle: fists. Fists are the only truth. Since these people were pressing him, he would use his fists to carve out a piece of the world. My, where do you plan to go now? Are you planning to go rescue someone? Qin Li stood up, intending to leave directly, but Yu Shuan called out to him from behind. She was somewhat unhappy with Qin Li's attitude of leaving so abruptly. What are you so eager to rescue someone that you plan to leave me here, disregarding me? After all, that person came here to find you with good intentions, and informed you of this matter, yet you treat me as if I don't exist. Qin Li paused at her words, aware that he was in the wrong. He apologized, saying, "Senior sister, I'm sorry. This matter is urgent, and I appreciate you informing me. I will come to thank you later." After saying this, Qin Li was about to leave again. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you know Song Yuanyan? Do you know where your friend has been taken? Yu Shuan's delicate face showed a hint of annoyance as she placed her hands on her hips and pouted, asking 3 questions in a row. Qin Li was slightly taken aback, shaking his head as he replied, "I don't know her." Don't know? Then where do you plan to find them? Yu Shuan snorted. Qin Li pondered for a moment, and then said, "First, let's go to the government and find the person who delivered the message to me. He should know who Song Yuanyan is. At that time, I will naturally know where the person was taken. No need to be so troublesome." Qin Li was slightly taken aback, asking, "Senior sister, do you know where they are?" Yu Shuan lightly snorted. "It's just finding someone, how hard could it be?" As she finished speaking, she gently flicked her fingers, and a faint line of true essence flashed at her fingertips. The true essence line was like a kite string, one end controlled by Yu Shuan, while the other end was controlling. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly faint sounds emerged from the surroundings, and one by one small insects crawled out from the grass, dirt pits, and cracks in the walls. Spiders, centipedes, and so on, swarming together in dense numbers. What is this? Qin Li frowned at the sight, instinctively taking a step back. What junior brother Qin are you afraid after seeing these insects? A sorrowful voice from Yu Shiwan drifted over not far away. Qin Li looked up and saw Yu Shiwan's delicate face darkened, clearly displeased with Qin Li's reaction. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a jade-green snake hissing and flicking its tongue emerging from the nape of Yu Shiwan's fair neck. Meanwhile, a scorpion slowly crawled out onto the back of her left hand. This eerie scene caused even Qin Li to be momentarily stunned. Qin Li felt quite emotional, someone who could control poisonous insects. What other secrets did this world hide? Such methods could no longer be described by ordinary martial arts. Qin Li did not explain his earlier reaction, but instead let out a long breath and cupped his hands, asking, "Senior sister, may I ask where my friend is currently located?" Yu Shiwan raised her brows, having anticipated Qin Li's response, for no one could see her poisonous insects without being startled. In fact, many people upon witnessing her insect-controlling technique would show signs of wariness towards her. This was also why, despite her sweet and lovely appearance, few people would get close to her, and most were afraid to associate with her. In contrast, Yi Qinglian, despite always wearing a sour face, had countless admirers who pursued her relentlessly. The stark difference led Yu Shiwan to harbor a particular dislike for Yi Qinglian. Why? Just because of her insect-controlling technique. But she didn't want this either. She also wanted to be an ordinary person. However, her constitution, some paths were predestined, and her fate was also predetermined. Yu Shiwan's beautiful eyes flickered, a glimmer of brilliance passing through her delicate face, slightly changing, as a subtle emotional fluctuation was instantly concealed beneath her exterior. Yu Shiwan coldly said they went outside the city towards the west. The initial warmth gradually turned into indifference, and the change in Yu Shiwan's emotions was evident to Qin Li. Aware that he had been somewhat offensive earlier, yet he truly was not adept at dealing with girls. Unsure of what to say, he could only sigh inwardly. "I can only explain it properly to senior sister later." He then cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Yu Shiwan raised her brows slightly. "Do you intend to go alone? That person took your friend away, not to the prison, but outside the city. Don't you feel that something is amiss? Or rather, it is intentional. This is likely a trap aimed at you. If you go so recklessly, aren't you afraid of falling right into someone else's trap?" Qin Li frowned, pondering for a moment before replying, "Senior sister, I certainly feel that way, but even so I must go." Yu Shiwan frowned and asked, "Fangqing, who exactly are you that makes you risk so much?" Qin Li, upon hearing this, slightly shook his head and forced a smile. "It's not about who they are. If I must say." Qin Li thought carefully. "Fangqing should be considered someone who wants your life." Yu Shiwan frowned. Qin Li gently nodded. After all, Fangqing had tried to kill him upon their first meeting. "Are you enemies?" Yu Shiwan asked, puzzled. Qin Li contemplated for a moment and chuckled dryly. "I suppose so. I once owed this person a debt. He wants to kill me, and that is only natural. Although his sister's death had nothing to do with him, it was the evil deed of his previous self. Since he had received a chance at rebirth, he ought to repay this cause and effect. Moreover, one thing is one thing. Now Fangqing is in trouble. Because of him, the spearhead of the adversary is directed at him, and Fangqing is merely an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. If he does not rescue him, he would feel uneasy. Since that is the case, you could just pretend not to know about this matter today. If you do not rescue this person, won't you have one less enemy in the future? Isn't that a win-win situation?" Yu Shiwan asked in confusion. Qin Li shook his head and smiled wryly. "This matter arose because of me, and Fangqing is merely implicated. If I do not go, I will feel uneasy. The path of martial arts only seeks to be at peace." Yu Shiwan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes as she repeated it softly. "Only seeking to be at peace. Senior sister, if you know where they are, I would greatly appreciate your help in guiding me." Qin Li cupped his hands, speaking earnestly. "Oh, you want my help?" Yu Shiwan said playfully. "But why should I help you? What benefit do I get from benefits?" Qin Li furrowed his brows. The only valuable thing he possessed was probably the golden leaves he had obtained earlier. To be honest, the only benefit he could offer was money. However, does the senior sister seem like someone who lacks wealth? Qin Li sighed. "I wonder what benefits the senior sister desires. Oh, feel free to speak your mind. Any benefit is acceptable." Yu Shiwan playfully asked. After pondering for a moment, Qin Li nodded, realizing he had nothing to ask for. "As long as it is within my capabilities, I will repay the senior sister's kindness," Qin Li answered, which seemed satisfactory to Yu Shiwan. Her small head tilted slightly back, revealing a hint of joy. "Well, all right, but I haven't decided what I want yet. Let's say you owe me a favor for now, and when I think of something I'll let you know. How does that sound?" Qin Li nodded. Saving the person was the priority. "Good." He watched as Yu Shiwang's wrist moved slightly, and a centipede crawled down her arm and into the grass. Speaking softly, the green snake coiled on her shoulder hissed, flicking its tongue, as if Yu Shiwang were communicating with it. Moments passed. "Junior brother Qin, let's go." Your friend should have been taken to a location 30 miles west of the city. If we hurry, there may still be a chance for rescue. Qin Li nodded. He admired Yu Shuang's ability to communicate with insects. He wondered to himself if he could also learn such a secret technique. What Qin Li did not know was that this was not some secret technique, but rather an innate talent. To gain the trust of insects, one must be in contact with them from a young age, sent to live in insect dens and understand their habits. Moreover, one must learn the language of the insects, only then can they communicate with them. Of course, this is often just the first step, and to operate insects as skillfully as Yu Shuang does now requires unimaginable time and effort. West of Jinling City lies a stretch of farmland. The crops are ripe for harvest as autumn descends. What should have been a golden field filled with the joyous sights of harvest instead appeared desolate and silent. Only a few distant bird calls echoed in this once fertile land, now overrun with weeds. As they walked while Yu Shuang seemed unperturbed, Qin Li's frown deepened with each step. The situation of the great Qin nation was far worse than he had imagined. All around them, emaciated figures could be seen, barely able to feed themselves. This scene was truly Junior brother, do you seem quite melancholic? Yu Shuang inquired. Qin Li sighed slowly and replied, Senior sister, I have been a wanderer since childhood, always in turmoil. Seeing such scenes naturally reminds me of my younger years. Yu Shuang was somewhat aware of Qin Li's past. She knew he was an orphan who had endured hardships. Seeing Qin Li's sorrow, Yu Shuang suddenly recalled her own past experiences, her brows furrowing and her heart aching. She took a deep breath, trying hard to push away those unbearable memories. At that moment, the green snake, which had been quietly resting on her shoulders, suddenly raised its head, hissing and flicking its tongue, letting out a warning sound. Hiss! Junior brother Qin, wait! Yu Shuang called out to Qin Li. The two came to a halt, standing atop the barren slope. The wind blew, causing the grass to sway. Yu Shuang frowned, her expression heavy, while Qin Li looked at her. Senior sister, what is it? Qin Li asked. Yu Shuang did not answer Qin Li immediately. After exchanging a few words with the green snake on her shoulder, she spoke gravely. Junior brother Qin, if I'm not mistaken, your friend should be just ahead. However, based on the information I received, your friend is likely in great danger. Upon hearing this, Qin Li's body stiffened slightly, and his eyes widened. Senior sister, what do you mean by that? Yu Shuang sighed lightly. Blood. Blood. Yes, according to the clues, your friend has been captured near here. Just moments ago, Qin Ling informed me that not far ahead there is a strong scent of blood. Qin Ling refers to the green snake on Yu Shuang's shoulder, a name she had given it. The scent of blood. Senior sister, could it be from some wild beast? From the killings among wild beasts? Qin Li asked, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Yu Shuang gently shook her head. No, it's human blood. Qin Li's expression grew serious as he looked toward the distance. After pondering for a moment, Qin Li activated his agility technique, moving faster than before, racing toward the distance. Yu Shuang sighed softly at this and quickly followed. At the entrance of a village, there was no one outside, and it was eerily quiet. Soon Qin Li and Yu Shuang arrived at this place, standing at the village entrance. Looking into the village, the sign at the entrance with the character Zhang had fallen to the ground, with several bloody footprints. The path into the village bore the traces of carts, the soil loose as if carts had recently passed through. This was an abandoned village. As the two stood at the village entrance, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a pungent smell of blood from within the village. It is blood. Yu Shuang covered her nose and said. Qin Li frowned, his face darkening. A thing seemed to be developing in the worst direction. He squinted, gazing into the village. Inside the village were mostly dilapidated houses. The wooden stakes used to build the houses were mostly rotten, lying haphazardly on the ground. It was eerily quiet, as if no one was in the village. There was no sound. Only the pungent smell of blood wafted with the gentle breeze, faintly perceptible. In there. As soon as Yu Shuang's voice fell, Qin Li's figure swiftly entered the village. Hey! Yu Shuang wanted to remind him, but she saw Qin Li dart into the village like an arrow. Sigh. Yu Shuang let out a helpless sigh. This guy is so impatient. She also chased after him. In a corner of the village, around a bend. A gnarled tree. An empty dry well. Headless corpse. Qin Li reached the end of the village and was taken aback by the scene before him, his eyes widening. The luxurious clothing on the corpse was drenched in bright red blood, dripping from the neck, rolling down through the moss-covered crevices of the dry well. Qin Li approached to examine the corpse. The head had fallen into the dry well. Even with his keen eyesight, he could not make out the specific features, unable to identify. However, from the clothing, Qin Li confirmed that this person was not Feng Qing. This person still has warmth. They must have just died not long ago, Yu Shuang said as she approached Qin Li and touched the corpse. Creak! The gentle wind blew. The tightly shut, dilapidated wooden door suddenly creaked open, then closed again. In that instant, through a crack, the two saw inside the house. Yu Shuang couldn't help but gasp. What is this? Bang! Qin Li forcefully pushed the door open. The dilapidated wooden door slammed against the doorframe, creaking as half of it collapsed. Upon entering the room, the scene was horrifying and shocking. Blood, corpses, and severed limbs were everywhere, and what was most chilling was, every corpse was headless. All the heads had been severed. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Shiwan felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end. Qin Li's face was grim. A thick smell of blood assaulted him, stirring his stomach as his gaze swept across the room, confirming Fang Qing's identity. What is this? Qin Li's eyes scanned the room and spotted a familiar corpse in the corner. Beside it lay a head with pale skin, its eyelids wide open, two eyeballs staring blankly at the ceiling, showing signs of fear. Although the head had pale skin and a rigid face, Qin Li was still able to recognize this person. It was the one who had tried to stop him from killing Zhao Hao. Fang Qing must have been taken by this person. They intended to use Fang Qing to lure him into a trap. But unexpectedly, this person was already dead. Moreover, they had died a horrific death. Qin Li retracted his gaze, his heart heavy, as he continued to scan the room. The space was small, and he quickly took in everything. There were 5 corpses in the room, and with the one beside the dry well outside, there were a total of 6. After confirming each of the 6 corpses, Qin Li found none belonged to Fang Qing. Qin Li's anxious heart relaxed a bit. There are 6 people here. If we go by the previous assumption, these 6 were ambushed by Song Yuanyin, using Fang Qing, including Song Yuanyin himself. Their targets were supposed to be him, and these individuals must have considerable strength. If he barged in rashly, he would likely be caught off guard. Yet now all these people were dead, and Fang Qing was missing. Is another group after Fang Qing? Qin Li thought to himself. If Song Yuanyin and his group captured Fang Qing initially to target him, but now they were dead and Fang Qing was missing. This indicates one thing. Their goal was Fang Qing. Moreover, another group had found Fang Qing before. After slaughtering Song Yuanyin's group, they abducted Fang Qing. If so, Fang Qing was likely in danger. Based on his judgment, that group hadn't left long before they arrived. Senior sister, that group shouldn't have gone far. Do you have a way to track them? Qin Li asked. Yu Shiwan was shocked for a moment, but then calmed down. She had naturally seen dead bodies before, and quite a few. Qin Shidi, this group kills in an extremely cruel manner, and among these 6 besides Song Yuanyin, there are 2 other disciples from the martial academy, totaling 3 disciples. Being a disciple of the martial academy means they are all exceptional with strength at least above the true essence realm. If Song Yuanyin wanted to ambush you, their strength must not be inferior to yours. You are at the first grade of the diamond realm, indicating these 6 must all be above the diamond realm, but they died very tragically, and from their expressions in death, they seemed to be quite terrified. I fear. The one who killed them was far stronger than they were. Yu Shiwan calmly analyzed, turning her beautiful gaze to Qin Li, her expression serious. Qin Shidi, even if I have a way, are you still planning to pursue them? Qin Li pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly. Pursue. Fang Qing's abduction started with me. Although he was unclear why that group wanted to capture Fang Qing, Qin Li knew. If he didn't chase now, once this lead was lost, it would be nearly impossible to find Fang Qing again. Junior brother, this matter is likely not simple. I think we should report this to the martial academy first for them to decide. Qin Li shook his head, stating seriously, there's no time. If we don't pursue now, once the lead is lost, in the future it will be very difficult to find them again. But, Yu Shiwan hesitated. Qin Li stated earnestly, senior sister, we cannot lose the lead. In that case, let me follow first, and then you can report this to the martial academy. During that time, I will try to hold them off until the martial academy sends people. Seeing Qin Li's insistence, Yu Shiwan sighed helplessly. He'll go with you. My strength is above yours, and if we encounter danger, I can protect you. However, before the martial academy sends someone, we must not act rashly to avoid alarming the enemy. Qin Li pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. After Yu Shiwan whispered a few words to the green snake on her shoulder, the green snake swiftly slithered away through the gap in the door. Yu Shiwan then muttered to herself, let's go. They haven't gone far. If we pursue now, we should be able to catch up. The sky was overcast with distant mountains rumbling with intermittent thunder. The narrow path was overgrown with weeds, and the trees stood withered. On the rugged mountain road, a cold, quiet path suddenly echoed with the creaking sound of wheels. A group of individuals clad in black robes walked along the path, a carriage slowly making its way among them. Besides the sound of wheels grinding over the bumpy gravel road and footsteps, there were no voices. Everyone remained silent, solely focused on their journey. This scene felt somewhat strange. In the distance, senior sister, are these the people who killed those in the village and captured Fang Qing? Qin Li asked. This group was not walking quickly, and Qin Li and Yu Shiwan caught up with them in less than an hour. Yu Shiwan nodded. Senior sister, do you know who these people are? Qin Li asked with some confusion. Looking at this strange group of black-robed individuals, Yu Shiwan frowned. She felt that this group looked somewhat familiar, as if she had heard of them somewhere or from someone. After pondering for a moment, Yu Shiwan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, her expression astonished, as she furrowed her brow, and said solemnly, "I see, it must be them. Only they would use such cruel methods. The Blood Demon Cult. The Blood Demon Cult." Qin Li was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Noticing Qin Li's reaction, Yu Shiwan asked Junior Brother, "Have you heard of the Blood Demon Cult?" Qin Li nodded yes. Those three words were certainly familiar to him. Not only had he heard of them, but he had also come into contact with the Blood Demon Cult. The Broken Precept Monk and the Transforming Demon were both members of the Blood Demon Cult, and he had killed them himself. Some time ago I had dealings with the Blood Demon Cult, but they were all killed by me. From them, he learned that the Blood Demon Cult seemed to be plotting something. That day Qin Li recounted the events involving the Broken Precept Monk and the tragedy befalling the Mo family to Yu Shiwan. However, Qin Li did not disclose everything, truthfully concealing certain details. Yu Shiwan listened intently as Qin Li spoke, her brows furrowing deeper. Junior Brother, the Blood Demon sect is an anomaly adept at manipulating people's hearts. Their entrance into Jinling City this time is likely to take advantage of our Dakian's current preoccupation plotting something significant in secret. From what I understand, the internal hierarchy of the Blood Demon sect is divided according to strength. 1, 2, 3. 9 individuals. Yu Shiwan frowned upon seeing this. All 9 of them possess the cultivation of the Diamond Realm. With 9 of them as guardians, the person in the carriage must hold a considerable rank. If I'm not mistaken, the one inside is probably a high-ranking elder of the Blood Demon sect. Yes, the high-ranking elder of the Blood Demon sect is the absolute master next to the 9 great guardians possessing extraordinary power. Each one has the cultivation of the celestial realm. As she spoke, Yu Shiwan's brows knitted tightly. The cultivation level of the Blood Demon sect's high-ranking elder is comparable to mine. If a conflict arises, I will have no time to protect you. However, that is just the worst-case scenario. Of course, if possible, Yu Shiwan hoped that such an event would not. Within the carriage, an emaciated old man sat cross-legged on a mat, while a young attendant knelt beside him, holding a censer, with Feng Qing unconscious next to the old man. Gazing at the unconscious Feng Qing, the old man drooped his eyelids, revealing a glimmer of excitement beneath. Unable to restrain himself, he extended a dry, trembling hand, gliding over the soft skin. Cough, cough. The extreme Qin's sacred body appears only once in 100 years. I can hardly remember when the last one manifested. The emaciated old man sighed with emotion. He was too old during the last emergence of the extreme Qin's sacred body. He was merely an ordinary disciple of the Blood Demon sect and did not participate in the last great battle. Now times have changed, and he had become the high-ranking elder of the Blood Demon sect. Cough, cough. It won't be long now. The old man from the Martial Academy is too weak. This time our Blood Demon sect's plan will surely succeed. As the emaciated old man coughed a few times, suddenly his drooping eyelids, originally dull, suddenly brightened with a flash of light. Moi. The old man grunted lightly, looking at the compass in his left hand, which was shaking and making a Suddenly the restless compass abruptly stopped, and the needle pointed directly south towards the convoy. The emaciated old man lifted his drooping eyelids, his gaze dark as he stared towards the back of the convoy. Who dares to follow me? Is it someone from the Martial Academy? Cough, cough. Apart from those old men from the Martial Academy, the younger generation is hardly worth fearing. The emaciated old man lowered his gaze, muttering to himself as wisps of black mist slowly emerged from the loose sleeves of his robe. Unbeknownst to when, a small sword appeared in front of the emaciated old man's chest, surrounded by swirling black mist humming ominously. Suddenly the old man opened his drooping eyes wide, and a sharp light erupted from them as he focused his gaze to the south. The sound of the sword emitted a piercing hum, like an arrow fully drawn, instantly slicing through the air with a shrill whistling sound. Whoosh! Qin Li and the others cautiously trailed behind the convoy at a short distance. Suddenly, wait! Yu Shiwan quickly seized Qin Li, her footsteps halting as her beautiful eyes narrowed, alertly looking ahead. She saw a flying sword still in the distance, but in the blink of an eye it suddenly appeared very close. Not good, we've been discovered. Be careful. With that, Yu Shiwan moved instantly. Qin Li reacted equally swiftly. As the flying sword emerged, he too made his move. The two reacted extremely quickly. They swiftly executed their movement techniques to evade the incoming flying sword, which streaked past the gap between them. How could we have been discovered? Qin Li exclaimed as he dodged. Yu Shiwan felt quite confident in her stealth abilities. They had maintained a safe distance by controlling insects to follow discreetly. However, their whereabouts had suddenly been exposed. Yu Shiwan shook her head in confusion, speculating, the people of the Blood Demon sect are exceptionally cunning, or perhaps they possess some means of insight. Qin Li felt a shiver run through him upon hearing this. There were too many things in this world he could not comprehend. Indeed, to survive in this world, one could only continuously enhance their strength. Suddenly, Qin Li, be careful! Yu Shiwan shouted loudly. As Qin Li regained his senses, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck startling him. He saw the flying sword that had just been dodged make a loop in the air and shoot straight towards him from behind. It's too close, I can't evade it. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Qin Li swiftly drew the steel blade at his waist, channeling his true energy to protect his vital points, immediately executing the metal flame blade to meet the attack heat in. Clang! The flying sword collided with the steel blade, producing a tremendous sound and sparking fire. Even though Qin Li had achieved minor mastery of the metal flame blade, the vast difference in cultivation levels meant that the sword only delayed the flying sword for a moment. Clang! The steel blade vibrated violently, and Qin Li felt a tingling sensation in his hands as the blade was suddenly knocked aside by the flying sword. As the steel blade was pushed back, Qin Li staggered backward, his chest exposed, as the flying sword lunged straight for him. Not good. Qin Li felt a shock of fear, quickly channeling his true energy to protect his vital points while utilizing the iron body technique to reinforce his skin. The flying sword pierced Qin Li instantly. In a split second, it had burrowed half an inch into him, creating a small gash that exposed flesh. Enduring the excruciating pain, Qin Li rapidly retreated while continuously channeling his true energy, utilizing the iron body technique to resist the flying sword. If the sword penetrated another inch, he would surely perish here today. Suddenly, after a brief delay, Yu Shiwan arrived, her dark hand enveloped in black mist, suddenly grasping the flying sword out of thin air. The moment the jade hand grasped it, the flying sword halted, black threads swiftly spreading along the hilt towards the blade. In just a moment, the flying sword withered like a dying plant, cracking and decaying before falling apart. The fragments of the sword dropped to the ground like powdered ash. Are you alright? Yu Shiwan looked up at Qin Li, who shook his head while the wound on his chest visibly healed at a rapid pace. Seeing this, Yu Shiwan gasped internally. I didn't expect he could cultivate healing techniques as well. Just a brief encounter. Qin Li's displayed strength surprised Yu Shiwan. If I'm not mistaken, he just utilized the metal flame blade. He only recently became a disciple of the martial academy, and in just a few days he has learned a technique at the true energy level. Such talent astonished Yu Shiwan, making her doubt her own speculation. Perhaps he practiced this technique before entering the martial academy and becoming a disciple. Only then would it explain why Qin Li was able to execute the metal flame blade. Although most techniques at the true energy level in Dakian were controlled by the martial academy, some noble families secretly held knowledge of them. Just like her own family. The wound on his chest gradually healed, and Qin Li was inwardly startled, filled with lingering fear. If it weren't for senior sister Yu Shiwan's assistance with that sword just now, I would have surely become a ghost under its blade. It seems I am still too weak. Qin Li clenched his fist tightly, realizing he needed to be more cautious. In recent days, relying on the system's enhancement, Qin Li's martial arts cultivation had made tremendous progress, defeating several powerful enemies, which led him to become somewhat complacent. He had forgotten that in this world many unknowns and formidable foes still existed. It seemed he should exercise more caution. No, he should strive to become even stronger. As long as he is powerful enough to be invincible, what need is there for caution? He could just charge forward. At this moment, Qin Li silently made a decision in his heart. The first thing he would do upon returning to Jinling City was to thoroughly cleanse the city, capturing all the hidden evildoers. Apologies, but Qin Li is indeed filled with righteousness. Looking at the wound on his chest, it had already healed, but there was still a faint pain. Fortunately, my withered wood revival technique has reached a small level of success, allowing me to stop the injury. Although this sword did not inflict a fatal wound, it caused considerable trouble. If left unchecked, it could lead to significant blood loss. His energy was already insufficient, and he had yet to fully recover. When I return, I must hasten to perfect the withered wood revival technique. At this moment, senior sister, Moi. Seeing Qin Li's gaze upon her, Yu Shiwan was momentarily startled, feeling flustered, and hurriedly withdrew the dark purple energy from her palm. In a fluster, she retracted her hand, fearing that Qin Li would see the state of her palm. Over the years, no one had remained unafraid upon witnessing the true changes in her body. Senior sister, since the enemy has discovered us, the best choice now is to retreat first and plan after the martial academy's people arrive. But if we do that, cutting this connection, it will be difficult for us to find it again. Qin Li turned his gaze towards Yu Shiwan, asking seriously, Senior sister, what would happen if you faced the grand offering of the blood demon cult alone? Yu Shiwan was slightly stunned, her nervous heart relaxing a bit as she thought seriously for a moment, saying earnestly, in terms of martial arts cultivation, I am no match for the grand offering. Every grand offering of the blood demon cult is a master of the 9th rank celestial realm. Currently, I am merely at the 7th rank celestial realm's perfection. However, at this point, Yu Shiwan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of confidence as she continued, my physique is somewhat special, and when I use my secret technique, I can contend against an opponent of the 9th rank celestial realm. This is not arrogance, but confidence brought about by her unique physique. However, this confidence comes at a significant— But junior brother Qin, why are you asking this? Qin Li said seriously, since that's the case, I hope senior sister can hold off the grand offering of the blood demon cult for a moment, it'll take care of the others. Yu Shiwan frowned slightly, saying, I can deal with the grand offering, but do you plan to face those 9? You must know that among those 9 the weakest is at the 2nd rank diamond realm and most are at the 3rd rank diamond. I believe the best choice now is to retreat first. This is not because Yu Shiwan does not trust Qin Li, but mainly because the disparity in combat power is too great. It is akin to asking her to face 9 grand offerings at once. What difference is there from seeking death? Qin Li shook his head. Senior sister, I fear they do not intend to let us leave easily. At this moment the people in the carriage were probably observing the two of them. If there was any movement, they would sense it. The people inside the carriage would undoubtedly strike instantly. But, before Yu Shiwan could finish her words, Qin Li interrupted her. Senior sister, how much longer until the Martial Academy's people arrive? Yu Shiwan frowned and thought for a moment, saying, if we calculate the time, it should be soon. Since that's the case, senior sister, we only need to delay as much as possible. What do you mean? A glint of cold light passed through Qin Li's eyes. That sword just now had nearly claimed his life. How could this debt be settled so easily? They don't want us to leave. Good. I never intended to leave. Senior sister, I'll leave the grand offering of the blood demon cult to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Li took the lead and swiftly darted towards the distant path. Yu Shiwan sighed softly, thinking to herself that this guy Qin Li's appearance and personality were severely mismatched. He clearly had a delicate and handsome face, yet his temper was so explosive. He just goes for it without— Thinking of this, Yu Shiwan no longer hesitated. She saw her 2 fair slender hands suddenly turn black and purple, emitting a faint toxic aura. The grand offering of the blood demon cult. Let me see what your skills are. Inside the carriage, the withered old man who had originally lowered his eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a hint of surprise, muttering to himself, not fleeing, but rather taking the initiative to attack. The withered old man snorted coldly. Do you look down on this old man? Since you are seeking death, do not blame me for being ungracious. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint hissing sound of insects suddenly echoed around the carriage. Oh, it's insects, so many insects. Inside the carriage, the Taoist boy suddenly exclaimed, nearly dropping the incense burner he was holding. A withered hand suddenly pressed on the Taoist boy's shoulder. He turned to see the withered old man looking grim. What a big fuss, what kind of conduct is this? The withered old man said coldly. The Taoist boy felt a chill instantly envelop him, causing him to hastily prostrate on the ground, raising the incense burner high with both hands, his youthful voice trembling. Grand offering, I was wrong, please punish me, grand offering. The withered old man coldly snorted, this is your last warning. Thank you, grand offering. Thank you, grand offering. Looking at the approaching insects, the withered old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered, insect control technique. I never expected to encounter the legendary insect control technique. To control insects, one must accompany insects for a lifetime. Such a perverse cultivation method is rare in the world. What I see today indeed opens my eyes. However, I want to see how your insect control technique compares to the great techniques of my blood demon cult in strength. The withered old man gently flicked his finger, and his loose black Taoist robe suddenly fluttered with bursts of black smoke swirling within. The insects within the carriage instantly stiffened, as if petrified upon contact with the black smoke, turning entirely black. After a long time, the insects withered like flowers. In just a moment, the insects inside the carriage turned to powder and dispersed in the air. The withered old man suddenly raised his head. PFF. The gilded top of the carriage instantly melted, and a slender black-purple jade hand reached down from above. The withered old man lightly waved his sleeve, sending the attendant beside him flying back to the corner of the carriage. The old man then flickered, transforming into a mass of black mist, darting out from the carriage to evade the attack. Under a tree, as the black mist dissipated, the withered old man leaned on his cane, his gloomy face fixed on Yu Shiwan not far away. Jala. Although he had dodged, the loose edge of the old man's clothing still brushed against his fingers. Instantly, it seemed to ignite with black flames, causing the old man's garment to rapidly decay. The black flames spread like a prairie fire, swiftly consuming the entire piece of clothing. Seeing this, the old man frowned slightly, completely shedding his black robe and tossing it away. As soon as he threw it out, the black robe was instantly engulfed in black flames, emitting thick, toxic purple smoke. Such a vicious method for someone so young. The loose black robe revealed the withered old man's frail and emaciated body beneath, as if a gust of wind might topple him. Watching his attack fail, Yu Shiwan's brows furrowed and a hint of regret flickered across her fair and delicate face. It should be noted that the previous attack had been meticulously prepared. From the moment they had pursued the blood demon cult members, she had secretly used a secret technique to control insects to lurk around the carriage. She had been waiting for the moment to strike, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to catch her opponent off guard. However, she never expected that her carefully planned setup would be so easily dispelled by the old man before her, which indeed surprised her. Especially the mass of black mist enveloping the old man, which made her feel a sense of trepidation. From the feedback from the insects, just now they indeed encountered this person's black mist. Yu Shiruan wore a serious expression. She had never fought against the blood demon cult members before, only knowing that their methods were treacherous. It seems this person is not easy to deal with. Junior brother, be careful. I fear I cannot look after you. Yu Shiruan warned Qin Li not far away. Qin Li nodded. Cough, cough, cough. The withered old man coughed a few times, slowly stepping out while the attendant in the carriage, frightened, hurriedly rushed to the old man's side. The old man looked up at Yu Shiruan, then glanced disdainfully at Qin Li nearby, sneering. Two immature brats, and you're not too bad, able to keep me entertained. As for the other one, the withered old man shook his head. The martial academy has indeed fallen, as such a mediocre fellow actually dares to pursue me. Cough, cough, cough. Since you want to seek death, I shall assist you. As his voice fell, the withered old man took the initiative to attack, and a wave of black mist completely enveloped him, transforming into a black whirlwind that charged towards Yu Shiruan. Seeing this, Yu Shiruan activated her movement technique and met the attack head-on, leaving only Qin Li and the others behind. Qin Li twisted his neck, loosening his muscles. Those present looked at Qin Li with mocking eyes, seemingly questioning how a first-grade Vajra realm cultivator could possibly deal with 9 of them. It was more than just a joke, it was downright absurd. A first-grade Vajra realm against 9 experts of at least second-grade Vajra realm was indeed laughable. However, Qin Li was not a first-grade Vajra realm. He was a third-grade Vajra realm. Moreover, engaging in a battle against many foes, especially fighting above his level, was not his specialty. He preferred to crush opponents with absolute cultivation, ensuring a fair fight by overpowering them. 30 years of cultivation, I wonder if you can withstand it. Currently, senior sister Yu Shiruan is engaged in a fierce battle with the high priest of the blood demon cult, unable to divert her attention to me. If I force a breakthrough, it will go unnoticed. Thinking of this, Qin Li silently recited in his heart. System. Name: Qin Li realm, 3rd grade Vajra realm, complete martial arts, form intent fist, complete water cutting blade technique, complete light wind shifting steps, complete iron garment technique, complete Jingyang Brahmin blade technique, complete withered wood revival technique, minor completion, 110000 breath control, technique, minor completion, 15,000 gung metal burning fire blade technique, minor completion, 110000. Current remaining 30 years of martial arts cultivation. Would you like to absorb? Current remaining 7,000 martial arts points. Would you like to engage in martial arts practice? 30 years of martial arts cultivation. Absorb. Qin Li chose to absorb all 30 years of martial arts cultivation. Naturally, fighting against the weak while overpowering them was best when the strength gap was as large as possible. The 30 years of martial arts cultivation rushed through Qin Li's limbs like a torrent, the immense energy causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and his blood vessels to writhe like wriggling earthworms. Qin Li clenched his fists. Even he could not help but emit a soft grunt. Just a little longer, and it will be over, he reassured himself. The terrifying energy roamed freely within him, causing slight damage to his meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs under the immense force. I can't hold on any longer. If this continues, I won't make it through the absorption. At this critical moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Qin Li's mind. Withered wood revival technique. That's right. The withered wood revival technique can restore oneself. It might be useful. Qin Li's idea was quite bold. He planned to run the withered wood revival technique to heal himself, while forcibly absorbing the 30 years of martial arts cultivation. This plan was undeniably daring. It should be noted that if he was not careful, the healing speed of the withered wood revival technique might not keep up with the rate at which his body was collapsing. The only fate awaiting Qin Li might be to explode from within. However, at this point he had no way back and could only charge forward. Qin Li activated the withered wood revival technique as the true essence within him continuously transformed into strands of vitality, warming and nourishing his limbs and restoring the damage to his body. Qin Li's skin visibly cracked, oozing blood, but then quickly healed as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, Qin Li's body was engaged in a fierce battle. The 9 men in black robes nearby watched Qin Li's transformation with great confusion. However, they were not concerned with Qin Li's physical changes. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. The 9 of them struck simultaneously. They were remarkably in sync, as if they had been together for years, their movements and coordination exceptionally harmonious. Just as the 9 were about to launch their attack, "Wait!" Qin Li shouted, causing the 9 to falter slightly. In that brief moment of distraction, Qin Li, who had been keeping his eyes shut, suddenly opened them wide, his gaze icy, revealing a flash of brilliance. Who? Qin Li exhaled a breath of foul air. I'm ready, what about you? Although the breakthrough process was painful, Qin Li's act of absorbing 30 years at once was somewhat reckless. If he hadn't executed the withered wood revival technique at the last moment to salvage the situation, he would have surely exploded. However, the feeling of possessing strength was truly exhilarating. Qin Li felt power surging through his entire being. Unable to contain himself, he let out a furious roar. Come, let me slay you all. Arrogant. Qin Li's bloodthirsty eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit eager to burst forth. The 9 individuals looked at Qin Li's sudden eruption of battle intent with confusion. A first-grade Diamond Realm warrior, where does he get such confidence to be so arrogant? A first-grade Diamond Realm. If Qin Li were to say that he was not a first-grade Diamond Realm warrior, but a complete 6th-grade Diamond Realm warrior. Facing 9 3rd and 4th-grade Diamond Realm warriors, he felt that his previous words were somewhat understated. However, after 30 years of martial arts cultivation, breaking through to a complete 6th-grade Diamond Realm warrior did leave Qin Li feeling a bit pained. It felt like he had wasted a large sum of money, but gained very little. Fortunately, martial arts cultivation would soon return. With the right resources, these problems were nothing. These people were all channels for his supplies. They were walking rewards. Seeing Qin Li's rampant expression, one of the black-robed individuals moved instantly, and at that moment the other 8 also moved in unison. As he watched the 9 individuals suddenly attack, Qin Li felt no fear, but rather joy with overwhelming battle intent. With a swift motion, he drew the sword from his waist, its silver gleam reflecting the dark shadows that shot rapidly towards him. Bang! The first black-robed individual rushed in, launching a fierce punch towards Qin Li's vital points. Seeing this, Qin Li remained calm, swinging his steel blade down fiercely towards the black-robed individual's arm. He wanted to see whether your hand was tougher or his blade was faster. Just then, as Qin Li swung his knife, a sharp long sword suddenly thrust forward, blocking his steel blade at the chest of the first black-robed man. Clang! Bang! Qin Li's blade was intercepted, causing a violent clash of sound. In that instant, the black-robed man's descending fist struck heavily into Qin Li's abdomen. Got him! This was the first black-robed man's inner thoughts, but just as this idea flashed through his mind, he looked up to see Qin Li looking at him mockingly like a clown, causing the black-robed man to feel shocked. Impossible! But before he could react, bang! Qin Li delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, causing his stomach to twist inward like ground meat, revealing a painful grimace on the black-robed man's face. In an instant, he was kicked away, crashing heavily into a nearby pit. Only his head and limbs flailed about in the air, unseeing. After delivering the kick, Qin Li's movements did not stop. The steel blade seemed to casually press down, instantly forcing the long sword in the black-robed man's hand firmly against the ground. The terrifying force instantly shocked the second black-robed man. He attempted to pull out the long sword, but found he could not shake Qin Li's power. How is this possible? It's your turn. Qin Li revealed a sinister smile like a demon descending upon the mortal realm, grinning at the black-robed man before him. With one hand, he fiercely grabbed the man's neck and slammed him down onto the ground. Bang! The black-robed man's face was instantly smashed into the earth, distorting his features. Then Qin Li delivered a fierce stomp. Boom! A loud noise echoed as dust billowed up, creating a massive wave of debris. The nearby black-robed individuals were struck by the powerful gust, instantly scattering in all directions. As the dust settled, Qin Li's figure slowly emerged. Beside him, a massive pit had formed. Beneath his feet, the head of one black-robed man was forcibly driven into the earth. Qin Li scanned the remaining individuals, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of madness. Who else? Then Qin Li's expression suddenly changed, and he stomped his foot, creating a deep pit in the ground. Bang! Qin Li shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the nearest black-robed man. All of you died. In the distance, Yu Shiwan and the withered old man were locked in a fierce battle, evenly matched. The withered old man had initially thought that this young lad from the martial arts academy would easily be subdued by him. However, from the moment they started fighting until now, he not only failed to gain any advantage, but at times he felt he was being pressured instead. How could this not make him anxious? This damn physique. Yu Shiwan's special physique made the withered old man increasingly irritable. At that moment, the eerie laughter of Qin Li echoed from not far away. During their battle, both of them couldn't help but glance downward. They saw Qin Li wielding his long knife like a god of war, taking down one after another, as if chopping vegetables. Yu Shiwan was slightly shocked at the scene. She had thought that her junior brother Qin Li would be in a difficult battle, but to her surprise it turned out to be a one-sided massacre by Qin Li. Is junior brother Qin really that terrifying? Meanwhile, the withered old man grew increasingly anxious, unable to believe what he was seeing. At this moment, he was completely unable to detach himself to deal with Qin Li, forced to watch as Qin Li crushed all his guardians into a bloody mess. Bang! With the last slash, the final black-robed man's head was sent flying, hot blood spraying out, splattering onto Qin Li's face. Qin Li's fierce countenance was filled with murderous aura, like a demon lurking in the abyss, gazing at the mortal world. Puff! Qin Li exhaled a breath of foul air, suppressing the turbulence within his body and calming his restless emotions. Standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood, Qin Li resembled a war god. He turned his head to gaze into the distance, his sight landing squarely on the withered old man. Unable to resist licking the blood on his lips, a strong battle intent radiated from him. He still had not avenged that previous sword strike. It seemed that the withered old man sensed Qin Li's gaze, turning to look at him. The provocative look in Qin Li's eyes ignited a fiery rage within the withered old man, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, you little brat, you're seeking death." But just as the withered old man was distracted, Yu Shuan's palm technique came rushing in. He had no choice but to refocus his attention on the imminent threat of Yu Shuan. "You're a damn little brat." The withered old man gritted his teeth. "No, I can't delay any longer." The withered old man made a firm decision. It seemed he had resolved something, a shadow flickering in his dark eyes. Then the withered old man began to chant, "Heaven and earth, all things give rise to." The black mist surrounding him grew denser, gradually enveloping the withered old man's entire body. "What is this?" Seeing this, Yu Shuan had to halt her attack and retreat a short distance. The black mist from the withered old man was too strange. It had caused her significant trouble during their fight. Even she did not dare to confront it head on. "She gives rise to all things manifest." The withered old man roared, and the black mist swirling around him instantly coalesced into a ball resembling a black fireball. In an instant, with a flick of the withered old man's finger, that ball of black mist shot towards the position where, seeing this, Yu Shuan thought to herself, "Not good." But before she could move, the withered old man swiftly blocked her path. "Humph, little girl, where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me." Just as Yu Shuan was growing anxious, the ball of black mist was flying toward Qin Li. However, it suddenly changed direction. It was no longer heading towards Qin Li. Instead, it flew towards the Taoist boy, who was holding the incense burner with both hands, hiding in a corner, too afraid to move, fearing that if the incense burner fell, he would be scolded by the high priest. Puff! In an instant, the black mist entered his body. Off! Ow! The black mist suddenly plunged into the Taoist boy's body. The once jade-like, spiritually vibrant face of the Taoist boy instantly twisted in agony. Veins bulged on his forehead, blood vessels writhing uncontrollably, and his once pale complexion gradually turned dark crimson. Blood streamed from his orifices as wisps of black smoke billowed from his mouth and nose, making the sight of the Taoist boy truly unsettling. "Off! Great offering, spare my life, spare me." "Life?" The Taoist boy clutched his head with both hands, crying out in a frenzy for mercy. Gradually, the black smoke completely engulfed him. The Taoist boy's voice gradually faded away. Looking into the distance at the swirling black mist, Qin Li furrowed his brows. Suddenly, "Junior brother Qin, be careful." A warning came from Yu Shuan in the distance. "As far as I know, every great offering of the Blood Demon sect has a companion demon. I felt something strange all along. The problem likely lies with that Taoist boy. That Taoist boy has probably long been blood sacrificed, turned into a vessel for containing the great offering's demon." Blood sacrifice turned into a demon's vessel. Such methods were unheard of by Qin Li. Even he felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing it. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the distant black mist, resembling howls of a raging wind from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Poof! A claw covered in deep brown fur suddenly emerged from the black mist. Following that, a thick, muscular leg stepped forward. With sharp claws, a robust physique, and ultimately a wolf's head protruding from the black mist. A wolf demon with a body as massive as a small mountain emerged from the black mist. Just standing there, one could feel a menacing aura radiating from it. Beneath that huge wolf head, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered. The wolf demon lazily lifted its head, casting a glance at Qin Li. It then shifted its gaze to the sky not far away. Its languid demeanor seemed to sense something, gradually becoming agitated. Opening its blood-stained maw, it revealed terrifying fangs with thick saliva dripping down. "Sun Miao, you old fool. According to our agreement, you shouldn't have summoned me, yet now is not the time." The wolf demon roared in fury, fully aware that its strength had not yet been fully restored. 80% of its strength. No, at most 70%. Right now it possessed only the cultivation of a 9th grade diamond realm, merely equivalent to a human's ability. Woo! The wolf demon let out a howl towards the sky, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction. In the distance, Sun Miao wore a sullen expression. This wolf demon was one he had painstakingly blood sacrificed to succeed, if nurtured further its power could reach the 9th grade celestial phenomenon realm comparable to that of a great offering. At that time, with the power of this wolf demon backing him, he would have the confidence to contend for one of the 9 divine king positions. But now all his future plans had turned into vapor. It was all that damn guy's fault. Bloodwolf, as long as you kill that brat for me, I will send you 100 boys. Hearing this, the wolf demon's angry expression slightly softened. You better keep your word, old fool, otherwise I'll be the first to eat you. The wolf demon withdrew its gaze, sizing up Qin Li before spitting on the ground. Damn it, you summoned me for a waste at the diamond realm. Are you out of your mind, bringing such a loser? The wolf demon's mocking words made Sun Mio's face turn a shade of iron. Meanwhile, Yushuan, who was constantly using her agility to engage with Sun Mio, felt quite anxious upon seeing the appearance of the wolf demon. However, dealing with Sun Mio had already left her in a tight spot, and she had sustained numerous injuries, leaving her no time to consider Qin Li. Jinling should have already communicated the message to the master. I left marks along the way, by checking the time the master should be arriving soon. I just need to wait a little longer for the master to arrive. At this moment, Qin Li seemed unconcerned with the formidable enemy before him, merely fixated on the series of small characters emerging in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. Damn it, I hit the jackpot. Criminal Blood Demon Sect Black-Robed Person Realm 3rd Grade Diamond Realm Early Danger Level Human Level Black Evaluation Suppressed the Blood Demon Sect Black-Robed Person Protect the Peace Receive Rewards Reward Calculation in Progress. Reward 15 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward 4,500 martial arts points. Criminal Blood Demon Sect Black-Robed Person Realm 2nd Grade Diamond Realm Perfection Danger Level Human Level Black Evaluation Suppress the Blood Demon Sect Black-Robed Person Protect the Peace Receive Rewards Reward Calculation in Progress. Reward 15 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward 4,500 martial arts points. Reward Calculation in Progress. Reward 15 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward 4,500 martial arts points. Reward 15 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward 4,500 martial arts points. Reward 4,500 martial arts points. Lines of small characters flashed before Qin Li's eyes, causing his breathing to quicken. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 rewards. This is the reward for killing those 9 earlier. Each is granted 15 years of cultivation and 4,500 martial arts points. Calculating this way, adding the previous ones I should now have. Qin Li could no longer contain his excitement and summoned the system panel in his mind. Name: Qin Li Realm 6th Grade Diamond Realm Perfection Martial Arts Form Intent Fist Perfection Water Cutting Blade Perfection Light Wind Movement Technique Perfection Iron Cloak Skill Perfection Xingyang Brahmin Blade Technique Perfection Dry Wood Revival Skill Minor Achievement 110000 Breath Control Technique Minor Achievement 15,000 Gung Metal Burning Fire Blade Minor Achievement 110000 Current remaining 135 years of martial arts cultivation would you like to absorb? Current remaining 47,500 martial arts points would you like to engage in martial arts practice? 135 years of martial arts cultivation and 47,500 martial arts points. Such extravagance made even the usually calm and composed Qin Li let out a furious roar in his heart. Damn, having a cheat is wonderful. Indeed, a life with cheats is the true life. The wolf demon, watching the stunned human before him, lowered its eyes, displaying visible impatience. This foolish human, could it be that seeing me has left him paralyzed with fear? Useless human. But it's okay, oh, a waste like you is just enough to fill my teeth. Facing the wolf demon's provocation, Qin Li snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to flood his martial arts cultivation. Raising his drooping eyelids slightly, he arched his brows and lightly snorted. My. With 135 years of martial arts cultivation and 47500 martial arts points in hand, everything is within reach. A wolf demon. What a joke. Where did this little wolf dog come from? Suck, suck, suck. Qin Li hooked his finger as if teasing a puppy. The wolf demon in the distance twitched at the corners of its mouth. What does this mean? Qin Li's actions were undoubtedly a provocation. Roar. The wolf demon let out a roar, its muscular thighs tensed up, its body bent like a drawn bowstring, and its bloodthirsty eyes fixed intently on Qin Li. Damn human seeking death. Boom. The wolf demon charged forward like a cannonball, its limbs racing at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was just 3 yards away from Qin Li. Seeing this, Qin Li suppressed the urge to unleash his martial arts cultivation and glanced at Yushuan in the distance. This wolf demon is stronger than those 9 black-robed individuals possessing the cultivation of the 9th grade diamond realm. With my current strength, if I engage in a heated battle, I would likely be no match. It is not Qin Li's style to win by overcoming the strong with the weak. Bullying the weak is the optimal solution. However, if I forcefully inject my martial arts cultivation to break through from the diamond realm to the finger profound realm, the commotion it causes might attract unnecessary trouble. Since that's the case. Whoosh. The wolf demon leaped high into the air, its massive body instantly expanding in the sky. Kid die. Qin Li remained unflustered as the wolf demon launched a surprise attack, its sharp claws suddenly slashing towards his face. Qin Li moved. Escape. Light wind shifting steps. Qin Li executed his movement technique, darting directly into the depths of the dense forest. The surprise attack missed, and the wolf demon, just landing on the ground, was taken aback by Qin Li's sudden move. He had just provoked it so much. And now he was running away. Watching Qin Li flee, the wolf demon's expression darkened as it let out an, "Damn it! How dare you toy with me, I'll slay you." The enraged wolf demon also pursued him. In the distance, Yu Xuan, upon witnessing this, relaxed her furrowed brows a little, choosing to flee. Given Junior Brother's current strength, it seems this is the only option. Junior Brother Qin, hold on a little longer, Master will arrive shortly. Qin Li executed his movement technique, rapidly heading deeper into the forest, completely ignoring the enraged wolf demon behind him. As for running away, no way. He aimed to create distance and find a desolate place. Then he would. He had already flown a considerable distance when he glanced back to see the wolf demon closing in. That's about enough. Qin Li halted under a conifer. Turning around with a stern expression, he rested his hand on the hilt of his blade at his waist, his eyelids drooping as he looked at the wolf demon in the distance, as if it were a plaything. Faced with Qin Li's sudden halt, the wolf demon cautiously stopped, surveying its surroundings, wary of a trap. Primarily, this human displayed an excessive amount of confidence. The wolf demon was no fool. It had already gained intelligence, distinguishing it from ordinary demons. Is he deliberately luring me here? The wolf demon seemed to understand Qin Li's intentions. A mere first-grade diamond realm guy, is he intentionally leading me away? Seeing through the wolf demon's suspicions, Qin Li chuckled softly. Don't worry, there's no one else here, just the two of us. I brought you here mainly to. Qin Li cracked his neck, producing a series of popping sounds, and then his expression suddenly darkened, revealing a gleam of excitement. I brought you here mainly to. Qin Li cracked his neck, producing a series of popping sounds, and then his 10000 martial arts points. The Gungjin Burning Fireblade. Gungjin Burning Fireblade Mastery 100 martial arts points. The Gungjin Burning Fireblade. Gungjin Burning Fireblade Perfection. Mastering the Gungjin Burning Fireblade to perfection made Qin Li feel as if he had reached the pinnacle of this technique, as if he were the one who created it. Clang. The steel blade was drawn from its sheath at his waist, creating a wave of scorching wind. Qin Li simply stood there with the blade in hand, but it evoked a sense of intimidation. As if he were a god of slaughter, gazing from the abyss. Qin Li's aura suddenly shifted, causing the wolf demon in the distance to furrow its brow. This kid's swordsmanship seems to be quite high. Although I'm not at my peak right now, this kid still isn't my opponent. A mere first-grade diamond realm human dares to be so arrogant. Swords. I want to see if your sword is sharp or my claws are stronger. Roar. The wolf demon roared angrily, instantly launching an attack. Qin Li narrowed his eyes, gripping the steel blade, and deployed light wind shifting steps, directly meeting the charge. Gungjin Burning Fireblade. The Gungjin Burning Fireblade reached perfection. This was a technique at the true essence level. The cultivation requirements were exceedingly strict, and after reaching perfection, its destructive power and lethality were among the absolute top tier in earthly techniques. This was also Qin Li's most powerful killing move at present. This technique was characterized by its utmost rigidity and extreme light, precisely countering demons and evil beings. With each swing of the blade, Qin Li felt a surge of heat emanating from him as his blood boiled, and his temperament grew increasingly ferocious. Clang! In the dense forest, Qin Li swung his steel blade, each strike landing heavily upon the wolf demon. The wolf demon's sharp claws clashed against the steel blade, producing a dull sound. Clang! Although Qin Li's Gungjin Burning Fireblade had reached perfection, the wolf demon's martial arts cultivation surpassed his own. Furthermore, the strength of demons far exceeded that of humans. A massive recoil force sent Qin Li flying back, his body crashing heavily against a nearby tree. Crack, crack, crack. The tree trunk instantly split into cracks, spreading out like a spider web. Leaves fluttered in the air, slowly descending. In early autumn, the trees were withering, and those that had little green leaves had even fewer now. Watching the human he had just knocked away, the wolf demon glanced at the gash on its claw. The gash emitted faint black smoke, the surrounding fur singed, and the flesh around the blade's incision I was actually wounded by a first-grade diamond realm human waste. This was an immense humiliation. Slowly rising to his feet, Qin Li spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked up to see the wolf demon glaring at him with a dark expression. It seems that even with the Gungjin burning fire blade cultivated to perfection, facing this wolf demon, the gap in realms still makes it somewhat challenging for me. Since that's the case, you force my hand. I can only take this a bit more seriously. Come on. 10 years of martial arts cultivation. Infuse. With 135 years of martial arts cultivation at his disposal, Qin Li dared not infuse it all at once. Forcibly pouring it all in would be no different from courting death. 10 years of martial arts cultivation were infused. 7th grade Vajra realm perfection. Again, Qin Li's face flushed crimson, and the blood and qi within his body grew increasingly turbulent. Upon hearing this, the wolf demon's already hideous face turned even more sinister. Arrogant. This was the most arrogant human it had ever encountered. You seek death. Bang. Qin Li raised his blade and struck again. In an instant, the saber in his hand carried a scorching wave of flames accompanied by a fierce whistling sound as it viciously hacked toward the wolf demon's head. Clang. As this blow landed, the wolf demon felt that Qin Li's strength seemed even greater. Yet its claws were its sharpest and most formidable weapon. It lashed out with a claw, once again knocking the descending steel blade aside. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the steel blade was knocked away, the wolf demon launched a sudden assault. Its razor-sharp claws struck out wildly, blow after blow, frenziedly attacking Qin Li. Die. The instant he was knocked back, Qin Li gripped the hilt tightly and silently recited in his heart. 10 years. Boom. A vast aura suddenly erupted from within Qin Li's body. A searing, scalding wave of heat instantly enveloped the steel blade. 8th grade Vajra realm perfection. Again. Qin Li's face was bright red, blood and qi churning within him as he raised his blade and slashed down once more. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Li swung his blade blow after blow. The wolf demon's claws lashed out, striking man and demon. Each blow was lethal, each claw was ruthless. The blazing heat and the sharp claws clashed relentlessly within the dense forest, erupting with violent sounds. This brat, how is his strength growing heavier and his blade technique faster? As the battle wore on, the wolf demon discovered this with growing horror. At first it had held the upper hand, overpowering this damned human. But as time went on, it found to its dismay that this accursed human had become its equal. Bang! Man and demon blade and claw clashed violently once more. A terrifying energy exploded at the moment of impact, and a fearsome wave of heat swept outward in all directions. True essence collided, unleashing a dreadful force that burst open between the two. The wolf demon was sent flying by the violent shockwave, staggering back several steps before steadying itself. Qin Li too was blasted back dozens of meters. He drove the steel blade deep into the earth, dragging it for a short distance before coming to a halt. 8th grade Vajra realm perfection. Still not enough, still too strenuous. The physique of demons far surpasses that of humans. Their strength, explosive power, and recovery abilities are all beyond human comparison. At the same cultivation level, a demon's strength generally exceeds that of an ordinary human expert unless one encounters an exceptional human prodigy. Within the same realm, demons are essentially invincible. But today, it had encountered a monster. This human fought like a demon itself, each move a life-risking killing strike, utterly berserk. The wolf demon opened its massive maw, slightly revealing sharp fangs, and panted heavily. Its body bore wounds of varying depths from which blood slowly seeped. Its gaze toward Qin Li had shifted from initial contempt to growing solemnity. Human, I admit you have some skill. You have thrilled me. Thrilled. Qin Li propped himself up with the steel blade, slowly straightening his frame, a brow slightly raised. But I am not yet satisfied. Another 10 years. Another 10 years of martial arts cultivation was fiercely infused. The true essence within Qin Li's body swelled and became vast once more. 9th grade Vajra realm perfection. Now he and the wolf demon were on the same level. If they fought again, Qin Li would surely not fall into a disadvantage. However, Qin Li chose to reject such an unfair battle, fighting within the same realm. Of course, crushing with absolute power was what he considered a fair fight. Not enough, I need more. 30 years of martial arts cultivation. Infuse. Qin Li intended to forcibly break through the Vajra realm and step directly into the finger profound realm. With 30 years of martial arts infused, a colossal wave of energy surged through Qin Li's entire being, flowing into his limbs and bones. He felt like an inflating balloon, energy rampaging wildly. The distant wolf demon, Qin Li, sensed a hint of danger. This premonition of peril was an instinct of the demon race. It could feel the change in Qin Li's aura within just a few breaths. This human is strange, the wolf demon muttered darkly, its earlier ease gone. End this quickly. The wolf demon held nothing back. It let out an enraged roar, its eyes bloodshot, every muscle in its body tensing abruptly. In an instant, the wolf demon's form began to transform rapidly. Its already broad and thick body grew even larger. 1 zhong, 2 zhong, 3 zhong. It directly became a terrifying demon over 3 zhang tall. Its enormous frame cast a massive shadow, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who? The wolf demon opened its terrifying bloodied maw, revealing its fangs. Thick viscous saliva dripped from its fangs and splattered onto the ground. A long howl shook the earth and startled the forest birds into flight. This was the wolf demon's strongest form, its power terrifyingly amplified. Its current strength was on par with the first-grade finger profound realm. This was why within the same realm demons were stronger than humans. Roar! The wolf demon howled at the heavens, then lowered its gaze to the tiny human below. It lunged forward abruptly, its enormous claw slamming down toward Qin Li, who stood motionless. Die! The wolf demon let out a low growl. And at that very moment, just as the demon's claw was about to descend and seize Qin Li, who had been standing with eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them and spoke calmly. Finally, it's here. He gazed at the descending claw, his eyes utterly serene. Qin Li gently raised his hand and lightly swung the steel blade he held. Clang! The claw, struck with full force, was effortlessly deflected by Qin Li's casual swing, halted midair. At the moment of deflection, the wolf demon was momentarily stunned, then grew furious and struck again with renewed force. Bang, bang, bang. Claw after claw hammered down. But to the wolf demon's fury and bewilderment, no matter how hard it tried, its claws could not advance even a fraction toward this damned human. Qin Li looked up slightly at the now enormous wolf demon and said calmly, "It's not about who is bigger, it's about who is stronger." Bang! With a gentle exertion of force, Qin Li made a seemingly casual flick. The wolf demon's descending claw was violently knocked aside, and its massive body staggered backward. With a thunderous crash, the wolf demon's enormous form slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up vast clouds of dust. Stunned and disbelieving, it lay there for a long moment. "I lost." Tap, tap, tap. As the wolf demon reeled in shock, Qin Li, blade in hand, slowly paced toward it. The aura emanating from him shifted abruptly. Qin Li stopped suppressing his true essence and ceased concealing his aura with the breath concealment art. First grade Vajra realm, second grade Vajra realm, third grade. 8th grade Vajra realm. 9th grade Vajra realm perfection. And then, first grade finger profound realm perfection. It was only when Qin Li's cultivation aura ascended to the first grade finger profound realm perfection that it finally stopped. The finger profound realm. You're in the finger profound realm. Impossible. How could you, a damned human, be in the finger profound realm? You. Silence. Shing. A cold silvery flash streaked by. The tip of the blade traced a line of blood. The wolf demon's massive head tumbled to the ground. Its wide staring eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Thud. The head rolled away. The wolf demon fell silent, its life extinguished. Evil offender wolf demon. Realm 9th, grade diamond realm perfection. Danger level human, level gold. Evaluation suppressed the wolf demon, ensuring the safety of Jinling City from slaughter, bringing peace to the region and receiving rewards. Seeing the rewards before him flash by, Qin Li slowly sheathed his steel knife. With the 20 years just settled, I now have a total of 95 years of martial arts cultivation. Now my martial arts realm has entered the finger mystic realm, and the remaining cultivation can be slowly infused. Qin Li did not plan to immediately infuse all of the remaining martial arts cultivation. That would be purely seeking death. As for the 23500 martial arts points, the Gung Jin Burning Fire Blade has already reached perfection, and the Withering Wood Rejuvenation Technique has achieved minor success, as well as the Breath Concealment Technique. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the Finger Mystic Realm and the Breath Concealment Technique is only at minor success, I fear I can no longer hide my true cultivation from my senior sister. After thinking for a moment, Qin Li decided to use a portion of the martial arts points to cultivate the Breath Concealment Technique. 5000 martial arts points. Breath Concealment Technique. A moment later. Breath Concealment Technique major success, 10000. 1000 martial arts points. Breath Concealment Technique. Breath Concealment Technique perfected. A total of 1500 martial arts points were spent, and Qin Li cultivated the Breath Concealment Technique to perfection. With the Breath Concealment Technique perfected, one can completely conceal their own aura, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Qin Li sensed the changes in his body, then silently began to operate the Breath Concealment Technique in his heart. In the perception of others, Qin Li's aura gradually changed. Finger Mystic Realm, Diamond Realm, True Element Realm, Muscle Transformation Realm, Copper Skin Realm, until finally Qin Li's aura was restrained, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. Indeed, with the Breath Concealment Technique perfected, one can thoroughly hide their aura and appear just like an ordinary person. Seeing this, Qin Li felt a surge of joy. In the future, when facing enemies, it may have an unexpected effect. Qin Li nodded with satisfaction. He had always been low-key concealing his cultivation, then surprising his opponents, which perfectly aligned with his strategy of absolute fairness in combat. Not only that, Qin Li discovered that he could also control the degree of the breath concealment technique to manage the aura he released. It can be large or small. After controlling the breath concealment technique to outsiders, Qin Li now appeared to only possess the cultivation of a first-grade diamond realm. This should not pose much of a problem. After completing all this, Qin Li nodded with reassurance. Qin Li glanced at the corpse of the wolf demon. With the death of the wolf demon, its massive body gradually shrank, returning to its original form. With my strength, my senior sister would certainly think I am not a match for the wolf demon. If she discovers that I killed the wolf demon, it would surely raise suspicions. Having a treasure is a crime. Qin Li naturally understood this principle. I need to deal with the corpse of this. Qin Li scanned his surroundings and noticed a nearby crack in the cave. If he were to hide the corpse of the wolf demon directly in the crack, it would not fit. However, if he simply dealt with it a bit. Qin Li's execution was undoubtedly decisive. After a brief contemplation of the strategy, he simply handled the corpse of the wolf demon. After tossing it into the crack in the cave, he found some grass and vines to cover the entrance of the crevice. After completing all this, Qin Li clapped his hands and nodded. Although this method may eventually be discovered, every day I can delay is a bonus. Moreover, the longer it takes, the less it will have to do with me when it is found. However, such a large wolf demon didn't drop any equipment. Qin Li sighed. When he was handling the corpse of the wolf demon, he specifically searched through it, but found nothing. At least he received system rewards. Immediately, Qin Li turned his head and looked far away, frowning with, "My senior sister should be fine, right?" After tidying up the surroundings, Qin Li hurriedly used his movement technique to rush back to where he had been. On the winding path, Yu Shuang's delicate face was slightly pale, her white long dress stained with faint traces of blood. It was evident she had suffered quite a bit of injury in the battle just now. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor, wearing a green jade pendant at his waist, holding. "Shuang, are you okay?" Yu Shuang shook her head. "Master, I'm fine." Her master is Huolian, the 7th elder of the Martial Institute. Although he is the 7th elder, he is the youngest compared to the other elders. Though young, he is not weak. His swordsmanship is extraordinary. Huolian supported Yu Shuang with one hand, circulating true essence to assess her physical condition. True essence and malevolent energy have entered your body, but fortunately, they have not harmed your vital points. I have a cultivation pill here, take it, and after a few days of rest you will fully recover in half a month. Huolian took out a deep brown pill and handed it to Yu Shuang. "Thank you, master." Yu Shuang took the pill, swallowed it, and felt the coolness within her body fade a bit. Her body warmed up, and her pale face regained some color. The emergence of the Blood Demon sect is a grave matter, likely with significant motives. After I return to the Martial Institute, I will report this matter in detail. Yu Shuang nodded. "Understood, master. It's a pity you arrived a bit late, allowing that rogue to escape." Huolian sighed, gently showing a hint of regret. "As for what you said, the Blood Demon sect emerging is to capture a person. Who exactly is that person?" Yu Shuang shook her head. "I do not know, but it seems that he is just an ordinary person. I only know he is acquainted with junior brother Qin Li, and is a friend. I know nothing else." "Oh, Qin Li, you mean the one who caused a stir by breaking through the heavenly path a few days ago?" Yu Shuang nodded. "Yes, master." Huolian frowned upon hearing this. This person is somewhat strange. The Martial Institute has investigated his background and found no issues. However, why would those he knows attract the attention of the Blood Demon sect, even to the extent of mobilizing a grand offering at all costs? These are all doubts. Yu Shuang has her own speculations about this, but did not share her guesses with her master. "The reason? Since you say you came with Qin Li, where is Qin Li now?" Yu Shuang's delicate face slightly sank, revealing a heavy expression as she worriedly said, "Junior brother Qin Li fought with the wolf demon and went off in the distance. The wolf demon is far beyond junior brother Qin Li's strength. He may not be a match. I hope master can intervene and save him." "Senior sister, are you all right?" A voice called out from a distance. Yu Shuang looked up and saw that it was Qin Li, disheveled and covered in wounds, looking very ragged. Seeing that Qin Li was safe, Yu Shuang's expression brightened, and her previously anxious heart finally relaxed. "Junior brother, are you okay?" Yu Shuang asked with concern. Qin Li shook his head. "I'm fine, senior sister. I'm not dead yet." "Phew, that's good." Yu Shuang sighed in relief. "All right. Junior brother Qin, this is my master, the 7th elder of the Martial Institute." Qin Li looked at the man before him and respectfully said, "Greetings, 7th elder." Then he continuously operated the breath concealment technique, feeling a bit apprehensive. I wonder if the breath concealment technique perfected can evade the perception of the elders of the Martial Institute. The 7th elder raised his eyes to gaze at Qin Li before him. With a striking countenance, spirited brows, large eyes, and a profound gaze, he was truly worthy of praise. How extraordinarily handsome. Yet, the 7th elder furrowed his brow. This child's aura is unstable, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. It seems he has just broken through. But from what I observe, his cultivation is merely at the first grade Vajra realm, just as Sure once said. Could it be that my perception is mistaken? The flicker of doubt in the seventh elder's heart vanished in an instant unshone. It's good that you're back. What of the wolf demon? The seventh elder inquired. Seeing that the seventh elder harbored no suspicion about his cultivation, Qin Li breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems that with the concealing breath art perfected, even an elder cannot fully see through my cultivation. As for the matter of the wolf demon, Qin Li had already concocted a story on the way here. In response to the seventh elder, I was no match for the wolf demon. Thus from the start I planned to use flight to draw its attention, preventing it from harming my senior sister, and stalling for time until your arrival ceased its pursuit. The seventh elder frowned. You Sure One hearing this speculated, it was likely the blood demon cult's grand supplicant who ordered the wolf demon ceased its pursuit. The seventh elder frowned. You Sure One hearing this speculated, it was likely the blood demon cult's grand supplicant who ordered the wolf demon to retreat. Most probably upon learning that our master was about to arrive, they chose to flee without hesitation. The seventh elder nodded in agreement. Qin Li swept his gaze around the surroundings, all stained with blood, yet Fong Qing was nowhere to be seen. His heart sank. Senior sister, where is Fong Qing? Fong Qing he. You Sure One lowered her head as she spoke. Junior brother Qin, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop the blood demon cult members. During their escape, they took Fong Qing away. Qin Li let out a soft sigh. Senior sister, it's all right. This matter has nothing to do with you. As for Fong Qing, I will bring him back myself. Qin Li clenched his fist tightly, thinking to himself. The seventh elder suddenly spoke. Qin Li, since Fong Qing is your friend, do you know why the blood demon cult? Qin Li shook his head. Seventh elder, I have no idea why the blood demon cult captured Fong Qing. The seventh elder furrowed his brow, a flicker of unreadable light passing through his eyes, then said calmly, very well then. You may return for now. Sure One is also injured. Go back and rest well. I will report this to the Martial Academy later. As for the blood demon cult's grand supplicant, I will handle it myself. As you command, master, you Sure One said respectfully. With that she led. Only Huo Yen remained. She gazed into the distance, her eyes narrowing slightly, her expression gradual. On the way back, Qin Li suddenly halted. You Sure One looked puzzled as he cupped his hands and said, Senior sister, I have matters to attend to, so I won't return with you. This place is not far from Jinling City, and the road is safe. I shall take my leave now. Junior brother Qin, do you plan to go back and find the blood demon cult to rescue Fong Qing? You Sure Wan's brows knitted as she questioned. Senior sister, not at all. I merely. No need to argue. Do you think I wouldn't know your thoughts? You Sure Wan let out a light snort. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Qin Li sighed softly. Alas, senior sister, Fong Qing's capture was because of me. Now he's missing, his fate uncertain. If I ignore it, my conscience won't rest. Alas. You Sure Wan sighed gently. Junior brother Qin, listen to my advice. If you trust me, let's return to the Martial Academy first and leave this matter to them. In my view, the blood demon cult's emergence now suggests grand schemes beyond what you and I can stop. Senior sister, I. Junior brother Qin, since you're so determined, I'll share my suspicions with you. Weigh them yourself. If I'm not mistaken, the blood demon cult's capture of Fong Qing may be tied to the Great Calamity a century ago. The Great Calamity a century ago. Qin Li had never heard of this. You Sure One nodded. Yes. I once read about this history in the Martial Academy's library. 100 years ago, the blood demon cult first came to light. Upon its emergence, it stirred a bloodbath across the martial world. The Windblade sect, once a renowned school, was annihilated in a single night by the blood demon cult. Of its 356 members, 355 were slaughtered. Qin Li's heart trembled at this. 355 dead. What of the remaining one? The remaining, yes, that one person is the key. Legend has it that the Windblade sect leader's son was an extreme individual born in the year, month, and day. The blood demon cult emerged solely for this person, slaughtering the entire sect. All for just one. Yes, their cruelty is chilling to the bone. You Sure Wan sighed in lament, then continued. Later, our Martial Academy intervened, waging a great battle against the blood demon cult. Though we defeated them, the Academy suffered significant losses. After hearing her account, Qin Li frowned. Senior sister, do you mean that a century later the blood demon cult's sudden emergence and capture of Fong Qing might be for the same purpose? The extreme individually. And Fong Qing is that extreme individual. You Sure Wan nodded. It's highly likely. Otherwise, the blood demon cult wouldn't have sent a grand supplicant just to capture an ordinary person. Qin Li pondered for a moment, still harboring doubts. Senior sister, if that's the case, why didn't you share your suspicions with the seventh elder earlier? You Sure Wan smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's simple. I believe our master has already guessed as much. With that, her beautiful eyes darkened and a struggle flickered across her face. She closed her eyes slowly, her red lips parting softly. Beyond that I have other suspicions. Suspicions? Qin Li's brow furrowed. Senior sister, what do you suspect? Yu Shiwan hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. After I ordered Jinling to send word back to the academy for my master's arrival, I set up markers along the way, so he could find us. At each marked spot, I left insects to guard them. So when my master received my signals, those insects would relay that information back to me. Just now I received information from the insects along the route. I learned that my master had received my signals much earlier. Senior sister, you mean you suspect the 7th elder received our signals long ago, but deliberately delayed his... You think he did this on purpose? Qin Li was startled by his own speculation. If true, the blood demon cult might have already infiltrated the great Qin Empire, even reaching the martial academy and at the rank of elder. If so, the great Qin Empire today is truly riddled with holes and in utter chaos. Yu Shiwan shook her head. Junior brother Qin, these are mere speculations without solid proof. Perhaps our master had other arrangements. In any case, without evidence, this is all just conjecture, a fallacy. If she could help it, Yu Shiwan would rather not think this way. Yet her master's actions forced such thoughts upon her. As for Qin Li, he cared not whether it was true or false, nor what the blood demon cult sought, nor whether Fang Qing was the extreme individual. None of that concerned him. For now, he needed to hasten his growth and strength, then rescue Fang Qing. That was his utmost priority. A traitor in the martial academy. Rely on them. He had never considered it. In these times, relying on nothing but oneself was the only way. Everything he had achieved came from his own effort and talent. In a chaotic world, to survive, one must grow stronger. Strong enough to be unrivaled. However, Qin Li harbored doubts in his heart. Senior sister, why did you tell me about this? Yu Shiwan did not disclose her suspicions to their master, but instead shared them with him. He truly did not understand. Giggle. Yu Shiwan covered her mouth and laughed lightly like silver bells. In truth, aside from her capricious personality, she was undeniably stunning in appearance. Because I believe in you, junior brother, Yu Shiwan said playfully. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the best at deceiving. Naturally, Qin Li would not trust Yu Shiwan's words. Seeing Qin Li looking at her with suspicion, Yu Shiwan rolled her eyes and huffed lightly. Humph, how boring. Junior brother, can't you trust me just this once? The reason I trust you is simple. If you really had ties to the Blood Demon sect, then at the very beginning when you and the Grand Elder of the Blood Demon sect worked together, I would have long since met my end. As for the other point, if you were truly a member of the Blood Demon sect and knew Fang Qing, then, when he was captured, you wouldn't need to take such great risks to save him. So in my opinion, junior brother Qin, you cannot possibly be connected to the Blood Demon sect. Moreover, who would want to rescue an enemy who once tried to kill them? Doing so is simply insane and a serious illness at that. Qin Li. Let's go, you shouldn't think too much. Even if I don't tell you, you will find out about this matter later. Yu Shiwan looked up at the increasingly overcast sky, feeling a sense of unease, as if a storm were. The two hurried towards the martial academy with Qin Li still puzzled. But senior sister, there's no need for you to tell me about your doubts regarding master. Then I would know, right? It's nothing, just wanted someone to bear the brunt. If I don't say it, it feels uncomfortable. In a certain dense forest, the Jade Wolf is dead. A dry old man's voice came from within a swirl of black mist filled with rage. Today's battle resulted in heavy losses for him. He had invested greatly in blood, sacrificing the Jade Wolf, and not only had he failed to raise it to full maturity, but he also suffered losses today. Such a blood loss. Dead. A voice of surprise came from the side. If Yu Shiwan were here, she would definitely recognize who was speaking. The man stood with his hands behind his back holding a sword. It was Elder Huolian from the Martial Academy. That guy just entered the Martial Academy with low cultivation merely at the first tier of the Diamond Realm. How could he possibly be your Jade Wolf's opponent? If it wasn't him, then it must be someone else. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the withered old man glared at Huolian with resentment. Huolian frowned. Sun Myo, what do you suspect me? Some people know in their hearts. Sun Myo snorted coldly. There were 9 royal protectors in the Blood Demon sect. After losing one early on, he thought he would become the new royal protector, but Huolian suddenly intervened. A person from the Martial Academy suddenly joining the Blood Demon sect. How could he possibly trust him? Thus the conflict between the two was considered established. You better clean up your words. The death of the Jade Wolf has nothing to do with me. Besides, you almost lost this person while dealing with 2 juniors. If you had lost him, even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to die. Sun Myo could only swallow his anger, his face dark as he gritted his teeth. Take this person and get lost. I will try to delay things on the Martial Academy side. Oh, every moment I can hide is advantageous, allowing our people to prepare early. Oomph. The black mist enveloped the unconscious Fang Qing and transformed into a swirling mass as it swiftly retreated into the distance. As Sun Myo departed, Huolian revealed a strange smile, letting out a sinister sound. Finally, it's time. Back at the martial academy, Qin Li went directly to the room that Sister Yi Qinglian had informed him about. The room was simple and had been tidied up. Qin Li sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the system panel. Today's settlement. Reward settlement in progress. Gained 15 years of martial arts cultivation, gained 4,500 martial arts points. Adding this 15 years of martial arts cultivation and 4,500 points, I currently have a total of 110 years of martial arts cultivation and 13,000 martial arts points. Now that I have entered the Finger Mystical Realm, according to the introduction in the library above, the Finger Mystical Realm is the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. The Celestial Phenomenon and Finger Mystical are like a chasm akin to the difference between the Bone Transformation Realm and True Essence Realm. Inner strength can transform into true essence, and true essence can transform into true power, which is the Celestial Phenomenon. Yi Qinglian and Senior Sister Yu Shiwan both possess cultivation in the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. As for above the Celestial Phenomenon, it is the Cave Mystical Realm. When one reaches full circle in the Cave, mystical martial arts can reach their peak, standing at the absolute pinnacle of this world. But, is this really the pinnacle? Qin Li couldn't help but think of the illusions he saw while traversing the heavenly road. With a finger one could extinguish the heavens and the earth. Is this really something a mortal can achieve? Sigh. Qin Li sighed, lightly retracting his thoughts. This matter is still too far from me. For now I should focus on improving my own strength. Qin Li glanced at the 13,000 martial arts points displayed on the system panel. I have completely cultivated the Gung Metal Fire Blade and Breath Control technique. Currently, I still lack the Withering Wood Revitalization technique. The Withering Wood Revitalization technique as a method of nurturing life is essential for Qin Li's healing and recovery. Perfect. Spending 10,000 martial arts points can cultivate it to great success. 10,000 martial arts points. Withering Wood Revitalization technique. Qin Li silently recited in his heart. As the 10,000 martial arts points were infused, the display of the Withering Wood Revitalization technique on the system panel shifted from minor success to great success. Withering Wood Revitalization technique, great success, 120,000. Having used up 10,000 martial arts points, I still have 3,000 points left. As for these 3,000 points, Qin Li temporarily found no other use for them, so he decided to save them for now. With the Withering Wood Revitalization technique cultivated to great success, the recovery speed will greatly increase. Qin Li tried to operate the Withering Wood Revitalization technique, and the bruises on his body began to heal. Previously, the injuries he sustained would take several days to fully recover, but after cultivating the Withering Wood Revitalization technique to great success, the recovery speed was noticeably accelerated. Now his injuries would only take 2 days at most to completely heal. One night, Qin Li sat cross-legged, eyes closed, practicing the Withering Wood Revitalization technique to heal himself. As the moon set and the sun rose, morning light pierced through the mountains, illuminating Jinling City. Through the clouds it fell upon the Martial Academy, rays of light streaming through the glass windows and landing on Qin Li. His bare, solid upper body reflected a glossy shine under the sunlight, especially with his washboard abs shimmering like ripples on a lake as the sun shone down. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Junior brother Qin, are you in there? I'm coming in. With a creak, Yu Shiwan pushed the door open and entered. Junior brother, why are you not wearing any clothes? Wow. Junior brother, your figure is amazing. Senior sister, please leave. No. Get out. Bang. The wooden door slammed heavily against the frame. Yu Shiwan was driven out. Standing at the door, hands on her hips, pouting, an expression of lingering desire on her face. With a figure like that, wouldn't it be a waste not to look? After a moment, with a creak, the door was pushed open. Qin Li, now fully dressed, stepped out the dazzling sunlight, forcing his eyes shut. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he peered through his fingers at Yu Shiwan before him. Senior sister, what's wrong? Is something serious? Qin Li frowned. What serious matter? Yu Shiwan dropped her playful demeanor, suddenly turning solemn. Something's happened. The master returned last night, gravely wounded. Gravely wounded. Yu Shiwan nodded gently. When he came back last night, according to him, he was ambushed by the Blood Demon sect and suffered severe injuries. Our master at the 6th rank Void Insight realm is rarely matched in the great Qin Empire. Yet he was grievously wounded. Qin Li withdrew his gaze, his expression contemplative as he narrowed his eyes slightly. You suspect your master's injury might be feigned? Yu Shiwan shook her head. It's not feigned, he is genuinely gravely injured. The Grand Elder personally. If that's the case, shouldn't this dispel your suspicions about your master? Seeing Yu Shiwan silent, Qin Li frowned, as if a thought had struck him. It seems in your eyes your master's severe injury hasn't quelled your doubts. In fact, you suspect him even more. Junior brother Qin, I never said that. Those are your own words. Senior sister, regarding this matter, you. Junior brother, you're so mischievous, wanting a hug from your senior sister. Yu Shiwan threw herself into Qin Li's arms. The soft pressure of her curves against him sent a wave of numbing tenderness through Qin Li, leaving him utterly bewildered. Senior sister Yu. Shoo. Yu Shiwan in his arms made a silencing gesture. My little bug tells me someone's coming. Qin Li immediately became alert upon hearing this. Suddenly footsteps echoed from the bluestone paved path behind them. Junior brother Qin. Senior sister Yu. What are you two? Yu Shiwan's head peeked out from Qin Li's embrace. Senior sister Yi. Yu Shiwan quickly extricated herself from Qin Li's arms, twiddling her fingers in front of her chest, feigning shyness. Senior sister Yi, it's really not what you think. Qin Li. Yi Qinglian glanced at Yu Shiwan, her expression shifting slightly, before her pretty face gradually cooled. I'm not thinking anything. Please mind your own conduct, junior sister. Humph. Yu Shiwan let out a playful snort. Yi Qinglian averted her gaze, and said coldly, Junior brother Qin, junior sister Yu, the Martial Academy elders have summoned you both to the Sunset Peak. The two exchanged glances as if realizing something and nodded in unison. At the Sunset Peak, the atmosphere in the hall was exceptionally heavy. The Martial Academy's dean sat with his eyes tightly shut, while the assembled elders remained in silence. Not a word was spoken within. Just then the prodigies of the Martial Academy began filing into the hall one after another, all having been hastily summoned back. None of them knew the reason. But seeing all the elders of the Martial Academy present, their expressions turned grave, and they inwardly suspected that something momentous was afoot. After a long pause, the dean spoke softly, Is everyone here? The third elder replied, Dean, not yet. We're still waiting for Yi Qinglian, Yu Shiwan, and Qin Li. Yi Qinglian has gone to notify them. They should be here soon. At that moment, Qin Li and the other two entered the hall, and all eyes instantly fell upon them. The disciples of the Martial Academy naturally recognized Yi Qinglian and Yu Shiwan, but when Qin Li appeared, every prodigy present furrowed their brows. Dean, this urgent summons was only meant for disciples above the Celestial Image Realm. Why has a mere novice at the Vajra Realm been called here? The speaker was one of the Celestial Image Realm disciples urgently summoned. He was at the first great Celestial Image Realm, having just broken through. Senior brother Li is right. This matter is of great importance. Irrelevant persons should not be here. Oh, haven't I seen this person somewhere before? Isn't he Qin Li who just conquered the heavenly path a few days ago? To think that someone at the mere Vajra realm could conquer the heavenly path. Could the rumors be true that he is immensely blessed by fortune? Qin Li. So this is Qin Li. It's my first time seeing him. Still, anyone who can conquer the heavenly path must have some skill. Haven't you heard? The only reason he has his current cultivation is because. Qin Li's appearance immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the Martial Academy disciples in the hall, their voices rising into a clamor. Ahem. All right, everyone, quiet down. This matter is of grave importance. Qin Li's presence here is by the personal decree of the reigning emperor. As the third elder finished speaking, the hall fell into an instant hush. Everyone's gaze settled on Qin Li, their expressions showing a dawning understanding. The emperor? I didn't know you were acquainted with the current emperor. Yu Shiwan poked her head out, scrutinizing Qin Li with a look of suspicion. Qin Li frowned, remaining silent. He himself had no idea what Li Xianran intended. Besides, what was today's matter all about? Wasn't it supposed to be about the blood demon sect? As Qin Li pondered, the third elder's voice rang out again, cutting through the murmurs. I have gathered you all here today to inform you of an important matter. In half a month, during the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Festival, the Great Qian Empire will hold a martial arts tournament. The victor will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, 10 carts of cloth, and theft, as a marquis of 10,000 households, and appointed as a general of the household. The third elder's words sent a wave of excitement through the hall. A marquisate and a generalship. If that's true, then the victory in this tournament is mine for the taking. Ha, senior brother Lu, I wouldn't be so sure. If I recall correctly, you lost to me in our last spar. That was just a spar. Naturally, I was going easy on you. Within the clamorous hall, everyone was arguing, each convinced that they would be the ultimate victor of the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Tournament. A pack of mongrels and curs, and you dare to dream of being the tournament's victor. A taunt came from outside the hall, accompanied by heavy, resounding footsteps. Everyone turned to look outside. They saw a man over 8 feet tall, clad in dark armor with thick eyebrows and blazing eyes. He carried a overlord spear and strode into the hall. At the sight of him, everyone's heart tightened, and they whispered among themselves. Why is this fiend here? Earlier I didn't see him. I thought he wasn't participating in this tournament. If he's joining the rest of us, might as well be here, just to make up the numbers. The crowd, which had been arguing incessantly, each refusing to yield, now fell silent and lowered their heads upon seeing the newcomer. Senior sister, who is that? Senior sister, who is this person? Qin Li's question went unanswered for a long time. He looked at Yu Shiwan beside him in confusion. He noticed her tense expression, her hands seemingly unsure of where to rest. They alternated between clenching and intertwining, clearly not as lively as before. She didn't even respond to his inquiry. Seeing Yushuan's reaction, Qin Li felt a wave of doubt rise in his heart. "Senior sister, what is wrong?" At that moment, a tall, sturdy man stepped into the great hall, his gaze also directed towards them. Upon meeting his eyes, Yushuan instinctively took a step back, her eyes darting away, clearly frightened and visibly uneasy. Then his gaze bypassed Yushuan and landed on Qin Li. Their eyes met in the air, and Qin Li boldly locked eyes with him. Seeing that Qin Li dared to meet his gaze, the man frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing as he coldly snorted. "When did the martial academy fall so low that even a mere disciple of the Golden Body realm could participate in such grand affairs?" As his words fell, a sharp-featured man stepped out from the crowd, wearing a mocking smile, as he said, "Brother, by this is Qin Li, the one who relied on luck to pass the heavenly path. He is here today because he received a decree from His Majesty." The man continued, "Brother, by this fellow clearly has connections. Unlike you, who has advanced step by step through your own strength. In this martial academy, who would dare to compete with you? This time the champion of the martial competition hosted by Qin can only be you." Bai glanced at the man beside him, a proud smile unconsciously appearing on his face as he coldly replied, "Zhou Ping, you need not flatter me. I have seen your progress over the years. By the way," Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, "your cultivation level, is it at the 7th or 8th grade? If anyone encounters you in the competition, they better be careful or they might regret it." Zhou Ping rubbed his hands together, a servile smile on his face. "Brother, Bai, you flatter me. I am not as capable as you say, you overestimate me." Bai coldly snorted, but he no longer paid Zhou Ping any mind. Instead, he stepped forward to the center of the great hall, knelt on one knee, and cupped his hands, saying, "Dean, I have fulfilled my promise in slaying the demon of Su-Mo Mountain." Bang! Bai unlashed his backpack, and a massive bear head rolled out from the cloth. The bear head gaped, revealing its terrifying fangs, its eyes wide open, staring fiercely. Even though the bear demon was dead, the sight sent a chill through the hearts of all present. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. The bear demon from Su-Mo Mountain. The bear demon that once wreaked havoc in the area, one of the 4 demon kings of Su-Mo Mountain, its strength comparable to that of a 9th-grade celestial phenomenon realm demon, was actually slain by Brother Bai. One must understand that in the same realm, the bear demon's strength surpassed that of humans and was virtually invincible. Gulp! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Brother Bai, have you perhaps already broken through to the celestial phenomenon realm and entered the void realm?" This was what everyone thought in their hearts, for only then could someone slay this bear demon. Hearing the murmurs, Bai shook his head. "Break through to the celestial phenomenon and enter the void realm. It can't be that simple." He sighed deeply. With his strength trapped at the peak of the 9th-grade celestial phenomenon realm for many years, he had yet to enter the void realm. Although he was undoubtedly the strongest among his peers in the martial academy. But it was still not enough. He wanted to be the strongest in the world. However, it will be soon. Bai's eyes sparkled with determination. He believed that soon he would take that step, break through the celestial phenomenon realm, and enter the void realm. Good. The dean, who had remained silent, saw Bai's confidence, stroked his chin whiskers, and expressed admiration, repeatedly, saying good 3 times. Bai, in half a month, Qin will hold the martial competition, a grand event of our Qin, where many hidden talents will come to participate. As a disciple of our martial academy, do you have confidence in becoming the champion of this competition? The 3rd elder spoke up. Bai arrogantly replied, "3rd elder, rest assured, in Qin, no one is my opponent. This time the champion of the martial competition will undoubtedly be me." "Good, excellent. With you participating in this martial competition, we can be at ease. However, do not be careless. Becoming a marquis and a general is a tremendous reward for many people, and many wait their entire lives for such an opportunity. The monks from Camel Mountain, the ascetics from Moqin Ridge, and some talented scions from noble families should not be underestimated. Besides, there is one person you need to pay special attention to." At this point, the 3rd elder frowned, his tone serious, the son of Prince Jinling Li and his protector. "It is said that this person's strength and talent are not inferior to yours." Bai, upon hearing this, was utterly unconcerned and laughed loudly. "Don't worry, 3rd elder, whoever he is, the champion of this martial competition can only be me. Having confidence is a good thing. In any case, this martial competition His Majesty has given a decree, and we must not fail," said the 3rd elder. With that, the 3rd elder swept his gaze over everyone, and then spoke, "This martial competition, as disciples of our martial academy, be sure not to disgrace the academy. Today I gathered everyone here in hopes that in the martial academy competition, half a month from now, we can secure the championship." After that, the 3rd elder briefly explained a few points, and the urgent meeting was dismissed. Just as Qin Li was preparing to leave, a tall figure blocked his path. Looking at the sudden appearance of the person before him, Qin Li frowned. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Humph. The person was none other than Bai He, who coldly snorted and disdainfully glanced at Qin Li, ignoring his question. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yu Shiwan, who was nervously looking down, not daring to meet Bai He's eyes. Junior sister Yu, if I am not mistaken. I told you without my permission no one is allowed to come within 3 feet of you, especially someone like him, a blind brother Bai. Yu Shiwan hurriedly apologized. Sorry brother, Bai, I will be careful. Bai He coldly snorted. Yu Shiwan, you must understand. Without me, without our Bai family, your family would have long since had to pay for their sins. Humph, a body cursed with 10,000 poisons. A cursed wretch dares to aspire to great heights. Remember, your Yu family are eternal sinners. My Bai family's promise to save your Yu family was only because my grandfather had pity on the past. You Yu Shiwan are merely a lowly servant by my side. Whatever I command you must obey. Don't forget. Beside her, Yu Shiwan silently kept her head down, appearing very submissive, her hands tightly gripping her clothes, her face unseen, only faint sobs could be heard. She gently nodded, biting her red lips, her voice timid, as she said, Brother Bai. Shiwan understands. That's good. Stay away from such waste to avoid tarnishing my Bai's reputation. Bai He coldly snorted and completely ignored Qin Li, preparing to leave. Just then a voice behind him sounded grating on his ears. By the way, what is this dog barking about? Just as Bai He was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in disbelief. Bai He quickly turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent, coldly questioning, What did you say? Qin Li raised an eyebrow, slightly spreading his hands with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. What didn't you hear clearly? Alright, I forgot, it's not that you didn't hear, it's that you didn't understand. After all, how could a dog understand human speech? Qin Li replied, No, Lord Wang. Ha ha, since you're not, come have a couple of drinks with me. Laughing, Wang Qing strode up, grabbed Qin Li, and not allowing refusal, directly, Watch out. A loud bang echoed throughout the hall as a blinding white light flashed and balls of lightning exploded at the gun's tip. Looking at this scene, everyone felt a lingering fear, relieved that it wasn't them facing that shot. At this moment, everyone began to feel pity for Qin Li. This guy is really bold, daring to mock senior brother, Bai. Isn't he just asking for death? Shh. Is this bravery? It's insanity, pure self-destruction. Offending senior brother, Bai. How will this person continue in the martial academy? Tisk, I hope this guy doesn't die too tragically. My. Bai He lightly gasped, feeling that something was off with the sensation coming from the gun's tip. Blocked it. As the lightning balls gradually dissipated the scene before everyone's eyes became clear. They saw a figure standing before Bai He's gun tip, and it wasn't Qin Li, but Yu Shiwan. Yu Shiwan blocked Bai He's thunderous shot with both hands, blood dripping continuously. At this moment, Yu Shiwan's once fair skin instantly turned black and purple. Even her originally lovely face was covered with a layer of black, looking exceptionally terrifying. Everyone gasped in shock. That is senior sister Yu Shiwan. The usually adorable senior sister Yu Shiwan, how did she suddenly become like this? There were rumors that senior sister Yu Shiwan possesses a body of myriad poisons, and after using it, she would be infected by toxic gas. I didn't believe it before, thinking the cute senior sister Yu Shiwan could turn into this. I never expected it to be true. Senior sister Yu Shiwan like this looks terrifying. Is she still our lovely senior sister? The hall was filled with sharp discussions, all of which fell on Yu Shiwan's ears. Yu Shiwan's delicate body trembled slightly, feeling a chill in her heart, as she slowly lowered her head, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She struggled to maintain the image that everyone had of her, but at this moment it completely shattered. Yu Shiwan wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat, unable to be voiced. Yes, she had been hated since birth. Her elders and the family regarded her as a pawn, and among her peers, she was considered an outcast, no one wanting to be close to her. Until she entered the martial academy, where she began to shine and showcase her talents. Gradually, she received more and more admiration and affection from others, and for a time, she forgot the lonely path she had walked alone with great difficulty. To maintain the image in everyone's hearts, she had deliberately concealed this side of herself, even when rumors circulated that she was a body of myriad poisons. But few had seen it. No one saw it, so naturally no one felt fear. But now, just as Yu Shiwan's heart grew colder, a familiar and gentle voice came from behind her. To her ears it sounded gentle. A bunch of nonsense, shut up. This is just senior sister's martial way. It doesn't represent who senior sister is. Regardless of how she changes, senior sister Yu is still lively and adorable, just the same as always. The speaker was none other than Qin Li, who had just stood up for her. Upon hearing this, Yu Shiwan felt warmth in her heart. Bai He looked at the person standing in front of him, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted, Yu Shiwan. How dare you openly defy me for this waste? Yu Shiwan suppressed her inner fear, thinking, Junior brother Qin, that was meant for me, and it angered senior brother Bai. If I hadn't intercepted that shot, it would have fallen on junior brother Qin, who would be seriously injured if not dead. Yes, junior brother Qin, it was all to stand up for myself that I offended senior brother Bai. How could I just sit idly by? In this hall, everyone sees me as a devil, yet only junior brother Qin stands by my side. No matter what, she would not retreat. This was the first time in over 20 years that someone stood behind her. This time junior brother Qin, she would protect him. Bitch, get out of my way. Are you trying to make an enemy of me? Do you believe I will take you down with him? Yu Shiwan said nothing, but continued to resist by he shot her actions providing her answer. She would not retreat. Good, good, good. You're looking for death. Bai he laughed angrily. Just as he was about to swing his gun again, a voice stopped him. Senior brother, Bai, enough. This is not a place for you to cause trouble. The falling sunset peak of the martial academy prohibits martial combat. A graceful figure approached. It was Yi Qinglian, known as the strongest female disciple beneath Bai he, with strength comparable to Bai he. She was also considered Bai he's strongest opponent in the upcoming martial academy competition. Seeing Yi Qinglian step in, Bai he frowned and said in a deep voice, Junior sister Yi, this matter has nothing to do with you, step aside. Yi Qinglian shook her head. This is the rule, senior brother Bai. If you want to fight, you can do so at the competition in half a month against junior brother Qin. Junior brother Qin, as a special invitee from the emperor, will also participate in this competition. Bai he laughed. Ha ha, such a waste can actually attend the competition. But if he really participates, I naturally know I can teach this guy a lesson then. But I can't wait until then. I want to take down this arrogant guy now. Let him understand the gap between us. What, junior sister Yi also knows this waste? Yi Qinglian shook her head. Senior brother Bai, this is the rule. I must stop you. Bai he tightened his grip on the gun, revealing a murderous intent, coldly saying, in that case, junior sister Yi, are you planning to declare war on me for this waste? Good. I want to see how you two intend to stop me. Before his words fell, a voice of undeniable authority echoed in the hall. Bai he, enough. Bai he frowned, retracting his gun's intent. Elder 3. Elder 3 slowly stepped out from the crowd. While martial disciples enjoyed friendly exchanges, they did not wish to see such matters lead to chaos and affect the competition in half a month's time. These three were the pinnacle of combat strength in their martial academy, the hope for the upcoming competition. If they caused internal strife too early, it would be a loss. Elder 3 glanced at Qin Li from a distance, secretly thinking, this guy is indeed a calamity. He has only just arrived at the martial academy, yet has caused such chaos. Fine, since he is the emperor's person, I will give the emperor face and step in to resolve this for you. Bai he, if you two have a grievance, you may settle it during the martial tournament in half a month. Until then, internal strife is forbidden. Third elder, I. Enough, let it be. Everyone disperse. With the third elder stepping in, Bai he had no choice but to suppress his inner fury. He shot a venomous glare at Qin Li, spat out a final threat, and then left. But I hope you aren't eliminated too soon, lest you never face me. As Bai he departed the crowd, Qin Li had mocked earlier cast menacing looks his way. Meeting their gazes, Qin Li rested his right hand on the hilt of his blade and swept his eyes over them one by one, as if answering their challenge. Arrogance. That was the thought in everyone's mind. Seeing Qin Li's brazen demeanor, they all ground their teeth in fury. Yet bound by the third elder's decree, they could only swallow their resentment. They resolved that if they encountered him in the tournament, even as fellow disciples of the martial academy, they would show no mercy. Junior brother Qin, by doing this you may have burned all bridges. In the tournament half a month from now, if we meet, these fellow disciples will likely not hold back. Yi Qinglian walked slowly to Qin Li's side and warned him. Qin Li returned the courtesy with utmost politeness. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. The path of martial arts should follow one's heart. These people are two-faced and utterly nauseating. If it comes to that, I'll simply take it on. As he spoke, Qin Li's expression shifted slightly, a glint of battle flickered in his eyes, and he said coldly, when the time comes, I'll use my blade to carve them into true scum. Hearing this, Yi Qinglian gave a wry smile and shook her head. She thought Qin Li was merely a brash newcomer. Naturally, she couldn't believe he would truly be a match for this group. Little did she know Qin Li hadn't even considered them a threat. Breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm in half a month. Was that really so hard? If they thought it difficult, that was their problem. Sorry, but his life was one with cheats enabled. Junior brother Qin Li, thank you for earlier. Yu Shiwan murmured, only casting a brief sidelong glance. Yet catching sight of his strikingly handsome features, her heart inexplicably began to race. Over these past days, her feelings toward Qin Li had subtly shifted. An indescribable, ineffable sensation. Qin Li turned and met her gaze. Whoosh. A blush spread across her fair cheeks, and Yu Shiwan shyly lowered her head, hands clasped behind her back at a loss. Watching this, Yi Qinglian raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. But Qin Li's eyes fell on Yu Shiwan's hands hidden behind her back, where drops of blood slowly dripped to the ground. Frowning, Qin Li gently took her arm and placed her hands in his palms. There a deep gash was visible, blood seeping steadily. Senior sister, you are your hands all right? Feeling the warmth from Qin Li's palm, Yu Shiwan's body trembled slightly. She gasped shyly, pulling her hands back, stammering, It's nothing, just a minor wound. Junior brother Qin I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Her face flushed crimson. Yu Shiwan turned to go. After a few steps, she seemed to remember something. She halted, turned back, and looked at Qin Li. After stammering for a moment, as if mustering her courage, she said, Junior brother Qin, do your best in the tournament in half a month. I believe in you. With that, Yu Shiwan felt her face burn as if it might steam. Too embarrassed to stay a moment longer, she scurried away swiftly. Seeing Yu Shiwan leave, Yi Qinglian decided not to linger either. Junior brother Qin, I'll be heading back as well. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. In Yi Qinglian's view, she was Qin Li's guide into the martial academy. After today, Qin Li had thoroughly offended most of its members. It would likely be difficult for him to get by in the academy from now on. Offering some guidance now, and then would at least be a kindness. Senior sister, I do have a question I'd like to ask you. Oh. Yi Qinglian blinked, then asked, what is it? Something about martial cultivation. Qin Li shook his head. No. Senior sister, I wanted to ask. Do you know about senior sister Yu Shiwan and senior brother Bai He? Hearing this, Yi Qinglian raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, sighed deeply, and shook her head. I didn't expect you to be interested in this. It's no secret. You could find out on your own if you looked into it. Back when the Grand Emperor was alive, the Yu family served as the imperial physicians of the Great Qian Kingdom, diagnosing the sovereign's health for generations. But later one event, or rather one person, completely changed the Yu family's fate. One person. Who? Yu Shiwan's father, Yu Shiwan. Senior sister, why is that? Qin Li asked, puzzled. Alas. Yi Qinglian sighed softly and began to explain. As the eldest son of the Yu family, Yu Shiwan was exceptionally skilled in medicine. He was meant to become the 36th patriarch of the Yu family and continue serving his majesty. But he fell in love with a woman, a cursed woman. It was said that anyone who came into contact with her would slowly become a poisoned body. Yu Shiwan's father refused to believe it. He insisted there was no such thing as a curse, only a disease. And any disease could be cured. But as time passed, the disease was not only uncured, but Yu Shuang's own body began to be unknowingly infected. Once when the Grand Emperor fell ill and summoned Yu Shuang to the palace for treatment, Yu Shuang was unaware of his own condition. While taking the Grand Emperor's pulse, he caused a severe deterioration in the sovereign's health. The Emperor flew into a rage and ordered Yu Shuang's execution. But in the end, considering the Yu family's years of service and the fact that the Yu family was allied with the Bai family at the time, the Bai patriarch interceded, and the Yu family was spared. Afterward, the Yu family fell from grace and became vassals of the Bai family. Moreover, the Bai patriarch's defense of the Yu family drew covert opposition from many factions, and the Bai family's influence also plummeted. The Bai family of today is hardly comparable to its former self. Yi Qinglian was unusually talkative today, speaking with deep emotion. Having grown up in a noble clan herself, she understood the intricate stakes involved. Throughout her life, what she had seen and heard had left her numb. She could only trust in the sword in her hand. Yes, only her sword gave her peace of mind. As Yi Qinglian was about to leave, a thought struck her. Oh, by the way, junior brother Qin, someone from the imperial court came looking for you. They're waiting at the foot of the mountain. From the imperial court. Qin Li seemed to have an inkling. Yes, they looked rather urgent, as if something important. With that, Yi Qinglian departed. Watching her leave, Qin Li furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. A curse. He shared Yu Shiwan's father's view. He didn't believe in curses. It was likely just a medical problem beyond current capabilities. As for being afraid of Yu Shiwan, was Qin Li afraid? Afraid? Afraid my ass. At the foot of the Martial Arts Academy mountain, Qin Li had just descended when he noticed a young guard in city patrol uniform pacing back and forth with visible anxiety. Upon seeing Qin Li, the guard rushed over as if grasping a lifeline and respectfully said, Qin Captain, something terrible has happened. While you were away these past few days, our city defense team has fallen into chaos. Qin Li recognized this person, who was also a city guard from Jinling City. Jiang Quan. Seeing Qin Li now full of vigor, Jiang Quan felt a deep sense of emotion. Who would have thought that just days ago they were together at the brothel talking about women, and now he had directly become a member of the Martial Arts Academy, even getting promoted to captain. Such occurrences he would never dare to write in a novel. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. However, he was also thankful that he had no enmity with him earlier, and even occasionally helped him with small favors, so their relationship should still be decent. Jiang Quan. What's the matter? Lord Qin, it's a long story. You should come back with me quickly, we can talk. In these past few days, an imperial edict came from the palace stating that you have been promoted to the captain of the city defense in Jinling City. Our brothers are all very happy for you. Especially Wang Qing, Sergeant Wang, who praised you as a dragon hidden in the abyss, destined to soar and make a name for yourself. After this round of flattery, they finally got to the main issue. Jiang Quan furrowed his brows, his expression gradually becoming serious. Since the change in leadership, you have been absent, but our group of brothers has remained orderly and dared not be negligent. However, earlier today, Wang Qing's Sergeant Wang got into trouble. Trouble? In Qin Li's memory, Wang Qing had mingled in the rivers and lakes for years, and had become quite savvy knowing who to provoke and who to avoid. How could it be that just 2 days after he took office trouble arose? Not just trouble, but a big incident. Jiang Quan sighed deeply. This morning the supervisory court sent people to raid Sergeant Wang's home claiming he embezzled money from the people and colluded with salt smugglers, and they arrested him. Hearing this, Qin Li frowned. Smuggling salt is a serious crime. But Wang Qing is a clever person. How could he make such a mistake? Is there any evidence? Lord Qin, don't mention it. The supervisory court brought the salt smugglers directly and had them identify Sergeant Wang on the spot, saying that he was an accomplice, which is why they raided his home. Upon hearing this, Qin Li furrowed his brow tightly. Based on his prior knowledge, although Wang Qing might not have a completely clean record, he was very prudent in his actions, knowing what could and couldn't be done. Where is he now? Currently, the people from the supervisory court are still raiding Sergeant Wang's home. Let's go, take me there. Qin Li felt that this matter was somewhat suspicious. It seemed to have little to do with Wang Qing and looked more like it. Outside the city of Jinling, Wang Qing had struggled for half his life, but still could not settle in the inner city, as not everyone could achieve what Zhao Hao did. At the moment, the entrance of the Wang family was filled with a group of armed officials. Tisk, have you heard? Wang Qing has embezzled a large sum of money and the supervisory court has found out and is currently raiding his home. So that's how it is. I said from the first day I met this Wang I could tell he was no good. He really deserves this. The onlookers were mostly neighbors from the street who were familiar with each other and often interacted. It was common to exchange pleasantries when they met. But at this moment those familiar neighbors seemed like different people, their faces filled with disdain and contempt. If Wang Qing saw this, he would definitely feel that all the help he had given these neighbors over the years had gone to waste. Inside the house, cries echoed all around. Both young and old were sobbing in a heap. The officials were constantly rummaging through things, their figures moving back and forth in the courtyard. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man sat upright in an armchair holding a birdcage with a parrot inside that was chattering away, mimicking human speech. Supervisory Court, a Deputy Director, Lord Song. Supervisory Court, a Deputy Director, Lord Song. Good boy, you must be hungry. Wait for me to finish searching this scoundrel's home, and then I'll take you to eat something delicious. Something delicious, something delicious. Yenner loves to eat Zus braised pork from the east city of Jinling. I'll buy more later for Yenner to enjoy. Doesn't that sound good? As Song Yuxing teased the bird in the cage, his smiling face gradually turned pain, slowly twisting into a grimace. He slowly closed his eyes and 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Clenching his teeth tightly, they creaked, and a hoarse voice struggled to escape his throat. What a pity. Yenner won't be able to eat it. Bang. Song Yuxing suddenly sat up, slamming his palm onto the table, his eyes wide with rage, bloodshot, and he was breathing heavily. He had sent someone to assist Yenner in teaching that scoundrel a lesson, so that he could introduce Yenner to Princess Li Xian later and climb up the social ladder. But who would have thought in just a day he would receive the bad news that his Yenner had died? A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. How could he accept that? In his view, the death of his Yenner was only related to one person. That is Qin Li. This guy who suddenly appeared from nowhere had such great fortune, not only becoming a disciple of the martial arts academy, but also gaining the favor of the current emperor and becoming the captain of the city defense. How could he swallow that? Song Yuxing slowly calmed his emotions, raised his gaze, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, staring at Wang Qing, who was kneeling before him and had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Wang Qing, tell me back, when you were a sergeant, did you have accomplices in colluding with the scoundrels and smuggling salt? For example, your subordinate from back, then, who is now your superior, Qin Li. Is he not your accomplice? If you confess honestly, you may avoid some physical suffering. Otherwise. At this point, Song Yuxing snorted coldly. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time. If you don't admit it, don't blame me. Kneeling on the ground on the verge of death, and unrecognizable, Wang Qing spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Wang Qing was not a good person, but he was also not a coward. Having mingled in the rivers and lakes for so many years, he had his own sense of justice and principles in his dealings. This Song Yuxing came to him without any preamble and directly accused him of smuggling. Looking for death. He glared with resentment in his eyes. Continue the torture. Song Yuxing thought to himself, this Wang Qing is truly a person of strong, while enduring several hours of severe torture without yielding. However, he wanted to see whether this guy's mouth was tough or his torture instruments were tougher. Bring his mother. As his words fell, a mother and child were brought in. The woman, with tears like falling pear blossoms, cried inconsolably, tightly holding a child of about 5 or 6 years old. Upon seeing Wang Qing tortured beyond recognition, the woman suddenly rushed forward, her cries echoing. Master, are you all right? Whoa. Wang Qing felt a slight relief in his heart upon seeing the woman unharmed, then turned to Song Yuxing with a fierce expression, saying, Lord Song, this has nothing to do with my wife and child. If there's anything, come at me instead. Oomph. Song Yuxing coldly snorted, gesturing to the guard beside him. That woman, torture her. I want to see whether you'll confess or not. The guard violently grabbed her hair. The woman struggled desperately, but the guard ignored her and dragged her aside. Master, help me, help me. Woo. Seeing this, Wang Qing's eyes widened in anger as he roared hysterically. Lord Song, calamity shouldn't involve family. If there's anything, you'll take the blame alone. What kind of ability is it to threaten my wife and child? Song Yuxing's face darkened. Wang Qing, you'd best know your place. If you honestly confess, you won't have to suffer these torments. The suffering your wife and child are enduring is all because of you. Bring it on. Just then a loud bang suddenly echoed from outside the door, startling everyone as they turned to look. A handsome man, tall and with a knife at his waist, slowly walked in from outside. Beside him was a small soldier, arms crossed, appearing quite startled. The newcomer was none other than Qin Li and Jiang Quan. It was evident that Jiang Quan had not yet recovered from the shock of earlier. It turned out they had arrived at the Wang residence's gate, but were stopped by a group of armed officials outside. They had intended to say a few words to persuade the officials to let them in. To their surprise, the dignified Qin Li, without a word, directly kicked the group of blocking officials away. Thus they swaggered in. Jiang Quan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Majestic Lord Qin. As Qin Li entered the courtyard, his gaze swept across the scene. The woman had tears streaming down her face. The child was crying incessantly, calling for his father and mother. Wang Qing was covered in wounds, barely clinging to life, and finally there was Song Yuxing. Qin Li stepped into the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Wang Qing slowly raised his head, revealing a face smeared with blood, eyes slightly swollen, peering through a narrow slit. Qin, Lord Qin. Wang Qing's voice trembled, unable to believe that Qin Li had appeared here. Why? Was he here to save him? Wang Qing felt a warmth in his heart, but he knew very well that if he came, he would likely be caught by Song Yuxing's schemes, causing him to fall into a trap and be arrested for collusion. At that moment, it would really be over. Lord Qin, this matter is solely my fault and has nothing to do with you. I will bear these charges myself. Please, Lord Qin, leave. Leave? Ha, so you are Qin Li. Then you are an accomplice of Wang Qing. After a brief moment of surprise, Song Yuxing quickly realized that this was his first time seeing Qin Li in person, and his eyes instantly filled with deep hatred. This was the killer who had caused the death of his son. Someone arrest this accomplice and take him back to the supervision agency for interrogation. Qin Li frowned. Indeed, today's situation was clearly directed at him. Without a word, he intended to take him down. Qin Li's gaze was sharp, his right hand resting on the knife at his waist. Looking at the guards closing in, he calmly said, My lord, you claim I am Wang Qing's accomplice in smuggling salt. Where is your evidence? Upon hearing this, Song Yuxing let out a cold laugh. Ha, fine, if you want evidence, I will give you evidence, so you can die clearly. Bring that thief surnamed Su in. As his words fell, an old man was brought in from the side room. Upon seeing the old man, Qin Li's eyes narrowed slightly. This old man, surnamed Su, was none other than the merchant Zhao Hao's lackey whom he had intercepted outside Jinling City a few days ago. As old Su entered, he saw Wang Qing, who was beaten into a miserable state, and was immediately startled, shrinking into a ball, trembling. Surnamed Su, tell me, are these two your accomplices? The trembling old Su saw Song Yuxing's murderous gaze, and was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, speaking in a quivering voice. Yes, it's them. They are my accomplices. It's this group of people who forced me to do this. Old Su pointed at Qin Li and Jiang Quan. Upon hearing this, Song Yuxing burst into loud laughter. Ha, the evidence is conclusive. Qin Li, what other arguments do you have? Someone arrest them all. Such baseless accusations are placed upon you. Could this be the so-called injustice? If it were an ordinary person in such a situation, they would truly find themselves helpless. In troubled times, the common people truly have no rights. In their eyes, the lives of the lower-class people are hardly considered lives. Helpless. Of course they are helpless. So, zing. A cold long knife slowly drew out. Qin Li stood among the crowd, holding the long knife. His eyes grew colder, his gaze like a torch sweeping over everyone, only to smile coldly. Is there really fairness in the world? True fairness is something you fight for, something you earn with your own hands. At this moment, he seemed to be fighting against the injustice of the world. If that's the case, then let's fight. Song Yuxing forced the accusation upon him, yet Qin Li would not acknowledge it. Drawing his sword against them could lead to accusations. But if he does not fight back, he would equally be accused. In this regard, both paths lead to a dead end. If all paths lead to death, then let's carve out a path to life. Regardless of the schemes, Qin Li did not wish to think further. Taking a step back, not acknowledging the accusations, waiting for the truth to emerge, at that time, he could naturally clear their names. But would that day truly come? Qin Li did not believe. He only believed in himself, only believed in the knife in his hand. Come, let the truth be revealed by the knife in his hand. A surge of murderous aura slowly dispersed from Qin Li's body, and beside him Jiang Quan suddenly felt a chill all over, unable to suppress a shiver. Looking at Qin Li beside him, he felt that Qin Li was no longer the same as before, as if he were a killing god emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. His gaze was calm, yet it instilled a deep sense of fear. "You insolent brat, how dare you resist? This is a flagrant violation of the law and open defiance. Your crime is compounded. Seize this villain." Song Yusheng bellowed, yet inwardly he was secretly pleased. He had been waiting for Qin Li to resist. This way, no matter what, Qin Li's guilt was undeniable. With a series of metallic scrapes, several guards drew their blades and slowly advanced toward Qin Li. Surrounded on all sides, Qin Li stood amidst them utterly unperturbed. Jiang Quan, however, trembled, with fear pressing close to Qin Li. Gulp. He swallowed hard and whispered nervously, "Lord Qin, what are they up to?" "They're not going to arrest us, are they?" Lord Qin explained quickly. "We're innocent, we've never done anything of the sort." "Close your eyes," Qin Li said calmly. "Huh. Oh." In an instant the encircling guard struck, one swinging his blade straight at them. Qin Li gently pushed Jiang Quan back a step and sidestepped. The descending blade sliced through the space between them, missing its mark. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Qin Li brought the flat of his blade down hard on the guard's wrist. With a clatter, the long sword fell to the ground. Thud! Qin Li followed up with a vicious kick to the man's abdomen, which caved inward. The guard flew backward, crashing heavily into several of his comrades before collapsing in a heap of groans. Then Qin Li retreated a step, pressing close to the man behind him to evade another slashing blade. Thud! He drove his elbow fiercely into the man's ribs, eliciting a sharp crack as the bone broke. Qin Li spun around, turning the edge of his blade to the flat side, and struck the man's neck with brutal force. The guard instantly crumpled unconscious. The courtyard erupted with the clash of weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Thud, thud, thud. Chaos reigned. A cacophony of anguished cries as shadows darted and swayed. Wang Qing watched in disbelief as the guards sent to capture Qin Li fell one by one. His eyes widened, unable to comprehend the scene. This Qin Li. No, Lord Qin. When did he become so formidable? This was nothing like the Qin Li. These guards were all experts at the marrow cleansing, or even true Yuan realm. Any one of them could easily overpower him. But before Qin Li, they were like mere playthings, utterly at his mercy. Thinking back, he recalled how he had tried to recruit this man, even boasting that one man alone couldn't take on everyone. And now, one man was taking on everyone. Wang Qing felt a surge of embarrassment at his own folly. He couldn't help but sigh. With such ability, why did Lord Qin endure in silence for so many years? What was his purpose? Suddenly it dawned on him. Every time they visited the Red Pavilion, Lord Qin always exercised restraint. Back then he thought it was because Lord Qin was short on funds, but it was actually a test of willpower. Now he understood. Lord Qin. Are they fighting? I feel so scared. Jiang Quan kept his eyes tightly shut, utterly lost. Don't speak. Bear with it, it will be over soon. Jiang Quan felt gusts of wind rush past his ears as Qin Li occasionally pulled him along or pushed him aside. His posture shifted constantly. He was dazed and disoriented, completely at a loss. Moments later, the courtyard of the Wang residence was strewn with groaning guards and officers, a symphony of pain. Some had broken arms, others shattered legs, a few lay motionless as if dead, having fainted entirely. Song Yusheng observed the scene, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he remained unruffled. He said coldly, Lord Qin, you indeed possess some skill. They are no match for you. Fortunately, I anticipated your resistance. Clap, clap. Song Yusheng clapped his hands lightly. Come out. As his words faded, two dark figures flashed past, appearing beside Song Yusheng, before Wang Qing could even register their movements. Masters. That was the instant thought in Wang Qing's mind. His heart filled with worry for Qin Li. The two men who materialized at Song Yusheng's sides were identical in appearance. Twins. Wang Qing seemed to recall something. Having roamed the martial world for years, he had heard tales of its experts. The twin sabers of Yen. The Yen brothers. One wields a saber on the left, the other on the right. Their coordination is flawless, earning them a fearsome reputation. The twin sabers of Yen. 10 years ago, they were already at the first rank Vajra realm. Who knows what level they've reached now? And their synergy is almost divinely aided. Peerless among those of the same rank. Qin Li was in grave danger. The twin sabers of Yen. Qin Li eyed the two men before him. Their appearance was indeed identical. The man on Song Yusheng's left held a curved blade in his left hand, while the one on the right wielded one in his right hand. However, Wang Qing's strength was insufficient to gauge their true cultivation. Both were at the 6th rank Vajra realm. This was why Song Yusheng had spared no expense to hire them specifically to deal with Qin Li. Song Yusheng knew Qin Li was at the 1st rank Vajra realm. The Yen brothers, both at the 6th rank Vajra realm, were infamous in the martial world. Handling this brat would be a trivial matter. Qin Li, surrender quietly, and spare yourself the pain. Song Yushing sneered menacingly. Qin Li remained silent, gazing at the two with indifference. The Yin brothers sensed that Qin Li's aura was completely concealed like an ordinary man, and both frowned. They exchanged glances, nodded, and let out a simultaneous snort. You pretentious fool. Let us show you the might of the twin sabers of Yin. They knew Qin Li was merely at the first rank Vajra realm, but they did not underestimate him. Their attacks were merciless, aimed to kill. With a swift whoosh, the two figures darted left and right, moving so fast that Wang Qing could barely see them. When he did, they were already before Qin Li. Their curved blades swung from both sides toward Qin Li's neck. Wang Qing gasped, shutting his eyes tight, unable to bear the sight of the impending bloodshed. After several breaths, the courtyard fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Wang Qing, expecting screams, grew uneasy and slowly opened his eyes. The twin saber's blades had reached Qin Li's neck, but what was astonishing was the two curved blades stopped an inch from his throat. They could not advance a single fraction further. True Yuan shield. Yes, Qin Li had merely used his true Yuan to shield himself, blocking the Yin brothers' signature move. He had stopped the lethal strike that had claimed countless lives. Qin Li slowly raised his head and said calmly, "Is there more? You can try harder. Is there more?" These words fell like a stone into a still lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Wang Qing could hardly believe it. Song Yushing was slightly taken aback, while Yin Shuangdao and his companion felt deeply humiliated. Swish, swish. The two figures instantly retreated, their movements perfectly synchronized. In a brief exchange, their bodies swapped positions. Whoosh, whoosh. The two once again swung their blades, unleashing a killing move that was slightly faster than the previous strike. If Wang Qing could still see some afterimages before this time, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of them, only hearing the occasional rush of wind. Tap, tap. But to Qin Li it all appeared slow. Yin Shuangdao seemed to have slowed down, moving frame by frame. With his strength, dealing with two 6th-grade Golden Core experts posed no challenge. Qin Li couldn't help but marvel. Is this what it means to win decisively over the weak, an absolutely fair fight? To be honest, he quite enjoyed this method of slaying fish. Just as the two curved blades descended, Qin Li simply sidestepped and took half a step forward, casually evading their attacks. This step was so simple that Wang Qing felt as if Qin Li merely took a step forward, naturally dodging their strikes. Gulp. Wang Qing couldn't help but swallow. A second time, the attack missed again. The first time the two were angry, but after missing a second time, their emotions shifted. This time it was shock. After all, dodging their killing moves twice in a row was certainly not luck. The two were not fools. They quickly concluded that this person's strength surpassed theirs, and by a significant margin. The infamous Yin Shuangdao of the Jianghu felt fear after merely 2 exchanges. The two stood behind Qin Li with curved blades, paralyzed with fear. In a moment, they sensed an intentional killing intent. It felt as if a noose was suspended around their necks. Any action they dared to take would lead to their heads rolling. For some reason, cold sweat soaked their backs. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Li dragged his steel blade, with one hand slowly striding towards Song Yushing. Seeing Yin Shuangdao frozen like a statue, Song Yushing instantly burst with anger, roaring, "Are you too useless? How can a mere 1st-grade Golden Core fellow frighten you like this? Get moving, kill this guy." However, Song Yushing's roar seemed to fall on deaf ears as the two appeared oblivious, still standing in place, too afraid to move. With each step Qin Li took, Song Yushing felt himself inching closer to death. Tap. As the final step landed, Qin Li approached Song Yushing and calmly asked, "Do you have any last words?" Song Yushing slowly turned his head, meeting Qin Li's indifferent gaze, feeling a chill rush to his heart. Is he going to die? This terrifying thought instantly engulfed his mind. He seemed to realize something, his previously calm and disdainful expression swiftly transforming into one of horror and rage. "Kid, what do you want? Don't you know I am a court official, the deputy director of the censorate? If you dare to kill me, you will. If I die, you won't live either. You can't kill me." Song Yushing screamed frantically, seemingly trying to drown out his inner fear with his voice. Indeed, he was afraid. The look in Qin Li's eyes seemed to see right through him to death. For the first time in decades, he felt the terror of mortality. Such a feeling probably dated back to long, long ago. Everything had always been under his control, but the events of recent days had slipped out of his grasp one by one. "Are you done?" Qin Li asked lightly. Song Yushing's body jolted slightly, and he instinctively nodded. Good. Then, it's my turn." As the words fell, Qin Li abruptly extended his left hand, instantly grabbing Song Yushing's neck. Song Yushing was taken aback. Before he could react, he was violently slammed to the ground by Qin Li. Bang! With a loud crash, the blue brick floor shattered instantly. Puff! Song Yushing coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The impact nearly knocked him unconscious. Qin Li pressed Song Yushing down, suppressing his urge to snap his neck in one go. "Song Yushing, Do you know what crime you've committed? You exploit and oppress the common people committing every atrocity. Do you plead guilty? I plead guilty to nothing. I am innocent. Qin Li Yu. Song Yusheng stammered weakly. Before he could finish, smack. A slap landed heavily on Song Yusheng's face instantly, leaving a bloody handprint on his pale cheek. You colluded with Baisua selling out your country for personal gain. Song Yusheng, do you plead guilty? You're slandering me. I plead guilty to nothing. I. Smack. Song Yusheng, you secretly met with the blood demon cult engaging in unspeakable activities. I. Smack. Do you plead guilty? Smack. Still not guilty. Clap clap. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the courtyard, while Jiang Quan stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe. Wang Qing, on the other hand, watched each slap fall, unable to suppress the twitching of his eyelids. Suddenly, he forgot the pain in his own body, inexplicably feeling pity for Song Yusheng. Although it felt exhilarating, Wang Qing still had a lingering worry. After all, Song Yusheng was a court official, the deputy director of the censorate. If Qin Li continued this way, it might end badly. Qin. Smack. Do you plead guilty? Wang Qing was about to say something to stop it, when he saw Qin Li deliver another hard slap, scaring him into silence. Forget it, if we're going to die, let's die together. It was pointless. Even if he tried to stop it, this matter couldn't be resolved today. In the end, they would certainly be condemned, unable to survive. It's better to vent some anger by beating this guy before dying. Hit him harder. Aye. Song Yusheng's face was swollen, bruised, and battered. His words came out unclear and slurred. Qin Li leaned in close to listen, nodding repeatedly. What did you say? You said you're not human. You said you're worse than a beast. What? You said you don't spare even an 80-year-old woman. The most outrageous part is that you even. Qin Li made a face of disgust and waved his hand. Enough. Since you admit to these crimes, just press your blood handprint, and then I will hand you over to the Ministry of Justice for processing. After that, you will face execution in autumn. Aye. Song Yusheng's eyes widened, filled with resentment, as he glared at Qin Li, his eyes seeming ready to fall out. All right, now that you plead guilty, let's quickly press your handprint. Qin Li pulled out a piece of evidence paper from somewhere, took Song Yusheng's hand, and was about to press it when Censorate Director, Yin Rong, Master Yin come. The Daziyuan Director, Yin Rong, Lord Yin come. A shout rang out from outside the courtyard. Yin Shuangdao and his companion, realizing this was a perfect opportunity, exchanged knowing glances. Seizing this chance, they prepared to make a swift escape. In perfect synchrony, they employed their movement techniques, ready to flee in different directions. At that moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside them, placing a hand lightly on each of their shoulders. Where do you two think you are going? Yin Shuangdao and his companion froze, as if they had seen a ghost, a chill running down their spines. Pooh. The two of them immediately knelt before Qin Li, pleading, "Hero, spare us. We were ignorant and failed to recognize your true identity. Please grant us our lives. We swear we will never commit evil again, nor harm anyone." Qin Li lowered his gaze to them and lightly inquired, "Oh, spare you? Hero, rest assured, we will definitely." Clang. Pooh. With a flash of cold light, two heads rolled away, their hot blood splattering everywhere. Noisy. Spare you. When you were killing, did you spare anyone else? Qin Li looked on indifferently. He was not a good person, nor was he a ruthless killer, but he had his own principles. He does not kill good people, but he does not let a bad person go. After all, these are all channels for his business. For the sake of justice. Tada. A group of soldiers swiftly entered the courtyard, standing solemnly on both sides. Moments later, a man slowly approached the courtyard, dressed in a scarlet official robe, tall and imposing, with a stern expression and 3 long strands of beard, giving off an air that was hard to approach. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately spotted Qin Li standing at the door, holding a long knife, exuding a murderous aura. In front of him lay 2 headless corpses in a pool of blood. The man's eyelids twitched slightly at the sight, and he frowned. His gaze then fell on the pitifully injured Song Yusheng not far away. The man gasped, then respectfully clasped his hands towards Qin Li. "Lord Qin, please don't be nervous. I am Yin Rong, Director of the Daziyuan." Hearing this, Qin Li narrowed his eyes, slightly tightening his grip on the knife. Yin Rong, noticing this, forced a smile and shook his head. "I am sent by the Emperor to address the matter regarding Song Yusheng. Yin, Lord Yin." Upon seeing Yin Rong arrive, Song Yusheng's eyes lit up with excitement, as if his savior had come. He struggled to get up from the ground, stammering, "Lord Yin, save me." Cough. Yin Rong coughed a few times, then said earnestly, "Lord Qin, regarding the matter of Song Yusheng, the Daziyuan has already clarified that the accusations against Wang Qin are unjust. I am here to restore Wang Qin's reputation. Lord Qin, here is a decree from the Emperor. Please accept it." Hearing this, Qin Li frowned. He realized that his backer was likely exerting influence. He stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and clasped his hands. "I humbly accept the decree. Yin Rong stated seriously, by the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that after Lord Qin Li's investigation, it has been confirmed that Song Yuxing, vice director of the Dazuan, exploited the common people and embezzled public funds. He colluded with Beishua, secretly meeting with the wicked of the blood demon cult. His crimes are heinous, unforgivable. He is to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison and executed after autumn. Upon hearing this, Song Yuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. And no. I. Song Yuxing, I anticipated your objections. Your accomplices have already presented all your evidence. Today I have brought them all with me. Someone bring them forward. A man dressed in the attire of a Jinling City officer appeared, escorting a group as they slowly walked into the courtyard. Move, hurry up, everyone. As the man entered the courtyard, he quickly approached, Yin Rong respectfully clasping his hands, saying, Lord Yin, I am Yishao. Today I have brought these wicked men to you. Yin Rong nodded. Let them speak. Song Yuxing, are you their accomplice? As you command, Lord Yin. Just moments ago, Yishao was respectful, but his expression suddenly turned cold, demanding, quickly tell me the truth. Who else are your accomplices? This group of desperate individuals had already made arrangements before coming here, and under normal circumstances they would be reluctant to cooperate. However, Song Yuxing had wronged them many times before, and they held on to their grudges. A group of people facing death were not averse to dragging a few more down with them. Naturally, they were extremely cooperative. No, they honestly identified Song Yuxing. Lord, it is this person. He is our accomplice. Yes, it's him. The fallen Song Yuxing wide-eyed pointed at Yishao, stammering for a long time. Why you? Pooh. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted on the spot. Yishao looked at the pitiful state of Song Yuxing and recalled how he had once bullied others, with Song Yuxing feeling quite emotional. He always believed that good and evil would eventually be rewarded. Yes, he had been dulled, but he still held on to that kind heart. Yin Rong, seeing this, ignored him and continued regarding Lord Qin Li, considering his contributions in capturing the corrupt official Song Yuxing. Today's incident of injury balances his merits and demerits. Lord Qin, justice lies in the hearts of the people. Evildoers will surely be punished. Lord Qin, please rise. Yin Rong stepped forward to help Qin Li up, smiling, as he said, Lord Qin, we will take this sinner Song Yuxing away for now. Although Song Yuxing was once a member of the Dazuan, rest assured we in the Dazuan conduct ourselves fairly and justly, and will not be biased. Qin Li nodded. Seeing this, Yin Rong's expression changed, and he firmly declared, someone detain this sinner and take him to the heavenly prison awaiting execution. And what about these two? Yin Rong pointed at the corpses of Yin Shuangdao and his companion. Yin Shuangdao, a rogue of the Jianghu. Oh, is that so? They deserve to die. Lord Qin, this is another great deed for the people and the country. After saying this, Yin Rong clasped his hands towards Qin Li, saying, Lord Qin, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Yin. Qin Li respectfully returned the gesture. Not at all, it is my duty. As for you, Lord Qin, being so young and promising, I hope you will bear with me in the future. After saying this, Yin Rong turned and waved to the guards. Let's go. Watching Yin Rong and the others leave, Qin Li frowned. He did not expect the emperor to actually send someone. Or rather, all of this was Zhao Huayan's idea. Before coming here, Qin Li had first gone to Zhao Huayan's residence to deliver a letter explaining the purpose of his visit. Qin Li was certain that the current emperor and Zhao Huayan wanted him to take the blame for them, so they would naturally intervene to resolve the aftermath. Since Song Yuxing was a man of the Jing Wang, this was a perfect opportunity to bring him down. Oh, why not take advantage of it? Moreover, after Qin Li's radical actions, the Jing Wang would surely direct some attention towards him. It was preferable for Qin Li to be the one to offend people rather than for the emperor to step in personally, which was exactly the situation Zhao Huayan and the emperor wanted to see. Thus, Qin Li intentionally pushed himself into the limelight. He did not mind being the blade in Zhao Huayan and the emperor's hands. After all, he was a good person filled with a sense of justice. It was absolutely not for the rewards. However, to be honest, this method made Qin Li sigh. Old Gingerus, a line of small characters, appeared as expected. Corrupt official Song Yuxing, realm none, weak scholar, danger level, human level, gold evaluation, cleansing the corrupt officials and bureaucrats of the court, ensuring the safety of Jinling City. Reward granted, reward settlement in progress. Reward obtained 20 years of martial arts cultivation. Reward obtained 6,000 martial arts points. 20 years to kill a corrupt official and actually receive 20 years of martial arts cultivation. Isn't this much easier than struggling outside? Indeed, these corrupt officials are the greatest parasites in the Daqian Empire. In order to restore clarity to the Daqian Empire, Qin Li had a bold idea. If possible, he wanted to eradicate all these corrupt officials. Not for any other reason, but to benefit the common people. After all, he was so filled with a sense of justice, wasn't he? Cough, cough, cough. However, implementing this idea was quite difficult at the moment, so Qin Li had to temporarily set it aside. So they all left. Wang Qing was completely dumbfounded, having gone from hell to heaven. He couldn't quite comprehend it. Did happiness come too quickly? Just moments ago, he was being bullied, about to be questioned by the mighty Song Yuxing, the vice director of the Deziyuan. And now he was just taken away. After Qin Li had beaten everyone, not only was there no consequence, but he was also rewarded. What on earth is happening in this world? Are you alright? Qin Li stepped forward and inquired. Oh, no, I'm fine, Lord Qin. Wang Qing, snapping out of his daze, quickly responded with reverence. It was only then that he realized the turn of events today was all because of one person. That person was none other than the Lord Qin before him. The current Lord Qin was no longer what he used to be. To have the deputy director of the censorate dealt with so effortlessly, what imposing authority was this? Wang Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How fickle fate was. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Lord Qin. I owe my escape today entirely to your help. Without you, I would be nothing. Lord Qin, I kneel here in gratitude. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Qing kowtowed 3 times. Qin Li reached out to stop him, but Wang Qing insisted. Seeing this, Qin Li could only let out a soft sigh. Rise. Thank you, my lord. Wang Qing clasped his hands and slowly stood up with his wife's support. Jiang Quan, standing respectfully to one side, had witnessed Qin Li's authority and was deeply shaken. So the Qin Li of now was no longer the one he had once bantered with. Imposing and awe-inspiring, he had become the Lord Qin they could never hope to reach. Seeing their restrained demeanor, Qin Li felt a wave of emotion. In his predecessor's memories, Wang Qing, his direct superior, had never deigned to look at him. Jiang Quan, being the senior, was always treated with courtesy by his predecessor. Now, the contrast was as vast as heaven and earth. Do you need help tidying up here? Qin Li asked. There's no need to trouble you, Lord Qin. I will handle this myself. Wang Qing replied with a respectful smile. Very well. Qin Li nodded without further ceremony. He wanted to say more, but seeing their awkwardness, he swallowed his words. After a brief farewell, Qin Li departed. Xiao Jiang, Wang Qing said, straightening his back after Qin Li left. Lord Qin is about to soar to the heavens and startle the world. At the Martial Academy, in a secluded corner, a bamboo grove, a wooden hut, and in the courtyard a stone table with a few stone stools, all covered in fallen leaves, dust, and grime. Inside the hut, Qin Li sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at the panel visible only to him. After dealing with the corrupt official Song Yuxing, I received a reward of 20 years of martial arts cultivation and 6,000 martial arts points. Plus, after killing the Yan Shuang brothers, I gained a total of 30 years of martial arts cultivation and 9,000 martial arts points. Adding the previous, I now have 160 years of martial arts cultivation and 16,000 martial arts points. Qin Li looked at the system panel, the numbers matching his calculations, and could barely contain his ecstasy. 160 years of martial arts cultivation. What an extravagant fortune. Thinking back, I had to rely on my own efforts step by step to reach where I am today. All of that was earned through hard work and diligence, bit by bit. Huff. Qin Li let out a long breath to calm his racing heart. I am now at the peak of the first-grade Jishuan realm. With the great Qin Empire growing increasingly turbulent, I need to become stronger to survive in this chaotic world. After the Blood Demon sect emerged, Qin Li felt a tremendous sense of crisis. Fang Qing's whereabouts are unknown and his fate is uncertain. The Blood Demon sect's strength might not be far behind the martial academies. According to Senior Sister Yushuan, the Blood Demon sect has 9 Grand Elders, and above them 9 King Protectors, all of whom are at the Dongxi realm. With my current strength, encountering the Blood Demon sect would be like throwing an egg against a rock. In that, Qin Li steeled himself. Without further hesitation, he began to channel his martial arts cultivation. He embarked on his arduous martial training. To enhance one's cultivation required immense effort, and Qin Li was precisely such a diligent man. Let's start with 20 years. 20 years of martial arts cultivation channel now. Qin Li dared not channel all 160 years at once. After his previous experience, he had learned his lesson. He decided to channel it in batches. As the 20 years of cultivation surged in, a torrent of true essence washed through his limbs and bones. Each infusion of martial cultivation was a trial for both body and spirit. Qin Li endured the pain of the 20-year infusion, occasionally letting out muffled groans. Breakthrough. With his current level, absorbing 20 years of cultivation was no longer as agonizing as before, and the absorption speed was much faster. After a short while, the sensation of true essence rampaging through his body gradually faded. As the last strand of martial cultivation transformed into a wisp of true essence within him, Qin Li slowly exhaled. Qin Li opened the system panel to check. Name: Qin Li, Realm 2nd Grade, Jishuan Realm, Peak Martial Arts, Xingyi Fist Mastery, Duan Shui, Blade Technique Mastery, Qingfeng, Nuoshi Step Mastery, Tie Skill Mastery, Xingyang Fantian Blade Technique Mastery, Gungjin, Fenghua, Blade Mastery, Lianxi Technique Mastery, Qimo, Huichun Skill, Grand Mastery, 12000, Remaining 140 years of martial cultivation absorb. Remaining 18,000 martial arts points study martial arts. 20 years of cultivation and I only broke through from first grade to second grade. Qin Li couldn't help but lament. The further he progressed, the more cultivation was required, and the pace of his improvement had slowed somewhat. Now he had 140 years of cultivation left. Of course, he would continue channeling. Another 20 years. As another 20 years flooded in, Qin Li groaned in pain for a moment. Realm 3rd, Grade Jishuan Realm Peak, continue. Channel 20 years of cultivation. Realm 4th, Grade Jishuan Realm Peak, another 20 years. Realm 5th, Grade Jishuan Realm Peak, 20 years. Realm 9th, Grade Jishuan Realm Peak. After channeling the final 20 years, Qin Li had infused all 160 years of cultivation, finally reaching the peak of the 9th Grade Jishuan Realm. Peak 9th Grade Jishuan Realm, only one step away from the Tianxiang Realm. But now I have no martial cultivation left. Qin Li sighed inwardly. 160 years of cultivation, and it only brought him to the peak of 9th Grade Jishuan Realm. Was there no justice or law in this? Yet on second thought, it had only been a little over a month since he advanced from the Copperskin Realm to the Jishuan Realm. Such terrifying speed could no longer be described merely as astonishing. With that thought, Qin Li felt slightly better. Just as he was reflecting, a soft knock came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Qin Shidi, are you there? You Shiji. Qin Li paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly grabbed the clothes beside him to put them on. Qin Shidi, I'm coming in. Qin Li was a step slower in getting dressed. Qin Shidi. Yu Shiwang looked at Qin Li's sculpted 8-pack abs. Her face instantly flushed, and her eyes could hardly look away. So impressive. Qin Li. He quickly finished dressing, asking Shiji, what brings you here at such a late hour? Oh, alright, I do have something to discuss. Yu Shiwang reluctantly withdrew her gaze, her expression suddenly turning serious. Qin Shidi, regarding the Blood Demon sect, the Martial Institute is already aware. It was the master who informed the Martial Institute about the Blood Demon sect. Oh. Qin Li frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. Then that's strange. If the Martial Institute already knows, why haven't they taken any action? Yu Shiwang said gravely, it's precisely because the master informed the Martial Institute that they have not taken action. Shiji, what do you mean by that? Yu Shiwang pondered for a moment before replying seriously, I suspect the master told the Martial Institute a lie. I quietly conducted an investigation. After returning from his injury, the master informed the Martial Institute with a certain account. At this point, Yu Shiwang paused, thinking for a moment before continuing. What the master said was that after finding us, he pursued single-handedly and engaged in a fierce battle with the Grand Elder of the Blood Demon sect, during which he encountered an ambush from the Blood Demon sect. Unfortunately, Fang Qing perished during the struggle. The master fought against the members of the Blood Demon sect and returned injured. Qin Li furrowed his brows upon hearing this. This statement seemed flawless, but both Qin Li and Yu Shiwang had their doubts from the very beginning. They had been skeptical since Elder Huolian came to rescue them. In light of this, the statement needed further scrutiny. Qin Li analyzed, if we assume that the Blood Demon sect kidnapped Fang Qing because he is of extreme nature. But during the struggle, Fang Qing unfortunately died. If that's the case, the Martial Institute would certainly conclude that the Blood Demon sect's objective has failed, and there would be no need for further drastic measures. So that's why there has been no movement. But what if we look at it from a different perspective? If Elder Huolian is indeed a spy for the Blood Demon sect, then there may be some tricks in this narrative. If Fang Qing is dead, then the Blood Demon sect's goal cannot be achieved, and the Martial Institute would naturally not suspect Elder Hu's words. But what if Fang Qing is not dead? What if Elder Hu's claims are all lies? If that's true, then the Blood Demon sect's goal is merely to buy time. And the person helping the Blood Demon sect buy time is indeed Elder Huolian from the Martial Institute. Realizing this, Qin Li was slightly shocked and looked at Yu Shiwang with wide eyes. Yu Shiwang appeared heavy-hearted and slowly nodded. I hope this is just my conjecture. However, if this conjecture is true. Yu Shiwang paused and dared not continue, her gaze fixed on Qin Li. Qin Li said, if it's true, then the Martial Institute has been deceived, and the Blood Demon sect continues to execute their plans in the shadows. By the time the Martial Institute realizes it, I'm afraid it will already be too late. After saying this, the two exchanged glances, both wearing solemn expressions. Qin Shidi, what do you think Yu Shiwang asked. Qin Li frowned. First, we have no evidence to prove that Elder Hu's words are lies, nor do we have evidence to prove that Elder Hua is a spy for the Blood Demon sect. If we were to inform the Martial Institute of our suspicions, it would undoubtedly alert the enemy. Furthermore, the Martial Institute might not even believe our claims. Therefore, we cannot share our conjecture with the Martial Institute without evidence. But if that's the case, are we just going to let the Blood Demon sect carry out their plans? Qin Li shook his head. That certainly Although Qin Li was unsure of the blood demon sect's true intentions, he had a premonition that if they succeeded, the entire Deqian would be drenched in blood. After pondering for a moment, Qin Li narrowed his eyes slightly and said seriously, "You Shiji, since we cannot speak openly, we will secretly investigate. During this time, you should observe Elder Hua Lian's movements at the Martial Institute and gather clues discreetly." "All right." Yu Shiwang nodded, "But what about you, Shidi?" During this period, I plan to leave Jinling City for a while." Yu Shiwang was slightly taken aback. "Shidi, are you planning to go find the blood demon sect alone?" Qin Li sighed lightly and nodded. "That's the best way to find the blood demon sect and ascertain Feng Qing's fate. If he is truly dead, then our conjecture is wrong. But if he's not, but won't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? The blood demon sect's methods are insidious and should not be underestimated. Moreover, where will you even look for the blood demon sect?" Yu Shiwang asked worriedly. Qin Li had no clear answer to this. "Shiji, do you have any way to find clues about the blood demon sect?" Yu Shiwang shook her head. "Even if I had methods to track them, I still cannot find the blood demon sect now." Qin Li sighed softly. "In that case, we can only take a chance. Shidi, are you really planning to go alone? Why don't I accompany you?" Qin Li shook his head. "Shiji, you need to stay at the Martial Institute. Your status is too high, and it may raise Elder Hua's suspicions. As for me, Shiji, you needn't worry." Seeing Qin Li's determination, Yu Shiwang's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she sighed. "Well, in that case, Shidi, there may be someone who knows about the clues regarding the blood demon sect. In Luobei County, there's the Tianji Pavilion, a reputed organization that knows the world's affairs. Perhaps going there could yield clues about the blood demon sect." Luobei County, Tianji Pavilion. Qin Li murmured to himself, committing the information to memory. "When do you plan to leave?" "The sooner the better. However, Shiji, before I leave, I would like to ask you for a favor." "What favor? Speak up." "Shiji, do you have any spare contribution points from the Martial Institute? Could you lend me some?" "What do you need it for?" "I plan to go to the third floor of the library and select a set of movement techniques." Qin Li replied honestly. Yu Shiwang was slightly surprised. "You want to learn a set of movement techniques?" Qin Li nodded, as his previous technique, light wind steps, had its merits against opponents of the same realm. However, if he encountered someone whose strength far surpassed his own, light wind steps would feel inadequate. He had realized this problem while battling the wolf demon. When he used light wind steps, he could not escape the wolf demon's pursuit at all. If it weren't for his sufficient martial cultivation allowing him to break through, he would have ultimately subdued the wolf demon with overwhelming strength. Otherwise, he would have likely been the one to perish in the end. With her current strength, the contribution points from the Martial Academy had little significance. Contribution points are not a problem, but even if you wish to learn a technique on body movement now, it would likely be in vain. Is such a short time truly sufficient? For others, it may not be enough. But for Qin Li, it was entirely sufficient. Regarding Qin Li's request, Yu Shiwang did not refuse. She was merely surprised that Qin Li intended to master a body movement technique in such a short time. "Junior brother Qin, do you think cultivation is as easy as eating?" Yu Shiwang let out a helpless smile. Nevertheless, she transferred a portion of her contribution points to Qin Li. "These contribution points are enough for you to choose any technique below the 6th level." "Thank you, senior sister Yu." Qin Li expressed his gratitude. "It's no trouble. These contribution points are of little use to me anyway. Just right for your needs, it serves its purpose. However, junior brother, this journey." Suddenly. Yu Shiwang, who had been fine moments before, suddenly froze, her delicate body curling up on the ground as she let out a painful groan. "Senior sister, what happened?" Seeing Yu Shiwang's sudden change, Qin Li noticed her face turning pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her lips trembling white, revealing her agony. She curled up on the ground, her hands clutching her abdomen. "What is this?" A black blood vein suddenly extended from the back of Yu Shiwang's neck. Seeing this, Qin Li furrowed his brows, his expression serious. "Is this poison?" "Junior brother, it's nothing. Just bear with it, it will be fine in a while." Yu Shiwang's pale lips parted slightly as she spoke weakly, but before she could finish her words, Yu Shiwang let out another painful whimper. The sensation of pain nearly made her faint, and seeing this, Qin Li furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed on her hands clutching her abdomen. After contemplating for a while, Qin Li made a decision. "Senior sister, may I take a look? Perhaps I can help." Upon hearing this, Yu Shiwang's expression revealed a struggle against her pain, especially at the thought that if Qin Li were to see her body, she couldn't help but lower her head shyly. "Can I?" "But he is junior brother Qin. He should be able to help." After a mental struggle, or perhaps in that moment the pain clouded her mind, and Yu Shiwang gently nodded, letting out a soft sound. Permission granted." "Senior sister, forgive me for being presumptuous." Qin Li stepped forward, slowly unfastening Yu Shiwang's outer garment. His movements were gentle, concerned that he might hurt her. Each time Qin Li unfastened a button of Yu Shiwang's outer garment, her complexion flushed even deeper. After unfastening it, Qin Li gently lifted the clothing, revealing her back. Upon seeing this, Qin Li was momentarily taken aback, unable to help but gasp in surprise. Her originally fair back was covered in dense black blood veins spreading like a spider's web. The source of these webs originated from Yushuan's abdomen. Qin Li gazed closely and saw a strange pattern on her abdomen resembling an ice crystal snowflake. However, it was a black ice crystal snowflake. Qin Li couldn't believe that such a small body contained such a... From Yushuan's reaction, it seemed that this was not the first or second time such a thing had happened. Did she have to endure this inhuman torment every night? Seeing this, Qin Li's heart was subtly moved. Senior sister, this poison likely relates to your physical condition. With my current abilities, I cannot cure it completely. However, I might be able to help alleviate your pain, Qin Li said after a moment of contemplation. The Withering Wood revitalization technique not only heals oneself, but can also heal others. Perhaps I can give it a try. Today I just received the settlement reward of 7 years of martial arts cultivation and 2,100 martial arts points in addition to the previous 18,000 points totaling 20,100 points. I have already mastered the Withering Wood revitalization technique, and to cultivate it to perfection requires 20,000 points, which I have just enough for now, Qin Li thought to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Li used 20,000 martial arts points on the Withering Wood revitalization technique. A few breaths later, Withering Wood revitalization technique perfected. With the technique cultivated to perfection, Qin Li felt an added confidence. However, he was uncertain whether it would be effective. Senior sister, I may be able to give it a try, but I can't guarantee it will work if you agree. Although Yushuan was somewhat hesitant, she thought, if it's junior brother Qin. She instinctively nodded again. In her heart, she thought, junior brother should not be the type to take advantage of others in a vulnerable state. But just after thinking this, I suddenly have some hope of taking advantage. What am I thinking? No, I can't. Yushuan's heart was filled with turmoil. Just then a warm sensation suddenly surged from her abdomen. The warmth made Yushuan let out a soft snort. After receiving Yushuan's permission, Qin Li slowly slid his palm beneath that thin layer of undergarment, resting his firm hand on her abdomen. Qin Li's chest pressed tightly against Yushuan, his hand resting on her abdomen, as if he were embracing. Feeling the warmth of Qin Li's body, Yushuan's heart raced wildly, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Qin Li did not think much, focusing intently on operating the Withering Wood revitalization technique. He had never used the technique to help others heal, so this was his first attempt, and he was extremely cautious. And as Qin Li operated the Withering Wood revitalization technique, strands of true essence flowed from his palm, slowly entering Yushuan's abdomen. The moment the warm current surged in, Yushuan could not help but let out a soft moan. Qin Li furrowed his brows and asked, Senior sister, does it hurt? Yushuan shyly shook her head, feeling that warm current flow gently within her. If her body had previously been engulfed in a cold tide, then, with the flow of this warm current, the pain gradually eased. Senior sister, is it effective? Qin Li asked. Yushuan nodded. I feel better. Good. Qin Li nodded, continuing to slowly operate the Withering Wood revitalization technique, gradually inputting true essence into her body. After a long while, Yushuan's previously pale complexion gradually returned to its original rosy hue, and the feeling of pain gradually dissipated. Eventually, perhaps out of exhaustion, Yushuan nestled in Qin Li's embrace and slowly fell asleep. Senior sister? Qin Li quietly asked. Seeing Yushuan asleep, Qin Li chuckled softly, thinking to himself, it seems senior sister is truly tired. However, what Qin Li did not know was, every time the night fell, Yushuan would suffer immensely, never having had a good night's sleep. Today was the most peaceful and comfortable sleep she had in many nights. In the deep night, murmurs echoed. The next day, the morning sun illuminated the world. In a secluded courtyard of the martial academy, a pair of delicate long and straight legs peeked out from under the covers. On the beautiful body of Yushuan there lay a thin layer of gauze, revealing her creamy skin like jade. As the morning light filtered through the window screen and slowly moved up her smooth neck, it illuminated Yushuan's lovely face. My! The sunlight hit her face, and Yushuan felt it was dazzling. With a soft grunt, she turned over. Suddenly, Yushuan, who had been sound asleep, abruptly woke up, blinking her eyes in confusion as she glanced around. Where am I? How did I end up here? Yushuan exclaimed in surprise, and then she calmed down to ponder the events of the previous night. Last night, I went to find junior brother Qin Li to discuss matters regarding master. Then, I suddenly fell ill. It was junior brother who treated me, relieving my pain, and then it felt so good that I fell asleep. And it seems that as Yushuan recalled the ambiguous actions of the two from yesterday, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. Could it be that last night junior brother Qin and I slept together? Why can't I remember anything? This is so annoying. No. Yushuan, how could you think like that? Junior brother is definitely not that kind of person. Where is junior brother? Yu Shiwan scanned the room only to find herself alone with no sign of Qin Li. Yu Shiwan lifted the covers looking at her intact clothes as well as the lingerie she had tied with a butterfly knot herself untouched. A look of disappointment suddenly crossed Yu Shiwan's face as she pouted and murmured, "Well, junior brother isn't that kind of person. But Yu Shiwan, what are you expecting?" Yu Shiwan sighed softly. Suddenly the words that he had said to her flashed through her mind. Yu Shiwan, how dare someone like you hope for someone to like you? Could it be that you want the person who likes you to end up like your father, ruining their entire family? You disaster, you are destined to be alone in this life. You can only accept it this way. Baihe's words echoed in Yu Shiwan's mind for a long time. Yu Shiwan bit her red lips, slowly lowering her head, her nose slightly tinged with sadness as a tear streaked down her fair face. She tightly grasped the covers. For a long time. Yu Shiwan let out a long sigh. She slowly raised her head, her eyes slightly reddened, and she forced a smile on her face. Comforting herself, Yu Shiwan, it's okay. It's all right. I can love myself well. I can do it. After organizing her emotions, Yu Shiwan slowly got out of bed and saw a letter left by Qin Li beside her. Upon seeing the content of the envelope, Yu Shiwan felt a warmth in her heart. So junior brother went to the library early to choose a technique. Don't worry, I will take good care of master while at the martial academy. Yu Shiwan put away the letter, wiping away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. It was as if nothing had happened. She pushed the door open and left. In the library, senior brother Mo Yun was missing and the library had assigned a younger disciple to guard it instead. This time Qin Li encountered no difficulties like before with senior brother Mo Yun, and he easily entered. Upon entering the library, Qin Li did not stop on the 1st to 3rd floors, but headed straight for the 4th and 5th floors. He had already skimmed through most of the movement techniques on the first 3 floors. There was essentially nothing he wanted. If there had been, he would have practiced them long ago. Thus Qin Li planned to ask Yu Shiwan for some contribution points. Only with enough contribution points could he access the upper 3 floors. In fact, Qin Li didn't need contribution points to copy techniques. He just needed enough contribution points to enter above the 3rd floor. After all, he had a cheat code. Copying techniques was pointless. Qin Li intended to borrow senior sister Yu Shiwan's contribution points first to successfully enter the 4th and 5th levels above the 3rd. Then, after practicing the techniques he would return senior sister's contribution points intact. It's like catching a wolf with empty hands. How wonderful it is, eh? The upper 3 floors were completely different from the 1st to 3rd floors. On the 1st to 3rd floors, each level had a plethora of techniques displayed on the shelves, and the quantity was. However, on the 4th floor, the number of techniques stored was significantly fewer, likely due to the increasing tier of the techniques, which naturally made them more scarce. Thus, Qin Li's browsing speed increased a bit, and before long he had completed a round of basic inspection on the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, there are a few decent techniques, but let me check the 5th floor first. The layout of the 5th floor was quite similar to the 4th with little difference. Soon Qin Li had generally scanned through the techniques on the 4th and 5th floors. The techniques on the 4th and 5th floors are all upper-tier techniques at the earth level. There are quite a few sword techniques, but Qin Li shook his head, originally expecting to take this opportunity to significantly enhance his strength. However, after searching around, Qin Li found that many sword techniques were even inferior to the Gung Jin Burning. The Gung Jin Burning Fireblade is placed below the 4th floor, probably because its training prerequisites are too strict, which results in fewer practitioners and lower value. Qin Li lamented, considering himself fortunate to have stumbled upon it. It is known that the Gung Jin Burning Fireblade, when perfected and if wielded with a blade forged from Gung Jin, possesses power comparable to a celestial level technique. Yet on the 4th and 5th floors, there wasn't a single sword technique that could rival a celestial level technique, at best only upper-tier earth level techniques. Moreover, there isn't a single health cultivation technique on the 4th and 5th floors. Qin Li was quite helpless about this. In fact, what Qin Li didn't know was that health cultivation techniques were. Furthermore, very few people would practice health cultivation techniques, as they are considered rather useless. However, this time at the library, Qin Li did not come in vain. He found the movement technique he desired on the 5th, the Gale Thunder Chasing Moon Step, an upper-tier technique at the earth level. If practiced to perfection when executed, its speed can be as quick as thunder, swift and fierce. This is the one. After selecting the movement technique, Qin Li began to slowly peruse it, carefully grasping the Gale Thunder Chasing Moon Step.